When the apocalypse struck, the Earth suddenly turned into a giant burning furnace with skyrocketing temperatures scorching all life to ashes. The nightmare worsened when a mutated virus began turning humans into bloodthirsty zombies and vicious monsters. In his past life, Chen fought until his very last breath only to meet a bitter end, betrayed by the comrades he trusted most. Just as his consciousness was about to fade away, mysterious notification flashed, sending Chen back in time to just a few days before the catastrophe began. Knowing the cruelty ahead where human greed rules and the strong make the laws, Chen was no longer the soft, forgiving man he used to be. He launched a wild plan, hoarding food, medicine, and weapons. He risked everything, taking massive loans from gangsters and loan sharks. To Chen, those massive debts were just worthless paper. Once the apocalyptic sun rises, the debt collectors will likely have turned into zombies. Under the night sky, ripped apart by eerie purple lightning, a helpless helicopter was completely engulfed in a mysterious sphere of energy. Moments later, an earth-shattering explosion turned a corner of the city into a sea of fire. Yet amid that ruined landscape, the traffic lights on a deserted road still blinked strangely. A green sign still stood firm. Zhongshan Road 550 meters, Jiangzhong Road 720 meters, Ezhong Road 460 meters, and Guozi Bridge 800 meters. Tearing through the thick dust, a bus sped down the empty road, headlights shining like a beast's eyes. Inside the bus, the air was strangely quiet. A young man in a beige t-shirt sat intensely, scrolling through his phone. Around him, other passengers looked exhausted and sluggish, completely unaware of the catastrophe that had just swept through the city. Suddenly, a man broke the silence in a worried voice. Damn it, a few days ago, an undersea earthquake caused Mount Fuji to erupt, killing hundreds of thousands of people. Who would have thought that today we would also have to evacuate? Sitting nearby, a purple-haired girl sighed. This is bad. I left in such a rush that I didn't bring anything with me, so I can only go to Jiangnam City to buy some supplies. Hearing that, another passenger chimed in, sounding shocked. Hey, beautiful, have you seen the news? The Walmart supermarket and Ali warehouse in Jiangnam City were both completely cleaned out. The purple-haired girl gasped. What? That's old news. Today, Dongming Lake in Shenzhen has also completely run dry, and the RT Mart warehouse was also emptied. Another passenger couldn't believe their ears. There is no way all of those supplies combined must be worth hundreds of billions. The purple-haired girl shook her head, her eyes flashing with doubt. No way, it must be tens of trillions. In a dim corner, the dark-haired young man remained silent the entire time, his eyes sharp. He thought to himself that the missing supplies and natural disasters were just surface-level signs people need to open their eyes and see that the apocalypse is coming. His words accidentally reached the ears of those around him. The purple-haired girl panicked. No way, the apocalypse. The man beside her laughed mockingly. What kind of joke is that? If it is really the end of the world, I actually look forward to it. Only then will everyone truly be equal. The dark-haired young man sneered, with eyes as cold as ice. Everyone equal. Even in the apocalypse, there is no such thing as equality, because I have already lived through it myself. In his mind, the image of a ruined, desolate city in a deep abyss appeared vividly. Terrifying memories flooded back. A giant monster with a wide mouth full of razor-sharp teeth was devouring countless lives in utter despair. He remembered his past. In his previous life, he was just a delivery guy when the apocalypse descended, experiencing a terrifying scenario triggered by abnormal solar energy being abnormally released, expanding the Earth's core rapidly, which caused temperatures to soar, endless earthquakes to strike, and underground monsters to rise from below. The entire world was transformed, ushering in a brutal new world and order. He remembered having to fight terrifying dark creatures just to survive. In that world of extreme material scarcity, even for a pack of instant noodles, the sight of a frantic crowd trampling each other to grab a tiny bit of food made him shudder, and even a single sausage cost everything. Bitter images of trading physical bodies just to survive. Flashed back, filled with bitterness and shame, but now he had reincarnated and returned to 1 month before the disaster started. His thoughts were cut short when the purple-haired girl timidly approached and grabbed his sleeve. Shyly, she mumbled that hearing them talk just now made her a bit scared. Could he protect her? Without hesitation, the young man brushed her hand away and replied coldly, Sorry, I have more important things to do. The girl gasped in surprise. Huh. He walked off the bus with a tall, determined stride. He asked himself, with the apocalypse coming, what is the most important thing? Looking up at the grand building with the Freshipo sign, he already had his answer. Supplies, of course. He looks down at his old delivery uniform, which clearly displays his name and number, Chen. Thinking back, he spent his entire past life desperately searching for scraps. He promises himself that this time around, he will prepare beforehand. Standing outside the restroom, he spots a man in a sharp suit stepping out muttering complaints. He hears the manager scolding him. 21 seconds late, half a day pay cut. He smirks, thinking about his past life. When the apocalypse hit, that boss ran away immediately, stealing his entire year of hard-earned wages. This warehouse will be his payback. He decides to take it all. Suddenly, a magical blue light glows from his shoes, activating a mysterious special ability. Standing proudly in the massive, fully stocked warehouse, Chen raises his hand high, getting ready to summon his power. He yells for the space to open, and a wave of mystic blue energy instantly sweeps across the entire room. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoes in his mind, announcing that rice, oil, and various meats have been detected and automatically stored. He strides forward confidently, leaving behind rows of massive shelves that are slowly dissolving into thin air as system notifications flash. The endless towering shelves continue to fade away into nothingness. In just a brief moment, the giant warehouse changes completely. A place once overflowing with skyrocketing goods is now eerily quiet and entirely empty. The glowing blue light fades away, leaving only bare metal frames standing in silence. Back inside his own pocket dimension, Chen spreads his arms wide. Excitement rushes through him as he admires his massive haul, incredibly proud of his legendary dimensional space ability. With just a single thought, he can pull everything around him into a colossal storage cube of epic proportions. Its length, width, and height are all 10,000 meters. Remembering his past life, he realizes how incredibly useful this is. In his previous life, he used this power to drain 2 whole freshwater lakes and completely vacuumed multiple cities destined for destruction. That gave him the ultimate shortcut to gather priceless resources without spending a single penny. Gently lifting a fresh fish, floating effortlessly in his space, he smiles warmly. During the apocalypse, instant noodles are luxury items, let alone fresh seafood. But in this space, time is completely frozen, keeping all his food perfectly fresh, no matter how long it stays inside. He gets incredibly emotional, tears of pure joy streaming down his face. Finally, he has escaped his dark past. He won't have to survive by eating dirt in the apocalypse anymore. Calming himself down, he brushes away his tears, shaking off his weak emotions and painful memories. Instantly, a detailed system interface pops up right in front of him, listing his massive harvest in detail: 21 bags of rice, 152 bottles of oil and fresh vegetables, 310 kilograms of produce, 220 cases of water, and hundreds of supply boxes. Looking at the incredibly long list of stolen goods, Chen lets out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, he can relax. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, the manager clears his throat and barks orders at his 2 subordinates to start moving boxes. He tells them to move the goods outside, but the moment they open the heavy doors, all 3 freeze in shock. The manager rubs his eyes, muttering in complete disbelief. Am I seeing things? Right before them, the gigantic warehouse is completely empty, with only a single figure standing in the middle of the vast space. The manager cannot believe his eyes. He lets out a loud curse, pointing his finger directly at Chen's face and roaring in absolute rage. He demands to know where all the stock went. Chen calmly turns around, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He says he took everything. Hearing this, the 2 henchmen gape in sheer shock, unable to believe their own ears. The manager turns red, with fury veins popping on his forehead as he screams to grab that bastard. As the 2 men charge forward, Chen smoothly takes a step back. A glowing spatial portal opens behind him. As his body begins to fade away, he offers a mocking farewell, saying he won't be late anymore. Waving goodbye, he vanishes into a bright flash of light, leaving the confused henchman staring at empty air. The manager screams, asking where he went, as his minion stutters that he has completely disappeared. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a portal rips open and Chen steps through. He lands gracefully, showing off his newly enhanced physical abilities. A highly confident grin spreads across his face as he contemplates his incredible new skill, spatial teleportation. He can instantly teleport within a 3-meter range. He realizes that when the apocalypse hits, this skill will be priceless. He can slip into abandoned buildings to scavenge for valuable supplies and escape without a scratch, even when facing deadly monsters. This rapid teleportation will save his life in tight spots. He gently grasps the collar of his old uniform jacket and tears it off. Nearing his fresh start, Chen throws the courier shirt into the air, bidding farewell to his weak past. He confidently declares his free shopping spree over. But just as he is celebrating, his phone starts to ring loudly. A phone vibrates in his pocket. A government alert flashes, warning that tectonic shifts are causing widespread disasters. Locals are urged to prepare. They claim everything remains under control and daily life will not be disrupted. Please do not panic. Reading this, he scoffs, realizing the government is just trying to hide the truth. Do they already know the end is here? He kills the screen, his eyes turning sharp as steel. His gaze burns with a fierce survival instinct, absolute resolve to rewrite his destiny in the brutal world ahead. Suddenly, his screen lights up again. An incoming call from Jiang Xiaoqian makes him freeze in his tracks. He mutters her name, taking a deep breath to suppress the storm of raw emotions swirling inside him. He answers, and Jiang Xiaochen's shrill voice immediately blasts through, demanding to know where Su Chen is. How dare he pull a disappearing act and try to sell his house, she screeches, mocking his ridiculous confidence. Does he think any other woman would want him without a house? Her voice turns completely toxic. On her screen, she is casually putting on makeup next to a muscular man complaining about his lack of responsibility. She claims she does not care about the house, but as a woman, she needs security to stay with him. Su Chen replies with absolute coldness, his voice completely empty of emotion as he asks if she has anything else to say. Jiang Xiaoqian loses her mind, screaming about his attitude and demanding he return to transfer the deed immediately. If not, the wedding is off. He tells her he is heading to Shangdu and hangs up without another word. Cutting her off completely, he stares ahead. Memories of his past life flash by, pulling him back into the darkness. In his past life, he spent 5 brutal years protecting Jiang Xiaoqian, risking his life to scavenge for food. He brought her to the safe zone, saving her from starving to death. And yet his memories only turn bitter. A surge of pure hatred fills his eyes. He remembers crawling back broken and bleeding only to face mockery. A man named Wang Haoyu sneered at him, asking why he returned empty-handed and accusing him of hiding the good stuff. Behind him, Jiang Xiaoqian lounged on a messy bed while his own dying body lay cold on the floor. Wang Haoyu had smirked, declaring the dying man utterly useless before turning his attention back to Jiang Xiaoqian. She had looked back with an icy gaze, saying his death was his own fault for being weak. She challenged Wang Haoyu to prove he was any better, her voice completely devoid of pity or remorse. That final memory of bleeding out in despair flashes behind his eyes. He realized too late how foolish he had been. He trusted his life to literal monsters. He clenches his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. But this time, Wang Haoyu and Jiang Xiaoqian will pay. Oh, they are not ready for this. They will not get an easy death. He will make them feel his agony 1,000 times over. His knuckles turn white, veins bulging as he promises to drag them through the absolute worst depths of hell. Slowly, he forces his hands to relax, taking deep breaths to bury the burning rage deep down. He exhales, regaining his cold composure. Survival gear requires money, and he needs a lot of it fast. Scrolling through his contacts, he dials Manager Liu, his voice firm and completely empty of hesitation. He tells the manager he will sell the house for half price, but only if he gets cash immediately. His sharp gaze brooks no delays. Shortly after, a taxi pulls up in front of the dream agency. Stepping out of the car, he immediately spots a pink-haired woman waiting with folded arms, Jiang Xiaoqian herself. She demands to know how long he expects her to wait. Su Chen merely treats her like a ghost. He coldly tells her to move aside. Suddenly, Wang Haoyu lunges out of nowhere, blocking his path. Brandishing a baseball bat, he barks about who gave him permission to sell their house, threatening his life. Before the bat can even swing, an invisible force grips his throat. Su Chen is not playing around. He lifts Wang Haoyu into the air with one hand, choking him until the veins in his neck bulge. Slamming him hard against the concrete, Su Chen growls that his property is his to do as he pleases. Jiang Xiaoqian panics, grabbing his arm and screaming for help, yelling that he is going to kill someone. With a violent shove, he throws her off. She hits the ground hard, staring at him in utter terror. Wang Haoyu whimpers on the ground, barely gasping out a plea. Su Chen just smirks, eyes flashing dark. He reassures him that death will not come that quickly, then slowly lets go of his grip. Leaving Wang Haoyu coughing violently on the ground, Jiang Xiaoqian rushes over to help her lover up, asking if he is okay. She spins around, pointing right at Su Chen's face and demanding he apologize before she truly loses her temper. Otherwise, he can forget about marrying her. Su Chen merely turns his head, shooting them a freezing, contemptuous glare. Intimidated by Su Chen's chilling and powerful aura, Wang Haoyu grabs Jiang Xiaoqian and quickly runs away. Just wait, Su Chen only scoffs, useless trash. Inside, a balding, middle-aged man is waiting. It is Director Liu, who timidly hands him a glass of water while offering a weak, flattering smile. He offers to buy Su Chen's house, asking how that sounds. In his mind, Liu is secretly gloating with greedy satisfaction. His eyes flash with greed. A house worth over 1 million yuan, and this fool is selling it for only 700,000. Flipping this deal would net him a fortune. Su Chen sits calmly, crossing his legs in silence. He agrees but demands full payment today. The director quickly nods in pure excitement, absolutely perfect. He promises to finalize the contract immediately. Su Chen gives a simple nod of approval, but in his mind he harbors a cold warning he can have the house if he actually dares to live there. Suddenly, a soft notification chime rings. A message from Shangdu Bank flashes on screen. 700,000 yuan has cleared. Leaving the office, Su Chen walks down the street, calculating his next move. Natural disasters are striking everywhere but inland. Shangdu feels safe from earthquakes and tsunamis. With the government silencing rumors, daily life here still feels completely normal and peaceful. But check this out, his train of thought is cut short when he spots a lone flyer on a pole. It offers quick cash under Director Wang. Staring at the paper, an interesting idea hits him. A loan shark, huh? He steps back, pulls out his phone, and immediately dials the number. He asks if they accept property deeds. Not long after, he is standing right outside a massive commercial building. Arriving at Hanhai International, he enters Dahai Loan Company, where an employee looks over his papers with a smirk. He sneers that the house is barely worth anything. Chen sits opposite, unfazed. He calmly asks how much they can offer, glancing at the heavy-set boss sitting behind the desk. It is him again. The fat man puffing on a cigarette is Wang Dahai, older brother of Hao Yu. In the past life, this man died horribly in the jaws of beasts. Now he offers 500,000. But the deed must stay here. Without hesitating, Chen tosses it down, demanding more cash than that. Give me 600,000 today, he demands. Dahai narrows his eyes, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He assumes Chen is just another desperate gambler who would sell his own family for quick cash. He gladly agrees, pretending to be a helpful businessman while secretly planning to ruin him completely today. Once the deed is signed over, another bank transfer notification instantly flashes on Chen's phone screen. Another 600,000 yuan cleared. Meanwhile, across town, Jiang Xiaochen is absolutely furious. She rants to Wang Haoyu, insisting she only wanted the house that rightfully belonged to her. That bastard actually dared to lay hands on her, and she is absolutely determined to make him pay. She begs Haoyu to get his older brother to crush him. Suddenly, she spots a familiar figure nearby. She points, asking if that is Chen. Haoyu narrows his eyes, his face twisting with pure hatred. It is definitely him. They decide to follow and see what he is planning to do today. Chen stops before Lucheng Hotel, memories of the coming apocalypse instantly rushing back to him. While most commercial buildings collapsed under freezing tsunamis, Lucheng Hotel stood firm until the end. Entering the grand lobby, Chen recalls that the presidential suite has a private pool. It would make a perfect stronghold. He slowly walks forward, completely ignoring the luxurious decor around him. He slowly walks through the grand hall, completely unfazed by the surrounding luxury and splendor of the place. Though he cleared out many warehouses earlier, fresh hot meals are still missing from his massive inventory. An elegant woman in a business uniform approaches him with a professional smile, asking how she can help. She introduces herself as Liu Xindong, the restaurant manager. Chen looks at her with an unusually calm expression. He tells her he wants to order 1,000 banquet feasts. Hearing this, the manager is completely stunned. Stunned, her eyes widen in shock. 1,000 tables. She quickly regained her professional demeanor, her voice bursting with enthusiasm. Of course, she says, we have 5,000 per table, 10,000 per table, even 30,000 or 100,000. Internally, she is stunned. Oh my god, this young man with such an extraordinary aura must be a hidden second-generation rich kid. That is 10 million total. I will pay a 500,000 deposit, deliver it to my address, and clear the rest in a week. He speaks casually as if discussing chump change. Still, he wonders if the Lucheng Hotel standard is always this high. A 500,000 deposit is perfect. The female manager smiles, agreeing and inviting him to follow her to make the payment. She calculates quickly. The raw ingredients alone will cost almost 500,000, but building a connection with someone this wealthy is worth it. To do big business, the absolute most important thing is knowing how to be flexible and adapt to wealthy clients. While leading Chen to the payment counter, she softly asks how she should address him, and he gives a brief reply. Just Chen. Curious, she asks if Mr. Su is getting married soon. He nods, confirming it is indeed for a wedding. He also requests a presidential suite. Done. Once the paperwork is finished, Chen leisurely walks away from the luxurious counter. A look of absolute satisfaction washes over his face, a happy smile breaking out as he thinks how wonderful this is. 10 million worth of food secured with just a 500,000 deposit. But then his smile turns cold, menacing. As for the balance, who cares? In the extreme heat of the upcoming apocalypse, a block of ice will be worth hundreds of millions. Nearby manager Liu Xindong steals a glance toward the presidential suite, her cheeks turning pink as she daydreams about him. A presidential suite for a honeymoon, incredible. Whoever marries him must be lucky. Right then, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu walk over. She speaks up, asking what the man who just left was doing here. Liu Xindong addresses her with a polite smile. Jiang Xiaoqian quickly smooths her hair, trying to sound close to him, and says that Chen is her boyfriend. His name is Chen, my boyfriend, she claims. Liu Xindong glances at Jiang Xiaoqian from head to toe, smiling slightly. She tells her that her boyfriend just booked 1,000 wedding tables, paying a deposit of 500,000. Having a boyfriend like that is pure bliss. Privately, the manager thinks this girl is a 7 at best with an ordinary aura. Why do rich guys love this type? Both Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu stand frozen, their eyes wide as they struggle to believe what they are hearing. Wang Haoyu stammers, saying there is no way that loser has 10 million to book a wedding banquet. The manager smiles, knowingly scrolling through her phone. Rich people love hiding their identities to make sure partners are not just after their wealth. They only reveal it on the wedding day. Classic. Still suspicious, Wang Haoyu turns to Jiang Xiaoqian with doubts. What if he suddenly disappears right before the big day and plays some kind of cold shoulder game? Jiang Xiaoqian is equally bewildered, wondering if that bastard Su Chen is actually loaded. The manager shows them her screen. It displays a successful transaction. Naturally. Look at this 500,000 transfer that just went through. Wang Haoyu stares at Jiang Xiaoqian with a complex look. Sis, this is a 1,000-table banquet at a 5-star hotel. Who on earth does he plan to invite? Jiang Xiaoqian puffs out her chest, her face full of pride. You just do not get it, she boasts. He is obviously introducing me to his wealthy social circle before revealing his true identity. Wang Haoyu grins slyly, squeezing Jiang Xiaoqian's hand tight as he asks what their next move should be. She smirks, eyes flashing with calculation. Time to strike. I need to make the first move and give that lovesick fool an opportunity. In her mind, a lavish scene unfolds. She imagines herself sitting on a majestic throne bathed in a brilliant glow. It is a luxury she never dreamed of, and it is all about to come true thanks to her devoted admirer, Su Chen. Meanwhile, inside the presidential suite, Su Chen sits calmly at his desk, carefully recalculating his expenses. Selling the house brought 700,000, loan sharks gave 600,000, and the banquet deposit took 500,000. But during his earlier warehouse shopping spree, many essentials were missed. Even with just paying deposits, his remaining 800,000 is tight. He looks down at his phone, a sly smile crossing his face as a cold glint flashes in his eyes. It would be a total waste not to milk a few more lending apps right now. No hesitation. He takes action. Next, Su Chen downloads over 80 apps at once and takes 30 selfies, grabbing loans ranging from 30,000 down to 30 yuan. He repeatedly snaps photos, turning left and right to satisfy every single verification prompt from the apps. After a while, his phone begins to vibrate non-stop as incoming transfer notifications from the Shangdu Bank flood his screen. He lets out a deep breath. Checking his final balance, his account has received a grand total of 977,000 yuan today. He collapses back onto the large soft bed, throwing his hands in the air with a joyful shout of victory at securing 970,000 yuan. He shook off the hesitation, his face instantly turning serious. Springing to his feet, he knew there was no more time to waste. Grabbing his phone, he scrolled through a massive shopping list of heaters, ice makers, and giant blocks of ice, and smokeless coal. Local supermarkets did not carry these items, but luckily he could order them online with lightning-fast shipping. Looking out the window, he imagined the city swallowed by fire on one side and buried under deep snow and ice on the other. The future would bring extreme heat waves and ice ages, and his survival completely depended on having enough of these two essential supplies. Wasting no time, he called a bulk supplier asking how much they charge for a ton of smokeless coal these days. 2,000 a ton. I need 2,000 tons. Price is no issue, and I will deposit 500,000 right now. He promised to pay the rest on delivery. Instantly hanging up, he made another call to an ice factory to place an order. Talking details in person was his goal, but as he stepped out of his hotel, a very familiar voice called from behind. Well, look who it is, isn't that? Su Chen turning around, he saw Jiang Xiaoqian walking toward him with another girl. The other girl smirked fake warmly, saying it had been so long and that Xiaoqian had been constantly talking about him lately. She was Xiaoqian's best friend, Li Na, the exact same person who plotted behind his back to steal his house in his past life. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his voice icy cold as he asked what they were talking about his house. Perhaps Li Na quickly intervened. Hey now, Su Chen, Xiaoqian was only testing you earlier. Why are you being so difficult? You know how hurt she was. Jiang Xiaoqian immediately played the victim, tearing up as she gently grabbed his sleeve, looking completely heartbroken and pitiful. Chen, can you please walk with me? I am in a bad mood, and I am so sorry for snapping at you yesterday. Coldly brushing her hand away, Su Chen turned his back on her, stating he was busy today and she could walk alone. Both girls stood frozen in absolute shock. Jiang Xiaoqian could not believe her eyes, wondering what on earth was going on. She thought he was playing hard to get, but Li Na pointed out Su Chen was taking a taxi and shoved her toward their car. Can you believe how delusional they are? Li Na urged her to hurry, convinced this was his final test as they tailgated him. They finally stopped in front of a massive facility with a giant sign that read Ronghua Ice Factory, where the owner eagerly waited. The boss greeted Su Chen with a huge grin, praising how young and successful he was. Su Chen shook his hand, keeping it strictly business. He got straight to the point, asking Boss Wu how long it would take to prepare 2,000 tons of food-grade ice cubes. Boss Wu beat his chest proudly, bragging that his factory was second to none when it came to speed and sheer efficiency. In 3 days, they could produce all 2,000 tons for 400 a ton, totaling 800,000. Su Chen raised his phone. Without even bargaining, he agreed to transfer 100,000 as a deposit, asking him to deliver it to his address in 3 days. Scanning the code for payment, Boss Wu beamed like he had just struck gold eagerly, assuring him that it was no problem at all. Money secured, Boss Wu grinned from ear to ear, practically drooling over the massive transaction as he tried to flatter his wealthy client. Curious, the boss asked what Chen needed so much ice for, hoping to secure their future cooperation with sweeter discounts. Chen turned to leave, tossing back a casual answer that left Boss Wu standing there completely speechless and utterly baffled. He claimed he was shipping it to Ansha for charity. All Boss Wu could do was gape in confusion as the yellow taxi vanished. Sealing an 800,000 deal in minutes right at the gate left the owner absolutely amazed by his efficiency. Suddenly, another car screeched to a halt right in front of him, giving him quite a scare. Was this another unannounced client? Out stepped Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na. Jiang Xiaoqian immediately put on her sweetest, most sugary voice to speak with the boss. She asked what her fiancé Chen had just been talking to him about. Boss Wu stared at them completely lost. His head was filled with questions about what kind of game this fiancé was playing or if they were playing detective. He honestly answered that Chen had just ordered 800,000 worth of ice cubes. Both girls felt utterly struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in pure horror as they screamed about the 800,000. Suddenly, a wild realization flashed in their minds. Chen was rich, a literal super-rich tycoon. Turning to the boss, Li Na eagerly asked what kind of huge business Chen had. Boss Wu scratched his chin thoughtfully, replying that he mentioned shipping them to Ansha for charity. Once again, both girls were stunned. They were completely speechless. Back at his villa, Chen sat by the window gazing out at his quiet garden in peace. He smiled, knowing everything was perfectly secured. Now he could leisurely enjoy the final peaceful days before the apocalypse finally arrived. For dinner, he chose the elite Yaolin restaurant, a luxury spot he could never afford in his past life. Welcomed by a polite server, he let out a soft sigh, remembering how he had spent his past life doing nothing but working. Back then, high-end restaurants were a pipe dream, and he barely had time for a coffee shop. He gently opened the menu. On the menu, gorgeous names display right before his eyes. Pan-seared foie gras, salt-steamed snow clam, and golden duck tongues, truly impressive. No wonder this is a high-end restaurant with average spending easily reaching 4 figures. Suddenly, his eyes stop on a very strange dish. There is only a massive question mark on the menu with an unbelievable price. What is this, a question mark selling for 10,000? A graceful waitress steps up to explain. She says that this dish is personally prepared by their head chef at Yaolin restaurant. The exact dish depends entirely on the chef's daily creative inspiration. Chen smirks, noting that it actually sounds pretty interesting. He tells her to bring him that dish, and she smiles, politely agreeing. He then gently flips open an old book on the table. The cover reads The Classic of Mountains and Seas, and suddenly memories of his past life come rushing back to him. When the apocalypse began in his past life, a strange power mutated countless creatures. He pictures a massive winged serpent in his mind. The underworld snake recorded in the ancient texts appeared during the Great Flood, identical to the mutated monster he faced before. A sharp gleam flashes in his eyes as a wild theory forms. Instead of mutation, he rather called this genetic regression. Out of nowhere, a gorgeous woman with fiery pink hair and an absolute bombshell figure approaches him carrying a beautifully decorated dish. She offers a charming smile, introducing herself as the head chef of Yaolin restaurant, presenting a dish made specially for his unique aura. Chen looks up and is immediately stunned, his entire body freezing up. He mumbles in absolute shock, recognizing her. Nightmare memories of this terrifying woman flood his mind, and trust me, you would be terrified too. That is hellish chef Yuan. Back in his past life during the apocalypse, the hellish chef possessed supreme culinary skills, turning rotting things into divine delicacies. Nobody could ever resist her cooking, but those dishes were made from mutated beast energy. Eating them meant certain death. Duanya tilts her head slightly, her voice sweet like dripping honey. She asks why he is looking at her like that. She teases if he is scared a beautiful woman like her might poison his food, introducing the dish as two-sided life. One side is palm oil seared steak and the other is deep-fried breaded steak. One cut, 2 distinct flavors he will never forget. Chen takes a bite. The incredible flavor explodes in his mouth. He nods, admitting the taste is truly spectacular. 17,000 is actually quite a steal. He secretly thinks that having her cook for him during the apocalypse would be nice, but forget it. Only a fool would trust this woman not to slip poison into his meals. Outside the restaurant, Li Na whispers to Jiang Xiaoqian. She points out that a single dish here costs 10,000, so her husband must be a loaded heir, hoping she won't forget her friends. She complains about getting eaten alive by mosquitoes out here. Jiang Xiaoqian stares inside, determined to become the lady of the house. Right after finishing his meal, Chen heads to a famous bar known as the most luxurious entertainment hub in Chengdu's Century Bar. He lets out a cold smirk, ready to show them how it's done. Some rich kid spent 2 million here without even seeing the top beauty. He steps inside. The extravagant, indulgent atmosphere unfolds right before him, but in the apocalypse, places of pure debauchery like this will vanish. In his past life, he always regretted never experiencing this luxury. The moment he sits down, a group of gorgeous girls surrounds him. One girl leans in asking why such a handsome guy isn't drinking. He simply smiles and says that he'll have a drink. Another girl quickly offers him a toast. He calmly sips his drink thoroughly, enjoying the wild, noisy atmosphere around him. A young girl with neat braided hair, looking innocent and incredibly shy, is suddenly pushed forward by her friends. One friend explains that it is Yunyun's first time here, having been dragged along to ease her mind after her boyfriend cheated. The braided girl speaks up with deep resentment. That scumbag cheated on her with an old woman just because she wouldn't sleep with him. She asks if men only care about sleeping with women. Chen takes another sip of his drink and responds completely casually. Men's natural instincts are basically hardwired into their bones. Suddenly, the braided girl grabs a glass of strong liquor and chugs it down. Chen frowns slightly, recognizing that the glass she just emptied was straight hard liquor. The girl stumbles closer, her cheeks flushing red. She drunkenly asks if he is single, and he nods in confirmation. She then slides right up next to him, her voice sounding extremely seductive. She asks if he wants to find somewhere private. Over in a dim corner, her friends are loudly cheering her on. They yell that Yunyun is doing great, that the scumbag wasn't worth her time anyway, urging her to be brave. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoqin and Li Na burst in, pointing directly at his face as they scream, demanding to know what he is doing. They accuse him of cheating, but Chen doesn't hesitate for a second. He firmly grabs the stranger's hand and pulls her along. He tells her to follow him outside. The girl stares blankly at his broad back, secretly thinking how incredibly masculine he is. Leaving the chaotic noise behind, the two of them quickly walk up the bar's colorful neon-lit stairs together. He coldly announces that they are going upstairs. Behind them, Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na fail to catch up, screaming in absolute rage. They yell for Chen to stop right there. Ignoring the angry screams and curious stares, Chen pulls the girl along. He decisively turns the lock and opens the VIP room door wide, preparing himself for a private conversation. Stepping inside, he gently touches the trembling shoulders of the girl, his gaze softening with a rare hint of warmth. He mutters an apology for the two annoying pests from earlier. The braided-haired girl blushes and shyly lowers her head. She whispers that it is her very first time. Chen freezes at her shy expression, wondering what she is thinking. But shattering all her expectations, he suddenly flicks her forehead hard and tells her to wake up from her drunken delusion. She flinches, clutching her sore forehead in surprise. Chen looks dead serious, his voice dropping low as he gives her advice. He warns her not to go out for the next few days and to stockpile food. She nods in confusion. Before she can ask anything else, he opens the door and coldly walks away. Telling her flatly there will never be a next time, he slams the door shut on her face. She stands alone in the luxurious VIP room, utterly filled with regret after losing such a rare chance to get close. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na are frantically pounding on doors and making a massive scene. They kick the doors, screaming that they know Chen is inside and demanding he stop treating Xiaoqian so poorly. Chen sneers from a distance as he watches the two gold diggers. Their chaotic drama has completely ruined his evening. The next morning, a massive warehouse in the suburbs buzzes with delivery workers frantically moving heavy crates under his supervision. A worker asks where to put the 20 large heaters. Another nervously wonders how they will keep the ice from melting. Since there is no cold storage, they fear the ice will melt. Chen calmly points toward the far corner instead. He orders them to pack the heaters and ice makers deep inside, keeping the entrance clear and ignoring their confusion. Watching from the shadows, Wang Haoyu quickly runs back to tell Xiaoqian that Chen rented a massive suburban warehouse. He reports that tons of strange equipment are being unloaded. Xiaoqian frowns, deeply wondering what Chen is actually planning. Suddenly, Li Na points towards several chefs in uniform carrying lavish food trays, calling out to Xiaoqian to take a look. She recognizes the exquisite catering from the famous Lucheng Hotel. Before them, a surprisingly luxurious setup begins to take shape. A lush red carpet is rolled out across the dusty concrete. Li now wonders if this is a surprise proposal. She imagines a grand crowd of wealthy guests arriving to witness a proposal. Hearing this, Xiaoqian smirks with absolute pride. Her eyes gleam as she boasts that she might not even accept his proposal immediately. She tells Li Na to follow. They walk over together to test his sincerity. Seeing Chen roll up his sleeves to work, she questions him arrogantly. She demands to know why he bought so much stuff. Chen does not even look back as he replies. He cryptically asks if she can help move the crates first, promising to tell her everything once the work is done. Her face twists in shock as she screams that a soon-to-be wealthy wife should never do such exhausting manual labor. Li Na quickly whispers in her ear, scheming that this must be a clever test to see if she is worthy. Eager to prove she deserves the title of a wealthy wife, Xiaoqian grits her teeth and reluctantly approaches the heavy crates. Claiming she is no fragile princess, she strains to lift a massive box, her face contorting under the sudden weight. Gritting her teeth, she tells herself that a true wealthy lady must show strength to pass his test and secure her marriage. Believing Chen will propose today, she pushes on. Meanwhile, Lena eagerly joins the hard labor with her own agenda. Knowing wealthy men love beauty, Lena hopes showing off her hard work will earn her some rich rewards as well. Watching them sweat from afar, Chen smiles, and honestly, who wouldn't use free labor here? Moving 1,000 banquet tables and 2,000 tons of ice would normally take hours, even with a professional team. Hours slip away as truck after truck unloads. By the time the sunset paints the sky in deep shades of crimson, a heavy sigh of relief finally echoes through the dusty air. Xiaoqian collapses, her back aching and body drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, she complains that Chen did not even feed them a single bite of food all day long. She vows to drain his bank account once they are married. Nearby, Li Na flops onto the dirty concrete floor, completely exhausted. She curses Chen for making them lift blocks of ice that weigh more than 100 pounds each. Looking at the empty tables, the two girls eagerly wonder if the test is finally over and if he will propose. Li Na agrees, pointing out that the gourmet food is getting cold while the wealthy guests have yet to arrive. Completely ignoring their delusions, Chen walks right past them with a warm smile to distribute thick red envelopes to his drivers. He thanks the crew for their hard work and promises to transfer the rest of the payment directly to their accounts. He promises to pay according to the contract next week. But looking at the massive red envelopes, the drivers are shocked. A stack this thick has to be 10,000 yuan. The drivers erupt into wild cheers, amazed by his sudden generosity. Such a generous boss, they shout. Just then, Jiang Xiaoqin steps forward from behind. Her face is filled with intense anticipation, and she gently shakes his arm, asking if there is something else he wants to say. He glances coldly at her, then turns back to the crowd. His voice is brutal. "Oh right, thanks for the hard work, but there will be absolutely no pay. Now get lost." Jiang Xiaoqian freezes in shock, her mind stubbornly clinging to her desperate delusion. "Stop joking around," she pleads. "This must be a big surprise. Hurry up and call the guests so we can live happily ever after." He sneers, his eyes dripping with pure sarcasm. "Live happily? I want that too, but now I have sold all my property and am drowning in debt. Are you still willing to follow me?" Lena shudders in horror next to her, screaming in absolute disbelief. "No way. A 10 million yuan wedding feast, eating at a luxury restaurant, and all these supplies. How can you be out of cash?" Chen calmly leans back against a shelf and drops a calculated lie. "Oh, you mean these supplies? A wealthy tycoon wants to do charity and asked me to help deliver them to the Ansa region." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoqian completely collapses, her face darkening with intense fury. Like a cheated feral beast, she charges at him in a mad frenzy, screaming that the absolute bastard had played her all along. Chen effortlessly dodges her lunging body calmly, asking what exactly he was supposed to have tricked her with. Jiang Xiaoqian falls face first onto the floor, screaming in bitter humiliation. "Chen, you absolute piece of trash, you are not a rich heir at all. Do not ever dream of marrying me." His eyes turn freezing cold, glaring at her like she is a pile of trash. Why would he want a gold digger? Her fragile ego shattered, her eyes bulge out with fury. She grits her teeth, sputtering in disbelief. Li Na quickly pulls her up, throwing out a venomous threat as they leave. "You are finished, completely done. Just wait, I will make you regret this." Watching the two gold diggers finally retreat, Chen lets out a dark laugh. "Wait for the apocalypse, you fools. You will finally understand what real pain means." He steps forward and slams the heavy metal warehouse door shut with a loud crash. Standing alone in the vast space, surrounded by mountain-sized piles of supplies, he breathes a sigh of relief. Everything is set. Now he just has to calmly wait for the apocalypse to hit. He raises his hand, glowing with brilliant green energy, and activates his skill to expand space. The entire warehouse rumbles violently as a magical light swallows everything, beginning the final storage process into his dimension. Meanwhile, over at the luxurious Lucheng Hotel, a shady meeting is taking place under the dim moonlight. Wang Dahai, a greasy, overweight loan shark, laughs gleefully next to the crooked couple, telling Jiang Xiaoqian that from now on, she should stay with Wang Haoyu for a life of luxury. "In Kangdu, my word is absolute law," he boasts. Wang Haoyu sneers, pulling Jiang Xiaoqian close, muttering that she should have dumped Chen a long time ago. He is eagerly waiting to see how she repays him while plotting a wicked, greedy scheme in his mind. He promises that his older brother will personally teach that broke loser a lesson he will never ever forget. Having a powerful crime boss backing him makes him feel 10,000 times superior to that pathetic broke ex-boyfriend. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoqian stops dead in her tracks. She spots a familiar figure dining peacefully across the crowded room. She is completely shocked to see Chen enjoying a luxurious meal, prompting Wang Haoyu to immediately stare in rage. He points a furious finger across the lobby, telling his older brother that this is the exact punk who beat him. Wang Dahai narrows his cold, murderous eyes. The loan shark walks over with his bulky henchman blocking Su Chen's table. He sneers that he was just looking for him, shocked that the brat dared to touch his little brother. Wang Haoyu is surprised while Wang Dehai lights up a cigarette smirk, revealing a very interesting little secret. This kid just mortgaged his house for a loan of 600,000, which is due tomorrow. Wang Haoyu grins thrilled. They can settle all grudges today. Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na fold their arms, mocking his incredible stupidity. Owing money to a crime boss means his life is ruined. They gloat about how lucky they are to cut ties. He is truly asking for death. Despite the threats surrounding him, Su Chen calmly wipes his mouth and sighs in boredom. Can he not even enjoy a peaceful meal in this place? Meanwhile, Wang Dehai blows a thick cloud of smoke right into Su Chen's face. He growls that the deadline is tomorrow, yet the kid is still living like royalty. He asks if Su Chen is mocking him, demanding to know where he plans to find 600,000 tonight. Boss, stop wasting your breath on this college loser. He cannot earn a dime. This trash actually dared to lay a hand on me, so we have to kill him right now. Feeling the heavy tension, the female manager Liu Xindong quickly steps forward with a strained smile, trying to keep the peace. She begs them to calm down and not cause trouble. Liu Xindong then looks at Su Chen in panic, but he remains completely silent. He merely looks back with cold indifference. When she asks what is going on, he tells her it is just a few clowns acting up. Furious at the insult, Wang Dehai glares with rage, his fists clenching tightly. He growls that he gave this kid respect, yet he refused it. Today is his end, and not even the Lord of Heaven can save him now. But just as the thug prepares to strike, just as he swings his hand, a powerful deep voice echoes from the doorway, demanding to know what they think they are doing. A tall man in a long black coat steps inside with a heavy dominating aura, making the entire room go completely silent. He asks who gave him permission to make a mess. While Wang Dehai starts to tremble in fear, Su Chen narrows his eyes. A highly powerful name instantly flashes in his mind: Cao Qiang. Wang Dehai instantly drops his tough act, bowing down with a pathetic, cowardly face. He grovels, asking what brings brother Qiang to this place. Cao Qiang simply walks past, not even sparing him a single glance. That cold treatment leaves Wang Dehai smiling awkwardly in panic. Cao Qiang warns that he has important business and anyone causing trouble is his enemy. Wang Dehai quickly nods, promising to toast him later. Watching Cao Qiang walk away, Su Chen quietly evaluates this powerful rival. In his past life, after the apocalypse began, Cao Qiang became the ruler of a massive faction in Kangdu. He was known as the Wish Shatterer, and the terrifying Hell Lord Demon was nothing but his loyal right-hand man. Remembering the rumors about his immense strength, Su Chen starts calculating the Luqing Hotel is where the very first mutation begins. It seems Cao Qiang became so dominant only because he snatched the powerful awakening opportunity that appeared right here. Thinking of this, Su Chen smirks, his eyes flashing with a sharp purple glint. If that is the case, he is not sorry at all. He makes a bold decision as he stares at the boss's back. That divine opportunity belongs to him now. Cao Qiang seems to feel that sharp gaze from behind and looks back, slightly curious about who is watching him. He thinks this young kid looks somewhat interesting. Meanwhile, down the hallway, a pair of shiny black high heels slowly approaches. A subordinate cautiously opens the door to report to a bald older man pouring wine, telling Boss Sun that Duan Ya has arrived. Duan Ya walks inside with an ice-cold expression, her striking crimson eyes glowing. She asks what important matter Boss Sun has. The old man named Sun flashes a creepy, lustful smile, keeping his eyes locked onto her absolute stunning beauty. Laughing, he tells her he has heard all about Miss Duan's legendary beauty and is thrilled to see it in person. He offers her a glass of deep red wine with highly dark intentions, inviting her to drink up as she silently stares. Extreme disgust fills her heart, but her face remains entirely blank. Meanwhile, in another part of the high-end restaurant, Su Chen casually swirls his wine glass, watching the crimson liquid move as he stands near the giant glass window. He gazes out at the massive city slowly drowning in darkness, remembering how he and Jiang Xiaoqian hid in a basement. That was the only way they survived the extreme apocalyptic heat back then. He takes a sip, smiling bitterly at the memory. He never expected that after throwing her out, she would crawl right back to this place, and honestly, the timing is perfect. His gaze turns cold with a burning desire for revenge. Tonight, he will settle all old and new debts once and for all. Down by the outdoor pool, Wang Dehai and Wang Haoyu are wiping off heavy sweat. Even at night, the air feels completely stifling. Wang Haoyu agrees, saying that is why they came to the pool, to cool off while waiting for the girls to arrive. He laughs pervertedly, throwing an arm around his chubby brother, already getting excited thinking about what is going to happen next. Just then, Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na walk out in revealing bikinis, though they look highly concerned about something. Li Na tells her friend to look up at the moon, asking why it suddenly looks so much like the sun. Jiang Xiaoqian agrees that it is incredibly bright. Suddenly, Wang Haoyu grabs her hand, pointing excitedly up at the night sky. He laughs loudly, calling her name while making a highly ridiculous promise under that strange glowing red sky. He claims his love for her is just as bright as this moon, calling it the ultimate proof of their romance. She complains about the unbearable heat, urging him to take her in the pool. Up on the balcony, Chen sneers. Watching them play below, he mutters that their love is about to blow up, raising his glass for a final toast. He whispers a welcome back to the end of the world. Suddenly, a massive low rumble shakes the entire area. The sky turns completely blood-red as a giant, terrifying ball of fire slowly emerges from right behind the moon. The crowd at the pool freezes in terror, their long shadows stretching under the deadly red glow as pain suddenly hits, screaming in sheer agony as her skin bakes. Why is the moonlight suddenly burning like actual fire? It is too hot. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Clutching her smoking shoulder, Jiang Shaoxian realizes they cannot reach the pool. They must run. Run into the hotel lobby. Inside, card players suddenly stare out the window in absolute shock. What is going on out there? Why is it so bright? Surely the boss and the others are fine, right? Another guy just laughs, completely unbothered. He is just hitting on girls. Who could understand the boss? Then the heavy doors are suddenly slammed wide open. Wang Haoyu and the two girls stumble inside half-naked and screaming in absolute agony. The gang inside watches in horror. They instantly drop their cards. What on earth is this? Why is your skin glowing bright red like you've been grilled alive? Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na collapse, screaming in absolute despair. It is too hot. Save us, we are burning to death. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Haoyu frantically looks around before charging forward. Water. Get some water right now. We need water. There is water, he screams upon spotting the lobby aquarium. Instantly, Wang Haoyu, Jiang Xiaoqian, and Li Na run like mad, diving straight into the massive fish tank. Anything to cool down their boiling, smoking skin. Amidst the splashing water, Wang Haoyu aggressively shoves both girls aside to hog the coolest spot, screaming at them to get lost because this water is his. He feels alive again. The two lackeys standing nearby witness this bizarre scene, completely bewildered, asking what on earth they are actually doing. Wang Haoyu suddenly snaps out of his panic, his bloodshot eyes widening in absolute terror. Where is Brother Hai? Outside in the hotel courtyard, Wang Dahai is writhing in agony as intense heat waves rise from the baked ground. His skin glows red like a roasted pig. His men panic, begging him to stay awake and demanding burn cream immediately. Wang Haoyu cries that he is sorry, promising never to abandon his boss again. Meanwhile, inside a quiet, luxurious VIP room, President's son narrows his eyes with evil intent at the motionless Duan Ya, asking why she is not drinking. Cao Qiang submissively tries to intervene to diffuse the tension, mentioning that he has already prepared a massive banquet. But the bald old man instantly snaps. Slamming his fist, he shouts that nobody in Shangdu dares to refuse his drinks. He warns Cao Qiang to stay out of it. Duan Ya lowers her head, her eyes flashing with pure, deep hatred, as she realizes she has been utterly betrayed. That damn Cao Qiang set her up just to please Sun Debiao. She shudders in fear. Sun Debiao is famous for abusing his massive power, and she knows his dark rumors all too well. He has ruined countless women, and today she is his target, staring down at the dark red wine in her hand. Duan Ya anxiously worries that the drink is spiked. She absolutely cannot touch it. But what can she actually do? Suddenly, a blood-red light pierces through the window, blinding everyone in sheer terror. What on earth is happening? The entire room begins to shake as a suffocating wave of heat surges inside. Panic-stricken, the servants scramble to react. They quickly pull the curtains shut. President Sun and Cao Qiang look at each other in shock, sensing a disaster is coming. Deciding to head downstairs to investigate, Cao Qiang senses something is terribly wrong. Right then, Duan Ya suddenly feels her strength fade entirely. She stumbles against the wall. Down in the main lobby, manager Liu Xindong tries to calm the screaming, chaotic crowd, promising them that she has already contacted emergency services. Please stay calm. But the wealthy guests instantly snap. They yell that they make millions of yuan and have no time to waste here. Amidst the mounting chaos, the lackey Lao Miao whispers a grim report of the outside situation into Cao Qiang's ear. The moon suddenly flared up, sending the outdoor temperature skyrocketing to nearly 70 degrees already. This is absolutely insane. There are nearly 100 casualties already. Terrified Sun Debiao tremblingly dials a high-ranking official to beg for rescue. He desperately pleads with Minister Zhao, begging him to send an evacuation team to the Luke Fan Hotel immediately. But he slowly hangs up, his face pale with absolute despair as his selfish request is completely shut down. Government forces must focus entirely on protecting the power grid, leaving zero manpower for rescue. Talk about bad timing. Meanwhile, the gang gathers around the severely burned Wang Dahai, who is groaning in pain and screaming to be gentle. His men insist he must get to a hospital, but with the extreme heat outside, how can they travel safely? Gritting his teeth through the pain, Wang Dahai orders his men to prepare the escape vehicle with Xiao Dao. Down in the dim parking garage, Xiao Dao is startled by the sudden call from his boss to bring the car. Confirming he is still in the basement, Xiao Dao admits it feels quite warm down there. He quickly starts the engine. Gunning the white sedan out of the garage, he heads straight for the exit. But the second he clears it, shock hits him. The sky is glowing as bright as noon, and then a massive explosion suddenly echoes nearby. A sudden shock startles him. The entire car swerves wildly, throwing sparks across the asphalt. He scrambles to get out. He inspects the damage. Is this a joke? Did the heat seriously blow the tires? What cursed weather is this? Xiao Dao kicks open the door, jumps out, and screams into his phone as smoke pours out. Hello, Brother Hai. All 4 tires blew. I cannot make it over to your place anymore. I have to head back to the basement. But Brother Hai only coldly replies, you guys figure it out yourselves. Xiao Dao frantically runs back toward the parking garage. His shoes begin to melt, sticking to the sizzling asphalt that is steaming hot, causing him to collapse right on the smoking road. Right in front of him, charred corpses lie curled up with blank white eyes, a horrifying sight that would strike absolute terror into anyone. Damn it, Xiao Dao struggles to crawl up from the scorching ground seeking shade. His skin burns as he stares blankly at the phone showing the incoming call from Brother Hai. Over at the hotel lobby, Wang Haoyu and the 2 girls are absolutely terrified as they hear blood-curdling screams coming from the line. The phone slips from his hand and clatters onto the floor. On the other end, only faint, fading groans remain before falling completely silent. The screen shows a missed call from Xiao Dao, but now, its owner will never be able to answer again. Now compare that living hell to the peaceful scene inside. Chen casually checks the AC panel, which reads a cool 25.5 degrees. He stands and admires the crystal-clear pool glowing under soft blue lights, its cool mist driving away all the suffocating dread of the apocalypse. Chen collapses onto his massive bed, pulling up the warm blanket, enjoying the perfect preparations he traded his past life for. He closes his eyes and drifts into a peaceful sleep, completely ignoring the screams and raging fires outside. Suddenly, a vision flashes before him. A greedy mob barges in, demanding to take over his comfortable sanctuary. Hey kid, we want this. Chen's eyes instantly turn ice cold. He draws his gun and points it directly at the leader's head, his voice dripping with murderous intent. No, you really do not. Meanwhile, an emergency broadcast flashes on his phone. Because the moon is suddenly emitting intense heat, outdoor temperatures have reached 75 degrees, with the ground over 100. Hundreds are injured, urging everyone to stay indoors. At the same time, the massive machinery at the city's power plant begins overloading under the intense heat. Sparks fly constantly as thick white smoke pours from the systems, signaling an inevitable and catastrophic collapse. A blinding explosion erupts, and just like that, the entire substation is a massive fireball, plunging the city into darkness. Wang Dahai stares at his dark phone screen, his hands trembling as he tries to make a call. Speaks. Xiao Dao's phone is completely unreachable. The fat man slumps back in his chair, his face exhausted from the heat. It looks like Xiao Dao is finished. Boss, the hotel is fully booked. This is the last room we have to squeeze in. Jiang Xiaoqian stretches uncomfortably, screaming in the suffocating room. Is this a joke? How can I share a room with a bunch of men? Exactly. I want my own room. Wang Dahai grits his teeth in anger, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, what is wrong with this trashy place? Why did the power go out? His panic-stricken lackeys strip off their shirts as stifling heat rolls in. Once the AC stops, the temperature spikes. Brother Hai, it must be over 40 degrees in here. We will roast. Jiang Xiaoqian's eyes gleam with malice and greed. I remember Su Chen's presidential suite has its own private pool. We could just go and take it. Meanwhile, Su Chen is leisurely swimming in the clear blue water. He recalls the past. In his previous life, the city's power grid failed due to poor maintenance, leaving a hidden danger. He tilts his head back, enjoying the refreshing splashes of water. No matter how many people they sent, the power plant was destined to blow. He slowly dries his hands with a towel, completely indifferent to the suffering of others. Anyone relying on the city's power grid is completely cut off right now. Su Chen steps out of the pool, wrapping a towel around his head with the confidence of a master. That is exactly why he specifically chose a room with a pool. He walks over to a massive power generator, humming quietly. He also prepared portable air conditioners and a high-capacity backup battery system to ensure the temperature stays completely stable. Looking at the large blocks of ice placed around the room emitting cold air, he smirks with satisfaction. And there is plenty of ice too. He casually sits on the sofa, holding a glass of wine, letting out a satisfied sigh of pure comfort. Taking a sip of the dark red wine, his eyes gleam with sharp intelligence as his stomach begins to rumble. Ah, time to eat. Su Chen uses his spatial energy to summon a lavish feast of lobster pastries and fresh fruit glowing with a mysterious blue light. He calmly sits down, enjoying a steaming bowl of white rice, telling himself that on the first day of the apocalypse, a simple breakfast like this will do. Picking up a glossy piece of bacon, he calculates. When will Cao Chiang's big opportunity appear? Suddenly, heavy and urgent knocks shake the door, accompanied by furious shouting and angry demands from the outside. It's night. Loud knocking echoes as someone demands Chen open up. He coldly approaches, and the moment he unlocks the door, a freezing blast of icy air rushes out like thick mist. The sweaty crowd outside instantly freezes in shock. Their faces twist with pure relief as they feel the chill. Chen leans against the doorframe, staring down at the miserable crowd. He looks at them with absolute contempt, asking what they want. Peeking inside, Wang Haoyu gasps in shock. The kid stammers about ice cubes, electricity, and food. The room even has a private pool, driving Jiang Xiaoqian and her gang wild with envy. Jiang Xiaoqian shrieks at Chen, calling him selfish for hoarding this comfort while they roast to death outside. She demands he get out before they get violent. Then Wang Dahai steps forward with a menacing sneer. Wang Dahai demands this entire luxury suite right now as interest for his outstanding debt. Suddenly, one of his loyal henchmen steps forward with a wild, murderous look, threatening to throw Chen out into the blazing sun to burn alive. Without wasting a single breath, Chen draws a gun. Wait, a real gun. He fires, ripping through the air. The bullet tears into the thug's chest, spraying blood as he collapses in agony. Chen raises his smoking weapon unbothered. His cold eyes lock onto the terrified crowd. Taking another step forward, he projects pure chilling dread, making them scramble backward. Horrified, they turn pale as sheets. They can't believe this kid has a gun, let alone where he got it. Wang Dahai sees with absolute rage but doesn't dare move, muttering that he admits defeat. But then, another loud bang echoes through the hallway. Jiang Xiaoqian trembles, terrified of her cold ex-lover who calmly checks his weapon. He inspects his Colt M1911. A one, his overwhelming aura completely crushing them. Wang Dahai collapses, clutching his leg. The boss screams in agony about his shot leg. Chen just aims his pistol, telling them to scram. Chen asks if they really want to die, his steady voice sounding like a Grim Reaper's countdown. He gives them until 3 to disappear. Meanwhile, downstairs, Cao Chiang's brutal thugs are cornering the hotel's female manager. They angrily yell about the complete lack of food. Terrified, Liu Xindong explains everything through her tears. She reveals someone ordered 1,000 banquet tables, recently draining their entire stock. The scheduled delivery truck never made it. The extreme heat blocked all shipments. Hearing this, a bald, fat thug douses himself in mineral water to cool down. He demands they bring up every single scrap left in the building. Downstairs, the lobby quickly devolves into a savage war zone. Desperate people claw at each other over single bottles of water, screaming that money means nothing in this hell. Absolute chaos. The madness peaks as a sudden scream echoes through the halls, warning everyone that Chen is killing people. Cao Chiang inspects the bleeding Wang Dahai, his face hardening as he realizes they are dealing with real guns. He notes that guns are rare, meaning someone dangerous is upstairs. Jiang Xiaoqian crawls over with bloodshot, crazy eyes. She whispers directly to the gang leader that Chen has power, air conditioning, and even a freezing cold pool. Jiang Xiaoqian tells the thirsty crowd it is absolutely true, swearing she saw real ice cubes and fried chicken up there. Hearing about this luxury paradise, who wouldn't get jealous? Cao Chiang roars and orders his men to storm the top floor. He refuses to bake in a sauna while Chen enjoys paradise, demanding they seize the safe house, the ice, and the air conditioning. The boss tells his men they know what to do. Upstairs, Chen opens his door to face the incoming mob. Those thugs at the front freeze as a wave of cool air hits them, their sweaty faces instantly relaxing in bliss. Smiling greedily, they try to play nice, asking the young man to cooperate because of how amazing the cold feels. They use cheap moral guilt to force him, claiming he must share his shelter during a massive disaster like this. An elder demands respect, assuming a handsome boy like him is a saint. But then a spoiled brat spots the food. A plate of hot golden chicken is visible inside, driving a bloated, greedy kid crazy with hunger as he lunges forward. The brat charges like a wild beast, screaming that he wants to eat that chicken. But Chen does not hesitate. He plants his feet and delivers a brutal, crushing kick that sends the spoiled brat flying backward, shocking the entire crowd. The mother shrieks in horror as her son crashes hard onto the floor. But Chen just stands there completely unmoved. Crossing his arms, he warns them to teach their kids some real manners before he has to do it again. Outraged cries erupt from the mob, but the sight of his gun keeps everyone frozen in place, too terrified to advance. They yell that he is a heartless monster for hurting a child. The tension reaches a boiling point outside his room. Jiang Xiaoqian points a furious, trembling finger, yelling that a selfish killer like him doesn't deserve this luxury penthouse suite. She rallies the crowd to drag him out, and dozens of desperate, greedy thugs rush forward like rabid beasts to storm the door. He is all alone. "Let us break down the door and get inside," But the moment they confront Su Chen at the entrance, the leader of the pack suddenly freezes in his tracks, his face twisting in sheer terror at the icy bloodlust radiating from the man. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen strikes down the most aggressive thugs, leaving them sprawling across the corridor floor. The rest stand frozen in absolute shock, watching their comrades get knocked out. Sweat drips down their faces as raw terror takes over against this monster. Su Chen raises the dark barrel of his gun directly at the crowd, his voice bone-chilling. I might be alone, but each of you only has one life. Wang Hao Yu cowers in the back. He trembles, screaming for help as he watches the tide turn completely. Boss, they cry. Outside in the yard, the corpse of Wang Dehai begins to rot in the scorching, unbearable heat. His panicked lackeys argue. Why did you leave Brother Hai out there? Calm down, Hai is already dead. His wounds got infected, and with this intense heat and no medicine, he never stood a chance. Wang Haoyu rolls his eyes back, gritting his teeth as he screams in bitter rage. It is all because of Su Chen, that absolute bastard. Realizing brute force will not work, Jiang Xiaoqin shifts her tone, begging sweetly through the crack in the door. Brother Chen, I know you would never shoot us. You were just scaring Dahai, right? Have you forgotten how much I love you? Beside her, Lina quickly throws away her pride and presses her body against the door. Just let us in, she pleads, and we will do whatever you want. Big Brother Chen, please let us in to cool off. We are willing to stay and serve you together tonight, both me and Xiaoqin, standing behind the heavy insulated glass door. Su Chen curls his lips into a mocking, contemptuous smirk. What a beautiful sisterly bond. In that case, come on in. The two girls light up like they hit the jackpot, greed and smug satisfaction written all over their faces. Really, I knew it. You would never abandon me, Brother Chen, you are so good. Just then, Wang Haoyu rushes forward like mad with a wooden plank, trying to sneak in. Out of my way, he screams, I am going to kill him. Su Chen's eyes suddenly flash with a cold, piercing violet light. He shifts his grip. Anyone who dares cross this threshold dies. He swings his baton, smashing it directly into Wang Haoyu's head, the second he tries to breach the door. A lightning-fast kick then blasts all three greedy parasites out of the cool sanctuary, sending them crashing into the blistering hot corridor. Su Chen stands tall, his gun smoking menacingly as he asks who is next. Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na scramble back in sheer panic, their faces completely drained of color as they whimper that they are not coming in. No, we are fine out here. Su Chen looks down at the pathetic heap of people and cold-bloodedly orders them to get out. Get lost and stay out of my sight. Jiang Xiaoqian flees, weeping and wailing in utter humiliation as she runs. Her shadow fades under the red glow of the hallway. Wait for me, sister, Li Na cries. Su Chen stands alone. In the quiet room, his gaze growing dark as he watches the crumbling world. Calmly, he attaches a new mod to his sniper rifle, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. If they do not beat it next time, they die. Suddenly, a roaring engine echoes from afar. Massive treads crush the melting asphalt as a special armored vehicle tears through the heat haze. The desperate crowd erupts in wild cheers, pointing frantically and shouting to see if that is a rescue vehicle. The tracked wheels and heavily insulated windows prove it has to be a government vehicle. The massive machine rolls to a stop before the Luke Fan Hotel, radiating sheer authority amidst the smoking ruins. People trapped inside wave frantically through the glass, losing their minds with joy that help has finally arrived. The heavy door swings open and soldiers clad in full thermal hazard suits step out holding assault rifles and ordering everyone to step back. They ask for academician Liu Zhengguo. Su Chen calmly steps forward, coolly claiming that he is indeed Liu Zhengguo. The rescue squad rushes over, handing him a protective suit and urging him to put it on and leave with them. Wait, a voice shouts, are you not here to save us too? You cannot just rescue him alone. The commander looks coldly at the screaming crowd through his visor and tells them to stay calm. At 12 midnight tonight, the temperature will drop to its lowest. You can make your own way to Silicon Valley Square, the nearest evacuation point. In the lobby, a glimmer of hope sparks among the crowd. Really, they whisper, will government save us tomorrow at dawn? Sun Dibio screams, his face flushed red with absolute fury. I am the chairman of Sun Group. Hand over those hazard suits, we need to leave right now. But the armed rescue team quickly steps in and blocks him. Academician Liu Zhengguo is our lead geologist. He is vital to surviving this global disaster, so do not interfere. Sun Debiao snaps at Cao Qiang, cursing him and ordering his bodyguard to charge forward and snatch those protective suits. But the soldiers swiftly escort the academician out, the commander giving a sharp order to prepare for immediate withdrawal. Jiang Xiaoqian runs up frantically, blocking a special forces soldier, her face utterly pale. Please wait for me, she begs. Upstairs, a mad killer is hiding. The crowd, joined by Jiang Xiaoqian, steps forward to accuse Su Chen with furious faces. They claim he has a gun and already killed several people. He even tried to end them too, so the guards must bring justice. They beg not to let that monster escape. Hearing this, a rescue team member named Liu Xiaofeng pauses and narrows his eyes. He glares up the stairs and announces he is staying. His teammate warns him not to act rashly during an emergency, but Xiaofeng insists he knows what he is doing, telling the team to take the gear ahead while he handles this alone. Gripping his gun, Liu Xiaofeng marches into the silent hallway, eager to see what kind of monster he is dealing with. Around the corner, Jiang Xiaochen wears a wicked smirk, her eyes gleaming with absolute malice as she watches the officer go. If Su Chen is wiped out, she can easily take over his secure room and comfortably wait for the rescue team. The dark, scorching corridor feels like a deadly trap. Liu Xiaofeng slowly creeps forward, using decorative plants to hide his approach. He keeps his eyes glued to the presidential suite. But suddenly, the Special Forces soldier freezes as he spots a tiny detail. Hidden deep within the green leaves is a miniature camera lens, silently tracking his every movement with mechanical precision. A camera, he thinks. Just as he steps forward, the door creaks open, releasing a strange freezing mist into the air. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. A small cylindrical object is tossed onto the floor, spinning right toward his feet. The officer panics. He leaps backward, his eyes widening in pure horror as he recognizes the deadly little toy. A blinding flash explodes alongside a deafening bang, instantly crushing his senses and filling the corridor with thick smoke. Liu Xiaofeng is left coughing and burning from the shockwave. His ears ring. It was a stun grenade. Gasping for air in the thick haze, he realizes he has to fall back immediately before things get any worse. But a heavy metal pipe swings out of the shadows, striking him right on the head and knocking him cold. When Xiaofeng finally wakes up, he is completely disoriented, his eyes burning as he feels a strange freezing chill. Su Chen stands there holding the officer's ID coldly, noting that the deputy captain of the Special Forces is finally awake. Tied to a chair surrounded by blocks of freezing ice, the officer looks around the room in absolute disbelief. He demands to know who Su Chen is and how he got his hands on military-grade stun grenades. Su Chen just smirks while checking his gun, claiming he is just a college grad who found them in the Middle East. Xiaofeng grits his teeth in sheer frustration at the obvious lie, asking if Su Chen is mocking him. Su Chen shrugs, saying it is not his problem if he does not believe it. Then his voice turns cold and commanding. He asks if the government is planning to force citizens to make their own way to the new shelter tomorrow morning. Xiaofeng freezes cold sweat, dripping down his pale face as he wonders how this civilian could possibly know such a secret. Looking out the glass window, Su Chen watches people burn under the blood moon, realizing everything matches his past life perfectly. The officer hangs his head, admitting they had no choice because upgrading rescue vehicles was simply impossible. With many victims already dying, the High Command decided to let the survivors fend for themselves on the streets. Su Chen nods, processing the information. He mentions that thick blankets and winter coats can actually provide decent heat insulation. If they do not collapse along the way, their chances of survival will skyrocket. The officer looks up with newfound hope, but his hope is instantly crushed. He stares straight into the cold barrel of Su Chen's pistol. He begs for mercy, asking to send a radio message about the blankets to save his people before he dies. He swears he will not call for backup. But surprisingly, Su Chen does not pull the trigger and instead draws a knife. With one swift motion, he cuts the ropes, freeing the stunned officer, who immediately begins rubbing his sore wrists. Staring at the lowered gun barrel, Xiaofeng asks what this is about. Su Chen just gives him a blank stare. He says he highly respects the rescue team's efforts, so he will spare his life this once, but warns him against another provocation. The officer asks if he is not afraid of backup coming back to wipe him out once he leaves. Su Chen just chuckles and points toward the ceiling, telling the officer to look up before making threats. Xiaofeng looks up and freezes in absolute terror. A high-tech sentry gun turret is aimed directly at him. When asked where he got such a weapon, Su Chen calmly repeats his joke about finding it in the Middle East. He warns that once activated, nobody besides himself will leave the room alive before turning his back on the officer. Besides, with the apocalypse raging outside, the government surely has bigger things to worry about than him. Xiaofeng nods silently. He finally realizes just how terrifying and prepared this young man truly is. In the lobby, the crowd whispers as they watch the soldier leave. Is he really just walking away like that? He only gave instructions. About a blanket, never explaining what actually happened upstairs. Didn't you see? Even his rifle was taken away. Is that guy really that incredibly dangerous? Even the military couldn't do anything to stop him. Sun Debiao grits his teeth in rage, his fat face twisted with murderous intent. Damn it, the old man snaps and slaps Cao Qiang hard to vent his anger. What do I even feed you for? Why didn't you move? Cao Qiang swallows his rage and barks at his men. Get lost, you useless bums. Boss, how much longer must we take his abuse? The government's rescue has finally started. And once order is restored, we'll need his connections. Su Chen watches from above, his eyes locked on Cao Qiang's back, thinking to himself, the apocalypse is truly here, yet Boss Cao is still dreaming about restoring the old world. Sun Debiao's thug points aggressively at him, shouting, Where did that little punk come from? I'm going to tear him apart. Hold on, Cao Chang says, looking up in shock as Su Chen descends. Su Chen, what are you doing down here now? Su Chen casually dumps a bucket of freezing ice cubes onto the table, stunning everyone. I'm here to trade with Boss Cao. Cao Chiang and his lackeys stare blankly at the precious ice under the scorching heat. A long-haired goon gasps in pure thirst. Boss, that's real ice. He must have way more good stuff in his room. Let's just kill him and take it all. Instantly, Su Chen draws his gun. Straight at his head, the loudmouth thug freezes right in his tracks. Cao Chiang quickly forces a fake laugh to calm things down. Haha, don't mind him, brother Su Chen. Let's talk business. The men immediately dive onto the freezing ice, groaning in absolute bliss. Oh man, this feels so incredibly good. Sucking on the ice, they whisper and plot. I've been stuck here for 3 days, this is heaven. We should play along with his trade first, then find an opening to kill him and seize his room. Suddenly, the fat-bellied old man delivers a brutal kick to a lackey holding some ice. Cao Chiang, how dare you hide ice? Stomping hard on his chest with bloodshot eyes, he snarls that next time they hide good stuff, they'll die. Cao Chiang's face is pure ruthlessness now. Meanwhile, Sun Dibiao squints as he relishes the cold, looking completely satisfied. This is pure heaven. We are almost out of instant noodles anyway. If the rescue squad doesn't show up soon, we're dead. The old creep then turns his lustful gaze toward Duan Ya, who is shivering in the corner. Oh, look who we have. It's so hot, yet you're still wearing so many clothes. You really know how to keep yourself covered, don't you? He grabs her wrist and drags her away, saying he loves this clean, innocent type. Get your ass upstairs with me now. Duan Ya fights back. Absolute rage on her face. Don't touch me, you piece of trash. Sun Dibiao slaps her hard across the face, then rips the front of her shirt wide open. You little bitch, I'll take you right here. I'll let everyone here get a taste of you too. He laughs like a maniac as she trembles in fear. Haha, you're soaked in sweat, you must be burning up. Let me do you a favor and strip you naked. Cao Chiang steps in coldly from behind, telling him to back off. Sun Debiao, you are crossing the line here. The bald old man whips around his face, completely twisted with rage. Shut the hell up. Who do you think you're talking to? Cao Chiang, have I given you too much face? Before he can even finish, Cao Chiang's massive hand clamps down around his throat. Cao Chiang brutally snaps the old man's neck right in front of the crowd. Total chaos. Murder. Su Chen was right. The world is broken. Just die. He stands in a pool of blood, declaring, I call the shots now. The rest of you can either get to the rescue point or rot right here. Duan Ya watches in absolute shock, her eyes wide with terror. Up on the balcony, Su Chen casually observes the show, resting his chin on his hand. Looks like his words had an effect. If Cao Chiang was the boss here in his past life, then he might as well speed things up. He looks down at the corpses under the red sun, wondering if his own golden opportunity will arrive even sooner. The hotel ceiling lights flicker, casting an eerie glow. Down below, Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na are kneeling at Cao Chiang's feet, their faces distorted with desperate thirst. Brother Chiang, please give us some water, we'll do anything you want. Cao Chiang, flexing his massive physique, dumps a whole bucket of ice water over his head, letting it cascade down his muscular chest. He throws the empty bucket aside, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the two women. You want a drink? Then you serve me from now on. You do exactly what I say. In the chaotic lobby, a worried goon asks, Brother Chiang, aren't we heading to the rescue point anymore? Cao Chiang replies with a cold glare. The apocalypse is here and survival means relying only on yourself. The rescue station is a kilometer away, but whether anyone will actually make it is still highly uncertain. Do not fight. Leave some for me. Lao Miao watches the ragged crowd, questioning his boss's ultimate plan. Their supplies are running pretty low, so why take in these useless freeloaders? Cao Chiang just sneers with pure malice. Is not Su Chen the one who wanted to keep them perfect? They need some sacrificial pawns anyway. The clock strikes midnight. Right at midnight, two girls huddled under blankets, shivering, finally allowed to leave this cursed place. They survived the last 2 days on almost nothing. Getting by on mere snacks, they dream of meat and soda at the rescue camp. Suddenly, Lao Miao grabs Jiang Shaoqian by the hair. His face twists with pure lust as he asks where they think they are going after drinking Brother King's ice water. Did they really think they could just walk away? He violently tears her dress open, ignoring her desperate screams echoing through the room. Besides, since they promised to do anything, they have to serve him first. Meanwhile, a tense shadow looms in the corner. Others huddle under blankets in the scorching heat, filled with quiet rage. Damn it, ever since Cao Chiang took control, he has not given them a single drop of water or even a crumb of bread. Faces flush red as temperatures keep climbing. Staying in the hotel means dying of thirst, so risking a run to the shelter is their only real shot at survival. Huddled under heavy blankets, the group steps into the terrifying crimson night. The outside heat is far worse than they ever imagined. Even with wooden planks tied to their shoes, the blistering ground still burns right through. Heavy feet, pushing forward. The asphalt literally melts under their feet, heat rising in waves. Then a horrific shriek cuts through the night, and trust me, it is brutal. Someone in the group collapses completely, overwhelmed by the extreme temperature. In an instant, the poor soul's skin begins to boil. Melting away right under the crimson moon, his agonized screams echo into the dark night, begging for the unbearable pain to stop. A withered hand reaches out in sheer desperation, but absolutely no one dares to stop. Survival instinct completely takes over now. Even if family members collapse, no one looks back. The street outside the hotel has officially turned into a living hell. Blanketed figures scatter in complete chaos. Save yourself. That is the only survival rule of the apocalypse. Just then, two terrifying mutated beasts with fiery red skin and bright glowing eyes emerge directly from the smoldering ruins. Up close, these hideous atavistic monsters look absolutely terrifying, letting out a deafening roar and baring their razor-sharp teeth. Watching from the balcony, Chen looks down, memories of his past life flooding back. Back then, he was just like them, desperately running to that shelter, completely unaware that a mere single kilometer would claim countless lives. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out. Elsewhere, Lao Miao is still tormenting those two poor girls. Jiang Xiaoqin weeps bitterly, desperately, begging him to show some mercy. She pleads to go inside a room instead, promising they will fully cooperate. Lao Miao just laughs with sick satisfaction. His face twisted with a sick disease grin, he mocks them, asking if they actually feel shame. Why be afraid out here? Suddenly, a massive monstrous hand shatters the glass, sending sharp shards raining down on the terrified crowd standing below. Chaos erupts as the glowing red beasts invade. Everyone panics, screaming in terror, wondering if these things are actual zombies. Cao Qiang and his thugs back up defensively, drenched in cold sweat, terrified that a single bite might turn them into monsters. In a blind panic, Cao Qiang grabs Wang Haoyu by the collar. His face is cold. No mercy. He heartlessly throws his own henchman toward the beast as bait. Painful screams echo as the poor guy burns alive. Cao Qiang pants heavily, watching the burning corpse with intense caution. His men ask if he is okay, noting the extreme heat. That thing's body temperature is insanely high. Meanwhile, Chen steps quietly toward the chaos, his boots crunching on the ground. He stands firm amidst the blood and debris. Holding a cold, sharp blade over his shoulder, his purple eyes glow intensely. He orders them to get out of the way. Lao Miao watches in disbelief. Is he actually insane? He wonders if this guy seriously plans to fight those monsters all by himself. Cao Qiang narrows his eyes, plotting. He quietly orders his men to let Chen deal with the beasts first, and then they will strike him down. Surrounded, Chen calmly observes the burning monsters, analyzing them. In this apocalypse, corpses exposed directly to sunlight mutate. They are not actual zombies and do not carry a virus. Instead, they closely resemble legendary drought demons from ancient lore. His gaze turns incredibly sharp as he stares directly at the hideous beasts. Drought demons. That is what they are. The two massive glowing red drought demons roar furiously, charging straight towards Chen like a pair of runaway trains. Chen agilely dodges their attacks, suddenly noticing a highly unusual detail. These monsters still retain some of their human memories. He glances at a heavily tattooed beast frantically attacking Cao Qiang, realizing it must have held a deep grudge. In his past life, Cao Qiang probably murdered this man, leaving behind a burning hatred that transformed him into this very demon. The first drought demon falls. Right after, he spins around to face the other roaring beast. As for Wang Dahai, because Chen killed him, he turned into the second drought demon. The monster charges to rip him apart, but Chen only offers a cold smirk. His body moves as fast as a phantom. Suddenly ducking low, he channels all his strength into his legs to prepare for the final strike. Cao Qiang's golden opportunity is right here. Chen leaps high into the air, swinging his sword directly at the giant monster's head. One devastating slash cleaves the drought demon's body in half before the completely stunned crowd. Amidst the rubble, a glowing purple stone tumbles out. Chen quickly snatches it up. This is the legendary crystal core, capable of granting superhuman strength. The remaining monster tries to charge, but Chen has already secured his hard-earned loot. This prize is mine now, he thinks. Moving with absolute terrifying speed, Chen blurs through the glowing red lights of the hallway. With a powerful kick, he sends the burning drought demon flying right toward Cao Qiang's group. This last one is all yours. Chen casually heads up the stairs, leaving Cao Qiang's furious curses behind. You guys go ahead and have some fun. Damn it, Cao Qiang furiously slaps Wang Haoyu, who's cowering on the floor yelling at the useless trash to get up. He grabs Wang Hao and throws him straight at the zombie. Instantly, the intense heat radiating from the beast burns his skin. As he screams in agonizing pain, Cao Qiang completely loses his patience and roars at his panicking subordinates. Grab your weapons and kill it, he screams. Meanwhile, inside his safe room, Chen carefully studies the crystal core. In this apocalypse, monsters only drop these rare crystal cores once in a while. They are incredibly hard to find. Out of 100 beasts, you might not even get one. He calmly pours a strong drink to wash the core clean. Without a single shred of hesitation, Chen downs the entire drink, swallowing the energy stone in one gulp. Immediately, a massive surge of burning heat explodes from deep within him, allowing his body to fully absorb the core's raw energy. His entire body shakes violently as glowing red veins bulge beneath his skin. Screams of pure agony echo through the room. A dark purple aura wraps around Chen, triggering a torturous yet incredibly powerful physical evolution that completely reshapes him. Writhing inside the thick smoke, his glowing red eyes project the terrifying heavy pressure of someone transcending his mere human limits. Downstairs in the lobby, Cao Qiang frantically stomps on the puddle of melted ice, screaming out in utter desperation. "Damn it, all those were our very last drops of water, and now they are completely gone," he rages. Seeing Li Na trying to sneak away, Lao Miao grabs her by the collar, asking if she really thinks she can escape. He threatens to break her legs right then and there. Crying in terror, a dark hint of betrayal flashes in Li Na's eyes. She begs brother Xiao Dao, pointing out they will all die of thirst, but claims she can help them deal with Chen. Held tight by Lao Miao, a terrified Li Na quickly offers up a plan, revealing that Jiang Xiaoqian is actually Chen's fiancé. If they drag her right to his door, Chen will definitely open it, giving them the perfect chance to ambush him. Hearing this betrayal, a captive Xiaoqian gasps in absolute horror. Meanwhile, Lao Miao lets out a dark, amused laugh. "What a brilliant plan," he laughs. But even in this dangerous situation, Jiang Xiaoqian holds her head high, her eyes hungry. She tries to strike a deal with Lao Miao, offering to cooperate in exchange for food, demanding actual meat to eat. But Lao Miao only scoffs at her request. Without electricity, all the meat in the freezer went bad a long time ago. He admits he is starving for meat himself. Right then, Cao Qiang steps forward, staring wickedly at a terrified Jiang Xiaoqian. He asks her with a chilling, dark tone if she really wants to eat meat that badly. In a low, chilling voice, he asks if she really wants meat, suddenly tossing a cleaver onto the floor. Nodding toward Li Na, who is pinned down by his men, he coldly orders Jiang Xiaoqian to carve it herself. Jiang Xiaoqian freezes in absolute horror, asking in a trembling voice if he means the meat on Li Na. Met with a grim, heavy silence, a terrified Li Na can only stare at Xiaoqian with desperate, pleading eyes. The cold, sharp gleam of the blade on the floor reflects Xiaoqian's distorted face. Starvation has finally broken her remaining sanity. Her trembling hand slowly reaches out, wrapping around the handle of the cleaver, as survival instincts override her conscience. Li Na screams in absolute terror, begging her friend to stop and desperate to appeal to their shared bond. She cries out, reminding Chen they are like sisters. But she is met only with a completely unhinged expression. Xiaoqian's eyes burn with bloodshot madness, her voice turning icy cold as she tells her to stop lying to herself. Raising the heavy gleaming blade high, she glares down with absolute hatred reflecting in her cold, manic eyes, reminding Li Na that she was just trying to serve her up to the gang a moment ago. A brutal knife stroke swings down without a shred of hesitation, and Li Na's agonizing scream echoes through the empty space. "So do not blame me," she sneers. In the middle of this bloody mess, Jiang Xiaoqian lets out a wild, crazed laugh. It is so sickening that even Cao Qiang and Lao Miao frown in pure disgust. If she has to blame anyone, she should blame herself. Jiang Xiaoqian stands tall, casting a long shadow over the mangled corpse at her feet, her messy pink hair draping over her face. Her expression is locked in a sinister grin as she turns around, her smile stretching ear to ear with wide, bloodshot eyes. Laughing maniacally, she mutters that once she is full, she will go up to drink Chen's blood. Cao Qiang turns to order Lao Miao. He tells him to get Duanye to cook the meat so the crew can regain their strength before dealing with Chen. Lao Miao looks worried. He warns that without water they will not last a single day, but if they want to avoid turning into zombies, they must obey. Lao Miao's face scrunches up, his teeth grinding in sheer desperation and helplessness. Angrily, he turns his back on his boss. He roars at his lackeys, demanding to know where Duanye is and ordering them to find her. Meanwhile, up on the top floor, Chen's eyes flash with a surge of pure blinding energy as he fully absorbs the core. He starts moving incredibly fast. He unleashes a barrage of high-speed strikes that literally tear through the air power exploding from his muscle fibers. His bare body. Heat radiates off his skin as glowing red energy veins trace his entire body. He mutters, is this his new physical superpower? He can feel his heat tolerance rising dramatically. Clenching his fists tight, a sudden wave of raw force erupts from his frame. The impact cracks the concrete floor right beneath him, his physical form now significantly stronger. Then something catches his eye on the monitor. Chen narrows his eyes as he spots Duanye approaching his heavy steel door. Well, looks like he has another visitor. Outside the reinforced door, Duanye is pacing nervously. She wonders if Cao Qiang's crew has lost their minds. Downstairs is absolute hell. This penthouse is her final hope of survival, and luckily she still has one remaining trump card. Suddenly, the door swings open. Chen stands there completely shirtless and showing off his massive shredded physique. He stares down coldly, asking what she wants. Duanya freezes in absolute shock, her face turning bright red as she stammers in embarrassment. Instinctively, she shields her eyes. She screams at him for being a pervert, but Chen simply offers a very casual apology. Once he puts some clothes on, he sits back down in his chair to negotiate, explaining that his supplies are limited and they are basically strangers. He asks if she expects him to save her just because of her looks. In his mind, he recalls what he knows about her. In his past life, Duanya was known to be incredibly tough and a partner to Cao Qiang. He wanted to recruit her, but the vibe right now is definitely a little awkward. Desperate to prove her worth, Duanya stands tall and speaks confidently. She lists her skills, claiming she is a highly skilled chef and an honor graduate from a top medical university. She has 3 years of experience as a surgeon. Inside her head, she is secretly admiring his incredibly shredded physique. She is amazed by his setup, noticing the working electricity and ice, knowing she has to offer real value to stay. Chen leans back and acts like he is weighing his options, admitting that her medical skills are pretty useful. But in this apocalypse, food is extremely scarce. Duanya immediately bows low, pleading with him not to kick her out. She promises she will do absolutely anything if he lets her stay. A slight knowing smirk plays across Chen's face. He welcomes her warmly, telling her to make herself at home, but internally curses himself for sounding a bit too eager. He quickly drops the smile, his expression turning deadly serious as he issues a firm warning to the beautiful doctor. He warns her to behave and not play any cheap games or else. Duanya bows her head in submission. Her voice is steady as she assures him she has never once doubted his ruthless resolve. Suddenly, Chen's eyes glow. They flash with a mysterious purple light as a wicked grin spreads across his face. Very well, he says, now strip. Duanya is completely speechless, her heart pounding frantically at the blunt demand. Is this really happening right now, she thinks. Chen relaxes on his sofa, looking down at the trembling girl and promising to feed her something very special next. Steam fills the bathroom as he takes a hot running shower with unlimited power, water, and complete and total safety. He is living in a paradise that people outside would die for, even though he admits he is no saint. After washing off the grime, Chen sits back down on the plush couch, staring at the girl kneeling before him. He delivers a highly demanding order, telling her that he is about to let her taste some very unique food. Duanya looks up with teary, incredibly shy eyes, her face flushing crimson as she lets out a soft, embarrassed gasp. But the reality is far colder. Chen simply holds up his phone, showing live feeds of the security cameras. He tells her he has been watching her every move, having already calculated everything before she even stepped inside. There she is. Ignoring the girl's obvious shyness, he narrows his eyes calculatingly, firmly, asserting his status as her master with a cold, dominant statement. He tells her he is not doing this to peep, but simply to keep her from doing anything foolish in this room. Right then, the sharp click of glossy high heels tapping against the dry tiles signals a sudden dramatic shift in the quiet apartment. Seconds later, Duanya steps out wearing a suffocatingly tight nurse outfit, trying to hide her embarrassment. She covers her rising chest, awkwardly asking Chen if the outfit is way too small. But the young man simply rests his chin on his hand, casually admiring her flawless curves before assuring her that it is actually absolutely perfect. She stands there dazed, asking if he really means it. Suddenly, violent banging on the door completely breaks the quiet. Desperate screams echo from outside as Jiang Shaoqian begs Chen to open up and save her before it is too late. Even worse, Cao Qiang appears right beside her with a murderous look, threatening to smash the door down while Chen sighs. Here we go again. Duanya grabs his arm in sheer panic, her face turning pale as she recalls the group's cruelty. She warns him they cannot open the door because those monsters already ate Li Na, and they will be next. Hearing this disturbing news, Chen's eyes flash with a cold, glowing purple light. He asks in a low voice to confirm. Did she really mean they resorted to cannibalism? Showing zero fear, Chen calmly steps forward to open the heavy door. Confronting the crowd, tormenting Shaoqian, he delivers a highly sarcastic warning not to break his door or things will get messy. Outside, Cao Qiang and his group absolutely no room to fight back. Shocked by this display, Cao Qiang and Lao Miao stare in absolute horror. Their faces twist in utter disbelief. They cannot believe the young man possesses such terrifying physical power. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaoqian tries a new tactic. She pretends to struggle, screaming at Cao Qiang to let her go like she is some innocent victim. Then she scrambles towards Chen, putting on a pathetic show while desperately begging him to save her. But the moment she gets close, her face distorts into a demonic mask with long fangs and a bloodthirsty growl. Chen coldly grabs her by the throat, lifting her high up with deep contempt as he passes judgment. Eating human flesh has mutated her body into a monster, stripping away her humanity. Yet Cao Qiang just laughs. He uses beastly logic to justify it, shouting that survival is all that matters during the end times. Dangling in the air, Jiang Xiaoqian's head tilts at a bizarre, unnatural angle as she licks her lips. She cackles, declaring his flesh will taste amazing and give her incredible power, then calls his name crazily. Swinging her razor claws wildly, she lunges at Su Chen again with bloodshot eyes burning with raw hunger. She screams that she cannot wait to taste him. In response to this utter madness, Su Chen acts. He calmly delivers a brutal mid-air kick aiming straight for her chest with immense crushing force. The impact sends her flying backward, shattering the balcony glass before she plummets toward the ground. Yet right on the edge of death, her monstrous claws grab the building wall to stop her fall. Clinging to life, she slowly crawls back up, her face covered in bulging red veins as her eyes bulge. She glares at him with absolute hatred, screaming that she will never let him live in peace. Blood drips from her cracked face and hideous fangs as she screams in agony during her painful evolution. Back inside, seeing the fight turn sour, the bald guy yells for everyone to rush him together before he can draw his gun. All three mutated beasts rush him at once. Now watch how effortlessly he handles this crazy onslaught. Facing their aggression, Su Chen merely looks at them sideways with a chillingly calm expression on his face. He asks if he really needs to waste bullets on trash like them. Suddenly, one beast leaps high. It pounces like a wild animal, baring its claws and warning him not to look down on them. Su Chen simply turns his back, but in the blink of an eye, he spins right around. He points his gun directly at the monster's head, eyes flashing with deadly energy before he pulls the trigger. What a waste, I told you so. Without a single second of hesitation, a bullet pierces the enemy's skull. Seeing their comrade drop in, an instant, Cao Chang and Lao Miao scramble to both sides to dodge. Cao Chang roars out an order to scatter. With their newly mutated skills, the two bastards cling to the walls and ceiling, shifting constantly. Cao Chang glares at Su Chen, gloating smugly. We are not just stronger now, even our reflexes and speed have evolved. Taking advantage of his high position, he channels power into his mutated giant arm and crashes down towards Su Chen. He is absolutely sure of his victory. In a defensive spot like this, you won't even be able to land a single hit on us. He raises his massive veiny fist, eyes bloodshot with madness, roaring as he confidently aims to finish the youth off. So it comes as a complete shock when that heavy blow is caught by Su Chen with just one hand. Talk about a massive power gap. He looks up with an icy stare. Are you done barking yet? That leaves Cao Chang completely stunned. Ha! Before he can react, Su Chen channels power into his arm, delivering a thunderous strike that slams him into the floor, shattering the concrete beneath him as he pronounces sentence, then just go die. Right as Su Chen strikes, Lao Miao seizes the opening from behind, lunging with a dagger for a stealthy stab. But once again, Su Chen's powerful hand catches his wrist with absolute precision, without even needing to use much force. Su Chen casually grabs Lao Miao's arm, lifts him high into the air, and slams him down hard like a ragged toy. Instantly, Cao Chang rushes back over, swinging his fists and screaming in a frenzy. But in a flash, Su Chen shuts down his attack, intercepting him with a brutal neck grab. Every desperate struggle is entirely useless against this overwhelming absolute power. Su Chen coldly reaches out to squeeze Cao Chang's throat, lifting his massive body clean off the ground. Right now, Su Chen's eyes burn with a brilliant purple glow, radiating a bone-chilling intent to kill without a single shred of mercy on his face. At this life-or-death moment, the balcony window shatters and a flaming figure in a grotesque demonic form crashes into the room. Sensing the sudden intruder, Su Chen slightly tilts his head to look back toward the falling shards of broken glass. Spotting the familiar figure who has now mutated beyond recognition, he narrows his eyes calmly, calling out his old enemy's name, Jiang Xiaoqian. Her eyes are now dyed a wicked, glowing blood red, her skin cracking as chaotic, demonic energy surges through her. Su Chen silently evaluates her. Has she really mutated this quickly? It seems her obsession must run incredibly deep, not even caring about the guy currently in his chokehold. With a sudden, decisive burst of strength, Su Chen's hand snaps Cao Chang's neck in the blink of an eye, coldly muttering that she just refused to disappear. Casting the lifeless body aside, Su Chen stands tall, a sinister red and purple aura erupting around him like a demon god. His voice rings out with icy detachment. Then I will just have to kill you once more. In response to his declaration of war, the fully demonic Jiang Xiaoqian, complete with sharp horns and a hideous long tongue, takes a combat stance, letting out a roar that shakes the entire room. A bit later, Duanya has changed into a charming nurse outfit. She cannot help but feel deeply amazed in her heart. Su Chen is truly incredible. She never expected him to take down Cao Chang's entire crew all on his own. Yet, looking out at the ruined hallway where a bizarre beast is now lingering, she can't help but shudder. The monster right in front of them radiates an exceptionally dangerous vibe, Shrinking back behind a stack of cardboard boxes, she clenches her fists, her eyes filled with determination. She has to find a way. If she wants to stay by Su Chen's side, she cannot become a burden to him. Suddenly, she senses something unusual and quickly turns her head. Huh, Su Chen is standing at the end of the corridor, his back, looking sturdy yet solitary. Duanya softly calls out his name. Right then, wearing that stunning nurse uniform and clutching a leather whip, she steps out from behind the door with a resolute gaze. She confidently announces, "Let me help you deal with this thing." Su Chen casts a brief glance over his voice completely flat as he repeats, "Help me." He notes to himself that her not running away in terror isn't half bad, but he turns to tell her coldly, "Wearing that will only distract me." Duanya instantly flushes red, totally flustered. Honestly, who wouldn't be? Meanwhile, down at the end of the hall, the monster with long white hair covering its face reveals a single blood-red eye growling in low tones. It rears back, letting out a wild roar to display its jagged razor-sharp teeth and a sickening, twisting long tongue. In an instant, it lunges forward at a terrifying speed, its body blurring into a streak of crimson that tears through the silent corridor. Facing the tempestuous onslaught, Su Chen remains deadpan, his eyes as sharp as blades as his whole body tenses to counter. For a split second, Su Chen stands completely motionless, letting the beast swing its claws straight down at him. Witnessing this, Duanya can only cover her mouth in sheer horror, breathlessly whispering his name. Su Chen, but the young man, remains standing tall, his tattered shirt torn completely open to reveal a powerful physique surging with red lines of pure energy. Burning. A powerful aura wraps around him. It is the Berserker ability. The monster roars in sheer rage. Its single red eye flashes with hatred, no fear. Su Chen rips off his tattered shirt, standing right in front of it. The beast looms behind. He unleashes a terrifying aura. Sensing an opening, the monster lunges at him from behind. It opens its fanged jaws wide, aiming straight for Su Chen's shoulder. Sharp fangs clash hard against his tough skin. Clang! It sounds like metal striking stone. Su Chen glances over completely unharmed. A mocking sneer spreads across his face. "Can't even bite me," he mocks. "Are those fangs just for show?" Then he coldly adds, "My turn." Pure power. Su Chen grabs the beast's flaming arms with bare hands, flipping clean over its massive back. It is a move of pure speed and power, putting him in full control. He lands. Instantly, he prepares to deliver a devastating stomp straight to the monster's back. He shatters its spine. Now Su Chen stands triumphantly right on the beast's head, holding both of its giant arms, total grip. He leans down, asking like an absolute judge, "Are you ready?" Yet no answer needed. He unleashes raw strength to pull. A terrifying, incredibly violent tearing force rips the monster wide apart, splitting it in half. Top to bottom. A sudden rain of blood and shredded flesh erupts. The beast's face contorts in agony, complete destruction. After that brutal finishing blow, Su Chen stands up straight, looking as cold as ever, still holding the monster's severed, bloody arm. He looks down at the shredded remains scattered on the floor. His voice is cold as ice. "I originally wanted you to suffer much more, dying slowly in this hellish apocalypse. But now, I simply must end you right away." But wait, he senses something is off and frowns. Right then, the monster's tail reaches out like a snake. It wraps tightly around a nearby corpse. Its mouth opens wide, revealing sharp teeth as fleshy fibers coil tight. It lifts the corpse upside down into the air, slowly dragging it toward waiting jaws. The entire body is about to be swallowed by those weird tentacles. Meanwhile, the monster's torn body parts on the ground begin to compete, wriggle slowly, crawling back together. It lets out a long, crazed roar as its severed pieces completely fuse back together. Bloodshot red eyes gleam with malice. It bares its sharp teeth with a ferocious growl. Su Chen turns his head. He simply cannot hide his deep surprise. Did that severed arm really just grow back? Far off, Duanya is deeply terrified. She stammers out, "How is this even possible?" But completely contrary to her worries, Su Chen actually is excited. He says it is perfect. Duanya is completely lost, muttering perfect, like seriously. He bends low, a savage smile slowly spreading across his face. "You have regeneration. That simply means you won't die easily, will you?" His eyes glow with a deadly red light. His grin widens, turning incredibly savage. "Which means I can easily rip you apart multiple times." He dashes forward like an arrow. Purple energy wraps around him. Closing the gap in a flash, he grabs the monster's head, gripped tight. He growls with absolute delight, "Let us see how many times your body can actually grow back." Without a single hesitation, he rips off its left arm. The beast roars out in absolute agonizing pain, starting right with the left. Next, he grabs the remaining arm, the right one. Once again, using his raw power, he brutally tears the entire limb off. Done. He stands right on top of the monster's freshly crushed head, declaring coldly as the severed parts hover in the air. Next is the tail, then both legs. A detached limb wriggles nearby. It slowly regenerates. Chen calmly says, "Let us just consider that your first time." The monster lies dying on the cold floor. Entirely covered in deep wounds, it slowly recovers through heavy, extremely strained gasps. Chen smiles, his eyes lighting up. "Are you ready yet? Time for round two." He roars, lunging forward to tear the beast apart again. This is absolutely wild. On the third time, it regenerates through gasping breaths. The fourth, the fifth, the eighth time. Not just its limbs, even its eyes and tongue regenerate. By the 16th time, its internal organs grow back, proving everything but its brain can heal. After 21 brutal rounds of being ripped apart, the beast finally stops regenerating completely. Chen stands nearby calmly saying, "I plan to gouge your eyes out, but forget it. I am no monster after all." The creature wheezes in absolute horror and confusion. What Chen looks down with eyes as cold as ice. "Why, you ask?" In his past life, this monster was Jiang Shaoqian. She was the one who pointed at his face, screaming, "Chen, apologize and kneel before I get mad, or you will never get to marry me." And back when his little brother tragically died, she just calmly dismissed it, saying he died because he was simply incompetent. Chen grits his teeth. This is for absolute pure revenge. He stomps down hard, completely finishing the beast. Amidst the violent surge of purple energy, Chen stands tall. His powerful physique and sharp gaze radiate godlike power. The ultimate ruler. Duanya steps forward timidly, anxiously asking Chen if he is all right. He turns around, his glowing red eyes still not fully faded, his voice deep and raspy. "Are you ready yet?" she asks in total confusion. Suddenly, a bright light flashes nearby as a signal for something. Ready for what? In the blink of an eye, he is right before her, grabbing her neck with one hand and whispering directly into her ear. "I was so dominant just now, should you not prepare a reward for me?" Duanya stammers in absolute terror, asking if she has to reward him right here. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, the scorching heat suddenly cools down as the system announces that the outside temperature is finally returning to normal. A hand reaches out to catch the cool breeze, bringing a faint glimmer of hope. Could the end of the world actually be over? But unfortunately, brutal reality quickly crushes that desperate hope when a soldier rushes over in a panic to report. "Commander," he yells while pointing into the distance, "a massive crowd is heading our way. They are marching straight toward our shelter." The short-haired female captain narrows her eyes, looking in the direction he is pointing. Her lips tremble in shock. But those shapes drawing close are definitely not living humans. They are ferocious undead with flaming bodies and blood-red eyes roaring out in a terrifying frenzy. Her pupils instantly contract in horror as she realizes the awful truth. It is a massive zombie wave. Without a single second of hesitation, she barks orders to her subordinates, telling them to evacuate the civilians from the shelter immediately while she stays behind to cover them. But the soldier hesitates, pleading with her, "But commander." Faced with extreme danger, she roars to force them out. "This is an order." They beg her not to die, but she snaps, telling them to shut up and get out right now. Cut back to Chen. After his victory, he decides to claim his reward, whispering softly, directly into Duanya's ear. Next, he will let her experience the true power of a berserker. A little while later, inside the quiet room, Duanya lies exhausted under the sheets, weakly complaining, "What again? How many times has this been?" Chen stands up, his entire body radiating an overwhelming aura. He chuckles, the extreme heat wave has passed, so he has to head out. Of course, he promises to leave her with some unforgettable memories first. Duanya asks anxiously if she can come along, but he turns back. His glowing crimson eyes seem to pierce her soul as he delivers a cold declaration. Anyone by his side must meet two conditions. First, they must be useful, and second, they must obey him unconditionally. She softly replies that she understands. Night falls rapidly. Chen summons his vehicle from his pocket dimension, confident that Duanya is now fully submissive. He needs to return quickly before the tide rises too high. From a high vantage point, his heavily armored vehicle speedily tears through the ruined city. In his past life, zombies obsessed with reaching the shelter ended up creating a massive undead tsunami that wiped out everything, killing countless civilians and soldiers. That horrific disaster also left a vast amount of military weaponry abandoned, giving ruthless factions a perfect chance to laugh and triumph. And that was how various chaotic gangs first emerged. Suddenly, a group of hostile thugs blocks the road, their leader pointing a gun and yelling at him to halt. Inside the car, Chen looks at them with nothing but cold contempt. These absolute fools, how dare they demand he stop and try to rob him right now. Instead of stepping on the brakes, he cold-bloodedly hits the gas, making the thug's face turn pale with pure horror. Watch this, the heavy car slams straight through their barricade, sending those fools flying. Amidst agonizing screams, leaving the miserable group far behind, Chen reflects that just like in his past life, those walls cracked by the scorching heat, combined with the relentless onslaught of the zombie horde, would eventually collapse the entire subway station. Standing atop the ruins and peering into the deep abyss, he clicks his tongue, estimating that the underground death toll must be well into the thousands. Down in the darkness, tens of thousands of glowing red eyes stare up, all drawn by the loud engine. Unfortunately, not every single zombie has a crystal in its head, and smashing each skull to check is simply too time-consuming. So he keeps driving toward his next objective, deciding it is best to inspect the situation at the university first. Thinking back, this is his first time returning to Polytechnic University since graduation. Once he arrives at the campus, he taps the electronic control panel to store his vehicle back inside his pocket space. Chen casually walks into the lobby, stepping right past charred corpses scattered all over the floor without even batting an eye. Suddenly, a sharp shout echoes from the shadows as a chained zombie lunges forward with a snarl. Hold it right there. A group of strangers emerges from behind the dusty sofas. And check this out, their leader cocks his head in a threatening gesture, warning him that he is stepping into their territory. He demands that the kid hand over his backpack if he knows what is good for him. Unfazed, Chen reaches in to pull out something shocking. "Hello there, friends. Could you do me a quick favor and let me pass? I happen to have some braised chicken drumsticks right here." Instantly, their eyes light up with intense craving. The leader loses all his tough attitude, replaced by pure greed, as he asks if he really has chicken. He demands Chen throw them over immediately. In the apocalypse, a single piece of fresh meat is more valuable than gold. Sometimes a good meal is worth more than a human life. A dark, mocking smile spreads across Chen's face. Without hesitation, he tosses a fragrant braised chicken leg onto the floor, sending it flying in a perfect arc through the air. Seeing the food, the desperate crowd goes completely wild, trampling over one another to grab it. They fight like animals. "This is mine, get lost." While they claw at each other, faces twisted in raw greed. A thin thread of glowing purple energy suddenly appears. Chen gently moves his fingers in a calm, steady rhythm. He reels the thread in like a fisherman playing with caught fish, looking down at them with absolute disgust. He sneers, "Sorry, but you trash don't deserve to eat this chicken." Realizing they have been made fools of, the mob swings their clubs and charges at him with furious screams. "You bastard, how dare you play with us? Kill him." But their charge instantly freezes when Chen casually raises a weapon, his purple eyes glowing with cold menace. He locks his gaze onto every movement of the enemies. Once he finishes clearing out the annoying trash, he heads up the stairs. Leaving the bodies behind, he wonders if there were always this many idiots in his past life. Maybe his warnings actually helped too many people survive, leading to these annoying and unexpected side effects. Heading deeper into the building, he stops in front of a specific room marked as the Reptile and Snake Research Laboratory. Chen reaches out and effortlessly crushes the heavy steel lock as easily as squeezing a piece of soft tofu. He notes that no one has stepped inside the laboratory for a long time. Stepping into the dark, pitch-black space, dozens of dead snakes lie scattered all over the floor, filling the entire room with a suffocating odor of decay. But his eyes suddenly flash with excitement as he spots his real target resting at the very back of the room. Found it. Meanwhile, three heavily armed men approach the entrance outside, and their leader roars a furious demand. "Get out here, we know you are hiding inside." Inside, Chen remains chillingly calm, completely unfazed by the threat. He silently notes that this is a critical phase, and he cannot let these fools disrupt his progress. Suddenly, a strange sound catches his attention, and a figure abruptly leaps out from the shadows at blinding speed. The guards yell in absolute panic. "Damn it, she is hiding on the left." A girl with white hair lets out a fierce battle cry, launching herself high into the air to deliver a lightning-fast, brutal strike. With deadly precision, she easily takes down the two lackeys. The leader curses in rage as she continues her onslaught. Slamming him hard against the floor, she delivers a brutal elbow strike right into the neck of another attacker. But another thug manages to aim his gun right at her head. A cold click echoes. "Nice moves," he sneers. Using his moment of hesitation, she disarms him, breaks his arm, and suddenly whips a high kick towards Chen. Catching him completely off guard, she wraps her legs tightly around his neck, putting all her strength into snapping it. But to her absolute horror, his neck won't budge. Chen stands firm like an immovable mountain, not moving an inch. He casually points his newly acquired gun right at her, asking coldly, "Who are you?" The girl panics instantly. "Wait, what are you doing?" Soon she finds herself tied to a chair, wondering what on earth is happening here. Looking up proudly, she declares she is Byron, captain of the Tiger Special Operations Unit, demanding her release. Chen merely folds his arms calmly, asking if she happens to know Liu Xiaofeng from the Tiger Unit. Surprised, Byron asks how he knows him, as memories of a captured Liu Xiaofeng flash through Chen's mind. Chen replies that he saved the guy's life, prompting Bai Rong to realize how they are connected. While he calmly pan-sears a juicy steak, he explains that a group of escaped convicts took over the school. They took students hostage and stole their military weapons. Bai Rong nods, confirming the grim reality of the situation. When zombies overran their outpost, Xiaofeng evacuated civilians, unaware that escaped inmates were hiding among the refugees. Taking a bite of his steak, Chen mutters that they cannot be entirely blamed for being caught off guard. Armed convicts are not a major threat. Growing impatient, Bai Rong snaps, asking how long he plans to keep her tied up. Chen agrees, but on one condition: she must promise not to wrap her legs around his neck again. She demands some of his steak in return. Outside, the silent laboratory building stands tall against the desolate sky. Handing over an assault rifle, he tells her he has his own business and cannot offer much direct help. He can only provide some extra firepower. Turning around, he tells her to go and leave him in peace. Bai Rong explains her plan to raid their hideout, stating that reclaiming the stolen supplies is their only option. Only those trapped inside the school can survive. Looking at his back, she speaks with absolute certainty, noting that this might be their only meeting. Chen suddenly stops muttering about supplies. Before she can even comprehend his words, Chen calls her right back. "Wait a second," he says, reaching into his pack. He slings a massive sniper rifle and a heavy backpack onto his shoulder. Speaking with absolute resolve, Liu Xiaofeng is his brother, so he is going with her. Cut to the campus administration building. Inside, a massive gang leader relaxes on a sofa flanked by two scantily clad women, while heavily armed guards stand watch nearby. The boss demands to know if everything is ready just as a panicked lackey runs in to deliver some news. The boys are waiting outside. The lackey gasps, "This time we will easily round up those students in the dorms." The boss sneers. "Perfect," he replies coldly, "let those disobedient fools charge first. If anyone has to die, it should be them." But then a strange sound at the entrance puts a guard on high alert. The heavy doors burst wide open. A silhouette stands in the light, surrounded by a swirling purple aura. Chen strolls in with a calm grin. "Sorry for crashing your little meeting," he says. The nearest goon points a trembling finger and screams in absolute shock. "Who are you and how did you get past over 20 armed guards outside?" Yet Chen remains completely unfazed. With hands in his pockets, he tilts his head mockingly, asking if they really want to know how he got in. He slowly raises his hand, forming a finger gun gesture as a chilling smile spreads across his face. "Just like this." Talk about an absolute badass. A sinister purple gleam flashes in his eyes, signaling a bloodbath. With a sharp snap of his fingers, an invisible wave of pure energy tears through the air like a lightning bolt. It drills straight through the lackey's forehead. Blood sprays, instantly leaving the entire room in a stunned dead silence. An instant later, absolute chaos erupts. The gang leader roars in shock, demanding to know what the hell just happened. The remaining guards scream in pure terror, unable to comprehend how a simple finger point killed their ally instantly. Yet Chen remains perfectly still, his eyes glowing with a demonic purple light as he flashes a cold smirk. "Do not move unless you want the exact same ending," his icy voice echoes. The boss grits his teeth, his face twisting with fury and confusion, growling at the bastard to stop playing these cheap mind tricks on them. Meanwhile, from a lethal vantage point above, a sniper scope locks onto a target. A cold professional voice crackles over the comms, confirming the target is down. On the opposite rooftop, Bai Rong calmly lowers her heavy rifle, continuing her report. There are still over a dozen thugs left in that room, making his situation incredibly dangerous. She gazes toward the building where the enemies are gathered, unable to hide the deep anxiety creeping into her heart. "I still think your plan to infiltrate alone as bait is completely insane," she recalls, remembering their conversation from earlier. Chen had handed her the weapon, speaking with absolute authority, telling her to take the rifle to the opposite roof. He would act as the prey to draw them out, and she just had to shoot whoever he pointed at. Back. In the present, Bai Rong sighs with a conflicted gaze, still unable to believe she agreed to such a crazy plan. Through her scope, she keeps her eyes locked on the window, knowing her partner's life is hanging by a thread. Suddenly, a figure rushes by, and the curtains are violently pulled shut, completely cutting off her line of sight. Her heart drops. Panicking, she screams into her communicator, "The curtains are closed. Chen, what is happening over there?" But instead of Chen, the cruel, mocking laughter of the enemy leader crackles through the radio line instead. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, do not think placing a sniper outside lets you run wild here." Bai Rong freezes. Her heart skips a beat, they know. She immediately drops her weapon, dashing across the rooftop like a cheetah. She flies down the stairs like a whirlwind, shouting into her radio, desperately hoping he can still hear her. "Chen, buy some time, I am coming for you." But the boss's ruthless command immediately cuts her off. "Kill him now," he yells. Gritting her teeth, she realizes she is one step too late. Damn it, there is no time. Driven by pure desperation, she leaps off the wall, launching herself right across the massive gap between the buildings. She crashes through the glass window, landing with her gun fully raised and screaming in absolute fury for Chen. "I am here to avenge you," she roars, but the horrific sight before her leaves her completely frozen in shock. Corpses litter the floor, blood splattered everywhere. In the center of this carnage, Chen holds the boss by his throat. He lifts him high, casually mentioning she is late and there are no supplies left here anyway. The boss gasps for air, desperately trying to play his final trump card. "You cannot kill me or my backer will." Chen sneered coldly, declaring he would never spare them. His hands slowly tightened and the sharp, sickening crack of breaking neck bones echoed in the dry air. He calmly told his victim to rest easy since the others would join him in hell soon, leaving Bai Rong standing frozen amidst a massive sea of blood. She stammered in utter disbelief, asking if he had really done all this on his own. Chen simply turned his back, around casually dusting off his hands. He remarked that he was only warming up, adding that the lack of supplies left the enemies too starved to even resist him. Bai Rong grew worried, wondering if someone else had stolen everything. With all resources depleted, she wondered what the trapped students would do. Chen's gaze darkened as he noted that if necessary, he could share a fraction of the supplies he had just recovered, though that would depend entirely on their behavior. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a room that looked like pure hell. He ordered her to head to the female dormitory, prompting a confused Bai Rong to quickly follow and ask why they were going there. Without looking back, Chen confidently replied that he had gathered intel showing Xiaofeng and the other students were currently holed up right over there. Meanwhile, in a damp, pitch-black room, several captives are being brutally tortured, hung upside down from the ceiling like slaughtered beasts. Suddenly, the body of one of the victims begins to glow with a bizarre light. You can literally feel the malice as her eyes, burning like hot coals, slowly flutter open. Meanwhile, outside the administrative building, a mysterious figure in an iron mask oozes bloodlust while muttering that a certain troublemaker had run off to cause chaos again. Staring up at the building, he coldly wonders if the idiot actually got himself killed this time. Suddenly, an excited shout from behind shatters the silence, announcing they have found the captain and that she is still alive. Seeing the crazed woman hanging, the iron masked leader sighs that it is a pity and orders them to free her, to bring her down. Instantly, a lackey slashes the rope with his knife, releasing a crazed woman with a badass half-shaved head. The moment she hits the ground, Sister Na shoots a flirtatious look at the Iron Mask leader Gang Ya. He mocks her, asking if hanging there like a common criminal gave her the thrill she wanted. She whimpers that she almost died, begging him for comfort. Gang Ya narrows his eyes at her heavily scarred body, his hands slowly tightening around a lethal spiked whip. Asking if she really wants comfort, he unleashes the bloody whip, slicing through the air in a deadly, terrifying arc. The thorns lash her flesh, making Sister Na scream out in a twisted mixture of pleasure and pain while Gang Ya watches with pure cruelty as she writhes at his feet. He asks how that feels, prompting Sister Na to gently stroke her scarred face with absolute ecstasy, whispering that it feels much better. She then asks if he saw what happened here. Leaning into his embrace amidst the piles of corpses, Sister Na grits her teeth, demanding to know who dared steal her supplies. Honestly, her rage is terrifying as she shrieks at the lifeless bodies, calling the thief a monster and demanding his name. She vows to make him pay, her dark lips curling as she spits out Chen's name with absolute malice. Meanwhile, at the gloomy girls' dormitory, Bai Rong runs over to a heavily bandaged young man in a state of pure panic. She frantically asks Xiaofeng how he got so badly hurt, but the boy weakly smiles, relieved to see his captain alive. Liu Xiaofeng is surprised to see Chen accompanying her, asking him why he is here. It turns out Chen had saved his life before. Chen steps closer, his calm gaze locking onto the young man's heavily bleeding wounds. Checking the injury, Chen remarks that Xiaofeng's wound looks pretty severe and offers to inspect it closely. While examining it, Chen warns him about the hidden danger, despite Xiaofeng brushing it off as a simple scratch. Unfortunately, the scratch is from the man-eating sand tribe. Their sharp claws carry deadly bacteria and viruses that require immediate medical attention. Without medicine, the infection will easily become fatal. Xiaofeng's face turns pale with pain and sheer despair. He laments the harsh reality, knowing that medical supplies are a luxury in this apocalypse and practically impossible to find. Refusing to accept such a pathetic death, Xiaofeng sighs. Suddenly, Chen pulls out a rare box of medicine and casually offers it. Both Bai Rong and Xiaofeng are completely dumbfounded, staring in absolute shock at the precious pills in his hand. They ask where he got so many drugs, but Chen simply smirks. Secretly, he begins calculating the young man's true value. In his past life, there was a legendary government fighter with combat power rivaling a nuclear bomb known as the Wind God. If that legend is indeed Liu Xiaofeng, then this medicine is an investment that will definitely yield a massive return. Staring directly at Chen, Xiaofeng expresses his deep gratitude but notes that Chen did not come here just to deliver drugs. He asks what Chen really wants from him. Standing tall, Chen unleashes a sudden burst of purple spiritual energy. He warns them that the Great Deluge is fast approaching, meaning they need to make their escape immediately. Gazing into the distance, he explains that the apocalyptic calamity is about to submerge everything due to extreme global temperatures. The ice is melting fast, causing seawater to surge backward, and this entire school is about to be swallowed by the Great Flood. Right then, a red-haired female student named Fang Ting abruptly cuts him off with a shrill, obnoxious tone. She spouts nonsense, demanding to know where this flood is, claiming he just wants to kick them out to steal school resources. Chen looks at her with utter contempt, easily recognizing this arrogant snob as Fang Ting, a student from his own year. She is a spoiled rich kid and a notorious hypocritical feminist at the university who loves sparking gender wars. Fang Ting points a finger straight at his backpack, greed flashing in her eyes as she asks if there is food inside. Without waiting for an answer, she lunges forward aggressively to snatch his bag, yelling for him to hand it over. Suddenly, Chen dodges like lightning and delivers a thunderous slap that sends her crashing to the ground. Shocked, Fang Ting clutches her swollen cheek as the surrounding crowd starts cheering. She screams how dare he hit her, but the students shout good hit. They ask who invited her to cause trouble, and the students she bullied for so long finally start driving her away. One student complains she selfishly hogged an entire dorm room, while others mock her for only having a little dirty money. They demand to kick her out. Chen notes her reputation is utter trash, making her so angry she sees stars. She screams helpless threats, yelling that these pathetic men dare treat her like this and she will get her dad to kill them. Bai Rong watches her stomp off and worriedly asks Chen if it is really okay to let her go like that. But he calmly replies that if she wants to find her father, he has no reason to stop her. Meanwhile, Fang Ting wanders the empty hallway, muttering that local men are pathetic losers, especially Chen, who cannot compare to elegant foreigners. Suddenly, a brutal hand reaches out from the shadows. It belongs to a terrifying man wearing an iron mask. He grabs her tightly, growling for his little baby to tell him exactly where Chen is. Back at the hall, Chen coldly instructs everyone to leave the evacuation to Bai Rong, bids them take care, and steps out of the building. Walking away, he looks at a giant python on his phone screen and begins calculating his next move. His main goal is waiting for the mutated king serpent so he can harvest it and hopefully gain water control abilities. Suddenly, a woman screams for help in the distance, begging Chen to save her. Chen stops in his tracks. He narrows his eyes at the sound, muttering in disbelief as he spots Fang Ting in a highly ridiculous situation. He smirks, seeing her suspended in midair, mocking her by asking if she managed to find her dad that quickly. The Iron Masked man leaps from an armored vehicle, announcing himself as Gangya from the Evolution base with bloodthirsty eyes. He asks if this is really Chen, who stole their supplies, expecting someone far more formidable than a regular kid. Chen remains completely unfazed, staring back with sharp eyes and asking if he belongs to that Evolution base. Gangya smirks under his mask, confirming it and mentioning he prepared a very special welcome gift for their meeting. He waves his hand, ordering his lackeys to throw open the doors of a massive, heavily smoking metal container. Inside, dozens of red-eyed drought demons roar in absolute frenzy, completely eager to tear their new prey apart. Gangya stands on the vehicle roof, gloating at the surrounded Chen and asking if he is ready to die. From afar, Bai Rong senses trouble brewing in the direction Chen went, quickly shouting orders to Liu Xiaofeng. He objects, insisting on checking it out himself, while suggesting she stays behind to guard the rest of the group. Back in the clearing, Gang Yao laughs maniacally at Fang Ting, hanging helplessly over the roaring pack of monsters. He starts a cruel game of cat and mouse, asking if she is his classmate and offering him a hero's chance. If Chen kneels and begs, he promises to let her go. Chen just stares at the sobbing girl. He calmly replies that saving her is not entirely out of the question, making her instantly rejoice with hope. She begs him to kneel down quickly and get her down, but a mysterious smirk plays on his lips. Fang Ting screams in absolute despair, demanding to know what problem could possibly stop him from rescuing her. Her selfish nature flares up as she shrieks, accusing him of breaking his word after promising to help. She asks if he is even a man, and Chen responds with pure contempt that he certainly is. However, he adds, he is not worthy, suggesting she contact her elegant foreign gentleman to save her instead. Fang Ting gnashes her teeth, realizing he is retaliating just because she called him a pathetic loser earlier. She screams in a frenzy, asking if he expects her to apologize or beg a pathetic coward like him. She rants that he is indeed a true coward, declaring she would rather die than be saved by him. Chen flashes a deadly smile, pointing a finger to the sky. Is that so? He hopes she can remember those words later. Suddenly, the rope snaps. Fang Ting plummets straight down toward a horde of ravenous zombies waiting with their mouths wide open. She screams in absolute terror. Trapped in her worst nightmare, she begs for mercy, begging Chen to save her. I was wrong, please save me. Gangya laughs maniacally at Chen's utter ruthlessness, mocking him for leaving her behind. But it does not matter because you are about to join her soon anyway. Now prepare to witness our evolution technology. He reaches into a container, smearing a strange purple powder all over his face, claiming this technology makes the monsters obey. This powder makes the beasts follow every command like obedient pets. Meanwhile, Chen calmly watches the clown show unfold. He mocks the villain, asking if he is seriously smearing ashes on himself just to convince the zombies he is one of them. Ye freezes in absolute shock. Ashes, realizing what it actually is, he immediately starts gagging and throwing up from pure disgust. Spitting it out, he loses his mind with rage after being tricked. Screaming in anger, Ye commands the horde to attack. He barks out orders to tear Chen to pieces, but as the beasts close in, Chen's eyes glow with a deadly purple light. Reaching both hands behind his back, he quietly begins summoning his advanced high-tech weapons directly from a pocket dimension. Two sleek hilt grips appear, crackling with brilliant blue electronic energy. Get ready, because he's about to go all out. He swings his blades in lethal X-shaped slashes, instantly tearing apart any monster that dares to get too close. He lands with a heavy impact, completing a flawless combo that leaves Ye trembling and backing away in sheer terror. He cannot believe his eyes. But before he can react, Chen teleports directly behind him in the blink of an eye. Ye stammers in confusion. Meanwhile, Bai Rong and Liu Xiaofeng watch the battlefield from behind a wall, hearts pounding with anxiety. Bai Rong narrows her eyes, her face tight with worry as she witnesses the extreme danger unfolding before them. She gasps, worried that Chen is completely surrounded. Back at the scene, Ye stands tall. Standing on a shipping container, Ye is horrified to see Chen so relaxed. He turns and screams at his trembling subordinates. He orders them to attack and stop standing around. Yet, in the middle of this death trap, Chen remains perfectly calm. His purple eyes glow brightly as he coolly advises the boss that screaming is completely useless now. Ye glares back, utterly confused. He demands to know what the young man means. Right then, crackling purple energy begins to swirl around Chen. Chen coldly tells him he is just wasting his breath. Watching this strange display, Ye stumbles back in fear. He wonders how this is even possible. Before he can process it, Chen vanishes into thin air. Only a faint streak of light is left behind at blinding speed. Suddenly, he reappears right behind Ye, his voice cold as ice. He quietly explains that he never wanted to get involved with the evolution base. But then he takes action. Chen grabs the Iron Masked Man by the head, his voice dripping with pure malice as he asks why he chose death. His eyes flare with a murderous purple glint as he draws close, declaring he can no longer let him live. Ye struggles desperately against the iron grip, begging him to stop. But Chen does not hesitate. The raw, violent energy in his eyes flares to life like never before. The doomed villain cries out in terror. A final desperate scream echoes across the parking lot as the execution begins. A massive spiritual explosion erupts. It completely swallows the masked man. Soon Chen stands amidst the wreckage, holding up the broken remains of his foe. The display of sheer dominance is absolute. Watching from a distance, Bai Rong stands completely frozen in shock. She stammers that he ended it in a split second. This kind of power is not something gained from mere training. She wonders what kind of monster he truly is. Meanwhile, Chen casually tosses the head aside and dusts off his hands. He mutters that he should have held back against these small fries, wishing he had a reliable assistant to handle the grunt work. The scene shifts to the Luchang Hotel, standing completely isolated under a blood-red apocalyptic sky. Inside a luxurious suite, Ye thrashes in the grip of a brutal nightmare. She screams out in her sleep, begging for it to stop before waking. Her face is flushed with fear, sweat dripping down as she calls out Chen's name, collapsing back onto the bed with tearful eyes. She desperately pleads with him not to abandon her. Sitting up with her pink hair disheveled, she realizes with bitter frustration. She dreamed of that man again. Why has he still not returned? Slipping out of bed, she reveals her stunning figure. Under the dim lights, her mind is completely consumed by thoughts of Chen and his brutally cold warning. He warned her that useless people have no place beside him. Gritting her teeth, she vows never to become his burden. She firmly grabs a pistol from the table, her eyes filled with determination. She must become his ultimate right hand. Wearing a pretty dangerous low-cut dress, she confidently steps out of her room with her weapon ready in hand. Stepping into the dark, silent office, her eyes narrow in suspicion when she hears a sudden sound. Strange, it definitely came from here. Just then, her pupils shrink in absolute shock as she spots a creepy shadow lurking right in front of her. Ya stares in utter horror at the creature, trembling as she wonders how long it has been standing there. In the dim light, she is absolutely terrified to see a terrifying entity standing right next to her, looming from behind. The charred, fiery beast roars like crazy, exhaling a gust of intense burning heat right against the back of her neck. Panicked, she scrambles backward to escape but slams hard into a barrier. Cold sweat begins to pour down her pale face. This is bad, she realizes. A desk is completely blocking my way. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a tiny glimmer of hope. A gun sits right on the table. but the massive shadow of the monster looms over, threatening to swallow her whole. The heavy impact knocks the handgun out of reach. The beast bares its jagged, razor-sharp teeth and opens its massive maw. It unleashes an earth-shattering roar. Bracing for the end, she tightly shuts her eyes, waiting for the inevitable fatal blow. This is it, she thinks. But when no attack comes, she slowly opens one eye, completely puzzled by what is happening. What is this thing doing? Watching it sniff around blindly, she realizes the creature is only tracking her by scent. It cannot see me, she deduces. Holding her breath, she stays completely still in this life-or-death situation. She escaped for now, but it is too close. The slightest sound will trigger an attack. How can she get out? Her eyes dart back to her only lifesaver. If she can just grab that gun, she might actually survive this. Slowly, her trembling fingers stretch toward the dark handgun inches away. But luck is not on her side today. A soft creak from the wooden desk shatters the silence. Alerted, the beast instantly snaps its head in her direction. Oh no, she panics. The monster throws its head back and lets out an ear-splitting monstrous screech into the room. In this absolute life-and-death split second, Su Chen's cold, harsh warning suddenly echoes deep inside her mind. He said resources are scarce and beauty is useless. She needs a crystal core from a monster to unlock her abilities. There is no room for dead weight. Watch this, because Duanya's eyes turn sharp and filled with fierce resolve. I am no useless weakling, she screams. With a swift, powerful motion, she unleashes a lightning-fast kick at its ugly face. The heavy blow staggers the beast. Sensing her chance, she immediately moves in close, refusing to let it recover. She wraps her legs around its neck in a deadly lock, driving her sharp high heel straight down into it. But the monster grabs her leg. She gasps in surprise as an overwhelming surge of energy erupts from deep within. Channeling this extraordinary newfound power, she delivers a crushing final kick that sends the beast flying back. The monster crashes hard into the wall, collapsing instantly and left utterly defenseless against her relentless assault. Duanya stands tall over her defeated foe, catching her breath with a proud, triumphant look in her eyes. Gripping her sharp axe, she sends a silent message to the cold man who completely changed her destiny. Too bad you cannot see this, Su Chen. She thinks I am absolutely not useless. She raises the axe. Aiming straight for the creature's skull, her eyes turn cold as she searches for that precious crystal core. Over at the Industrial University, Bai Rong and Lu Xiaofeng carefully follow Su Chen's warning, initiating an emergency evacuation. To guarantee absolute safety, Bai Rong contacts her older brother Bai Ming, asking him to deploy the military for backup. She needs them to secure the area. Meanwhile, inside the biology lab, the massive Wang Jin snake begins a terrifying mutation. This is the exact beast Su Chen has been waiting for. He stands tall, staring cold-eyed at the evolving creature. Let us see how far you can actually evolve, he thinks, having specially prepared a pretty massive tank of water. He slams the bucket onto the table. The serpent immediately slithers forward, eager to plunge itself right into the water. Su Chen smirks. So you know you need water to complete your mutation, do you? That saves me the trouble. Submerged in water, the snake sheds its skin at incredible speed, tearing away its old scales to reveal a dragon-like form. It morphs into a fierce dragon-like sea monster. Suddenly, a colossal scaly tail thrashes violently out of the dark water. Su Chen narrows his eyes in caution. Right after, a blinding blue light violently erupts, blasting away the surrounding equipment. The serpent's evolution finally hits its peak. Facing this newly mutated giant, Su Chen calmly analyzes its raw power. It is already this huge in the early stage. Good thing he only gave it a bucket instead of a flood. Otherwise, it would have been way harder to kill. The young man draws his glowing short sword, ready for combat. He coldly lays down his terms. If you choose to submit to me now, I might still consider making you my pet. Unfazed, the cunning monster bolts straight toward the window to make a quick escape, and Su Chen immediately gives chase to stop it. Trying to run away, he thinks it seems this beast has actually developed some intelligence. The serpent spins around, opening its massive red jaws. Sharp fangs bare as it tries to swallow its pursuer whole, but Su Chen leaps into the air, swinging his sword with absolute resolve. So this is how a snake moves, he thinks. Too bad you are still way too slow. With that, he unleashes a powerful slash. The blade collides with the monster's hide, unleashing a brilliant flash of light that tears through the darkness, but things do not go as planned. The young man frowns as he feels an unusual resistance. How can these scales possibly be this incredibly tough? The beast roars in a frenzy, thrusting its long, slithering tongue right in Su Chen's face. Realizing his blade is useless here, he sheathes it, channeling all his raw power straight into his fist. If the sword cannot cut you, my fist will just have to crush you. A heavy, devastating blow strikes straight down, unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure that completely overwhelms the beast. Taking advantage of the sudden clash, the massive serpent quickly wraps its incredibly long body tightly around Su Chen. Squeezing with immense force, it tries to crush his bones. Trapped in this deadly grip, Su Chen grits his teeth in pure anger. He got caught. What a cunning beast. The monster narrows its glowing red eyes, looking down at its prey with pure triumph. But Su Chen remains completely unfazed, calmly asking if that punch was just a feint to lure him into this trap. Its giant jaws open wide, preparing to deliver the final bite to a prey that seemingly has nowhere left to run. Outside, Bai Rong stares at the laboratory building with a deeply worried look, wondering if he is still in there fighting. Seeing this, her fellow soldier decides to tease her, asking if she just cannot bear to leave that handsome guy behind. That comment makes Bai Rong instantly snap at him. If you do not speak, nobody will think you are mute. But the soldier just chuckles, asking if she really likes him since staying behind in that place is basically a death sentence. Bai Rong immediately shoots back that he definitely will not die, her eyes shining with an absolute unwavering belief. Remembering his mysterious aura, she recalls how incredibly strong he felt during their first meeting. Those deep, piercing eyes. They felt almost monstrous, leaving her certain that their paths would cross again. Back on the battlefield, Su Chen is ready. He extends his rugged hand as violent spiritual energy begins to condense. With a sudden surge of raw, monstrous strength, he breaks the coils, grabs the serpent by its neck, and coldly asks if it really thought this could trap him. Pressing close to its glowing head, he whispers that even with their heads severed, snakes can still bite. But what happens if he does this instead? A blinding blue light flashes, and he effortlessly spins the massive beast around. The entire building shakes violently as he slams it down, standing victoriously amidst the ruined wreckage he just created. Stepping heavily onto its lifeless fangs, he begins his search for the ultimate prize from this fierce battle. Shadows fall over him as he uses his bare hands to crack open the tough skull of the python, his eyes gleaming. He pulls out a brilliant purple crystal from the dark blood, a powerful core radiating a strange mystical energy. Su Chen's eyes flash with a crimson glow as he wonders what kind of incredible new ability this beast will grant him. While the darkness clears, a grim truth unfolds. If the scorching heat broke humanity, the Great Flood would completely erase it. This massive deluge swept across the globe, completely wiping out human civilization as massive tsunamis crash into the cities. Desperate cries echo as the rising waters swallow entire cities, and even regions deep inland cannot escape this watery grave. With the industrial university situated in a low valley, only the main administration building remains standing above the flood. Meanwhile, Su Chen dives straight into the raging flood waters. Absorbing the python's core has unlocked a brand new ability. His body begins to adapt to the deep currents, and deep beneath the surface, fine scales start to appear across his skin. He feels the evolution taking hold. Contact with water has not only grown these scales, but boosted his strength tremendously. His vision grows incredibly sharp in the dark water, shielded by a new protective membrane that suddenly forms over his eyes. Diving deeper into the rushing torrent, he is amazed to find himself breathing effortlessly without using his nose or mouth. He feels zero discomfort, as if his skin is breathing for him. This must be the innate talent of the serpent. He glides effortlessly through the depths under a faint blue glow. Though he cannot control the water, yet breathing is easy. This incredible underwater breathing gives him a massive advantage. Breaking the surface, he looks out at the roaring flood. The devastating deluge seems to originate from the Lucheng Hotel, and swimming upstream against this violent current will be tough. While returning there is not entirely impossible, the raging water and floating debris make it look like a deadly obstacle course, like a deadly hidden weapon. Looking up at the gray sky, Su Chen quietly notes the impending disaster. The volcanic eruption has clearly hit its limit. Since Kangen is far away, some sunlight still breaks through, but once volcanic ash cloaks the sky, a freezing ice age will soon consume everything. In this storm, his cold gaze remains remarkably steady. Apocalypse. Human civilization is a complete joke. To avoid becoming a sitting duck, one must constantly grow stronger. And he knows it. In his past life, this flood birthed terrifying factions on these lands, recalling those future rulers. He mutters that the low-lying northern part of the city has turned into a massive lake, which sooner or later will be conquered by Ming-Shi and the Zombie Queen's water ghoul army. Next, memories of savage tribes flash through his mind, noting that the south is the domain of the Tao Ti cannibal clan, a group of absolute savages. His gaze shifts toward the west, where the Rat King looms, destined to lead an unstoppable army of rodents. Under his command, a faction no one can overlook. Recalling his past life grudge against the eastern groups, he grits his teeth. The east is ruled by Cao Qiang, the broken mortal of Lucheng Hotel. In his previous life, Su Chen had nearly died at their hands countless times. He brushes off those painful memories and focuses on the present. But in this life, both Cao Qiang and Ming-Shi are already dealt with. To maintain his absolute dominance, the best way is to seize all the remaining crystal nuclei. He swims off his muscular frame easily, cutting through the waves. Still, those cannibals are highly organized, and the Zombie Queen's whereabouts remain a total mystery. Finding her now is impossible. Suddenly, a new plan takes shape as he thinks of the Science University. The rat plague started there in his past life, meaning the Rat King must be lurking inside. Finding it early means securing those cores at the absolute lowest price. Amid his calculations. Chen suddenly realizes he was too careless. Wait, what are those glowing eyes in the dark? He got spotted. He is completely surrounded. Far away amidst the endless flood, two desperate men cling to a towering metal pole, screaming in panic. One of them roars, "Damn it, how did a massive deluge like this happen out of nowhere?" His subordinate points wildly saying, "Look, someone is swimming our way." The older one snaps at him not to overreact, since anyone in the water now is just a corpse. Squinting through the pouring rain, he gasps. It is Chen, cutting through the whitecaps like a killer whale. How has that brat not drowned in this flood yet? The bases. Soldier grows furious, muttering that if the bosses had not forced them to track him, they would not be in this mess. He vows to kick Chen right back into the water he dares approach. But seeing his target's insane speed, he begins to tremble. The kid is moving way too fast and there is something dark chasing after him. Behind Chen, a massive horde of monsters is slicing through the waves. The soldier screams in sheer terror, "What on earth is in the water, and how can anyone swim upstream that fast?" As Chen reaches the pole, the men shriek in sheer panic. They warn him that they are with the evolutionary base, so he better stay back. Chen's eyes narrow with cold calculation. The evolutionary base, he muses, have their claws already reached this far in this timeline. Excellent, he actually needs some information. Without a single word of warning, he launches himself out of the water like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the two soldiers. Mid-air, with a powerful crushing spin, Chen drives a devastating kick directly into the bearded soldier's stunned face. The sheer weight of the impact sends the man reeling, forcing him to lose his grip on the steel pole. Plunging down, he tumbles toward the roaring floodwaters below. His partner reacts instantly, catching his wrist in a desperate attempt to hold onto a sliver of hope. Chen stands calmly atop the pole, watching the struggle. "I've got you," the remaining soldier grunts, grab the metal. But the falling man desperately gasps that he cannot reach it. The soldier above grits his teeth, face strained to the absolute limit. "Do not worry, I will pull you up." But under the crushing force of the torrent, the hanging soldier looks up with despair. He begs his partner to let go, warning they will both drown otherwise. But his comrade refuses to let go, screaming they will survive or die together. Chen looks down utterly unmoved and demands they tell him everything they know about the evolutionary base. The clinging soldier spits back that they will never talk, promising that someone will avenge them even if they die. Chen merely sneers, a dark, murderous aura crackling around his hand as he looks at the snarling zombies gathered below. "Well," he says, "you have some guts, so do not blame me for being ruthless." Suddenly, a cold hand snatches the fat soldier's ankle. In an instant, he falls into the ravenous horde of zombies. Screams echo through the storm as Chen calmly watches him slip. His feet splash into the water. You can't blame him for what happens next. Instantly, the other man screams in absolute despair, "Brother, wait for me, I'm coming to save you." Without hesitation, he leaps right after him, sending a massive geyser of water erupting into the air. This creates a dense white mist over the raging, churning torrent. Beneath the murky surface, the distorted faces of the undead swarm. They close in their sharp teeth, ready to tear those unfortunate souls to shreds. With zero hope of survival left, the last soldier can only stare in absolute horror as death itself closes in on them. But in this life-or-death moment, Chen makes his move. He unexpectedly drops into a low stance on top of the iron pillar, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering strike from above. Like a silver arrow, Chen streaks across the water at unbelievable speed, his purple spiritual energy crushing every monster in his path. Witnessing that godlike strength, the surviving soldier gasps in complete shock, wondering if this guy is even human at all. He is just too powerful. After being pulled to safety, the soldier trembles, confessing everything in the middle of the endless floodwaters. "I owe you my life," the man admits, "so I'll tell you everything. We were actually sent by the evolution base to monitor you." Sitting dazed on the metal platform, he reveals the structure of this mysterious organization. The evolution base is actually located inside the University of Science and Technology, centered around a core group of researchers, led by Liu Xiaoyun. "We're just low-level lackeys. We only do what our superiors tell us," he says. Chen's eyes narrow as dark memories of his past life flash back. The rat plague in his previous life broke out at that exact university. It seems those mutated rats are closely tied to this evolution base. The soldier squints, trying to remember, but can only offer a few vague details about the hidden facility. Only the actual research staff are allowed inside the lab, so they know absolutely nothing else. Chen stands tall and silent, deep blue energy glowing around his body as he makes a decision. No matter what, he must scout out their base and strike first before the rat plague can erupt. Meanwhile, over at the Luke Fan Hotel, currently submerged in water, Duanya has successfully harvested a highly valuable core from the brain of the Hanba monster. A close-up shot shows her eyes widening, glowing with a vibrant pink light as her evolution begins. sweat beads on her flushed skin, as she gasps, feeling a massive surge of power from the core flooding through every single one of her veins. She looks at her trembling hands, whispering to herself with growing conviction, did she actually manage to pull it off? Her steps halt as they touch the freezing water flooding the hallway. Has the water already risen all the way up to this floor? Looking out the window, a tragic scene unfolds. The once vibrant green city is now completely swallowed by the raging ocean. Suddenly, Duan Ye's eyes flash a powerful red, emitting a terrifying pressure that warps the very air around her. Her entire body is cloaked in a brilliant pinkish-purple energy as she undergoes an incredible, unprecedented evolution. Her pupils contract as she focuses her entire mind on compressing and controlling the wild new power surging within. Exhausted but determined, she lets out a heavy breath, her lips parting to take in the fresh air of the strong. Standing alone in the pitch-black room, she wonders about the limits of this newly awakened power. Has she truly succeeded? Suddenly, murky water floods into the room. She squints in shock, realizing the flood has already reached her level. Duan Ye turns around quickly, her instincts screaming that a massive threat is lurking right inside the dark room with her. Out of nowhere, bizarre tentacles shoot up from the water, wrapping tightly around her body before she can even react. She screams in panic, asking what on earth this thing is. The slimy pitch-black tentacles bind her even tighter, making her cry out in pure disgust at how wet and slippery they are. Then a giant evil eye rises slowly from the dark water, closing directly in on her pale, terrified face. The beast's massive gaping mouth opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that look like a bottomless pit. A close-up of the mutated creature's hideous mouth shows it's ready to swallow everything around it. In this desperate crisis, the beast suddenly launches a brutal attack, forcing Duan Ye to shut her eyes and brace herself. Sparks of electricity and spiritual energy collide with violent force. Feeling sharp pain in her arms, she panics, realizing this situation is spiraling completely out of control. This is bad. The tentacles squeeze tighter, leaving her gasping for air. Bound from head to toe, she can't move a single inch. Looking down, her eyes widen in pure horror as countless dark shadows begin to surface right beneath her. She never expected there to be so many. Helplessness washes over her beautiful face as she bites her lip. Damn it. She hasn't even had time to get used to her new ability yet. In this moment of despair, Chen's image flashes in her mind, reminding her of his instructions. Just find a core and absorb it to unlock your powers. But most monsters look so normal you can't tell what power is hidden inside just by looking at them. She remembers his strong stance. Holding the energy core left her completely lost. How could she use a power she did not understand? Chen's stern gaze served as a silent guide. He wanted her to feel her body and her surroundings. Then came the control. Suddenly, a brilliant pink light flashed within Duan Ye's eyes. She wore a confident smile. Peering right through the monster's flesh, she searched for their weak spots. Found it. Spotting their tiny brain cores, she prepared to strike. Her gaze turned razor-sharp. Overwhelming mental pressure erupted, freezing the air as she commanded them to stop. It worked. The wildly thrashing tentacles froze solid, completely locked in mid-air by her massive power. Time to breathe. Duan Ye wiped away her sweat, still deeply annoyed. Muttering how annoying this was, she refused to let them recover and grabbed a heavy fire axe. With absolute murder in her eyes, she warned them to wait. She stood tall in the flooded room. Looking like a goddess of war, she promised to harvest them like wild vegetables. Up went her axe. It sliced in deadly arcs. In a wild frenzy, she tore through the entire horde. Black blood splattered against white walls, sealing their fate. The beautiful warrior had completely cleaned house. Duan Ye shouldered her axe and walked off, exhausted yet gorgeous, muttering that she needed a bath. Suddenly, a tall shadow sneaked up behind her, teasingly asking if he could join her. Startled, she spun around with her axe ready. But through the water, a familiar physique emerged. It was Chen, showing off his chiseled six-pack. He praised her for defending herself well. Her eyes widened in shock. She practically threw herself into his arms, squeezing him with joy. Holding onto his warm chest felt incredibly safe. She cried out that she was glad he was back. A second later, she froze. Her cheeks flushed as she felt something hard pressing against her. Pushing him away, she covered her blushing face and complained about him being naked again. Chen grinned, explaining that the water was dirty anyway, so stripping naked made sense. Soon the warm shower water washed over them, melting away all their stress. It felt incredibly good. They soaked in the tub together, enjoying a rare, quiet moment. There was no place like home. Through the steam, Chen glanced at her with curiosity, asking if she had awakened her ability. Duan Ye rested her head on his shoulder, asking if he saw everything. Chen simply smirked. He teased her about feeling it through her mouth temperature, sending her blushing all over again. Shaking off the playfulness, Chen got serious and asked what her power actually was. Duan Ye guessed it was some form of mental control, wondering if it could affect food. Playfully raising her slender hands, she challenged him, suggesting she should practice her power on him. Su Chen squinted at the mischievous girl, his lips curving into a smirk. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a pink glow, channeling her entire mental energy into one point. Deep within the illusory space, she manifested wearing a highly seductive outfit. She asked if he liked this training, but dark purple energy suddenly erupted from Su Chen. It felt like an awakened beast. Duanya stood frozen, wondering if his mind was resisting. Cold sweat dripped down her pale face as she experienced the crushing weight of his spirit. If he had not willingly held back, she would have collapsed immediately. Then Su Chen smirked. His eyes glowed red, reading her mind. He laughed, admitting her ability was actually quite impressive. Under the pale crescent moon, his laughter echoed far across the flooded ruins surrounding Lucheng Hotel. He promised to keep training her until her legs went weak. Eventually, the night began to fade. Silence settled as the darkness slowly cleared, paving the way for new plans at the base. Suddenly, gunfire shattered the quiet as Duanya's gun spat fiery sparks. Mutated beasts were blown to pieces under her firepower. Behind her, Su Chen quietly approached. Whispering into her ear, he reminded her to focus and lock onto the target before shooting. Catching her breath, she asked why he was training her when he was heading to the university. Standing on the windy rooftop, Su Chen gazes into the distance. He tells her she has half a day to get familiar with her powers and marksmanship. He asks if she went to medical school before, and a stunned Duanya confirms that she did. What is wrong? Su Chen's face grows cold and resolute, radiating the pure aura of a true ruler. He tells her she must join him now. It is time to prove her worth. Out on the rushing waters, a luxury yacht glides past ruined buildings. Duanya looks down at her bunny outfit in worry, wondering if she should really wear this out. Su Chen calmly sips his wine. He says it is fine even if she wore absolutely nothing, nobody could touch her anyway. As she steers the boat, her eyes show deep curiosity while staring at the back of this mysterious man. She wonders if he has been to the technology university before. Su Chen gazes silently at his blood-red wine, admitting he once did. He went to find a close friend, though he has no idea if the guy is still alive. Duanya offers a warm, comforting look. She reassures him that good people always find a way. Suddenly, the yacht slows down as the bow cuts through the murky waters. They approach a heavily fortified structure. Duanya narrows her eyes, scanning the ruined but dangerous territory directly ahead of them. They have finally arrived. Before them, the University of Science and Technology stands tall like a massive fortress made of steel. Towering watchtowers and reinforced wooden walls guard the perimeter. Looking at his old school, Su Chen's eyes suddenly turn sharp. His pupils contract with intense killing intent as he senses multiple guns aiming right at them. Suddenly, gunfire rains down like mad. Bullets tear through the wooden deck of the yacht in a deafening roar. Moving with lightning speed, Su Chen rushes forward. He pulls Duanya close, shielding her from the stray bullets with his own back. High up, a massive scarred guard holds his rifle and shouts down at them, demanding to know who they are. Su Chen quietly studies the hostile leader. Dark memories of his past life flash by. This university is exactly where the terrifying mutant Rat King will soon emerge. Standing on the windy deck, Su Chen shouts back, telling them they are here to join the base and asking for entry. The guard on the wall sneers, his eyes locking onto Duanya with a dirty grin. He laughs at the cute bunny outfit. He promises to let her in if she spends the night with him, but tells Su Chen to get lost. Suddenly, Duanya flashes a charming smile and pulls out a steaming, fragrant plate of freshly braised pork. She sweetly asks him to open the gates for this delicious meal. The fat guard's eyes bulge, drool dripping instantly. In this brutal apocalypse, fresh meat is an extreme luxury. He cannot believe his eyes, screaming at his men like a madman. He barks orders down to Lu Dao to open the gates immediately, screaming that he has not tasted meat in ages. The trembling soldier quickly complies. The heavy steel gates grind open, revealing a dark, ominous pathway leading right into the base. Once the yacht docks, the greedy guard jumps down and demands they hand over the steaming plate of meat immediately. He orders Lu Dao to guide them inside. Lu Dao stammers, eyeing the delicious pork, but Su Chen just watches them coldly. He silently notes their pathetic greed. The fat boss snaps at his underling to get lost, claiming all the food for himself. He cackles like a maniac, shoving the food into his mouth, completely unaware that he has fallen under her hypnotic spell. He mumbles about how delicious it is, secretly plotting to throw Su Chen into a lab later on for experiments. Leading them through dark, damp corridors, their guide puts on a fake polite smile as he shows them around. He speaks with a fake warmth, claiming that since they will live together in the base, helping each other is only natural. He completely ignores the hollow, lifeless stares of the starving refugees slumped against the dirty corridor walls. Pointing toward a dusty stairwell, the guide notes that the lower level is reserved only for weak commoners and children. He promises to find them a much cleaner room upstairs. Suddenly, a weak, trembling boy stumbles and bumps right into him. The guide instantly glares, yelling at the kid to watch where he is going. The terrified boy trembles, speaking softly. The boy mutters an apology, saying he felt dizzy. Taking pity on him, Duanya immediately kneels and scoops him up. It is clear the poor kid is starving to death. She asks where his family is, and he whispers that they left to search for food. Without hesitation, she pulls a fresh, fragrant piece of bread out of her inventory space and offers it to him. The boy stares at the bread with pure hunger but hesitates as he looks closely at her adorable bunny costume. He worries that the kind bunny sister will go hungry if she gives it away. Chen steps forward with a calm smile. He tells him not to worry because his bunny sister will never go hungry. The boy looks up in disbelief. The kid calls him a liar, saying everyone is starving these days. Chen merely grins with a knowing look. In the dark hallway, a brilliant blue wave of energy suddenly erupts from his hand. He laughs, telling the kid he can doubt his character, but never doubt his abilities. To everyone's absolute astonishment, a massive, mouth-watering feast suddenly appears out of thin air. It feels like magic. He declares that being his woman means never going hungry as the crowd eagerly sniffs the delicious aroma. They scream in excitement, wondering if it is hotpot, with some even begging to be his woman. Duanya blushes and quickly corrects the kid. "Stop talking nonsense and just eat," she tells the stunned child. But that rich, delicious smell quickly attracts some unwanted attention. A group of armed thugs storms over, furious that anyone would dare to cook such a delicious meal in this area. Leading them is a fierce, one-eyed captain who barks at the civilians, demanding to know if they realize hoarding food is illegal. He steps closer, threatening them with a growl. It is strange because no one has used contribution points to buy food lately. He demands to know who is breaking the rules. Terrified, the little kid clings tightly to Duanya, calling out for Sister Duanya. She gently reassures the child not to worry and let her handle this. Duanya then looks at Chen, who gives a silent nod. Chen is giving her permission to test her newly awakened ability. The clueless captain has no idea of the danger he is in. Suddenly, Duanya's eyes glow as a wave of pink and purple energy washes over them. She asks if they just want the food. She claims everything here was prepared just for them, a playful but wicked smile spreading across her beautiful face. She tells them to enjoy it to their heart's content. Under her powerful illusion, the greedy soldiers lose their minds. They see a pile of filthy trash and think it is a massive feast, shouting about the meat and claiming it all for themselves. They laugh like madmen, calling it a paradise. The brainwashed guards eagerly plunge their faces straight into the garbage. They chew on the rotten trash like it is the finest delicacy. One even cries, claiming the taste is absolutely wonderful. The one-eyed captain stuffs his face while staring at Duanya with a dirty look, praising her for being cooperative. He promises to reward her later tonight, but his expression twists into pure anger as he turns his attention towards Chen. The captain snaps that the new kid broke the rules and must pay. Chen calmly asks if he is really being threatened. The captain's eyes flash with a murderous red light as he orders his men to drag the prisoners out. Heavy chains begin to clank. Two chained figures emerge from the shadows. The captain announces the punishment is a brutal fight to the death against these two. It is a simple choice, either kill them or be killed. But Chen is shocked when he recognizes who they are. They are the two brothers he encountered underwater. How did this happen? Meanwhile, the little kid in Duanya's arms starts trembling. He stares in utter disbelief at the bruised and battered prisoners. The boy lets out a heartbreaking cry of pure shock. He asks his brothers what happened to them. Realizing the connection, a shocked Duanya asks if they are really his family. Sobbing, the boy tries to run to them, screaming for the bad guys to let them go. Duanya quickly restrains him. She warns him to stay back because something is seriously wrong with them. The captain laughs while chewing on his trash meat. He explains they failed their mission and could not pay the fine, earning a death sentence, though outright execution is too boring. He thinks that would be a total waste. Waving a piece of trash, his eyes gleam with cruel, sadistic malice. Seeing that they know each other makes this much more entertaining. He decides that if Chen loses this fight, things get worse. He will throw the girl and the brothers into the water to feed the water ghouls. It is a heartless, sadistic threat. The captain sneers, spelling out his cruel, heartless warning. If Chen loses, he will dump the siblings straight into the water. They will be bait for the monsters. Chen's gaze sharpens as he calmly analyzes the two feral, growling fighters before him. They look completely out of control, as if they have been pumped full of drugs. But he has no time to think. The captain barks an order to tear Chen to shreds. The heavy iron chains suddenly snap with a loud clatter. The two crazed fighters break free and charge ahead with terrifying speed. Facing a massive direct charge from the heavy beast, Chen stands as solid as a statue. His cold purple eyes show absolutely zero fear in the face of danger. His hand moves slightly as a surge of invisible energy begins to gather, setting up a lightning-fast counterstrike. He delivers a devastating blow directly to the opponent's neck, unleashing a burst of purple energy that paralyzes the beast's nerves. With the giant neutralized, Chen quickly pivots and delivers a clean, heavy strike that knocks the second attacker off balance. The man's face twists in agony under the sheer weight of the impact. In a mere fraction of a second, the fight is over. Both of these terrifying fighters are left unconscious on the ground. Watching this happen, the little boy gasps in absolute shock. Duan Ya gently comforts him, promising that his brothers will be perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the one-eyed captain stands frozen in disbelief. His jaw drops in shock and frustration at how quickly they fell, cursing that his expensive combat stimulants were completely wasted. He clicks his tongue, writing them off as useless garbage. Quickly changing his demeanor, the captain narrows his eyes with malice. His other eye gleams with sheer greed, barked out that since his mood is great today, they just need to hand over all their supplies. Do that, and he will let them off the hook. Chen tilts his head, his razor-sharp gaze cutting straight through. The one-eyed thug asking why he should hand over his supplies to him. A nearby goon haughtily cuts in, demanding to know if he is a rookie. He explains that entering the evolution base means following Boss Liu's rules to keep order and weed out freeloaders. Another goon chimes in that they do not feed useless slackers here, and surviving requires paying supplies in exchange for contribution points. Hearing this, Chen smirks mockingly, instantly recognizing this new form of currency. He mumbles that these contribution points are basically just currency, making them a perfect tool for those in power. Sure, but their last remaining food supplies have already been eaten clean by these greedy thugs, leaving absolutely nothing left. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the area, as a booming heavy voice echoes, asking if they want contribution points and suggesting they work for him instead. The surrounding grunts below tremble, bowing deeply to Captain Guo. Chen and Duanya both look up, seeing a massive giant, covered in bizarre tattoos, sitting on a makeshift throne. A close-up reveals the hideous face of a slave with his mouth locked by a heavy iron bar, his eyes filled with absolute despair. Cruelly, these brutally tortured slaves are forced to carry massive logs just to serve their leader's luxury. Meanwhile, Captain Guo sits smugly up on high, surrounded by his minions, as he offers a tempting but dangerous proposal. He boasts about free meals and good pay. Right as he finishes speaking, an exhausted slave below suddenly trips. The unfortunate man crashes hard, his emaciated body slamming into the hard ground with a choked groan. Captain Guo's eyes flash with a deadly blood-red light, his face twitching in twisted, sick excitement. His rough hand grips the spear's shaft tightly, blue veins bulging as he prepares to deliver a brutal punishment. Without a shred of mercy, he drives the weapon straight through the poor slave. And oh, it gets brutal. A horrific scream tears through the air. Chen and Duanya stand frozen, staring at the savage scene. Duanya's heart clenches in horror at the base's cruelty. Captain Guo then turns to Chen with a sickening smile. He notes that they are severely short-handed and says Chen arrived just in time to take the dead slave's place. Looking at Duanya, he offers the bunny girl a can of meat every day to eat as she pleases, asking what she thinks. He strokes his chin smugly, his lustful gaze scanning the trembling women around him. He reminds them that in these desperate times, where everything is stagnant, he is investing heavily in them. He adds that he is simply bored of his old toys and wants to swap things out. The one-eyed goon nearby chimes in, telling them that since their captain was kind enough to invite them, they better not be ungrateful. The goons in the back laugh, excited that new arrivals mean they get to enjoy the leftover women. Suddenly, Captain Guo abruptly freezes, his nose twitching as he catches a strange scent. He demands to know what they just ate, making the one-eyed goon's face turn pale as sweat pours down. This is bad. They were so busy eating earlier that they forgot eating. Behind the captain's back is a death sentence. Fearing their leader's rage, the lackeys drop to their knees, begging the captain for forgiveness and promising they won't do it again. They beg for one more chance, promising to hand over any future food to him first from now on. Instead of calming down, Captain Guo roars in fury, his face completely twisting in absolute disgust at the foul smell. He orders them all to shut up, yelling that the awful stench is suffocating him, demanding to know if they just ate garbage. He kicks them out, and watching this intense reaction, Duanya narrows her eyes in suspicion. She steals a glance at Chen, wondering if he has somehow already seen right through her mental illusion ability. Or maybe it just has absolutely no effect on him. Meanwhile, the one-eyed soldier begins to feel that something is seriously wrong, sweat dripping down his pale face. He stammers to the captain that what they ate was actually talk about instant karma. Before he can finish, a sudden stabbing pain hits their stomachs like knives, making the goons collapse as their faces twist in agonizing pain. The one-eyed guy clutches his belly and screams, vomiting a dark fluid amidst violent stomach convulsions. He screams about his stomach tearing apart completely, unable to bear the excruciating pain that is currently sending the entire group of goons scrambling in absolute desperation to find a bathroom as they lose control of themselves. They panic, crying out that they cannot hold it in any longer. Watching his men flee in utter humiliation, Captain Guo gnashes his teeth in absolute fury, his eyes following them as he curses his bad luck for having such utterly brainless henchmen. He swears he will personally send these useless fools to their graves. Meanwhile, Chen quietly watches the giant feeling increasingly vigilant against his strange and powerful aura. Something about this man is definitely off. He clearly has no special ability fluctuations, but he radiates a terrifying raw pressure. Even under his influence, those lackeys manage to break free from Duanya's illusions. Chen narrows his eyes at the man's retreating figure, his mind starting to analyze the hidden faction behind him. He still has no idea who this boss Liu actually is, but judging by these underlings, the boss is definitely a big deal. After weighing his options, Chen decides to hold back his bloodlust. Slaughtering them right now would only ruin his ultimate plans, bringing unnecessary trouble and stalling his hunt for the mutated pests. The last thing he needs is a distraction from finding those mutated creatures. Guo calls out, asking Chen what he thinks of the offer. Chen responds with a cold, dismissive answer, sorry, but he has absolutely zero interest in joining them. Captain Guo smirks and orders his men to turn the vehicles around, but not before leaving behind a dark, menacing warning. He sneers that one day they will be down on their knees begging him. Then he tells Lu Dao to take over the front position. Guo announces he is heading back first. The shaking soldiers quickly obey as the vehicles roll away, leaving Chen standing silently in the desolate ruins. He watches their dust trail fade behind the crumbling buildings. Duanya steps forward, looking down with a wave of guilt. She apologizes, admitting the captain's mental strength was simply too overwhelming. Her illusion could not pierce his mind, but Chen assures her it is fine. These psychos survived eating mutated monster flesh. Their minds were already warped to begin with. They just need to stay alert. Suddenly, a shaky voice calls out from behind them. A young male student is staring at them, eyes filled with absolute terror. He warns them that they just crossed the elite guard. Those monsters will never let this slide. The boy rushes closer, desperately trying to pull them away from this dangerous open ground. He urges Chen to follow him right away, stressing that staying out here is practically a death sentence. Chen raises an eyebrow. Looking past the grime on the boy's face, he recognizes him. How does he know Chen? The boy introduces himself as Miao Yuan Tian Yue's roommate. He remembers meeting Chen back when he visited their university campus. Guided by Miao Yuan, the group heads deep into a decaying school administration building where the heavy stench of mold fills the air. Meanwhile, in a dark, grimy corner of the ruins, Captain Guo is already plotting his next move. Trust me, this guy's bad news. With bloodshot, sinister eyes, he whispers to Lu Dao, ordering him to keep a close watch on the girl. He demands they not let them slip away. Lu Dao nods, asking what the captain has planned. A hideous, yellow-toothed grin spreads across the captain's heavily tattooed face. He licks his dry lips, completely fixated on Duanya's stunning beauty. In this brutal apocalypse, a flawless gem like that little rabbit is incredibly rare. Watch out, because things are about to get complicated. Back with Chen, they are carefully navigating fragile wooden makeshift bridges. Beneath them, the murky, violent floodwaters roar like a wild beast. Once inside the hidden shelter, they spot rows of makeshift cots with ivy bags hanging from the ceiling. The medical supplies are thin, but fortunately just enough to get by. Duanya immediately gets to work, tending to the wounded. Her gentle presence instantly calms the terrified children, ensuring their lives are no longer in danger. The kids call her Big Sister Rabbit and praise her skills. Looking around the cramped, body-packed room, Chen quietly asks if all the surviving students are huddled in this single spot. Miao Yuan nods, confirming that everyone who made it out alive is hiding here. He continues bandaging a wound as he explains the current situation. Thanks to Tian Yue constantly looking out for everyone, this area is recognized as the logistics department's territory. The student beams with unmistakable pride at the mention of his division, boasting that they are a force to be reckoned with. Even if they clash with those greedy, powerful factions, they are fully prepared to fight to the death. Just then, a well-built man with a rifle slung over his shoulder steps through the doorway, flashing a broad, confident grin. He asks the new arrival if he has any interest in signing up. Miao Yuan excitedly calls out to Tian Yu, pointing towards Chen with a massive smile, urging him to look at who he managed to bring back. Tian Yue stands frozen in utter disbelief, shouting across the room, "Holy crap, Chen, is that really you?" He charges forward and wraps Chen in a crushing hug, his voice shaking. He thought Chen was dead, but here he is. Chen laughs, greeting his old friend. Since they finally cross paths again, they absolutely have to celebrate with a few drinks. Tian Yue agrees, mentioning he just finished a mission and has a few free days. But then his gaze suddenly locks onto the stunning woman standing right behind his friend. His jaw drops and he stammers in absolute shock. He recognizes her as the legendary campus beauty, the cold goddess Duanya. Duanya merely sighs, dismissing her past glory as utterly useless in this new brutal world. Tian Yue turns to his roommate in disbelief. He yells out in excitement, "Miao Yuan, why is the legendary goddess here? And why is she wearing a bunny suit?" Miao Yuan stares in disbelief. Is that really Duan Ya from the medical academy? No medical student should be this beautiful. Duan Ya blushes deeply. Embarrassed, she gently tugs Su Chen's shirt and whispers that she desperately needs to change her clothes. Wearing a bunny outfit in front of her juniors is just too humiliating. Su Chen nods. He completely agrees with her. Seeing them so close, two young students burn with intense jealousy. Their eyes practically shoot fire at Su Chen. They look ready to cry. Why does he get to hold the goddess? Extremely envious, Tian Yue leads the group inside his room. He scratches his head, apologizing for the messy room. He tells them to make themselves comfortable and offers Duan Ye space to change. Duan Ye politely thanks him. Outside, the other students whisper in envy, noting that luxurious single rooms cost massive contribution points. While waiting, Tian Yue watches Su Chen closely. A sudden question pops into his mind as he looks the young man over. They did not bring any luggage. Where will she find clothes to change into? Su Chen smoothly changes the subject to avoid explaining. He asks if active missions are dangerous. Tian Yue sighs, runs a hand through his hair, and acts like a seasoned veteran. Danger is everywhere, he says, but they are incredibly lucky. Looking so clean, they clearly have not experienced the brutal wasteland. He offers to let them stay and join the logistics team so he can protect them. He looks toward the room. He clearly respects talent. Besides, a highly skilled doctor like Duan Ya does not even need to hunt for food outside. She can just stay behind and treat the wounded. However, Tian Yue's face suddenly turns dead serious, his voice dropping low. He issues a strict warning. There is one crucial thing he must tell Su Chen. Su Chen narrows his eyes, asking what it is. Tian Yue's face tightens with absolute intensity. His eyes burn with warning as he looks directly at the young man. Keep a low profile. Stop wandering around. Tian Yue growls, reminding Su Chen of the harsh reality of their dark world. Letting a beautiful woman run around in a bunny suit is begging for trouble. What was he thinking? This is the apocalypse. Su Chen remains perfectly calm. Rest assured, he says, I will protect her. In response, Tian Yue playfully smacks his head. He scolds him like an older brother. You better mean it. Have you forgotten getting bullied in high school and never fighting back? He was the one who always saved him. Turning serious again, Tian Yue stares down at his own hands in deep thought. That guard captain is a highly dangerous predator. The women he targets never end up well, especially gorgeous ones like Duan Ye. He looks toward the interchanging room with intense worry, knowing that vicious man will absolutely not let this go easily. Right then, inside the room, a freezing blade suddenly presses against Duan Ye's neck just as she is about to change clothes. Don't move. Duan Ye turns in absolute shock to face a female assassin with cold, murderous eyes. Who are you? She demands. The killer coldly explains that Captain Guo sent her to arrange lodging. She steps closer, her breath smelling of pure danger. She mocks her, saying a girl should not sleep with a room full of men. Duan Ye firmly rejects the demand. She insists this room is large enough and they do not need to worry. But the assassin moves in, reaching out aggressively. She states that the captain gave specific orders to bring her over. Suddenly, Duan Ye's eyes flash with a strange pink light. She commands the assassin to stop in a powerful voice. The killer freezes her, pupils shrinking as she struggles against a massive psychic attack. Her face contorts as she fights the mental intrusion. Duan Ye looks on coldly as her enemy writhes under the psychic illusion. Can you let go of me now? She demands. Duan Ye feels highly confident in her newly awakened psychic abilities. While total mind control is extremely difficult, handling a common assassin for a short time is easy. Su Chen can handle the rest. The assassin grits her teeth. Desperate to break free, she suddenly stabs her own hand with the knife, blood spurting everywhere. The intense physical pain forcefully snaps her back to reality. Duan Ye gasps, shocked by the woman's brutal self-harm. She actually stabbed her own palm to escape the illusion. Capitalizing on Duan Ye's momentary shock, the bleeding killer lunges forward. With bloodshot eyes, she wildly charges and slams Duan Ye hard against the wall. The sudden counterattack is incredibly fast and dangerous. Pinning her by the neck, the assassin sneers triumphantly. She mocks Duan Ye, saying she almost fell for that weird trick. Hearing the loud commotion inside, Tian Yue bangs frantically on the door. Duan Ye, what is going on in there? He yells. Changing clothes should not make this much noise. Inside, the assassin covers Duan Ye's mouth with a cold, threatening glare. Senior, please answer. Getting no reply, Tian Yue panics, realizing something is wrong. Duan Ye, I am coming in, he screams. The door is kicked open. A tall silhouette steps inside, backlit by a bright, blinding glare. The assassin immediately lets go. She brandishes her knife, her eyes full of cold fury. She puts all her power into a lethal kick aimed at the intruder. But her target remains absolutely motionless. A terrifying, suffocating pressure erupts from him, freezing the killer in her tracks. The air freezes over instantly. Standing right behind him, Tian Yue shouts out in sheer panic, warning Su Chen to watch out as the female assassin lunges forward. Her eyes widen in horror, realizing she is charging straight into an inescapable black hole of death. Chen's gaze is razor-sharp, radiating a bone-chilling cold that completely paralyzes his opponent in absolute primal terror. She stares in shock as she finally recognizes the face before her, and horrifying memories come rushing back. It is him. Her pupils contract instantly. Cold sweat pours down her pale face from pure primal fear as a blood-soaked memory flashes. It is the massacre at the engineering university. That monster named Chen, and the terrifying images of people getting hacked down in the blink of an eye. She witnessed that brutal slaughter. Deep purple sword slashes tore through the dark and crushed all resistance. She shivers uncontrollably, remembering his cold, heartless smile standing right in the middle of a pool of blood. Even though she is a seasoned killer with blood on her hands, her deepest instincts scream that this man is different. Her gut warns her that attacking him means instant, unavoidable death. Her eyes flicker wildly, desperately searching for a way out. She has to do something to survive this high-stakes situation. In a split second, she does a complete 180 and her body drops. Suddenly, the assassin falls to her knees on the floor in a highly seductive pose, looking up with pleading eyes. "Master, please punish me," she begs. Behind her, Tian Yue stands completely frozen, stuttering in total disbelief at the words "Master." Chen stands tall amidst a swirling aura of eerie purple energy. "Who's your master?" he asks coldly. The female assassin narrows her eyes. Seductive. Licking her lips with a challenging glare, she asks if her sincerity is not enough. But she doesn't stop there. She slowly slides off her outer coat to reveal a battle-scarred body. A provocative tease. Will this change his mind? Tian Yue and his buddy hold their heads. Total terror at their friend's extreme taste. "She's stripping. She's actually stripping." "No way, Chen. Since when are you into this?" Suddenly, the assassin's eyes gleam with malice in the dim light. A smoke bomb explodes. Blindness in an instant. This is bad. She used a smoke screen. She moves like a ghost through the white mist, desperate to escape. But she isn't getting away. An iron grip pierces the smoke, clamping hard on her throat, choking her. What's Chen? Lifts her clean off the ground with one hand. Purple eyes stare right through her soul. No escape. Desperate, the gasping assassin plays her final card to survive. "Wait," she begs, "you can't kill me yet." She asks if they remember the little girl they saved. She and her two brothers are in the beast arena. Chen narrows his eyes. His killing intent doesn't fade, it intensifies. Why should he care? Without hesitation, he hurls her out of the window, letting her plunge straight into the raging floodwaters below. "Begone!" Tian Yue rushes over frantically, asking who the woman was talking about. It has to be Xiao Mai and her two brothers. The elite guard took advantage of their absence to seize them. The young student turns pale as a ghost, asking what they should do now. If they don't rescue them, those massive mutant rats will tear them to shreds. Hearing that keyword, Chen freezes as memories from his past life click into place. Rats. He spins around to leave, ignoring Tian Yue's attempts to stop him. He wants to go despite pleas to stay calm. Before them, the beast arena rises like a massive, heavily fortified dome, home to the base's bloodiest spectacles. Up high on his throne sits Captain Guo, looking down on the barren ground where the terrified prisoners tremble. "Your two brothers failed their mission. A death sentence," the fat captain roars, his twisted grin widening, sharpening with cruelty as he gazes at the gate. "But if they're willing to enter the Colosseum, he might have an offer." Captain Guo sneers as he stares at the two siblings hanging in mid-air, offering them a cruel chance of survival. They scream in absolute despair. "Xiao Mai, run, do not trust him," they yell, but the captain just smirks back. It is far too late to run. Standing before the tyrant, little Xiao Mai grips her wooden stick tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Though her body trembles, she refuses to run, asking if he will actually free them. The fat man smiles disgustingly, showing his nasty, yellow teeth as he makes a hollow promise. But suddenly, the heavy iron gate of the beast arena screeches open. A pitch-black darkness of death looms from within the gateway. Out of the shadows behind the little girl, a massive threat emerges. A giant mutated rat with blood-red eyes appears, its breath reeking of decay. Xiao Mai suddenly feels a cold shiver down her spine. Turning her head slowly, her pupils shrink in pure terror as she sees the massive, terrifying shadow looming right over her. The beast growls, opening its massive jaws full of jagged, razor-sharp teeth, ready to swallow the tiny girl whole. In a flash, the rat lunges forward and sinks its teeth into Xiao Mai's shoulder, making her scream out in agony. She is cruelly thrown to the dirt, her small body tumbling across the dusty ground while the soldiers laugh mockingly at her misery. Amidst the stabbing pain, memories of starving days flood back to when the brothers found a patch of strange mushrooms. "Look, Xiao Mai. I found so many mushrooms, but wait, aren't they poisonous? How could they let Xiao Mai eat something so risky?" The oldest brother, dirt-smeared but filled with love, decides to take the risk. He will try them first. If he survives, only then can Xiao Mai eat. The second brother panics, screaming out, "Big brother, have you gone mad? Soon the toxins kick in and the oldest brother begins hallucinating, muttering about red squares in the sky. The other two panic. It really is poisonous, spit it out now. Yet, through all the hardships, the brothers always stayed optimistic about the future. They promised Xiao Mai that once they finished their mission, they would earn contribution points. Soon they would never go hungry. Before heading out on their life or death mission, they did not forget to remind their sweet little sister to stay safe. Be good and do not run around, they said, promising delicious food when they returned. But reality is far more brutal. Tied to gallows, their faces turning red as they suffocate, the brothers still scream for Xiao Mai to run and survive. Captain Guo scratches his ear in annoyance, ordering his men to make it quick and shut those two up. A brutal guard kicks the wooden blocks away, leaving the two brothers hanging helplessly by their necks in the open air. Their weak struggles slowly fade as the thick ropes choke them. Painful, agonizing groans echo through the silent, cold arena. Xiao Mai screams in absolute despair. Her brothers are drawing closer and closer to death. But the mutated beast gives her no time to grieve. It lunges forward to attack. Backed into a corner, Xiao Mai musters her remaining strength, tightly gripping a stray piece of firewood. Screaming in pure rage, she drives the wooden stick directly into the monster's eye. Spiritual energy explodes from the wound, spraying blood. The beast shrieks in agony. She collapses, gasping heavily. Yet the desperation to save her brothers pushes her back up. Tears stream down her dusty face. She cries out that she is coming to save them. "Keep going, do not give up," she whispers. But the beast rises behind her. Its glowing red eyes lock onto her. A sharp claw swings down, shattering her hopes. Captain Guo laughs hysterically. To him, this tragic struggle is nothing but a comedy. A mere brat trying to save lives, what a joke, he sneers. Xiao Mai lies collapsed on the ground, her vision fading fast as she calls out to her brothers. Up on the gallows, her brothers are losing consciousness, silently cursing their cruel and unfair fate. Why did it turn out like this? They only wanted to survive. Why is heaven so merciless to them? Staring at the gallows with tear-filled eyes, Xiao Mai desperately begs for anyone to save them. "Please save us," she cries. Right at that critical, terrifying second, Chen arrives like a god, raising his hand. A massive wall of dark purple energy erupts, shielding her from danger. The sheer pressure is absolutely overwhelming. The beast is instantly crushed into red mist, painting the ground. Xiao Mai stares in complete shock. She gasps, unable to believe her eyes, as her terrifying enemy is wiped out with a single gesture. Seeing this reckless move, Tian Yue and his squad shout out, warning him that he is acting on pure emotion. Captain Guo leaps up, his fat face twisting with rage and shock at having his sacrifice snatched away. Chen stands tall, calmly looking down at the bloody mess. "Is this really all you have got?" he asks. This oversized rat did not even have a core, making it quite different from standard mutated creatures. Infuriated, the fat captain glares with bloodshot eyes, roaring that if Chen wants to die, he will gladly oblige. A terrifying aura immediately blankets the entire arena, kicking up thick clouds of dust around the cold cages. Through the dense haze, Chen stands tall, his purple spiritual energy exploding outward in waves. "If that is how it is, I will end this myself," Chen says. Soon the threat is cleared. Xiao Mai's brothers are finally lowered down, rushing over to hug her while asking if she is hurt. The thin older brother looks at her with deep gratitude, saying it was all thanks to her that they survived. She shakes her head, her eyes shining as she looks at Duanya, explaining it was actually Chen who saved them. The scene shifts to a high-tech lab where wet footsteps enter. On the massive screen, a long-haired man appears. Clad in a long green coat and white-rimmed glasses, Liu Xiaoyun coldly asks the female assassin if the man below is the special research specimen. She responds respectfully, confirming that his genes will definitely fix the unstable mutant strain. A sinister red glow ignites in Liu Xiaoyun's eyes as he stares down at Chen's back in the middle of the beast arena. He orders her to use their latest technology, wanting to see this rat become far more feral and colossal than before. He adjusts his glasses with a cold look. If the guy dies here, he is completely worthless. He is completely worthless. Suddenly, another massive mutated rat lunges straight at him. But Chen casually swings his sword. One swift, X-shaped slash and Tian Yue stands frozen. Cold sweat pours down his face. An instant kill. Is this still the same Chen? Captain Guo roars in bitter frustration, his entire face flushing red with absolute humiliation at the sight of that brat. "That brat," he snarls. Meanwhile, Chen stands quietly, his deep purple eyes disappointed, still no core. What on earth are these rats? Suddenly, a deafening screech from the loudspeaker cuts through the tense air, halting everyone. The entire base falls deathly quiet as Liu Xiaoyun's imposing figure appears high up on the spectator stand. Looking down at the crowd, he grabs the mic, his raspy voice echoing heavily across the entire beast arena. "Listen up, everyone. That man is the specimen I need," he announces. "Guo Tian Yue, bring him to me right now." Captain Guo smugs while Tian Yue turns pale, completely trapped in a corner. "The boss has spoken. You are dead meat," Guo sneers. Tian Yue panics. Yet Su Chen stands tall facing the gun barrels. His eyes flash with an icy glare. Dead or alive, he does not care. Tian Yue acts fast. He quickly pushes Duanya away, telling her to run because things are bad. If she doesn't leave now, there won't be another chance. But Duanya stands her ground, her eyes flashing with unprecedented resolve. She is absolutely not going anywhere. As long as Su Chen is here, she stays. The fat captain sneers, trying to divide them. He reminds Tian Yue that their lives in this wasteland belong to the boss, asking what it is going to be. With a dry laugh, Su Chen tilts his head, asking his old friend in a low, commanding voice, "What is going on here?" Tian Yue lowers his head in bitter helplessness. The man upstairs is Liu Xian, the school dictator. He created a powerful enhancement drug that grants extreme strength, using it to completely manipulate everyone here. Pointing to the crazed figures behind them, he explains that the drug trades their very life force for raw power. Once it wears off, they become useless. Su Chen squints at his friend, offering a shred of hope. If he tells him there is a way to solve this drug dependency, would Tian Yue be willing to leave with him? Tian Yue falls silent, his trembling hands gripping his gun tighter. He apologizes, admitting he simply has no other choice. Captain Guo laughs gleefully at the drama. You can tell he is absolutely loving this intense brother-against-brother showdown. The fat man narrows his eyes, releasing a heavy aura that crushes the surrounding air. Time is running out. Their boss hates waiting, he growls. Suddenly, he swings his massive mace and charges like a raging hurricane. A colossal earth-shattering crash echoes through the arena, sending a massive, thick blanket of dust over the entire battlefield. And right here, everyone gets a massive shock as Tian Yue suddenly pivots, launching a lightning-fast kick straight at Captain Guo's head. He roars in pure rage, screaming that he is done choosing and is ready to put his life on the line. The powerful strike sends the captain's massive body flying backward like a torn sandbag, creating a shockwave in midair. Tian Yue stands tall in the center of the arena, his sharp face filled with absolute determination to break his chains. The surrounding lackeys gasp in utter disbelief, calling out his name. Slowly, Captain Guo struggles to get back up. His venomous eyes lock onto the traitor as he roars with rage, questioning how he dares to betray the boss. Tian Yue's gaze remains ice-cold. He curls his lips into a disdainful smirk, completely unfazed by the threat. "Boss," he sneers. "Disposable lab rats. That is all they ever were to him." Standing on the edge of life and death, he proudly turns his back on the enemy and makes his declaration. He has only one life, so why fear death? Meanwhile, Su Chen quietly watches his friends steady back. Anyone who dares lay a hand on his brother will pay the ultimate price. Tian Yue truly hasn't changed at all. He is still the same honorable man he used to be. Suddenly, a rush of old memories floods back. Tian Yue clenches his fists, yelling with iron resolve that he is going all out no matter the cost. He promises to fight just like the old days. Ignoring the warning, Captain Guo frantically swings his two iron maces. The heavy weapons charge forward. He roars that since they want death, he will crush them all at once, to get them out of his sight. With lightning speed, Tian Yue lunges forward, aiming an explosive punch at his foe. He sneers that the captain is nowhere near skilled enough to touch him. Intense collisions break out, kicking up thick dust. Thick dust conceals steel fists clashing relentlessly. But then the fat captain suddenly flashes a highly malicious smirk. He is ready to reveal a terrifying secret. He sneers that the boss always knew he would betray them, so he only gave him a grade 1 drug. But for himself, he is using a grade 2 enhancement drug. Tian Yue is absolutely terrified by the massive gap. What, a grade 2 enhancement drug? Captain Guo laughs. Shaking his massive, bulky frame, he smugly boasts that his thick layers of fat act as his absolute defensive barrier. Absolutely untouchable. Suddenly, a giant iron mace strikes down from above, cutting through the air with insane speed. It unleashes thousands of pounds of heavy pressure. Tian Yue blocks with both hands, but the force is overwhelming. Spitting blood from severe internal injuries, he buckles. Seeing his exhausted opponent, Captain Guo laughs maniacally. He thoroughly enjoys cornering this traitor. Glaring down, the fat captain prepares to deliver a ruthless final blow. He yells for him to go to hell and repent. Right at this critical moment, the fat captain's hand reaches out. He quickly flips on an electric switch. Tian Yue gasps, screaming a warning as lightning crackles around the weapon. He warns Su Chen to watch out for the electricity. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes flashes within the purple glare. The pressure freezes the fat captain in terror. Su Chen steps in with a sudden, powerful stomp kick. Landing hard on the electrified mace, he completely shuts down the captain's aggression while asking about his absolute defense. Su Chen closes in on Captain Guo's neck too fast for him to react. He delivers a spectacular spinning kick. This completely shatters the captain's remaining confidence as he mockingly wonders how many hits his barrier can actually take. Tian Yue watches with wide eyes, gasping heavily as he witnesses Su Chen's absolute dominance over the enemy he barely survived. Honestly, you can't blame them for freezing up here. Duanya and the surrounding onlookers are completely stunned. His display of power is far beyond their understanding. High above, Liu Xiaoyun stands watching through thick glass. His pensive face is framed by a sinister purple light. Meanwhile, Captain Guo screams in agonizing pain. The extreme current backfires straight into his body, sending fresh blood spilling from his mouth under Su Chen's pressure. Under this pressure, the captain's massive body collapses onto the floor like a crumbling mountain, lying motionless in the sparks, lingering under the feet of this young god of death. Up above, Liu Xiaoyun shows zero sympathy for his subordinate. Instead, he stares at the screen with sheer mad fascination, muttering that the kid is extremely valuable for research. To help humanity evolve into perfect beings, he has poured absolutely massive resources and top talent into this facility. He believes this boy is the ultimate breakthrough. Standing in the dark lab, his calculating eyes narrow. Staring at the screen, he whispers that the young fighter has officially proven his worth with that display of power. He decides to make a generous offer, though Su Chen remains completely unfazed and defiant in the arena below. He offers him a rare chance to join the lab, promising he can become the very first perfect human. Su Chen coldly fires back, asking if this perfect human he speaks of is just like those giant lab rats. Liu Xiaoyun bursts into mad laughter, covering his face in absolute fanaticism. He is thrilled that the boy guessed his focus. He rants that rat genes are actually the closest match to humans, getting more excited by the second. He leans closer to the camera, his sinister gaze burning with absolute madness. He plans to use rat genes. He wants to build a powerful army of rat men to tear this world apart, turning the ruins into their paradise. He asks if that sounds exciting. Su Chen simply cleans his ear with total contempt, delivering a brutally cold reply. He mutters that he actually just thinks the old man is an idiot. A heavy, awkward silence fills the entire arena. Liu Xiaoyun's smile completely vanishes, his face hardening from being humiliated in front of his crew. He issues a cold command. He orders his female assassin to teach the boy a lesson about the true greatness of his evolutionary research. The assassin's gun instantly fires, sending a lethal streak of light tearing through the air directly toward the target. Su Chen casually tilts his head to dodge the drug-filled dart, but its true target is actually behind him. The dart strikes right into the chest of the barely breathing Captain Guo, unleashing a sudden, violent surge of energy. A sickening deep purple energy completely envelops him. His fat body begins to blister and sprout glowing red eyes all over. His flesh shrivels into a grotesque, monstrous mass. Tian Yue backs away in horror, cold sweat pouring down his face. He stands frozen, watching this. Is his body mutating? Duan Ye asks, completely unable to hide her utter disgust. Her delicate lips tremble. She wonders what kind of sick, twisted things these absolute bastards are actually researching. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyun calmly boasts about his disgusting creation over the loudspeaker, explaining that the subject was once a sumo wrestler. That thick layer of fat makes him incredibly durable, and now this extreme mutation makes him look absolutely hideous. The beast is covered in tentacles. Plus, with the level 3 serum he just got, his healing factor is off the charts. Liu Xiaoyun grins at his screen. He waits to watch the young man break down in absolute terror because there is no way out. Do you finally see how great evolution is? He sneers, but Su Chen just responds with a cold, silent gesture. He casually flips off the camera, mocking that there is nothing great about turning human beings into mindless, ugly freaks. Rage erupts. Liu Xiaoyun's eyes gleam with murderous intent behind his glasses as he orders the beast to tear him apart. The monster lets out an ear-splitting roar. It opens its mouth full of razor-sharp fangs and lunges directly forward. It charges straight at Su Chen with terrifying speed. Su Chen's gaze turns cold as he pulls his dark energy. Dark energy gathers in his palms. Suddenly, a massive blast shakes the room as the fat beast curls into a giant rolling wheel. It hurtles right towards Su Chen. Duan Ye screams in absolute panic as she sees him trapped in that devastating storm of energy. Warning him to be careful, she watches as Su Chen stands solid as a rock, his hands absorbing the enemy's wild energy. "Give it to me," he mutters. A heavy pressure instantly halts the monster in its tracks as it tries to crush him. He catches the attack barehanded, telling it to freeze as the electricity surges into his arm, only to be swallowed by dark energy. "Did you seriously think some cheap batteries could shock me to death?" he sneers, clenching his fist tighter and tighter. The beast's mutated flesh begins to rip apart under his superior power, and he forcefully yanks out its glowing energy core. Standing over the beast like a cold judge, he gets ready to serve some serious payback. "Oh, you are not ready for this." With one swift, decisive move, he shoves the sparking, overloaded energy core deep down the roaring monster's throat. A massive earth-shaking explosion immediately tears the mutant apart from the inside, leaving only a blazing purple fire. Su Chen calmly walks out of the raging fire. Tian Yue stares blankly at the ashes, his voice trembling as he asks if it's over. Duan Ya just stands there silently, staring at the back of her savior with a gaze full of complicated emotions. Up in the control room, Liu Xiaoyun narrows his eyes, adjusting his glasses and wondering how this kid weaponized their own energy core. But suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes from the deep pit as the monster's shredded flesh begins to twitch and reconnect. It is healing at a dizzying speed. Liu Xiyun laughs, bragging that their level 3 serum has unmatched godlike recovery. He sneers through the speaker system, boasting that before the ultimate power of evolution, a normal human is completely useless. Chen just frowns with absolute disgust, channeling power into his legs before launching himself straight into the air. Telling the old man he talks too much, Chen unleashes a thunderous downward kick from the sky, aiming straight at the pit. The massive shockwave shatters the concrete as he slams down on the scrambling beast, kicking up a giant cloud of thick dust. The enemy's massive body is completely hidden. Chen lands lightly, his eyes flashing as he plans his next calculated move. He knows very few people are aware of special abilities, so it is best not to reveal the true nature of his powers. Duan Ya watches from a distance with shallow, rapid breaths as the massive plume of dust completely blocks her view of the fight. Back in the control room, Liu Xiaoyun loses his cool, staring in panic at the blank monitors, wondering what the hell is happening. Chen steps back a few paces, quietly watching the mutated muscle fibers of his opponent stubbornly regenerate. It seems Liu Xiaoyun's research is actually worth something if this thing can heal endlessly, but Chen just smirks with absolute confidence. He waves his hand, instantly opening his inventory space, noting that survival supplies are not the only things he has been hoarding. Out of thin air, a massive pile of heavy building materials begins to manifest right above the monster's head. I have prepared quite a few secret weapons for this, he thinks, as giant concrete blocks begin raining down like a storm. The massive slabs completely crush the beast into a pile of rubble. Below, Tian Yue and his teammates gasp at the shaking ground. The deafening crashes echo through the entire base, leaving them wondering what on earth is happening up there. Veins bulge on Liu Xiaoyun's forehead as he sweats furiously, demanding to know what kind of cheap trick that brat is pulling. As the thick dust finally settles, Chen is seen sitting comfortably and arrogantly on top of the massive pile of debris. Tian Yue and his group stand completely frozen in shock. What is that? Duan Ya mutters, staring up at the massive pile of artificial debris. She can barely believe her eyes, a miniature mountain of concrete and steel. Is the enemy really buried under there? Liu Xiaoyun slams his desk and stands up, glaring through the glass. You miserable little brat, he roars. He screams in raw rage, his usual arrogance replaced by pure naked hostility. I do not care who you are, he rants. I do not care where that trash came from. Since you dared to provoke me like this, I will make sure you die without a grave. At that exact moment, from the dark corners of the arena, dozens of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes begin crawling out to surround them. Look around, every single one of you is going to die. Chen cracks his knuckles, his dark purple eyes glowing with excitement. He welcomes the upcoming bloodshed. That is perfect, because I had no intention of letting any of you live either. Meanwhile, Duan Ya shrinks back. She presses close behind Chen, her face pale with anxiety. We are completely surrounded. Tian Yue squints at the grotesque creatures drawing near. Terrified, he realizes who they are. Those are the people who were taken to the laboratory. Have they actually mutated into these rat men? Chen looks toward the central building, his voice dropping to a low, cold tone. My target is Liu Xiaoyun up there. If I do not deal with him, this never ends. He turns and walks away, leaving behind a cold but highly reliable view of his back. So I am leaving the crowd here to you guys. He glances back at Duan Ya, giving her a sharp reminder of survival. If you cannot show your worth, you have no right to stay by my side. Duan Ya replies firmly, I get it. Do not worry, I will control all of them. Chen raises a hand in farewell without turning back, his voice eerily calm. If you really cannot hold on, just scream my name. Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels echoes across the arena. And she's not playing around anymore. Duan Ya steps forward with a completely different aura. Instantly, she shields Tian Yue and the others, her eyes flashing. Everyone obey my command, she orders. Waves of psychic energy erupt from her body, causing the air to warp. I will control them even though there are so many. I have never controlled this many targets at once before, but I must succeed. She grinds her teeth, channeling her mental capacity. Your job is to kill every single one of them for me. On the upper floor, Liu Xiaoyun sneers at the approaching rat men. Just a bunch of pathetic traitors, let them become food for my rat men. He stands silently before the glass window. His white lab coat flutters slightly, concealing the dark, twisted heart of an absolute madman. Suddenly, a guard rushes in, completely panicked. Reports Chen has neutralized all security forces in the building and broken into Lady Yun's room, he gasps. Liu Xiaoyun is completely shocked. What, he snarls, turning instantly to bark orders at the trembling researchers. How dare he break in there? Activate the gene fusion process on test subject number 5 immediately. An operator hesitates, trying to protest his boss's sheer madness. But sir, the gene fusion is still unstable, the risk is too high. Just do as I say, Liu Xiaoyun screams, his face warping under the green glare of the laboratory lights. I will personally send Chen to his grave. Meanwhile, Su Chen has already made his way into the secret research center. This place holds the darkest secrets of the entire base. Right before him, inside a massive chemical tank, a deformed creature rests. Its glowing red eyes slowly open, beginning a terrifying evolution. Submerged in the experimental fluid, the grotesque monster writhes. It curls up in a sickening shape, radiating a terrifying aura of death. The beast is clearly suffering from the G mutation. Fins and tentacles squirm relentlessly inside the deep blue liquid. Just on the stone platform nearby, Su Chen quietly watches the central tank. He spots a very familiar figure trapped inside, completely unconscious. His expression shifts immediately as shock washes over him. Yuan, why is she in a place like this? He stares at the girl he once crossed paths with, now shivering. Inside the freezing water, she trembles. Su Chen sighs softly, noting how they met in a bar before and now here. I never expected us to meet again under these circumstances after we parted ways at that bar, he thinks. Without a second of hesitation, he clenches his fist with determination. All right, I will rescue her first, then figure things out. A heavy punch shatters the reinforced glass, sending water flooding onto the lab floor. He quickly catches her fragile body. Yuan slowly opens her tired eyes, her breath weak as she recognizes the face of her savior. You are Su Chen. He pulls her close, his warm yet firm voice trying to reassure her. It is me, do not worry, I will save you. Delirious and trembling, Yuan clings tightly to his shoulder, her pale lips whispering broken words. I am hungry. Su Chen pauses slightly, a flash of pain in his eyes as he feels how exhausted she is. Hungry. Suddenly, the laboratory door flies wide open and Liu Xieyun steps in with a furious expression on his face. He appears, his face completely twisted in pure rage. Roaring for him to let her go, a bone-chilling frost explodes as sharp ice shards tear through the air, flying straight at Su Chen with clear murderous intent. Yet Su Chen merely waves his hand, catching the attack effortlessly to his enemy's utter shock. Liu Xieyun grits his teeth, pointing his finger with bloodshot eyes. Get your filthy hands off her, she is the woman I chose, he yells. Su Chen narrows his eyes in utter disgust. The dark energy in his hand begins to flare violently. An ice user, and the woman you chose. Do you think this is a supermarket? Liu Xieyun sneers, his white cloak fluttering in the freezing wind. In this apocalypse, the weak are nothing but ants, and only evolved powerhouses like me get to rule. It is an absolute honor for her to be my woman, he boasts. Su Chen responds coldly, completely ignoring the madman's empty babble. The rumors were right on the money, this guy is totally insane. Yuan lets out a soft moan. Her small hands tightly grip his shirt, her voice trembling with sheer terror and pleading. Please do not leave me, she begs. Su Chen's eyes instantly soften as he looks down at the girl cradled in his arms. It is okay, I am not going anywhere. I am right here with you, he reassures. This sight completely shatters Liu Xieyun's pride. Roaring in absolute madness, he commands Su Chen to let her go immediately, unleashing a massive wave of freezing pressure. Charging forward like a ghost, he yells that she is his woman. Su Chen simply shifts his weight, preparing to counter. He unleashes a devastating spin kick that tears through the air. You are too loud, shut your mouth, he snaps. The heavy blow collides with Liu Xieyun's attack, triggering a shockwave that rattles the entire laboratory. The old man is sent flying backward, unable to believe the absurdly overwhelming strength of the young man standing before him. In the brief silence that follows, Yuan suddenly reaches up, planting a passionate kiss on Su Chen's lips amid glowing, shimmering particles. It is a kiss loaded with longing and pain, making time stand still amid the debris. She leans in close to whisper, her teary eyes both resentful and deeply affectionate. Who told you to abandon me last time? This is your debt, she teases. Exhausted, she loses consciousness in his arms right after leaving Su Chen, completely panicked as he frantically calls out her name. Wake up, Yuan. Watching this display of affection, Liu Xieyun loses his mind. Veins bulge on his forehead as he roars, humiliated beyond belief. How dare you flaunt your love right in front of my face? If that is it, then die. The old madman howls, dark energy tearing through his cloak as he screams that they are all going down together. His teeth morph into jagged fangs, exhaling the putrid breath of a beast. Monstrous muscles begin to bulge violently all over his body as his skin turns a hideous ashen gray. His hands morph into claws as sharp as surgical steel, ready to shred anything in their path. A massive werewolf monster now stands tall in the center of the lab. He lets out a triumphant roar, yelling for them to witness the power of a true god. Yet despite the massive pressure, Su Chen remains perfectly calm, cradling Yuan while letting out a defiant smirk. Bring it on, he whispers, gently placing her down in a safe corner and handing her an energy bar. Rest here for now and eat some chocolate, he says. Yuan nods softly. Instantly, Su Chen's eyes turn sharp as daggers as he concentrates his mental energy on the beast. Suddenly, the werewolf charges forward like a hurricane, roaring with absolute hatred at the distracted fighter. You are begging for death, it screams. But a massive explosion erupts as Su Chen throws a devastating punch straight at it. The impact shatters the beast's defenses, leaving Su Chen standing like a fortress in the dust, looking highly disappointed. Is that all? Meanwhile, Yuan munches her chocolate, looking down at the chaotic battlefield. Su Chen, are those people downstairs your friends? He nods slightly, his gaze locked on the raging monster before him. Yeah, they are, he replies. Yuan slowly stands up, wiping the chocolate from her lips with a determined look. I will not eat your food for free. With that, she suddenly leaps down from the high floor of the lab, her hair fluttering in the wind as she makes a bold announcement. Leave the crowd downstairs to me, she yells. Before hitting the ground, she looks back at Su Chen with a worried face, warning him. Liu Xiaoyun is not that easy to kill, so be careful. Suddenly, Yuan's body begins to glow with blinding radiant light. Falling through the air, she slams right into the middle of the mutated rat pack, unleashing a massive shockwave upon landing. The impact sends the creatures flying. The light around her intensifies as her physical size begins to skyrocket at an insane speed, ballooning up rapidly. A towering giantess now stands tall, leaving everyone on the battlefield completely speechless and in absolute awe. Ow, my butt hurts, Tian Yue mutters. Am I seeing things, or is that really a giant woman? The crowd below panics, screaming at the massive creature. Why is there a giantess here? All of a sudden, they yell. But Yuan just smiles, waving her massive hand at the stunned survivors below. Hey everyone, I am Yuan, a friend of Su Chen. Su Chen is here. Tian Yue stands shocked, wondering if this is an ally. Meanwhile, Yuan notices something off. She stares down at her own feet in sheer disbelief. Then she catches the guys below trying to peek up her skirt. Absolutely furious, she screams at them. But the comedy ends as a wave of mutant rats suddenly rushes forward. They surge like a massive, terrifying gray tide. Absolutely relentless, Yuan raises her massive foot, preparing to strike. Tian Yue screams, begging her to stop because stepping over him brings bad luck, but she stomps down anyway. The massive stomp crushes the lead rats instantly. The giant girl just stares down at her feet, completely dazed. She is bewildered by her new strength, but the remaining rats do not stop desperately crawling up her legs. They swarm her skin like disgusting parasites. The entire battlefield quickly turns into absolute chaotic madness. Monsters lunge at anyone within reach. Right in the middle of this writhing mass, Yuan screams in terror. She cries for help, overwhelmed. She thrashes around wildly, making the entire ground shake beneath her giant weight. Get off me, she screams in disgust. Below, Tian Yue and his team scramble to avoid being crushed. They shout for her to stop. Tian Yue yells she has gone wild while in a dark laboratory nearby. Inside the dark lab, Su Chen narrows his eyes, analyzing his foe. Looking out the glass window, he feels surprised. He did not expect Yuan to possess such an incredibly destructive superpower. Her raw strength is completely off the charts. A dark purple aura surrounds Su Chen as swarms of rats bite at him. Yet he stands completely unmoved. He stares coldly at the shadowy figure of his foe, knowing the bastard would not die this easily. A sinister energy rises, drowning Su Chen in a grotesque writhing mass of mutant flesh as the rat men pile on top. They bury him in darkness. But then a sharp clawed hand suddenly tears right through the rotting heap. A terrifying pressure erupts as Liu Xiaoyun, now transformed into a savage werewolf, emerges triumphantly from the pile of dead rats. His eyes glow with absolute triumph. He laughs like a maniac, savoring the raw, dark power coursing through his veins. He boasts about his newly acquired immortal body. Down on the battlefield, Tian Yue watches in shock as the swarming rats suddenly freeze. They completely stop their assault. Tian Yue wonders what is happening as thousands of mutant rats suddenly raise their heads. They turn to look in one direction with a deeply unsettling, worshipful gaze. And trust me, what they see next is pure nightmare fuel. A massive, terrifying pressure radiates from the summit. Up on the highest platform, a colossal shadow emerges, blotting out the faint sunlight. Tian Yu and Duan Ya turn pale, paralyzed with fear as they stare up at the monstrous entity towering above them. Is that giant beast their king? In an instant, the entire army of rat men drops to their knees in absolute terrifying submission. Ignoring the terrifying ruler, the giant Yuan grits her teeth, knocking over heavy concrete pillars to find her missing friend. With a burst of raw superhuman strength, she flings away the clinging pests, screaming for them to get the hell off her. Glaring up at the massive rat beast, she demands to know where Su Chen is, her voice booming like rolling thunder. Liu Xiaoyun sneers coldly, saying that the brat is already dead. He bares his fangs, releasing a dense wave of pure malice. He warns her that speaking to him like that is a death wish. Instantly, on his command, the swarm attacks again. The beasts ruthlessly claw and tear at the female giant. Down on the ground, Tian Yue and Duan Ya brace themselves. They struggle to hold the line against a fresh wave of monsters while Yuan tries to shield herself from the onslaught. The monsters rain down on her relentlessly. She can barely keep them off. Looking down, Liu Xiaoyun gloats over the entire battlefield. Driven by mad ambition, he laughs, boasting that, with this Ratman army, he will rule everything. But then the unexpected happens. Chen suddenly bursts out from inside the stomach of the villain, tearing space with a red slash. He casually apologizes for the delay. He explains that finding the crystal core of the beast took a little while. Liu Yuan freezes, unable to believe his foe is still alive. He stammers in shock, asking how Chen avoided being eaten. Unfazed, Chen unleashes a destructive purple aura, tearing open his chest. He rips the monster open from the inside with his bare hands. Liu Yuan trembles as his body disintegrates into ash, gasping his final words. He whispers in absolute denial that this is impossible. Chen stands victorious, holding the glowing purple crystal core in his hand. The core is officially his. But without their ruler, the mutant rats completely lose their minds, tearing each other apart in absolute frenzy. They smash through their remaining cages, pouring out of the dark tunnels like a black waterfall to slaughter any living thing in their path. A massive mutant rat suddenly lunges out of the shadows, cornering Xiao Mai and her terrified group against a crumbling wall. Tian Yue yells that these vermin can squeeze through any gap. The second older brother of Xiao Mai desperately grabs a concrete slab to shield his sister. He warns her to watch out for the drain beneath her feet. But right then, a monster bursts from the ground directly below them. It lunges forward, biting down hard on the man's leg and dragging him deep into the shadows. His face twists in agony, eyes filled with panic. He panics as he gets dragged away. It is a total disaster. The rats swarm over the poor man while his comrades look on completely helpless. Let me go, the younger brother screams in absolute despair, rushing forward desperately to save his older brother. Brother, the second brother, yells out his final words as the tidal wave of rats completely swallows him up. Do not worry about me. Just run and take good care of Xiao Mai. In the pitch-black depths of the crumbling ground, the second brother can only gasp out one last thing. He screams his sister's name, Xiao Mai, before those monstrous creatures drag him under the cold earth, the soil sealing shut. Only a creepy silence remains. Watching his brother get dragged away right before his eyes, the eldest brother screams in absolute despair. No, do not take my brother away. Meanwhile, Tian Yue stands frozen, surrounded by swarming beasts as blood seeps from his wounds. Gasping for breath, he looks around at the massive horde. There are simply too many monsters to count. He grips his weapon tightly. Though his body is completely exhausted, his will to fight still burns. He has reached his absolute limit. Tian Yue's hands shake violently. The sword in his grip feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds, forcing out an exhausted sigh. My arms cannot even lift up anymore, he mutters. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Yun in her giant form feels her energy fading. She begins to shrink back down. How annoying, she thinks her stomach is empty again, so she has to turn small. At the absolute critical moment, a figure appears on top of the central building, standing tall like a god of judgment looking down. Tian Yue looks up with a mixture of hope and terror as he feels an incredibly oppressive pressure descending from the sky. A purple bolt of lightning rips through the night sky, crashing down from the tower. It hits the center of the battlefield, unleashing a brilliant flash. Suddenly, from the dense purple smoke, a colossal shadow emerges. Glowing red eyes shine through the haze, forcing everyone to freeze in absolute terror. Tian Yu stares in complete shock. He pants heavily as the demonic entity slowly takes shape. What on earth is that thing, he wonders. The surrounding beasts suddenly tremble and bow their heads in terrifying worship. It is the Rat King, the ruler of them all. A thick black mist spreads from the entity like the tentacles of death, completely enveloping Liu Xiaoyun's entire research facility. Duanya turns incredibly pale, her lips trembling at the thought that her friend has transformed into a monster. Did we fail? She whispers. Are we totally doomed? The massive dark purple entity slowly approaches the young girl, its oppressive aura literally warping the space around them. But then from inside that terrifying demonic form, a warm and very familiar voice speaks up to comfort her. Do not be afraid, it is me, the voice says. Duanya freezes, her tearful eyes staring in absolute disbelief. Is that really Chen's voice? She wonders. The monstrous hand slowly reaches out, purple sparks of lightning crackling across the skin. It overflows with pure explosive power. Chen grits his teeth, his face contorting during a brutal mental struggle. The lingering consciousness inside that core actually dares to try and devour him. A smug, arrogant smirk spreads across his face. Tinged with dark energy, he boldly declares that when it comes to mental strength, he will never lose to a parasite. Soon the dust clears, and Tian Yue is overjoyed to tears to see his friend is still himself. Chen, is it really you? He cries. Chen turns around, his glowing purple eyes radiating absolute trust. He looks at the friend who risked everything to protect him. Brother Dian, you did well, leave the rest to me. The mutated rats continue to growl, their pale blue eyes glowing in the dark night like eerie spirit fire. Chen stands tall, his bare back radiating such terrifying pressure that the bloodthirsty beasts dare not take a single step. Tianyue flinches, shouting a warning as thousands of rats suddenly defy their fear and charge forward all at once. "Watch out, they are coming," he yells. Su Chen's eyes instantly flash with a deadly red glare as he roars. His powerful voice shakes the entire facility as he commands them to scram. The sheer shockwave of his voice is devastating. The mutated rats break out in a cold sweat. They turn tail, running away as fast as their legs can carry them. The beasts frantically trample over each other, fleeing the arena in sheer terror, as if they had just witnessed death itself. The scratching of claws on dry stone fades into the distance, leaving behind a completely ruined and desolate battlefield. The last of the gray shadows vanish into the darkness of the utility pipes, thoroughly terrified of Su Chen's power. Watching this shocking scene unfold, the eldest brother looks around in utter confusion, his eyes still wide with lingering dread. "What just happened?" he stammers, wondering why on earth the massive swarm of rats decided to run away. He looks at the back of his savior, whispering in sheer disbelief that Su Chen scared them all away with just one word. In the quiet aftermath of the battlefield, everyone slowly regains their composure, gathering together in absolute awe. Relief washes over them. They actually survived. Su Chen stands there as his dark purple aura slowly fades, still incredibly imposing. He whispers to himself, even though he is not the real Rat King, the residual pressure in the core is enough to terrify these beasts. But that brief moment of peaceful relief does not last long when tragedy suddenly strikes. Tianyue collapses. He clutches his chest, coughing up fresh blood in absolute agony. Su Chen quickly catches his dying brother. His face turns pale with worry. How is he feeling? The toxin injected into him is extremely lethal. Duanya steps forward, inspecting the darkening wound. She calmly explains the terrifying truth behind this deadly injection. It briefly grants unmatched power, but as more energy flows, the poison seeps deeper into his marrow. Su Chen's eyes narrow with fierce determination. He cuts straight to the point, demanding a cure right now. Suddenly, a vivid vision flashes. A bizarre creature is chained inside a secret lab holding the answer. In Liu Xiu's lab, a unique specimen awaits. Its blood is the only key to making a life-saving serum. To save his companion, Su Chen sets off completely alone, heading straight toward the Forbidden Zone. He stands before a massive, incredibly heavy metal door. Is this really the secret lab Yunya mentioned? The moment he touches the surface, a crushing pressure hits his shoulders. He forces himself to stand firm. The killing intent is heavy and suffocating. Slowly, the massive door opens, revealing a darkness that defies explanation. It is a pitch-black void. It swallows all incoming light, feeling exactly like stepping into a miniature black hole. The moment Su Chen crosses the threshold, space warps violently. The blurry scenery shifts all around him. He stands completely frozen. Fragmented memories float past as he crosses a thin, shimmering barrier of raw psychic energy. It feels like crossing a wall built entirely of mental strength. Then his vision suddenly clears up. Su Chen looks around in utter confusion. Weren't there supposed to be corpses everywhere inside this lab? Instead, a gentle female voice drifts from behind a sleek desk. A beautiful woman sits there, back turned. She softly asks if he has arrived. Her elegance is striking, but her presence carries a deep hidden meaning. She turns around slowly, calling him classmate Liu. Su Chen is completely thrown off by her mysterious words. Wait, look at this. He sees his own reflection in the glasses of a strange man. His heart races with confusion. Has he somehow turned into Liu Xiaoyun? Is this a mere illusion? He clenches his fists to stay sane. He must keep his mind completely sharp. He cannot let this shockingly realistic fantasy sweep him away. The woman smiles seductively, gesturing toward the empty chair opposite her. It is an invitation he cannot refuse. She tells him to sit down. He complies, realizing he has accidentally stepped directly into Liu Xiaoyun's past memories. Suddenly, Teacher Xiao slides her collar down, exposing her bare shoulders and pale skin in the quiet room. She complains that the lab is far too hot, placing a tray with a crab specimen onto the desk. Her seductive voice begins explaining the sample. He plays along, asking what makes this crab so special. She whispers closely, asking if he knows about the parasitic Saculina crab. Her breath hints at a terrifying symbiosis. It is a strange creature that completely takes over its host, using it for shelter in a bizarre relationship. Her soft, warm hand gently slides down his shoulder. Her eyes flash with a highly playful, dangerous spark. She asks if he finds this fascinating. He quietly nods, the physical distance between them rapidly shrinking. Her warm breath brushes his ear, charging the air with tension. She presses herself tightly against his back. Her hands stroke him provocatively. She whispers that she never expected classmate Liu to be so physically fit. Su Chen, acting as Liu Xiyun, lets out a wicked smirk. A dangerous glint flashes behind his glasses. Is that so? He replies. In the dimly lit lab, Teacher Xiao wraps her arms around his neck. She teasingly whispers that if he acts like this, they will never get any actual research done tonight. Liu Xiaoyun does not back down. He adjusts his glasses, staring right back with a bold, wicked grin. He boldly notes that compared to boring theories, he vastly prefers some intense hands-on practical work instead. Her face flushes bright red at his sudden boldness. She leans her head against him, pointing out the window. "Watch closely, look at the moon tonight," she whispers. Outside, a blood-red light envelops a massive, terrifying moon. The sky burns in an apocalyptic scene. Agonizing screams echo everywhere as the temperature spikes incredibly fast. People desperately beg to close the curtains, crying out in pain as this scorching torture just intensifies. In absolute despair, teacher Xiao Kui huddles in a corner, listening to Liu Xieyun's chilling declaration that the food has run out. There is barely anything left. He claims he will guard it while she stares at the supplies with pleading eyes. Her pleas are met with a terrifying, heavy silence. Hunger has completely warped this student into a demon. He grabs her neck, screaming like a madman, "How dare you steal my food? This stuff is worth more than your life." Drawing a cold blade, he glares at her stomach. "You just ate, did you not? If he acts fast, there is still time." Liu Xiaoyun pins her down, raising the knife despite her desperate sobbing. "The food cannot have digested yet. Please do not do this," but a sudden spray of crimson paint coats the air. Pure inhuman brutality. The entire room turns red as he laughs like a lunatic digging through the gory mess. Bloody success. He cackles that it is still in her stomach, meaning he has something to eat after all. Rats swarm the fresh corpse. They begin mutating right before his eyes, leaving Liu Xiyu deeply, chillingly intrigued. A flawed, violent evolution. Under an eerie purple light, he holds a test tube filled with green fluid. Grinning, he declares success. Her blood can make a cure, but she herself is the real prize here. Heavy dark chains bind teacher Xiao. Her body is entirely warped with demonic horns protruding from her head. Specimen perfected. Even in death, her corpse continues to mutate, driving his sick research to new heights. Typing furiously, he stares at the screen. Unbelievable stats. This is basically the ultimate Doomsday gene. Sparks crackle along the chains. As he approaches, he wonders what other secrets are hiding inside her brain. A truly twisted smile. He prepares to cut even deeper into her skull, eyes gleaming with sick excitement. Since she cannot die anyway, he tells her to relax and keep contributing to his twisted research. His laughter shakes his entire frame. He cackles about finally locating the precious spirit core they have been hunting. The chain monstrosity looks back with dead, lifeless blue eyes, ordering him to eat it immediately. Holding the glowing purple crystal, he grins and urges the creature. "What are you waiting for? Eat it up." But wait, watch this. The illusion suddenly shatters as Su Chen steps from the dark, asking why he would eat that. "It is nothing but a piece of rotten meat," he says, snapping his fingers to blast away the lingering fog. The parasite gasps in pure shock at his defiance, asking how on earth he saw through the trick. Half of Su Chen's face returns to its normal state, his eyes burning with a fierce, brilliant crimson glow. He mocks the creature. "If this were a real core, you would be dead. Did you think trash memories could trap me?" The illusion fades to reveal the ruined laboratory as the hideous monster shrieks in absolute fury. It curses him. It waited so long for a suitable host only to fail at the very last second. Su Chen steps forward, radiating sheer power, and raises his glowing hand. "Now it is my turn to open your brain." Sensing immediate danger, the chained beast suddenly flips the script entirely, sobbing and begging him for mercy. It whines about being a victim and offers him all its power if he just spares its life. But Su Chen remains completely unmoved, his cold gaze piercing right through its desperate, pathetic, and lying act. Once these parasites take over a host, the original soul is completely gone, so he reaches for its skull. Completely ignoring its screeching pleas, his grip tightens, channeling a violent, chaotic surge of purple electricity. He coldly asks if it truly expected a second chance right before black blood splatters violently across the floor. Without its core, the monster's flesh quickly dissolves, turning into nothing but a cloud of dark ash. Su Chen stands amidst the quiet ruin holding the glowing crystal. Everything seems resolved for now at least. However, a sudden wave of awkwardness washes over his face as he stands there looking totally lost and confused. Since she literally turned into dust, where on earth is he supposed to find a cure in this messy place? He can only start searching through the messy laboratory bottles, completely unaware of a lingering blue eye flashing in the shadows. A final hateful glare. The monster is gone, but a grim warning about their terrifying nature remains right here. Once these terrifying parasites infect a host, they root themselves deeply into every nerve, hijacking the victim's mind entirely. Permanent enslavement. Down below, looking out over the flooded, ruined city, a truly grim reality finally sets in. The floodwaters recede. Now, a worried voice notes that the corpses left in the streets are beginning to mutate. Deadly footsteps. These terrifying mutated monsters now wander through the ruined city with heavy dragging feet. The cracked road is splitting. Stop looking around and catch up with the group ahead. Right then, Yuan starts running. She reaches Duan Ya and calls out softly, "Sister, Duan Ya." Duan Ya watches the departing group, her heart heavy with deep unease. Where exactly is Su Chen taking these medical students anyway? The rat people who just fled are still lurking near the university. That area is completely unlivable for humans now. Duanya stares blankly, her eyes dark as she watches the newly rescued survivors. These surviving medical students are incredibly rare talents in this brutal, apocalyptic world. She knows this is why he saved them. Chen clearly plans to bring them to the Anji sanctuary. Meanwhile, Union bends over holding her loudly growling stomach. She winces and complains. Wait, is it really that far? I am starting to get so hungry. This is bad. I need to go find Chen right now. But immediately, Duan Ye reaches out, blocking the girl with a stern look. You cannot go, she commands. Yun looks confused and asks why. Duan Ye stares straight back, her voice full of protective authority. Since you chose to follow us, you must listen to what we say. I am only doing this for your own good. Suddenly, a dark memory floods back into Duan Ye's mind. She remembers herself trembling as she stared at the man in front of her. Chen, what is wrong with you? Chen had stepped closer, his hand gently stroking her flushed cheeks, his voice deep. Do not be afraid, he had whispered, his eyes dark with desire. I just feel a bit hot inside, that is all. Before she could even react, he had pulled her into a wild, breathless kiss amidst the ruins of a collapsing world. Behind that desperate passion was an explosion of bottled-up emotions, a storm she could still feel in her bones. What followed was a night of absolute untamed chaos. Back in reality, Duan Ya bites her lip, silently watching him. Why did the man she trusted suddenly become so terrifyingly violent? Could this be the side effect of absorbing those energy cores? Right now, Chen leads the group through the crumbling, ruined buildings, calculating his next move very carefully. Once the Great Flood recedes, mutated viruses will absolutely destroy entire human settlements if they do not have doctors. Medical workers are a highly valuable resource now. If I play my cards right, I can build my own sanctuary. His eyes burn with heavy ambition. Even if other powerful factions emerge later, I will already have plenty of leverage. Besides, this run was incredibly successful. Yun actually found a way to manufacture the serum and the recovery potion. He glances back at Tian Yue and Long Shen. Once they recover, they will surely become his most trusted right hands. At the same time, Chen waves his hand to clear the battlefield, summoning streams of glowing green system data. Every piece of research, equipment, and valuable supply in this laboratory is now safely stored inside his inventory space. He clenches his fist, feeling raw, unyielding power pulsing beneath his skin. The Rat King's core brought an unexpected bonus. It did not just upgrade his berserk skill and boost his stats. It gave him an entirely new elemental power. Sharp freezing frost crystals begin to condense around his fingers. He has actually unlocked an entirely new ice attribute ability. Even though he can only create a little frost for now, he will definitely find a way to strengthen it later. Next up is that mutated corpse from the laboratory. Chen suddenly pauses as he senses a deep internal shift. Her core ended up giving him two separate spiritual abilities. Sadly, he did not manage to acquire her illusion skill. Wait, what is that strange rustling sound over there? Chen's eyes instantly flare with a deadly glowing red light. He activates his brand new skill, Spiritual Perception. This ability comes from the bloodthirsty instinct of mutated creatures. His vision suddenly cuts right through the solid concrete walls, tracking heat signatures radiating from living blood. Within 30 meters, he can clearly track the thermal heat of any living being. It is an ambush. The enemies waiting ahead belong to the Glutton tribe. Suddenly, a student points upward, screaming in absolute horror. Everyone look up there right now. Hanging high from a traffic light in the intersection is a corpse. A young girl's body is dangling limply, a gruesome sight that instantly sends the crowd into wild panic. What is going on here? Who could have done something so sick? A medical student suddenly freezes, sobbing hysterically. That is Xin, my roommate. Why are you all just standing around? We have to get her down. One young man steps forward to rescue her, but Chen remains standing there completely cold and totally unmoving. I will go up myself, the student snaps. But Chen replies, coldly, do not waste time, keep moving. The girl glares at him with pure hatred and absolute disgust, her voice cracking with deep, bitter resentment. How can you be so cold-blooded and leave her up there? Are you even a human being anymore? Anger completely overrides her fear. She stomps her feet, screaming at all the useless men standing around them. She refuses to watch someone die and decides to stay. Witnessing her sheer determination, two other male students regain their courage. They urge each other to move fast and work together to get her down. They rush over to the lamp post, trying to climb. They try to climb the post while shouting to the victim to not worry because they will save her right now. But the moment their hands touch the steel, 3 arrows charged with deadly purple lightning rip through the air. Painful groans echo and blood splatters as the arrows sink deep into the backs of these would-be heroes. Just like that, her brave friends are cut down in an instant, leaving the young female student utterly paralyzed with horror. Her eyes are wide with shock. Suddenly, grotesque dark figures leap down from the high-rises, completely surrounding them. Chen grits his teeth. They made a huge mistake. This is an absolute trap to lure them all inside. A massive Tao-Ti giant wearing a creepy skull necklace closes in, trapping Shen Yue and her friends in a suffocating circle. Leaning his deformed face close, he blows his foul breath right into Shen Yue's face and lets out a wicked laugh. He mockingly notes her kind heart, deciding she will make perfect bait to lure in even more victims to their graves. The demon's rough, calloused hand begins to reach toward her trembling body as he slowly licks his lips in anticipation, with pure lust wanting to take a closer look. The muscular lackey nearby sniffed her scent and made a suggestion to his boss, asking if Brother Shun could let him have his way with her first, leaving Shen Yue utterly helpless and only able to weep and beg them to please let her go. Seeing his friend humiliated, the young man beside her screamed in despair for them to let her go, but the leader's suffocating pressure silenced him, calling them too noisy. The red-eyed monster bared his hideous razor-sharp teeth and coldly warned them that since they were already food, they must accept their fate. He brutally ripped Shen Yue's clothes as she screamed in agony, laughing with filthy lust. Sneering that she smelled delicious, he suggested keeping her alive to breed instead of eating her. Far away, Chen froze in his tracks as a familiar scream reached his ears. Gritting his teeth, he recognized Shen Yue's voice. Cursing those foolish do-gooders for bringing trouble on themselves, he fell silent as Duanye watched his expression and asked if the woman earlier was just bait. Chen confirmed it, so she quickly asked if they were finally safe now. But he coldly replied that it was quite the opposite. Looking down at the dark shadow-covered street, Chen warned them. The Taudi tribe had completely surrounded their position, he warned, instantly terrifying the other members of the group. Duanya gasped in shock upon realizing they had fallen into a trap. Amidst the deadly blockade, Chen's eyes suddenly flared with a mysterious icy purple light. He muttered that this was the perfect chance to test his final ability. A dense surge of dark spiritual energy spread out, reanimating the corpses scattered nearby. He wanted to show these monsters what it felt like to be surrounded instead. The undead suddenly sprang up, launching a surprise attack from behind. They panicked, shouting to watch their backs and wondering where these zombies came from. A hulking beast swung his fists wildly. Furious curses erupted as he tried to beat them back, commanding his newly acquired minions to clear a path. Ordering everyone to scatter, the Tao-Ti leader was shocked to find that their delicious prey had completely vanished. Realizing the targets had slipped away, he grew furious and ordered his remaining lackeys to hunt them down at all costs. Giving chase was his immediate command, but Chen already stood tall and proud, blocking the monster's path. With utter contempt, he asked where they thought they were going. The demons scoffed, seeing him standing entirely alone. They roared and charged, completely looking down on him. Look, another idiot, delivering himself to death. Kill him first, Chen smirked, his eyes full of cold judgment. It is a pity your Taudi clan has no beast cores to harvest, so just let these undead play with you. Suddenly, hungry mutant zombies charge in, viciously ripping apart the blessed, bewildered giants. Total chaos. Meanwhile, after barely escaping the danger zone, the survivors finally catch a glimpse of a ray of hope. Up ahead is the Anzi sanctuary of Hecheng, but as they reach the gates, they are immediately stopped by hostile guards blocking their way. Who is brave enough to force their way into Hecheng? Duanya quickly steps up, responds, explaining they are Tech University students seeking shelter. Suddenly, a towering figure leaps down from the high wall, carrying a giant axe and charging right at them. The guard slams onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, blocking the entrance. Resting the heavy axe on his shoulder, he sneers and yells that this place does not take in useless trash. Get lost. Outraged by his cruelty, Duanya cannot hold back her anger and shouts back, "Is this not a sanctuary? By what right do you keep us out?" Before he can even answer, a sudden strike crushes. A brief pause makes the tension in the air skyrocket. The guard simply scratches his head completely, looking down on Duanya's ability. He snorts in disbelief, thinking her abilities are nothing more than cheap, dirty, and unorthodox tricks. This massive guard with glowing red eyes raises his heavy iron axe, roaring in contempt at the weak refugees. To him, they are just a bunch of useless trash. But right as the axe swings down, his strong hand suddenly reaches out, blocking the brutal strike as a shout echoes out to stop. A young man named Liu Xiafeng appears just in time, putting all his strength into blocking the brutal strike aimed straight at Duanya. Liu Xiaofeng looks solemnly at the giant, desperately trying to reason with him to protect his old friends, reminding Captain Sun that these people only traveled here looking for shelter, to seek protection. We do not need to use violence. Captain Sun rests the heavy iron axe on his shoulder, his highly suspicious eyes sweeping across the haggard crowd standing behind Chen. How can ordinary people easily cross through areas where the Tao-Ti tribe frequently roams? He suspects they might actually be spies trying to infiltrate. Facing this highly hostile reception, Chen remains completely calm and collected. He quietly turns to look at Duanya, smirking as he suggests they should just take these dozens of doctors and find another settlement instead. Hearing about having real doctors, Captain Sun instantly freezes in his tracks, his rough face twisting in absolute disbelief. What dozens of doctors, medical professionals who manage to survive this long are incredibly rare, yet this newcomer claims he has brought a whole crowd of them. Right then, Liu Xiaofeng suddenly recognizes a familiar figure, becoming utterly overjoyed. He can barely believe his eyes, asking Chen if he is truly alive. He quickly turns to reassure his captain. He literally swears on his own life that they are his friends and absolutely not spies for the Tao Ti tribe. He adds that if Chen says there are doctors, then it is absolutely true. Seeing Liu Xiaofeng stand up, vouch for them so desperately, the other guards start to soften up and try to convince their captain too. They suggest letting them in. After all, having real doctors means they will not have to bury sick people alive anymore, just in case they get sick themselves. Captain Sun snorts coldly and turns around, leaving behind a sharp warning. He warns Liu Xiaofeng that if these people fail to cure the patients, he alone will bear the terrible consequences. Liu Xiaofeng accepts the harsh terms and quickly ushers everyone inside now that the captain has given the green light. As they enter the city, Liu Xiaofeng pats Chen's shoulder, telling him not to take the captain's attitude to heart. He explains Captain Sun has always been like that, but Chen calmly replies that every place has annoying people. That is definitely true. But as they walk deeper into the camp, Liu Xiaofeng's expression grows increasingly gloomy and anxious. He sighs, admitting their arrival is incredibly timely. He looks toward the nearby rooms that reek of harsh disinfectants and death. He explains they have several patients suffering from extremely bizarre symptoms who need their immediate medical help. Right after, a horrifying scene unfolds before their eyes inside the dark, crowded rooms of the quarantine zone. Disgusting white fungal tumors rooted deep into her skin. Yuan cannot hide her horror at the sight of this bizarre parasitic growth. She asks if those are really mushrooms. Liu Xiaofeng lets out a heavy sigh, explaining their completely helpless situation. Every single time they try to scrape the terrible fungal growths off her body, they actually sprout back even faster, completely draining the poor patient of all her remaining life force. Chen steps closer to inspect the young girl, his voice dropping low as he issues a grim, serious warning. He explains she is infected with mutated fungi, warning that all plant life is mutating crazily right now. Everyone must stay away from new plant sprouts. Do not let them pierce the skin under any circumstances. Duanya watches the parasitic growths and asks if the plants are treating humans as hosts for nutrients. Chen agrees and decides to run some quick chemical tests to see if they can synthesize medicine. He looks out the window at the bizarre twisted flora spreading rapidly through the ruined, empty streets. This is just the beginning. If they do not clear these newly sprouted mutated weeds quickly, they will soon grow massive and actively hunt humans. Chen silently calculates his next strategic moves in this apocalypse. Once things go south, the Tao Ti tribe will definitely strike, turning the helpless refugees into their own caged livestock. That cannot happen. A stronger Tao Ti tribe would ruin his own plans, so he eyes this settlement as a potential future base. Suddenly, the roaring sound of a powerful engine tears through the quiet, tense atmosphere. A modified jeep tears wildly down the narrow street as someone screams to get out of the way. Look at that crazy driver. Hey, all you trash, get the hell out of my way. A young man with a face twisted in sheer excitement is wildly shooting at innocent people. You worthless peasants, don't stand there and block the young master's way. Chen frowns at the chaotic scene and coldly turns to Liu Xiaofeng, asking how someone could shoot wildly in Qi district like this. Doesn't your Tiger Squad even try to control this? Liu Xiaofeng bitterly explains the corrupt state of power in this god-forsaken place. The Tiger Squad has already been disbanded. Was that the price paid to allow these refugees to enter the city? Yes, that guy is actually the city lord's spoiled son. He firmly believes the elderly and children are completely useless. So he regularly drives around deliberately running innocent people over, claiming it's his way to purge this entire settlement. Suddenly, the young city lord stops his car, squinting his eyes with pure malice as he stares at some fresh faces. Oh, look at that. It seems some newcomers have arrived today just to throw their lives away. The jeep screeches to a sudden halt, leaving a long burn mark on the road. Thick dust clouds swallow the area. He steps down wearing a disgusting grin and approaches Yuan with a sly smirk. Hey, little sister, want to jump in and let big brother buy you something delicious? But then, Yuan suddenly plays along. She acts incredibly weak, lowering her head and acting cute, totally catching the young man off guard. I am so hungry, I can barely walk. Could you carry me for a bit, pretty please? To the young master, this was a request he absolutely couldn't refuse. Liu Xiaofeng tries to step in out of anger, but Chen quickly grabs his shoulder, holding him back. Damn it, Zhang He, if you dare touch her, but Chen tells him it is fine. Let him carry her if he thinks he has the strength. Zhang, he grins and opens his arms wide, eagerly waiting to catch his little prize. Come to big brother, I am ready. Behind the bangs covering her eyes, Yuan smirks, letting out a rather creepy devilish grin. My sweet big brother. The small girl suddenly leaps high into the cold air, diving straight down toward his eagerly waiting arms. Her tiny feet lightly tap the edge of the jeep, sending a heavy invisible pressure spreading all around. Zhang he laughs triumphantly, completely convinced he is about to hold a beautiful girl. Come on, jump right into my arms. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts around her. Union yells out, grow big. In an instant, that tiny body transforms. She becomes a massive giant, blocking out the sun completely above the young man, who freezes in absolute terror. A terrifying roar rips through the air as her massive weight drops from the sky like a devastating hammer. Screaming in pain, Zhang is crushed beneath giant Yuan, who sits right on top of his fancy jeep, his ride into a pile of scrap. Having vented her anger, she quickly shrinks back down to her original size. Before the stunned crowd, what she shrank. The guard stares in absolute shock at the crushed car and the wreckage. What happened here? Instantly, a short-haired female warrior warily turns toward the source of the noise. Wait, what is that sound? There lies Zhang he writhing on the ground, his face twisted in agony as he clutches his shattered legs. Absolute agony. Standing nearby in her teenage form, Yuan looks down at him with cold mockery. You had your chance, young master, she sneers, but you just had to blow it, didn't you? Terrified lackeys scramble to help their master while Yuan simply stands there wearing a mysterious smile. Are you all right, young master Zhang? He frantically points at the girl, his voice cracking with pure terror as he shrieks that she is a monster. She turned into a giant and broke my legs. Get her now. Now seize her immediately. In this tense critical moment, Duanye steps forward, her eyes glowing with a mysterious pink light. Mind control activated. Under her psychological spell, the hostile guards instantly freeze their eyes, turning dull and vacant. They all chimed in, going along with her trap. Young city lord, didn't you clearly just fall out of the car yourself and break your leg? Absolutely, that is exactly what happened. We all saw it. Zhang, he gets so furious his face turns bright red as he screams in pure frustration. All of you shut your mouths right now. I get it, you are all in this together, teaming up to frame me. I will have my dad come and slaughter you all. He throws his head back, screaming himself hoarse, his voice echoing through the complex. Dad saved my life. Watching this hilarious drama unfold, Captain Sun rests his axe on his shoulder with a wicked smirk. This is turning out to be quite a show. Suddenly, a shiny black Bentley comes charging in at a terrifying speed, slamming on the brakes in a cloud of dust. Right after that, dozens of elite soldiers armed with advanced weapons pour out, completely surrounding Chen's group. Cold black gun barrels are aimed straight at the medical students, filling the air with a suffocating murderous intent. Liu Xiaofeng looks on worriedly at the massive army, while Yuan remains completely unfazed. This is bad. He actually managed to summon the city lord. He is finally here. Man, talk about making a grand entrance. A pair of shiny leather shoes slowly steps onto the ground. Every step echoes with sheer authority. City Lord Zhang Hecheng steps out, carrying himself with an air of pure righteousness. He surveys the ruined scene and demands in a deep voice to know what on earth just happened here. Liu Xiaofeng quickly rushes forward, bowing respectfully to diffuse the tension, explaining that his brother brought dozens of doctors to join them. But the young city lord had other ideas. Spotting his father Zhang, he clings to him like a desperate lifeline. He crawls over, sobbing hysterically, begging his dad to kill them all because they broke his legs. But completely defying his expectations, the city lord suddenly unleashes a fierce slap that sends Zhang He flying. He barks at his son right in front of the crowd, reminding him how many times he told him to be kind. He warns him to stop flaunting his arrogant privileged status as the young lord to people seeking refuge. Turning to the crowd, the city lord passionately raises his hands to make a grand announcement to everyone present. He urges them to remember their dream of building this place into a beacon of hope amidst the brutal apocalypse, so that anyone who arrives can feel true warmth. His righteous speech deeply moves the listening newcomers, even punishing his own son for doing wrong. This city lord seems like an exceptionally honorable man. Finding someone this noble during the end of the world is almost unreal. A leader with a pure heart of gold. He warmly invites everyone to stay and build this great dream together, flashing a generous, welcoming smile. He promises premium food and the best possible living conditions for anyone willing to join their cause. People are thrilled, chanting, "Long live the city lord." Liu Xiaofeng excitedly turns to share the great news. He yells that Chen and the others can stay, but as he looks around, his friend is nowhere to be found. His spot is completely empty. As night falls, gathered around a crackling campfire deep in the forest, Duanya asks in confusion why they did not stay in the city, while Chen quietly pokes the fire. With a sharp glint in his eye, he points out that she broke his son's legs and those armed guards are not for show. Yunyu nestles close to Duanya, asking if the three of them really have to sleep out in this forest tonight. She glances shyly at Chen, teasingly asking Duanya to teach her a thing or two, since it is her first time. Duanya sighs heavily at her wild thoughts, looking out into the pitch-black woods surrounding their small camp. She mutters that they might not even get any sleep tonight with the danger lurking in the dark. Yuan teases them about having great stamina, but the eerie silence of the deep forest suddenly thickens. Chen suddenly freezes his sharp gaze, cutting through the darkness as he warns the girls to stay alert. He tells them to stop playing because company has arrived. Right on cue, a scarred bald man steps out. Followed by armed thugs, he sneers, calling them out and admitting he did not expect them to be this sharp. A lackey standing right beside him grinds his teeth, pointing a dark barrel directly at Chen's group. He barks, asking if they really thought they could break the young lord's legs and just walk away. Facing the weapons, Chen calmly keeps his hands in his pockets, stepping forward with an overwhelming aura. He coldly remarks that he only left the city to avoid a bloodbath and spare the Kanghu squad. The bald leader bursts out laughing, scanning Chen from head to toe with pure mockery in his eyes. He ridicules the unarmed kid for talking about a bloodbath, while a thug yells to stop wasting time and shoot. But like a flash of lightning, Chen unleashes a fist, glowing with deep blue spiritual energy, vaporizing the thug. The strike is so insanely powerful, it shakes the air, leaving the remaining thugs frozen in absolute terror. Realizing the danger is way off the charts, the bald leader stumbles back in a state of absolute panic. He screams at his men to open fire, but amidst the hail of bullets, Chen moves like a phantom. He unsheathes his dual short blades, executing a stunning arc of slashes that completely wipes out the shooters. Watching his men drop like flies, the bald leader falls to his knees, desperately waving his hands in fear. As a cold blade touches his neck, he begs for mercy, promising to reveal a dark, explosive secret about the city. Lord. Chen narrows his eyes, withdrawing his blade and looking down at the defeated man with cold contempt. The bald man swallows hard, trembling as he spills the sickening truth hidden behind the city's righteous facade. He reveals that the city lord has been working closely with the Tao Ti tribe, holding secret transactions every single week. Behind him, the sight of emaciated refugees dragged along in heavy chains looks like a living nightmare. What kind of twisted business is going on here? The city lord is actually trading his own refugees to the Tao Ti clan in exchange for food. Hearing this, Duanya and Yunyun shudder. The young girl screams out in pure rage, how dare they use living humans to trade with those monstrous beasts. But the guard claims it was all the city lord's idea. Just then, a horrifying sight unfolds right before their eyes. The guard panics, pleading for his life. Wait, what are they doing? Do they not want the food he promised to smuggle out? Before he can even finish, a massive shadow looms over and snatches the young man up, cutting his terrified scream short. A massive, heavily muscled beast stands there, staring down at the prey in its hands with ruthless, glowing red eyes. As Yunyun and Duanya stare in horror, their bald captive quickly mutters that these guards are just temporary conscripts. He explains that the city lord wants all witnesses dead. Now that he has spilled everything, he begs them to let him go. Hearing this, Chen merely lets out a cold, wicked smirk. He tells the man not to be in such a rush. There is still one very important job he needs the bald guy to help with. Cut to a quiet intersection a bit later. The bald guy is tied up tight and hung high in the air, screaming at the top of his lungs for help. Below him, the Tao Ti monsters catch the scent of blood gathering around and staring up at this sudden treat. One hideous beast with jagged teeth sneers, questioning why a human is just dangling up there like a prize. Another beast barks to just kill him and take the body. The terrified man screams that he is actually on their side. Giving him no time to explain, the beast lands a devastating heavy punch that instantly sends fresh blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, two massive red eyes glow in the darkness of the high rise, accompanied by Yunyun's deep, booming voice. She growls that they just ruined her brand new toy. Immediately after, her colossal figure steps forward into the light. Towering over the city, she stares down at the shivering beasts, realizing she will have to find a replacement. Her massive hand reaches down and crushes the offending Tao Ti beast in her grip like a helpless little bug. She sneers, suggesting he can be her new plaything instead. Below, the rest of the pack scrambles in utter chaos. They look up at the windows in sheer terror, realizing they have walked right into an organized high-ground ambush. Chen calmly analyzes his targets from a higher vantage point, noting that these beasts have evolved much harder skulls. Normal ammo will not pierce them, so Duanya raises her sniper rifle to show him how it is done. High-voltage purple-blue electric rounds tear through the dark night sky, striking the monsters in the head with perfect precision. The Tao Ti leader watches his comrades drop dead, completely shaken by the terrifying skill of the hidden sniper. He is shocked that 3 consecutive shots hit the exact same spot just as another bullet pierces his own skull. The last remaining beast howls in agony as he is lifted high into the air by an unstoppable force. Its glowing red eyes are filled with absolute terror. From high above, Giant Yunyun looks down at the pathetic creature with pure disgust. She sneers, asking if it really thought it could escape. Nearby, Chen steps closer to inspect the beast. He places his hand on the beast's head, using his ability to read its memories before executing a swift, clean kill. A dark, dense aura envelops Chen as the monster's head simply bursts. With the skirmish over, they retreat inside. Resting inside a ruined building, Duan Ya asks Su Chen how he figured out this twisted trading operation. Su Chen casually waves his hand, summoning a comfortable bed and a lavish table piled high with fresh food. He explains that many shelters do this to survive, so he simply decided to test his theory today. Duan Ya can only stare in sheer disbelief at the lavish feast while Su Chen calmly explains his plans. He advises her that if she wants to build a proper base, she does not have to stay in this corrupt city. However, building a faction from scratch takes way too much effort, which is why he needs an established manager. Since he is not suited for management, he needs to find a highly capable and trustworthy leader to run it. And that perfect candidate is right here in Heching. Later, back in their secure room, Yunyu suddenly slips in. Looking incredibly beautiful and teasing, she playfully asks Duan Ye why the two of them started the fun without her. Su Chen sighs helplessly, inviting her to join them as he watches the two girls start playing around. He jokingly asks what they are up to, but the two girls simply lean in close against his chest. Their eyes are full of genuine gratitude, explaining that because of him, they can finally live like actual humans. They offer to take good care of him tonight. By the time dawn breaks, the city lord receives a shocking sight. The bald henchman is tied up and hung battered. He figured that their deal with the Taudi clan had gone completely sideways. He immediately rushes his men to that tribe. His luxury car pulls up outside a ruined supermarket, the secret hideout of those bloodthirsty Taudi monsters. The city lord steps out looking incredibly anxious as he questions the leader about his badly wounded subordinate. The giant Taudi leader, wearing a necklace of skulls, roars from his throne that he lost 3 of his own brave warriors. To compensate for this loss, the city lord must deliver double the amount of living humans or the trade is officially over. City Lord Zhang Jianshu is stunned for a second, but because of his greed, he quickly gives in to their demands. No problem, he agrees, we have a deal. It takes a truly ruthless ruler to trade human lives without even blinking. Suddenly, Su Chen's sharp mocking voice echoes from behind them, making the corrupt city lord's heart skip a beat. He spins around in pure panic, sweat pouring down his face as he demands to know how Su Chen got there. Su Chen calmly replies that he heard City Lord Zhang was close with the Taudi clan, so he came to investigate. The surrounding Taudi monsters snarl greedily, mockingly calling him another foolish human, delivering himself on a silver platter to be killed. The giant leader glares at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes, admitting he does not know how the kid killed his 3 minions. But since he walked straight into their territory today, there is absolutely no way he is leaving this place alive. Zhang Jianshu secretly gloats knowing Su Chen is doomed, but he realizes he must rush back to eliminate Su Chen's companions. Cold wind howls through the ruined buildings of Anzihe, signaling a political storm about to tear the city apart. The moment Zhang Jianshu returns, he gathers the entire population and shouts that dangerous traitors have infiltrated their base. The refugees descend into a panicked frenzy, anxiously whispering and asking how there could possibly be traitors in their midst. He points directly at the students who arrive with Su Chen, screaming and slandering them to whip the crowd into a rage. He lies, claiming they faked being doctors to sneak in so they could kidnap citizens and trade them to the Taudi monsters. He orders his men to execute them all for trying to ruin the base, showing absolutely no mercy to these outsiders. But just as the crowd goes wild, General Cao Yue and his elite guards suddenly arrive, ordering everyone to halt. The general states that his investigation proves Su Chen is highly trustworthy, meaning these newcomers are definitely innocent. Zhang Jianshu angrily snaps back, demanding to know if Cao Yue is shielding them, pointing out that words without proof mean nothing. But right then, a lone figure standing tall on the roof of a nearby building shouts down to the crowd. He boldly claims that he can prove their innocence, making the city lord look up in absolute pale-faced terror. How is he still alive? The mayor panics. Meanwhile, General Cao squints his eyes, looking up at the young man with great interest. Su Chen leaps down to the ground, casually dragging the half-dead Taudi leader behind him like a sack of garbage. He suggests that City Lord Zhang let the monster itself explain what really went down behind everyone's backs. The monster whimpers and begs for mercy. The crowd shudders in utter disbelief, realizing the beast is completely terrified of this boy. Did this single kid actually wipe out their entire base? Su Chen grips the monster's head, forcing it to speak up. He demands it speak loudly so that every single person present can hear the truth loud and clear. Trembling in pain, the beast confesses that the man who directly traded with them was indeed City Lord Zhang Jianshu. The crowd goes absolutely wild as they realize they were traded like cattle. It turns out the City Lord was the real monster. The panicked City Lord frantically tries to defend himself, yelling that this is a setup and pure slander. He claims Su Chen must have teamed up with the Taudi monsters beforehand just to frame him. General Cao Yue steps forward with cold eyes, calling Zhang Jianshu by his name before throwing a massive, thunderous punch. It smashes directly into the cowardly leader's face. But suddenly Zhang Jianshu stumbles back up with a manic, bloodshot grin. He admits it all, laughing wildly, stating that in this brutal apocalypse, strength is the only thing that actually matters. The monster clans already control all the supplies, leaving fools like them to walk straight into their traps. He justifies his horrific actions with the law of the jungle, claiming a few human sacrifices keeps everyone else alive. To him, this is an act of absolute charity, and they should all be thanking him for his sacrifice. Disgusted by his utter lack of humanity, General Cao swings another heavy iron-hard fist straight into the man's face. He completely shatters the man's cowardly excuses, calling him out for being nothing more than a pathetic, weak coward. Chen stands with his arms crossed, staring down with cold, mocking eyes at the trembling and utterly defeated politician. Trading your own kind for food to survive in this dog-eat-dog world might not be wrong, but it is still pathetic. He points out that choosing this is pure cowardice. You are no better than those gluttonous touty monsters. He slowly lowers his eyes. His calm yet razor-sharp voice echoes through the dead silence of the base. We simply refuse to be cowards like you. Suddenly, a brilliant aura of purple spiritual energy erupts, wrapping around Chen as he reaches out to the commander. General Cao, build a new base with me, a place that truly belongs to a true human civilization. Suddenly, fragments of his past life flash in Chen's mind. The memory of a lonely figure trudging through a harsh snowstorm. In his past life, he wandered through endless ruins and finally reached a safe, quiet harbor. That place existed as a miniature utopian paradise. Deep within those blurry, glowing memories, the majestic figure of a great fiery-haired leader appears. It was a place entirely free from social classes, free from the desperate cries of hunger. Everyone was warm, fed, and safe. All those beautiful things started with their visionary founder Cao Yue. Chen's gaze suddenly deepens as he looks directly at the current General Cao. Right now, the man is still just a deputy city lord here. Only after discovering this base's dark secrets will he decide to leave and build that new harbor. I am simply making everything happen a little bit earlier. Witnessing this hesitation from General Cao, his companions feel a mix of worry and hope. But building a new base right now is an incredibly difficult task. Yet to live freely without relying on anyone else, building a new base is indeed their best option. Hearing this, the old city lord bursts into arrogant laughter, his face twisting in pure rage. Ha, you guys think you are saviors wanting to build a new base. Outside, monsters roam, zombies fill the streets, and even back. Basic food and safety are not guaranteed. Are you all planning to lead each other straight to your deaths? Wheelchair-bound Sun Zhang. He sneers at the group through gritted teeth, telling his father that if they want to go, just let them go and face reality. Once they taste true despair, they will crawl back here begging us. The old lord agrees, praising his son's exact words. The surrounding crowd lowers their heads in silence, utterly terrified of the deathly aura waiting outside the city walls. It is too dangerous out there, and they refuse to throw their lives away, preferring to live as cowards as long as they can survive. City Lord Zhang Jianshu raises his hand with a cold, mocking smile that hides deep malice. Ha! Listen closely. If anyone actually believes their delusions, I will generously let you leave. But let me make it quite clear, once you leave, your life is in your own hands, so do not come back begging me. Despite the threat, Chen calmly leans back against the carcass of the massive Taodi beast. He smirks defiantly, asking if food is really their only problem. Is that seriously considered an impossible puzzle? The crowd gasps, saying he makes it sound so easy. The giant monster lying lifeless at Chen's feet makes them wonder. If he can easily drag the leader of the Taoti clan out here, he must have a massive food supply. Whispers spread that he is an incredibly powerful, awakened user with truly immense strength. Furious Yang, he points a trembling finger, screaming to instantly crush the crowd's growing hope. He warns Chen not to act like a savior or buy people's hearts, asking if he even knows how much massive supplies a functioning base actually needs. Chen remains terrifyingly calm as he looks straight at Zhang. He replies that the supplies he currently holds are not that much, roughly only enough to sustain about 2,000 people for a single month. City Lord Zhang Jianshu is completely stunned, cold sweat pouring down his face as he calculates the numbers. That amount is basically equal to his own entire warehouse. Where did this brat get so many supplies? Now watch this. In a dark corner of the base, a shadow suddenly ambushes a guard from above. The guard was just smoking. One asks why Chen is suddenly so generous, but the other has no clue as Yun strikes like lightning, clamping her legs around his neck and choking his scream. It turns out Chen just swept their entire warehouse clean. No wonder he is so incredibly confident. After completing the entire sweep, Yun shrinks back down and clings to Duanya, complaining about being hungry while her sister warns her not to use her powers so recklessly. Meanwhile, Duanya signals Chen that everything is ready. Chen's eyes flash with a powerful, commanding purple light as he looks directly at the Supreme Military Commander. General Cao, it is finally time for you to make your ultimate decision. Hearing this, Cao Yue stands incredibly tall, his long gloomy face suddenly lighting up with an absolute iron will. He notes how they are starved, freezing, and constantly oppressed. He always believed the citizens endured this suffering just to barely survive, but in the end they are treated like cattle and sold off to monsters. A sickening place like this, he can no longer stand to stay for even a single second. He looks back at Su Chen with absolute unwavering trust. He makes a bold declaration in the middle of the square. Su Chen, I will build our own base. Raising his arm high, the general commands, thousands. His voice echoes like thunder across the square. Any brother willing to leave with me, Cao Yue, step forward. Let us go. Let us build a home, a place of real dignity. Not hiding away like dogs. Right then, two female warriors step forward. These silver-haired elite leaders shout to their troops, Gray Tiger Squad, White Tiger Squad, assemble immediately. Zhang Jianshu panics. Seeing his men desert their posts in droves, he screams out in utter desperation. What are you bastards doing? Get back here right now. He demands, his face twisted in sudden rage. His face is warped with terror. You are my army. I am the only leader. You owe me loyalty. But his words fall flat. The soldiers fall into perfect formation right behind General Cao, completely ignoring him. They report in unison that the entire unit is ready to move. You dare defy me, Cao, he growls. The city lord lets out a desperate, venomous roar. He glares at them. Who do you think you are? Without my direct permission, not a single one of you miserable bastards is going to leave this place alive today. Dark gun barrels click into place. They are completely ready to fire at their master's command. A bodyguard wearing dark sunglasses tightens his grip on his weapon. He waits. A bloody massacre is about to begin. Meanwhile, Zhang He sits in his wheelchair. His face is twisted with pure hatred as he fires frantically. If you had not brought your people, my legs wouldn't be ruined. I will kill you today. Su Chen stands completely still. Calmly, he tilts his head to dodge the incoming rounds with sharp eyes. Moving fast as a shadow, he leaps, a flawless flip to close the distance on his target. He lands right in front of Zhang He. His glowing red eyes freeze the arrogant young master with fear. Su Chen grabs him by the throat, lifting him high as he barks a command to the enemy forces. Tell your men to drop their weapons, Zhang Jianshu, or I will snap your son's neck right here. The city lord stares in horror. His face twitches. His only son is in the grasp of death. Gritting his teeth in fury, he finally raises his hand. Everyone drop your weapons right now, he orders. Su Chen glances at the only commander he trusts. General Cao, take the refugees. I will handle the rest. The general nods, promising to wait at Shangyun University, while Zhang Jianshu watches them depart with a glare. He subtly signals a hidden sniper. Once the military is out of sight, the old lord tries to negotiate. Su Chen, your people are gone. Let my son go and we can both walk away from this. But high up on a nearby rooftop, his sniper is in position, aiming directly at Su Chen's head. Luckily, his incredibly sharp senses from his new ability warn him of the hidden danger just in time. He taps his earpiece, alerting Duan Ya to the sniper on the rooftop. He is at 12 o'clock. She peers through her scope from a hidden spot while little Yuan calmly munches on chocolate. A bright muzzle flash erupts from her rifle. The bullet tears through the air at lethal speed. Before the enemy sniper can even pull his trigger, his head completely explodes from her perfect counter shot. Zhang Jianshu stumbles back in absolute terror, pointing a shaking finger. You actually had a sniper waiting. Just playing fair, Su Chen smirks. He decides to accept the deal, throwing the kid right back. He tosses Zhang He over with a dark grin, but wait, he still has one question left. Stepping close, his eyes glow with an eerie light as he whispers, does human meat taste good? The old man catches his son in a panic but freezes. Look closely at the boy's face. Stuffed deep inside his son's mouth is an unpinned grenade. The poor guy can only mumble in terror. His dilated eyes are filled with pure horror. He is staring directly into the face of imminent death. A massive explosion erupts in the city lord's arms, engulfing both father and son in fire and smoke. Out of the burning ash, a massive, heavily veined hand reaches out, grabbing his son in pure fury. Zhang Jianshu has completely mutated, ripping his clothes to shreds as he transforms into a hulking, red-eyed beast. He vows to tear Su Chen apart with his bare hands. Su Chen calmly watches from a distance. As Duan Ya and Yunyun arrive as backup, he notes that the past life rumors were true. Hiding among humans, nobody expected that old man to be a level 2 touty. But look, Su Chen's allies are here. With half his face in deep shadow, the young man leaves a chilling warning before walking away. Next time, no luck. You will not survive. Sometime later, a massive, heavily fortified high-rise comes into view. This is their next target. Su Chen leads his newly recruited squad toward the target. Look ahead, a massive supermarket packed with supplies. Cao Yue and the Tiger Team soldiers huddle behind the crumbling ruins. Determination burns in their eyes. They are ready. The goal is clear. Wipe out the Tao Ti beasts inside and secure those supplies to build their new sanctuary. Captain Sun signals his men to prepare for the attack. Move in. But as the soldiers advance, they freeze. They look ahead in sheer terror. Expecting a brutal fight, they find something completely shocking instead. Endless piles of bodies. Tao Ti corpses cover the ground. It is a total massacre. The monsters are already wiped clean. On the other side, loud cheers erupt. The warriors are thrilled as they finish loading up the transport trucks. Captain, the supplies are fully secured and the trucks are gassed up. We can finally head back to base. Chen actually came through for us. He did not lie. Watching this, Captain Sun lets out a bitter scoff, his face twisting with deep jealousy. A bitter scoff, indeed. He expected a massive, glorious battle. Instead, this task was so simple it felt like a complete waste of precious time. One soldier whispers to him. He mentions that the general gave the most critical task to Chen this time. Usually, Sun handled these big missions. The captain grinds his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with sudden raw anger. He spits out in disgust. Some pretty boy who only knows cheap tricks is trying to steal his hard-earned glory. A while later, the heavy sky turns a grim gray. Amidst the ruined city, a massive broadcast tower stands tall. Up on the metal rafters, Yuan looks out over the desolate streets. She sighs deeply and turns around. She asks Duan Ya, who sits quietly behind her, why that idiot captain is taking so long to get back. Duan Ya idly twirls her pink hair. Her cold gaze is fixed on the desolate ground. She is not worried. The beasts are already dead. Chen cleared them out, so even a complete fool can easily drive a truck back. Yuan rests her heavy head against the cold steel tower, her tired eyes dull with exhaustion after days of intense non-stop survival in this ruined world. Who cares about him anyway? Chen wants us to treat the refugees, but they might starve before getting aid. Suddenly, Duan Ya stands up. Her sharp eyes spot a large convoy of people finally entering their line of sight. They are back. Once they get close, she will use her psychic shield to hide Yuan's massive beast form. That giant size is just too hard to hide. Meanwhile, heavy boots stomp on the cracked, dusty streets below. Dust rises in the silence of the old settlement. A scout rushes forward, desperately seeking the general with news. He reports that all supplies have arrived safely. This is great news. The general nods, deeply relieved by the report. Staring at the crates overflowing with food, the desperate refugees are filled with overwhelming hope. Did they actually succeed? Chen did not lie. He solved the food crisis, making him their savior. He is a true hero to them. Captain Sun lurks in the shadows, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He silently scoffs at the praises. Infuriating. That brat is nothing but a cheap manipulator. Suddenly, a panicked scout runs in, breaking the brief, peaceful moment. He warns the general that a large tribe of Tao Ti beasts has been spotted nesting inside the southern hospital. Dozens of those vicious monsters are hiding there. Hearing this, a wicked gleam flashes in Captain Sun's eyes. Perfect. He grins, plotting a dark scheme. Chen, this time I will show everyone who is truly capable of protecting them. Later, General Cao is completely stunned during their private meeting when Chen suddenly reveals a reckless plan to move forward and clear out the armory. What he wants to raid an entire military armory, a worried soldier immediately warns him about the extreme danger. The nearby base was flooded long ago, turning the entrance into a watery death trap packed with mutant corpses. Dangerous. Plus, with only 3 of them, how much could they possibly carry, even if they somehow make it inside alive? Chen simply turns around, his gaze filled with an iron resolve. Absolutely nothing can shake him. He is set. He tells them to drop the doubts and just guide him to the armory. The soldier agrees to go along, but they will need a vehicle since the base is far away. Chen remains completely silent. He raises his hand. Brilliant blue light begins to swirl and condense right in his palm. His companions watch in absolute awe. Incredible. A massive Hummer off-road vehicle materializes out of thin air. They gasp. Is this magic or his true ability? Chen calmly opens the door, gesturing for them to get in with the commanding presence of a true leader. Stop nagging and get in the car, we are leaving right now. The roaring engine speeds off down the ruined road. They head straight toward the flooded military base. Near the underground bunker entrance, giant water pumps roar amidst the murky waters. The pumps work at full power in the muddy water. Damn it, the leader curses. Why is this water not draining? He refuses to believe they cannot clear this area. The headscarf-wearing leader screams like a madman, ordering his men to do something unspeakable. Go grab those useless refugees and throw them down as bait for the water ghouls. Right now, he commands his men. All the supplies in the city have vanished. If we return empty-handed, every single one of you dies, so do not blame me. Screams echo through the air as the helpless refugees are pushed into the pitch-black water, begging for mercy and crying for help. The ruthless leader watches coldly as the water begins to bubble, signaling that the deadly monsters have finally taken the bait. The water ghouls are distracted. He announces whoever goes down and pries that door open gets a woman from the city lord. A desperate refugee looks down at the bubbling water, his face twisted in fear yet filled with a wild, reckless determination. Before the apocalypse, I had nothing, no money, no woman. Now damn it, I might as well risk my life. Instantly, grotesque black shadows begin to stir beneath the surface, creating deadly churning whirlpools around the pipes. Watching from behind a massive ancient tree, the man following Su Chen silently observes the gruesome scene, the air heavy with blood. They are definitely the city lord's men, he realizes. Looks like they are after the massive weapon stockpile here too. The silver-haired girl points toward a hidden entrance submerged deep underwater, whispering that she knows a secret back way inside. It will bypass the city lord's troops entirely, but they must dive deep. Su Chen agrees to her plan. Without hesitation, the three dive into the dark depths, beginning their perilous journey deep into the flooded base. The girl holds her breath as they descend, her platinum hair floating gracefully among rising bubbles in the dim flashlight beam. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer terror as countless glowing red eyes begin to materialize out of the deep, suffocating darkness. Pure panic takes over, and she desperately covers her mouth to stop her precious remaining oxygen from escaping. She is completely out of air as the water ghouls close in. At the brink of death, Su Chen suddenly appears. He grabs her hand, sending a telepathic message, telling her not to fear. How is Su Chen communicating so easily underwater? Before she can process it, he pulls her close and presses his lips to hers, sharing his own life-saving oxygen. The silver-haired girl's eyes widen as she feels the sudden warmth and life flowing into her from the mysterious man. Is he really giving me his oxygen, she wonders. But that intimate moment is instantly shattered. Dozens of grotesque water ghouls swarm them from every angle in the freezing depths, cutting off any escape. They are completely surrounded. In a flash, Su Chen pulls her tight against him, maneuvering through the water. He glides smoothly past the snapping jaws of the water ghouls, his expression impossibly calm despite the looming danger. Locked in his embrace, the girl suddenly notices a strange, heavy silence. Wait, why did all the thrashing stop? She looks around in utter disbelief. Every single water ghoul has completely frozen in place like a stone statue. Did they all just freeze? The silver-haired girl can barely trust her eyes as her terror evaporates. She looks up at Su Chen and gasps. His eyes are glowing with a deep, menacing red light. Is he controlling them? She wonders in shock. Su Chen leans in and whispers directly in her ear. His voice is ice cold, get ready to hunt. Instantly, the water ghouls strike, but Su Chen remains perfectly calm. He casually crushes the skull of an oncoming monster, telling his companions to swim ahead while he stays back. Alone in the raging current, he unleashes a devastating punch laced with blue electricity, obliterating a beast from behind. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl and her companion swim frantically toward the surface, her hair trailing in the water. Breaking through the surface, they gasp desperately, filling their burning lungs with precious fresh air. Looking down at the bubbling water, she is still completely stunned by what just happened. Can he actually control those monsters, she whispers. Is he even human, and what else is he hiding? A moment later, Su Chen's imposing figure slowly rises from the muddy depths, completely calm. Dripping wet, he casually steps onto dry land and looks down at a small, sparkling crystal in his palm. He clicks his tongue in disappointment. All those ghouls and only one white core, the drop rate is terrible. His companions stare at each other in sheer disbelief at how incredibly greedy he is. He secured a rare white core in seconds and he is still complaining. Talk about being impossible to please. This crystal can boost superpower strength. Suddenly, from the dark corners of the base hallway, a pair of burning yellow eyes, shining like two small fires, silently watches their every move. A shadow suddenly darts out like lightning, snatching the crystal right out of Su Chen's hands before anyone can even react. Everyone stands there in complete shock. Once they get a clear look at the tiny thief, the soldier cannot help but gasp. He blurs out, asking how a cat could possibly survive here. The silver-haired girl narrows her eyes at the golden-striped black cat. The feline stands proudly before them. She guesses that military bases usually keep cats to catch rats, and this one got trapped inside. That accidental locking actually saved it from the apocalypse. Staring at the little creature defiantly clutching the white crystal in its mouth, she feels impressed. This cat is incredibly fast, daring to steal right from Su Chen's grasp. Surprisingly, Su Chen does not get angry at all. He crouches down, pulls a packet of food from his dimensional storage, and flashes a gentle smile, coaxing the little thief. He tells it that the crystal is inedible, offering a trade instead. Enticed by the delicious aroma, the black cat leaps forward. It lands on Su Chen's shoulder, snatches the food, and drops the crystal right back into his hand. Having secured its prize, the little beast springs down and vanishes into the deep shadows of the underground bunker. Su Chen watches it leave, scratching his head. Talk about bad luck, robbed by a cat twice. He realizes that anything surviving in this wasteland must be incredibly dangerous. Shaking off the strange encounter, Su Chen approaches the central control console to finally restore power to the facility. He pulls down on the heavy rusted lever. Overhead fluorescent lights flicker wildly before humming to life down the corridor. Captain Bai lets out a sigh of relief. Their luck is holding and the power grid is actually still functional. Su Chen straightens up his gaze, turning serious toward the massive steel door. He commands them to move toward the armory. Surveying the eerie abandoned facility, Captain Bai thoughtfully reflects on the past. She notes that everyone evacuated in a hurry before the Great Flood. The three companions quietly push deeper into this restricted zone where cold shadows guard long-forgotten secrets. She is highly confident that a massive stockpile of military supplies was left behind in the rush, completely untouched until now. Their efforts pay off as a massive warehouse looms ahead, leaving everyone absolutely stunned by its colossal scale. They finally made it. This incredible arsenal holds more than enough weapons to fully equip a force of 500 soldiers. Captain Bai's eyes gleam with sudden hope as she dreams of even heavier firepower, wondering if there are tanks stored nearby. If they find armored vehicles, they could easily arm over 1,000 survivors. Suddenly, she warns the scout to stay sharp. Looking at the endless rows of military gear, she worries about the logistics. Liu Xiaofeng tells Captain Bai to relax. He points out that the real challenge is figuring out how to transport this massive haul back to their base. Tension mounts as the threat of the City Lord's forces looms. They could ambush them at any second, making backup impossible. Suddenly, a heavy suffocating pressure fills the air, forcing both of them to spin around in sheer alarm. To their absolute shock, Liu Xiaofeng suddenly comes rolling up in a massive tank, yelling out in excitement. He shouts that he actually found a tank, but before he can even celebrate, a terrifying shadow sweeps in. A grotesque giant mutant beast lunges from the darkness behind him, forcing the terrified scout to scream for his life. He shrieks about a monster chasing him. Facing this horrific mutant, radiating the chill of death, Chen freezes. Both he and Captain Bai feel a heavy wave of dread. The beast opens its massive maw full of razor-sharp fangs. It unleashes a devastating blast of dark purple flames that tears through the bunker, detonating violently right beside the tank. Liu Xiaofeng screams in utter terror. Seeing the flames, Captain Bai desperately begs Chen to take action. She warns him that if the monster detonates the armory, none of them will make it out alive. At this critical moment, Chen's eyes flash with a strange power. He commands his spatial ability to expand. A vibrant blue light erupts from his hands, washing over every single piece of heavy military hardware in the room. Captain Bai watches in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the miracle unfolding before her. She gasps, asking if he stored everything away. Even the little black cat looks around in pure confusion. The massive warehouse is now completely empty. Amazed by his power, Captain Bai praises her savior's incredible spatial ability. Liu Xiaofeng recovers from his panic and immediately asks if they can use this trick to defeat the enemy. He wonders if Chen can just suck the mutant into his space, but living mutated beasts cannot be stored. Knowing they are still in deep trouble, Captain Bai quickly formulates a distraction plan to buy them some time. She urges them to move, volunteering to lure the beast away while Liu Xiaofeng gets the tank ready. But before she can even move, Chen suddenly scoops her up in his arms and charges forward. He steps forward with a firm attitude. "Hey, what are you doing? All the supplies are inside my space pocket, so I must ensure you return to the base safely. Watch out." The mutated beast screeches piercingly, and that deadly purple energy once again starts accumulating inside its biocannon. A beam of raw destruction fires off once more, piercing the dark night as it heads straight for the fleeing group. The violent blast kicks up dirt and rocks, wrapping the battlefield in a thick, chaotic cloud of dust. In the absolute chaos, Chen grabs the girl and dashes out of the hot zone quickly, barking a sharp command. "Stop arguing, I will handle this mutant. Hurry up and check if Liu Xiaofeng is okay." Hearing this, Captain Bai grits her teeth and turns to run, yelling back a desperate warning. "Chen, you better not die out there." Left completely alone to face this giant eight-eyed beast, Chen cannot help but feel deeply suspicious. How strange. In his past life, he had never heard of a mutant like this roaming this area. But his curiosity is quickly replaced by a bone-chilling aura as he stares down his foe. But whatever that precious bone crystal is mine anyway. Meanwhile, right outside the base entrance, a deafening explosion shakes the ground immediately, catching the attention of the City Lord's men. Their hooded leader looks toward the underground bunker in absolute shock, staring at the spot where dense smoke is pouring out. This blast sounds like it came from inside the military base. Meanwhile, outside, a panicked minion rushes over as the muddy water rapidly recedes, yelling that the water level is dropping fast. It seems the blast cracked the ground wide open. Hearing this, the hooded leader grits his teeth in rage, his face twisting with fury at the thought of being beaten to the punch. "Damn it, someone beat us to the goal. How dare they steal from under my nose? Charge in and wipe them all out." But as they prepare to move, his men suddenly freeze in front of a tiny creature blocking their path, prompting the frustrated leader to bark out a question. "Are you idiots deaf, or did you just ignore me?" But a lackey points ahead, saying it is just a rabbit, and it has been forever since they last tasted fresh meat. He slowly edges closer, greedily staring at the fluffy white creature twitching its ears. He asks if they should feast on it before moving on. But suddenly the air turns ice cold as the leader notices something deeply unsettling about the small creature's face. That rabbit, its creepy smile, is extremely bizarre. Before he can even finish his sentence, the cute rabbit warps into a nightmare, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. It lets out an earth-shattering roar that rips through the silence. The sheer pressure sends the refugees scrambling back in pure terror, cold sweat dripping down their faces as death looms over them. The beast's crimson eyes lock onto, their souls radiating a heavy, suffocating aura that seems to freeze the air itself. At that moment, Beast's face twists into a sadistic, mocking grin, as if sneering at the absolute weakness of these mere mortals. Suddenly, Chen drops from above like a meteor, his fist packed with 1,000 pounds of raw power aiming straight for the target. A massive shockwave erupts as his strike connects directly with the giant mutant, throwing the beast backward through a dense cloud of dust. The violent impact sends a powerful tremor rippling across the ground. But the monster recovers instantly, charging forward to charge up another devastating blast. A beam of blinding light shoots out directly at him, but Chen cleanly dodges just in time. He stands tall among the wreckage, his cold eyes analyzing the beast. Internally, he evaluates the monster's threat level, a heavy seriousness settling over him. These level 2 beasts are tough, their skin is as hard as tempered steel. Glancing down at his slightly numbing hand, he sighs. Compared to these monsters, his current physical conditioning is still far too weak. Suddenly, a massive vein-covered hand crashes down from the shadows, aiming to crush the young warrior. But Chen leaps high into the air, dodging the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. While airborne, he quickly analyzes the creature's core weakness to end this drag-out fight. There is always a way, though. He just needs to sever the parasitic vine wrapped around its brain. Suddenly, creepy vines erupt from the beast's body, stretching out like the arms of death itself as they whip through the air, completely binding Chen and squeezing him tightly in a suffocating nest of foul, mutated tentacles. Suddenly, a bright glow erupts from the center as the monster pools its energy for a final lethal strike on its captive. A deep purple glare engulfs the entire underground bunker, painting a scene that is both mesmerizing and deadly. Yet Chen does not panic. He triggers his ultimate spatial leap ability to slip free, muttering that this mission is proving to be much harder than he originally anticipated. He then casts a quick glance backwards, sensing an approaching presence. A familiar presence steps closer. Wait, is that really you? A small black cat with eyes burning like red-hot embers emerges. It steps out from the void. Its body is wrapped in powerful golden flames, forcing Chen to call out in warning. Stay back, the cat growls fiercely, releasing massive waves of spiritual energy that easily terrify the surrounding vines. The parasites tremble. Chen stares in complete disbelief at this tiny creature with a divine beast aura. No way. Is it a mutated creature too? Meanwhile, in another sector of the base, Liu Xiaofeng is buried under heavy rubble. In another part of the base, Liu Xiaofeng is buried under heavy rubble, leaving Bai Ya shouting frantically for him to answer her. Please answer me. She desperately digs through the shattered concrete blocks with her bare hands, her eyes filled with extreme anxiety as she calls his name. Say something. Luckily, Liu Xiaofeng slowly crawls out of the debris, coughing and gasping for air as he looks up at her. He looks up relieved to see her. Captain Bai, I am okay. Glad I moved fast or I would be toast by now. Bai Ye sighs in relief, rushing over to help pull him out. She is just glad he is safe and unhurt. Suddenly, a sinister chuckle echoes from the shadows behind them, sending cold chills straight down their spines. Bai Ye freezes. She whips around. Tang Zi cowers as strange, menacing figures slowly emerge from the pitch-black darkness. Who are these people? A hooded leader steps out with a smug, victorious grin, his eyes flashing with a creepy, unsettling red light. He mocks them for opening the grand gate. Bai Ye grips her weapon tightly, highly alert as she watches their movements. These guys are acting weird. Extremely weird. Then looking closer at their faces, she notices something truly horrific. Their faces are twisted. There is something dead wrong with them, a chilling detail that makes her blood run cold. The minions standing behind their leader have completely lifeless, blood-red eyes and disturbing, unnatural smiles plastered on their faces. They bear rows of sharp, cold teeth, looking exactly like mindless walking corpses that have lost every bit of their humanity. Meanwhile, back with Chen, a deafening roar of a giant mutated creature echoes loudly across the entire base. A heavy stomp violently cracks the ground. The tiny cat has finally transformed back into its colossal, majestic true form. It is completely enveloped in blazing golden fire, its massive shadow easily swallowing Chen in the darkness behind it. Chen narrows his eyes, completely stunned by the incredible sight of this legendary creature standing right before him. This is huge. The giant cat strides forward with supreme dignity, each heavy step radiating intense waves of heat. Two powerful mutated beasts face off. The air grows extremely heavy, creating a suffocating, breathless pressure. On one side is a grotesque parasite, and on the other a blazing spirit cat. Chen watches closely. He realizes they are mortal enemies and there is only room for one king. He steps closer to observe. Observing closely, he finally understands the cat's true motive. It stole the energy core to bring them here. Looking deep into those burning eyes, he can feel the beast's desire to fight together. It wants to team up. Fine by him. Chen smirks, fully ready to end this battle once and for all. He accepts. The massive cat growls fiercely as its blazing golden flames explode outward, ready for war. Chen leaps onto the beast's back, standing tall like a legendary king ready to conquer the battlefield. Together, their combined power creates an incredibly overwhelming pressure that violently shakes the entire underground cavern floor. Suddenly, the cat looks back, utterly startled to find Chen sitting right on its fiery back. It lets out an annoyed meow but immediately charges straight into the massive mouth of the mutated monster. A brutal, relentless battle begins right in the tunnels. The spirit cat's eyes burn with absolute terrifying rage. It concentrates its energy. In a flash, it unleashes a rapid succession of lightning-fast claw strikes. Shredding the incoming tentacles, it easily avoids the trap. Chen watches, realizing the enemy is too resilient. They need to coordinate. He points directly to a weak spot, barking out a direct command to the beast. He tells the spirit cat to use its insane speed to flank the target and distract those annoying vines. Leave the rest to him. Instantly understanding the plan, the cat leaps high, gracefully dodging a deadly purple ray. The blast misses, completely obliterating the ground below and kicking up a thick, blinding cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the black cat moves like a golden flash of light, drawing all the fury of the thrashing demonic vines. Those demonic vines whip wildly from all directions, but they cannot even touch its blazing protective skin. With insane speed, the spirit cat tears through the darkness, moving faster than the eye can follow. Its intense heat burns the parasites completely, turning every single mutated spore to ash. Instant vaporization of the enemy. Flames surround him. Chen stands right in the center, his eyes flashing with a sharp purple light full of absolute focus and pure killing intent. Seizing the moment while the monster is completely distracted, he plants his foot, leaps high into the air, and strikes a fierce heroic pose. Chen unleashes a devastating punch, crackling with vibrant blue electricity. It tears straight through the thick, tangled defense of those deadly, writhing vines. A massive explosion rips through the beast's core. The sheer force of his fist knocks the giant mutated entity backward, sending it stumbling in pain. Nearby, the little black cat narrows its eyes in complete shock. It can barely believe the explosive power of the human it just chose as an ally. The monster screeches as its critical weakness is exposed. Chen lands smoothly, giving a calm nod as if to say that is how it is done. With a sweep of his arm, he orders the final blow to wrap up this messy clash. Pressed by their relentless, overwhelming team attack, the monster buckles. The mutated beast begins to literally fall apart, its grotesque body disintegrating into fine ash midair. Piercing beams of blinding light burst through its rotten skin. This blinding flash marks the absolute end of the hideous parasitic nightmare that lurked deep beneath the earth. The threat is finally over. Amid the settling ashes, a deep purple crystal drops to the ground. The little black cat lets out a smug, proud meow of triumph. Chen instantly reaches out and catches the glowing gem, feeling its surging energy. A smirk plays on his lips. This core belongs to me now. The beast, now shrunken back to size, is clearly not happy about this. It glares intensely at the prize sitting inside his open palm. It hisses a string of bizarre, glitched-out meows. But right at that moment, the entire ground beneath them begins to violently shake and rumble. Cracks spiderweb across the concrete walls, and freezing water starts cascading in like a waterfall. Chen stands right in the middle of the flooding armory. As the armory slowly submerges, he watches the rising water with a serious expression. It looks like the Lord's troops successfully breached the outer barrier. This entire place will be underwater in no time. Scanning the room for an exit, his eyes remain calm, showing zero panic despite the looming disaster. Suddenly, the once mighty spirit beast loses all its cool. It starts thrashing wildly in the rising current, completely terrified of the cold water. It lets out desperate, pathetic meows. Chen moves fast, grabbing the poor creature by the scruff of its neck just before it goes under. He lifts the dripping cat high and cannot help but chuckle at its misery. Well, turns out a powerful beast like you is terrified of water. Holding the wet furball at eye level, he offers a simple deal as the water rushes around them. If you want to live, tag along with me. I will get you out of here safely. But the stubborn cat keeps squirming and meowing, refusing to show any respect to its savior. So Chen loosens his grip, pretending to drop it right back into the flood. Fine, forget I said anything, he says with a shrug. Absolutely terrified, the beast digs its sharp claws deep into his pants, clinging on for dear life while letting out a series of pitiful, begging meows. Chen lifts it back up, looking into its watery, pleading eyes. Regretting your life choices already, are we? Smirking at his easy win, he slips the shivering beast inside his protective jacket. Remember, you chose this yourself. I definitely did not force you. Meanwhile, over at the tank defense line, Captain Bai is furiously swinging her sword at the swarms of mutated zombies closing in from all sides. Damn it, these things are clearly dead, so how are they still moving? Sweat pours down her forehead as the endless horde keeps pushing forward. They keep spilling out of every dark corner. Is there even an end to this? Behind her, Liu Xiaofeng screams out in absolute frustration. He is desperately trying to jumpstart a rusted hunk of steel while completely surrounded by the undead. Captain Bai, the tank won't start. Forget about me and just run. But honestly, where could she even run to at this point? She decides to clear these pests first. But through the thick dust, a massive white shape suddenly appears, making Captain Bai freeze in her tracks. What on earth is that? A rabbit. It has the body of a white bunny, but its face is a direct nightmare straight from hell. It opens its maw, showing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Even worse, it starts drawing in dark red streams of energy from the surrounding piles of corpses. Is it actually absorbing dead bodies to level up? Its mutated form rapidly swells, growing into a small mountain of sheer unfiltered bloodlust. It looms directly over Captain Bai, cast in a terrifying shadow. Seeing the giant beast trap his commander, Liu Xiaofeng screams out a desperate warning. Watch out behind you, Captain Bai. But it is already too late. Creepy tentacles erupt from the rabbit, wrapping tightly around her body. She barely has time to let out a sharp cry of pain. Lifted high into the air, she comes face to face with its blood-red eyes. The high-level mutated beast looks hungry. Gritting her teeth against the tightening vines, she instantly regrets letting her guard down like this. I was too careless, she thinks, struggling to breathe. But right as her life hangs by a thread, a massive blast of firepower sweeps through. It cleanly severs every single vine holding her captive. Liu Xiaofeng stands tall on the tank's turret, his eyes burning with absolute rage. Go to hell, you monster, he bellows with everything he has got. The barrel of the battered old tank suddenly ignites with devastating energy. It fires a shell packed with raw destructive power, tearing straight through the dark night. A massive explosion erupts right on the beast's head. The monstrous white rabbit is instantly swallowed by a raging ball of fire, lighting up the ruined military base. The brilliant flash of the blast consumes the creature's bloodshot eyes, completely incinerating its last bit of resolve. The sheer heat completely melts away its monstrous will to fight. What an incredible turn of events for our crew, surviving by the skin of their teeth. Tearing through the dark, he finishes off the mutated beast with one earth-shattering shot. Witnessing this epic moment, the silver-haired girl stands frozen, her pupils shrinking in absolute shock. Seconds later, Liu Xiaofeng collapses, his breath coming in. Heavy, ragged gasps after pushing himself past his limits. Huffing and puffing, a glowing green spirit bone suddenly drops right in front of him, making him cry out with joy. It is finally over. The shimmering crystal radiates, a pure, clean glow floating in midair like a gift from death itself. Its spiritual energy begins resonating, with Liu Xiaofeng's breath forging an invisible link. Instinctively, he opens his mouth to catch the crystal as it flies straight toward him. Swallowing the spirit bone, Liu Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly flash with an eerie glow, causing Captain Bai to run over in a panic. Are you okay, Liu Xiaofeng? He kneels, clutching his chest as a burning heat flares up. I am fine, he gasps. I just accidentally swallowed the spirit bone. My body feels pretty weird. Right then, Chen approaches while the little black cat beside them whimpers with teary eyes, crying in worry for its companion. Meow meow. Chen narrows his eyes, scanning the shifting energy inside his ally, and speaks in a low voice. Did you really swallow it? Liu Xiaofeng grimaces as he tries to trigger his power, but nothing happens. He eagerly asks, why can't I feel my ability yet? Is there a secret boss? If you want to master it quickly, the best way is to go through a real fight. But first, let me get you guys out of here. Looking to his side, Chen is caught off guard, seeing the silver-haired girl's clothes torn to shreds from the battle. Bai ya, your clothes are ruined, he says. She replies, it is fine, but asks if he really plans to keep a cat in this apocalypse. Yes, it is staying with me. Meanwhile, in a dark, forgotten corner of the base, another girl is tied up high. 7 black crows hover nearby, waiting to scavenge. A hideous monster from the Taoti clan approaches, licking his lips greedily at his trembling prey. Please spare me, she begs. The beast sneers, the more you plead, the more excited I get. His lackeys laugh along, enjoying their victim's desperate screams, saying her cries sound like sweet music. Do not worry, our boss will make her scream even louder in a bit. The poor girl weeps silently as a clawed hand touches her. Ah, do not kill me, please. Well, if you serve me well, I might just keep you as my slave. The brute glares at his hanging victim, issuing a chilling threat. But if you disappoint me, I will hang you up to dry into smoked meat. Pure terror fills the girl's teary eyes with death so close. I do not want to be dried meat, she grits her teeth, begging in agony. I will do whatever it takes to serve you, just spare my life. The leader laughs triumphantly, his glowing red eyes staring down at his completely broken prey. Very well. But just as he is about to begin his vile act, her crying abruptly stops as she spots a glimmer of hope in the distance. Chen's Hummer. roars as it charges forward, forcing the two guarding touty beasts to spin around. Oh, we have guests, just focus on the main task, we will deal with them later. Seeing the newcomers, the monsters growl in irritation. Where did this brat come from to ruin our fun? Kill him and make him our dinner. Instantly, Bai Yao watches anxiously as Liu Xiaofeng, barely recovered, has to face three enemies. Su Chen, Liu Xiaofeng just woke up and now he has to fight three Taoti monsters. Is he going to be okay? Miao Su Chen casually plays with the cat, his eyes full of absolute confidence. Do not worry, am I not right here watching? If he truly is the wind, God known as the human nuclear bomb in his past life, there is no way he fails. Liu Xiaofeng steps out of the car, his aura instantly shifting to a cold, murderous chill. Besides, to truly master a power, real combat is always the best teacher. Seeing how arrogant he is, the Taoti beasts charge in blindly. You dare look down on. You are dead, today is the day you die. Powerful punches rain down on Liu Xiaofeng repeatedly, creating shockwaves that kick up thick clouds of dust. Seeing this, Baiya panics and prepares to charge in. I knew it would not work. At this rate, Liu Xiaofeng will be beaten to death. No, look closer, he has figured out his ability. The monster stands dumbfounded as his target remains standing. A Taoti is several times stronger than any human. How is this kid completely unharmed? Liu Xiaofeng raises his head, a strange green spiritual energy swirling around him. That is because I have already absorbed most of the energy from your punches. The terrified beasts recoil, planning to unleash one final lethal blow. Is this punk messing with us? Kill him now. Liu Xiaofeng's gaze suddenly turns sharp as a razor. He smirks no, instead of saying, I absorbed it, you should call it. A massive vortex of energy erupts from the center of his body, accompanied by a booming command of his skill, Soul Snatcher. The pitch-black light begins sucking away the life force of his enemies, making them scream in agony as their energy is drained. They beg to be let go as their power fades. Watching from afar, Su Chen smiles with deep satisfaction at this incredibly powerful ability. Xiaofeng has turned into a literal black hole, greedily absorbing all the energy around him like a true wind god. Sensing the perfect moment, Su Chen narrows his eyes toward the forest behind them, preparing to unleash his own strike. A massive battle axe, wrapped in terrifying, killing intent, tears through the air, rushing forward to end the slaughter. The axe strikes true cleanly, slicing through the necks of three monstrous beasts, taking them out all at once. Xiaofeng stands dazed in the middle of the battlefield, watching this sudden turn of events as the glowing weapon hovers. Crackling with blue electricity, the axe spins through the air and returns to its master, Captain Sun, as he steps out. He shows off his muscular frame, sneering arrogantly at the survivors and claiming they would have been monster food without him. His greedy gaze quickly shifts, locking onto Su Chen's truck, which is heavily loaded with valuable supplies and rations. He demands they hand over all their food as repayment for saving their lives, expecting them to obey without a fight. Xiaofeng gets ready to charge in anger, but Su Chen calmly places a hand on his shoulder to hold him back. Su Chen tells Xiaofeng to get in the car while he handles Captain Sun, stepping toward the back of the vehicle. He opens up the storage space and reminds the greedy captain that supplies are extremely tight in this post-apocalyptic world. He hands over a large container, stating that this is the absolute most he can spare for them right now. Captain Sun Desheng takes the box, but his face goes pale with rage when he realizes it is filled with puppy food. Before the captain can react, their yellow Hummer roars to life and speeds away, leaving the humiliated old man screaming in fury. Su Chen bids them bon appetit as they leave the furious captain, yelling vows of painful revenge behind their dust. One of the captain's men asks why they let those targets get away so easily, causing Sun to grit his teeth. He barks back that his battle axe mysteriously veered off course, otherwise that brat Xiaofeng would already be dead. Sensing something strange, the captain glares after the vehicle with venomous eyes, his mind turning toward a much larger plan. He realizes the base commander prefers trusting outsiders over old allies, fueling his desire to stage a coup. With Xiaofeng gaining supernatural abilities, Sun fears being pushed aside and decides it is time to take over the base. The leadership needs a major change, he plots while back on the road. Xiaofeng is still stewing over the captain's attitude. He asks Su Chen if there is some old grudge between them that would make Captain Sun act so hostile. Su Chen assures him there is no grudge, just the captain's naturally despicable nature, and tells him to ignore it. But internally, Su Chen reflects on how defenseless his companion is around people he considers allies, feeling a sense of warning. He points out that without his secret intervention, the axe would have hit, proving Sun is plotting something massive. Looking out at the horizon, Su Chen makes a firm decision to eliminate this threat before things get out of hand. If the captain is building his own faction, they must seize this chance to wipe them out once and for all. Meanwhile, at the settlement, the survivors are busy constructing defensive walls under the hot sun when a cheer breaks out. A soldier happily praises Yun, calling her their absolute savior as she performs incredible feats of strength. He holds up his marker and showers her with compliments, amazed at how easy wall construction is with her help. Having her around makes building this massive fortress look like child's play, completely multiplying their overall daily productivity. Union catches her breath leaning against a stone slab, looking thoroughly exhausted after using her powerful ability. She jokingly asks if they can afford her massive food consumption, gently brushing back her hair while looking down the road. Her soft gaze remains fixed on the entrance, waiting patiently until a sudden wave of cheers erupts from the gate. The refugees shout with excitement, welcoming back Chen as his striking yellow vehicle rolls into the base. The heavy tires crunch to a halt, marking the successful end of another highly dangerous mission outside. A sleek black cat with fiery patterns quickly leaps down from the passenger seat, showing off its agility. Chen steps out calmly behind it, warning the little creature not to run wild and scare the residents. The tiny beast gives a smug flick of its tail and lets out a soft, affectionate meow in response. Xiaofeng chuckles as he looks at his brother's new companion, noting how incredibly happy the creature seems to be outside. He asks if Chen is worried it might run away after eating through their entire stash of meat, royal treatment all along the way. Where else could he find such a sweet setup? Right after that, General Cao leads Chen to a massive empty warehouse, his face filled with expectation. He tells Chen that this is the empty storage he asked for, wondering if the space is large enough to fit his needs. Chen stands in the empty warehouse, nodding that it is plenty. He slowly raises his hand, activating his powers and causing the surrounding air to warp violently. General Cao stands there, completely frozen in place, his face turning pale from sheer disbelief. He stammers, asking if Chen actually has space powers and if there's even more to him. Right before their eyes, thousands of military supply crates suddenly materialize, filling the warehouse. To think he brought back supplies from an entire military base like this. With these weapons, the security of their new base is finally secured. The old general stands in silence for a long moment, then stares deeply into Chen's eyes with a grave look, asking if his overpowered space ability was something he planned to keep secret. Chen just offers a soft smile, his eyes radiating a steady mix of sincerity and commanding authority. He says they are on the same side now, and if he cannot trust them, then who else can he trust? The general agrees, noting that without Chen, there would be no base, so they will guard this secret forever. Bai Ye steps forward and proudly suggests a name to honor their hero, noting the base still lacks a title, so they should call it the Shengguang Base to honor Chen's contribution. General Cao nods in immediate agreement with the deeply meaningful name. While Chen maintains a quiet, cold gaze, the general reflects that Shengguang stands for hope and rebirth, making it a fantastic choice. Chen looks off into the distance, wondering if it was really decided so easily as he remembers his past life and the respect he is receiving now. Back then, the base established by Cao Wei was the ultimate safe haven in the apocalypse. Having it named after him now is a massive honor. The scene then shifts to the clinic, where an assistant watches Duan Ye in absolute awe after she pulls off an impossible surgery, praising how senior sister is truly miraculous for extracting that mutated plant so easily. Under the bright operating lights, her focused face stands out amidst the heavy tension. Without her expertise, this surgery would have been completely impossible to perform. Duan Ye sighs softly, her beautiful face showing deep concern over the terrible medical conditions of their current base. It is a pity the environment is so bad that severe patients cannot be fully cured. She looks down at the shiny scalpel in her hand, her eyes filled with determination as she thinks about the Southern Drug Depot. If only they could clear the Taoqi monsters out of the neighboring hospital. There must be plenty of medical supplies left over there. Suddenly, the little black cat spots the sharp scalpel and shivers violently as terrifying memories rush back. Seeing Duan Ye holding the blade makes the little kitten recall terrifying past memories. The image of a mad doctor in a laboratory flashes back, making the little cat's fur stand on end from sheer terror. Duan Ye notices the tiny creature's panic and gently speaks to comfort it, asking where this little kitten came from, gently reaching out her hand to stroke and comfort the trembling creature. She asks if the little guy is shivering because it is cold or just hungry. Her warm, beautiful smile instantly calms the cat down in her arms. She asks if it wants to come home with her. Next, the pink-haired girl walks down the quiet street, her lonely figure standing out against the ruined buildings, muttering about her plans for the future as she walks. Upon arriving home, she decides she must ask Chen if they can keep the cat staring thoughtfully at the entrance, with a heavy heart thinking about how harsh this apocalyptic world is, where even feeding oneself is a daily struggle. At the threshold of her temporary shelter, Duan Ye gently hugs the little kitten tight, seeking a bit of warmth. Suddenly, a dark figure sneaks up behind her, playfully asking which rich guy she went out with, causing her to gasp in alarm, asking who is there. A sudden, powerful surge of electricity restrains her hands, leaving her crying out in terror until she sees the face of the person standing there, in the doorway. She sighs in relief but still trembles, asking Chen when he got back. He just gives a mysterious smile, his eyes radiating an overwhelming, highly captivating presence. He playfully asks how she knew it was him, and she notes that only he is immune to her psychic power. Who else could it be besides him? He chuckles in understanding. A bit later, inside a warm, steamy bathtub, Duan relaxes and plays with the kitten, realizing Chen brought it home. She smiles, asking if he has given the little creature a name yet. She gently strokes the glowing patterns on the kitten's back, pointing out how much they look like pure gold, wondering if they should name it Goldie as the cat meows in agreement. Suddenly, Chen wraps his arms around her from behind, making the room suddenly feel incredibly intimate. He chuckles that Goldie is a great name, teasingly asking if he should help her bathe while she turns her head with a look of concern to ask about his dangerous mission, wondering how his trip to the armory went. He turns around asking about their recent dangerous expedition with deep concern. So how did the trip to the armory go this? Any good loot? Absolutely, and with this crystal, Than is guaranteed to evolve into a level 2 human. Meanwhile, the golden cat stares blankly at the sparkling crystal in Than's hand with pure greed. He jokingly apologizes, saying the situation back then was just too chaotic. Than holds the purple crystal up to the light, his eyes blazing with absolute confidence in this new power. Honestly, he had already stored this beast core safely inside his pocket dimension. Sensing the massive wave of energy radiating from the stone, Dona sneaks a knowing glance at Than. Seeing how badly she wanted a core earlier, he went out of his way to bring this back for her. She asks if he plans to consume it right now. Suddenly, glowing red veins erupt across Than's body, looking just like burning lava. His eyes flare with terrifying bloodlust. The raw power surging from his evolution is so overwhelming that Dona begins to tremble from the sheer, oppressive pressure. She wonders if this is the true might of a level 2 human. Blushing, the pink-haired girl starts breathing heavily under his sudden, raw, masculine power. Surrounded by splashing water, Dona lets out a soft moan as she feels a sudden rush of spiritual energy flooding her entire body, crying out that she cannot take any more. Meanwhile, over at the active construction site, Van stands tall in her giant form, busy assembling wooden planks. As for the golden cat, it has already casually curled up on a tiny pool float, casting a highly judgmental side-eye at the busy couple. Just then, Van presses her giant face against the balcony, pouting at the scene below. She complains that Than came back without even visiting her. Right after, her massive frame begins to shrink back to normal size inside a cloud of white mist, muttering that she is seriously going to get mad. Nearby, Dona is gasping for breath, reaching out as if begging her sister for backup. She desperately calls for Van to help her because Than suddenly takes a heavy step forward. He slams his foot down, shaking the entire room with a massive wave of pure spiritual authority. Shocked, Van covers her mouth in disbelief, her eyes widening as she witnesses Than's terrifyingly powerful new presence. She gasps out, asking him what on earth is happening. Than steps out from the shadows like a literal king, looking down at Van with a faint smirk, telling her she arrived at the perfect moment. Dona looks up at him, her eyes practically sparkling with pure admiration for the man in front of her, whispering his name affectionately. Even Van is completely stunned, her face flushing red from the waves of intense heat washing over them. Seriously, is a level 2 human really this overpowered? Catching their breath, they exchange shocked and admiring glances before staring back at him. They tell him he is honestly on a whole different level now. The aftershocks of his upgrade leave both girls collapsing onto the bed, utterly exhausted. One of them groans that her body feels like it is about to dissolve completely, complaining about the insane side effects. Than looks down at them with a calm, silent gaze before offering a soft apology. He explains that absorbing too many crystal bones at once must have caused this massive, uncontrollable energy overflow. Hearing this, Van bites her lip. Determined not to become dead weight, she insists that she and Dona need to level up as fast as possible, or else they will just get bullied by him all day. Dona curiously watches the glowing veins of energy fade back beneath his skin. She softly asks if his special abilities have changed now that he is officially level 2. Than stands up, extending his hand and focusing his entire mind to feel the flow of energy inside his veins. He decides to test it out. First up is his physical enhancement skill, which instantly wraps his entire body in a thick pitch-black mist. Angry red veins bulge across his skin like writhing mini-dragons. His steel body power blends his berserker force with shadow energy, turning his darkened skin into something as indestructible as solid cold steel. He channels the swirling power into his arm, his gaze turning icy cold as he locks onto a corner of the room. He even notices a fiery heat coursing across his skin, wondering if he can shoot it outward. Out of nowhere, a blazing red shockwave erupts from him, blasting across the room and forcing Dona and Van to dive for cover while clutching the startled little cat. The uncontrolled force is so intense that the floor literally starts cracking apart. The girls let out a terrified scream at the overwhelming display. Realizing the mess he just made, Fan scratches his head in embarrassment. Laughing awkwardly, he admits that this kind of raw, destructive power is definitely going to require a lot more practice to master. After shutting down the flames, he closes his eyes to focus on his spatial abilities. Time to test his signature dimensional powers. Before he could only open portals where his hands physically touched. But now, with a single snap of his fingers, dozens of glowing blue voids materialize all over the room like shattered mirrors. He can now freely summon multiple dimensional tiers, anywhere within a 20-meter radius. Peeking out from under their blankets, the two girls glare at him with pouting faces, still clearly annoyed by the sudden fright. They call him a jerk, asking if he upgraded just to launch a sneak attack on them. Than just offers a casual smile. He gives a gentle wave of his hand and tiny frost particles begin to crystallize, right over his palm. As for his ice element, he can now do far more than just summon simple frozen blocks. A thin energy barrier covers his body. It isn't much, but progress is progress. Suddenly, a bold idea flashes in his mind. His gaze turns incredibly sharp. Yes, he focuses a violent torrent of power directly into his palm, pressing it against the floating ice crystal. What if he channels all his circulating energy directly into this floating ice block? Instantly, razor-sharp shards, supercharged with power, shoot straight into a portal, vanishing completely. They reappear in a totally unexpected spot, utilizing the spatial gates to launch a lethal ambush from multiple angles at once. A distant target shatters into pieces under a simultaneous, highly precise barrage pouring in from all sides. Chen nods in quiet approval, thrilled with the sheer destructive power of this coordinated attack. This is basically a homing missile. Using dimensional rifts for blind spot assassinations will be absolutely devastating. Yun and Duan stare in utter shock right alongside their pet golden cat, whose eyes are wide disbelief. Both girls ask in unison, can abilities really be combined like that? If he evolves a few more times, he might turn into a human rocket. Finally, Chen takes a slow, deep breath. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a mysterious, deep reddish-purple light. Time to test his final ability, mental perception. He stands completely still, like a statue, focusing inward to feel every microscopic pulse and the movement of every single cell inside his body. His range of perception hasn't expanded much, but he makes a shocking discovery. He can actually see inside his own body now. It is just like the inner vision technique from classic cultivation novels. Suddenly, he freezes in place. He detects a bizarre foreign presence hiding deep within his mind. Wait, what is this strange energy? A thick wave of dark purple energy suddenly wraps around Chen's brain, dragging his conscious soul down into a deep, endless void. Chen looks around in absolute shock. He is floating in the middle of a dark abyss filled with creepy, distorted shadows. Where on earth is this place? Suddenly, a deep, eerie voice carrying a strange, magical weight echoes through the dark, empty space, startling him. It tells him this is the consciousness realm deep inside his own brain. From the mysterious purple mist, a striking woman with long, flowing hair and a captivating, seductive beauty slowly steps forward. She smiles at him, whispering that they meet at last. Chen gapes in shock at this ghost from his past, appearing in the purple mist, his voice trembling with suspicion and disbelief. "It is you," he stammers. "Aren't you supposed to be completely obliterated? Why are you here?" Suddenly, thick ribbons of red energy begin to slither like long hair, silently coiling around him from every direction in the infinite void. The mysterious woman smiles coyly, her echoing voice filling his head. She explains that because he swallowed her spirit bone, she had the perfect chance to parasite inside his body. What thick purple vines of energy wrap tightly around Chen's legs, dragging him down into a dark swamp of inescapable memories. Her essence has now completely merged as one with him. Chen desperately tries to break free, but his physical strength is completely useless inside this mental illusion. He was too careless, failing to realize he had been set up so perfectly. This is bad. His steel body and spatial abilities are both completely locked in this realm, leaving him utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, back in reality, Union is frantically shaking Chen's cold, motionless body as he lies unresponsive on the bed. Duan is equally terrified. Her eyes fill with dread as she watches their savior plunge deeper into an endless, quiet coma. She begs him to wake up. Deep in his subconscious, Chen glares defiantly at the seductive she-demon as she slowly approaches him. "What are you planning to do?" he demands. The woman glides closer, whining about how terribly lonely she has been all by herself. Her eyes sparkle with a deadly light carrying the breath of death itself. She whispers that she has waited forever for this moment, waiting for him to voluntarily enter his own consciousness space. She reaches out a hand to touch his face with greedy hunger, but Chen fiercely resists. Suddenly, he concentrates his supreme willpower to form a counterattack right at the last second. A glowing blue ice thread materializes at his fingertips. He still has one crucial ability that functions inside this mental realm. The frost thread wraps tightly around her neck. "Don't play your cheap tricks on me," he growls, his eyes burning with terrifying intent. She screams in agony as the energy blast throws her backward. The she-demon is suddenly pinned, completely caught off guard by his force. Her face twists in horror at his overwhelming mental strength, which far exceeds her expectations. "You just want to steal my body, don't you?" She admits he is too strong to possess. Without a moment of hesitation, Chen unleashes a sudden, brutal barrage of sharp ice chains, locking her firmly into the void. He looks coldly at his bound enemy and delivers his final absolute judgment. "This is just a projection, meaning you cannot destroy my physical soul. Therefore, I will freeze you in this void forever." The woman writhes in agonizing pain, her beautiful face twisting in the bone-chilling cold of his absolute frost magic. "Chen." She screams, "My power might not be equal to yours right now," but she suddenly erupts with a massive wave of dark energy. The sheer force shatters his protective ice and violently shakes the entire realm. But inside this space of consciousness, a pinkish-purple energy storm begins to gather, threatening to tear the entire mental world apart in an instant. Silk ribbons rise up completely, blocking Chen's view. She sneers that she hasn't lost yet as those bizarre strips of fabric suddenly emerge from the shadows, wrapping Chen into a massive rock-hard cocoon. The female specter stands proudly in the middle of the air, her crimson eyes glowing with overwhelming pressure as she looks down. She declares that no one is escaping now. Even though, Chen desperately channels his energy inside the cocoon veins, bulging on his forehead from the sheer effort. Seeing the young man struggling so helplessly, the female ghost gasps slightly. Her voice turns low and calculating as she tells him it is useless. She explains that neither of them can move anymore. Chen grits his teeth in deep thought, bitterly realizing the harsh truth of this absolute deadlock. Just like she said, there is simply no way for him to break this cocoon. Realizing brute force won't work, the specter softens her tone and offers a compromise. She suggests that wasting energy like this is completely pointless, so they should negotiate instead. Chen narrows his eyes, peering through the cocoon toward her faint, blurry silhouette. His voice is laced with deep suspicion as he asks what she wants while she explains she only needs to absorb a tiny bit of his energy to stay alive. She claims it won't harm him at all, and besides, she does not even have enough strength to possess his body anyway. Chen maintains his maximum level of vigilance, his razor-sharp gaze piercing right into her soul. He bluntly says he does not trust her, demanding to know what it takes to get her out of his body. The woman groans as her illusory form begins to fade from a severe energy shortage. She pleads that she must absorb power to survive, and if she leaves right now, she will absolutely die. Now watch, because she floats closer to propose a trade so bizarre that Chen freezes in shock. She wants him to find her a suitable female ability user. She cannot be too weak, and her face and figure must be pretty. Hearing this highly specific request, Chen lets out a dry, cynical smile, a dark and unreadable look flashing across his eyes. He openly scoffs at how incredibly picky she is, asking how he is even supposed to recognize the right candidate. She promises to alert him when the time comes and assures him she won't let him work for free. The long-haired ghost smiles seductively, dropping a highly tempting offer. If he can secure her that perfect body, she promises to grant him massive benefits. But Chen's expression remains utterly frozen. He unleashes a crushing pressure that instantly makes the ghost shrink back, warning her that he has no use for her deals, but if she ever crosses him, he will utterly destroy her. The terrified specter recoils as glowing chains of spiritual energy tighten around her, her voice shaking as she begs for him to release her before she is completely snuffed out. Agreeing to the truce, they both quickly release their binds. Instantly, Chen snaps awake from his trance. He sits straight up, looking perfectly fine and healthy, which leaves the two girls completely stunned. Duan Ya and Yun Yun crowd around him in a panic, their eyes full of deep worry after watching him stand completely frozen for so long. They anxiously complain that he didn't respond to their shouting at all, fearing his soul had somehow drifted away. Chen gazes silently down at his palm, calmly addressing the hidden threat. He notes that letting his consciousness wander like that is a massive risk that must be completely shut down for safety. To secure his mind, Chen suddenly swings his arm, unleashing a bone-chilling frost that freezes the surrounding space into sharp, jagged shards of ice. Deep within his mindscape, the female ghost shrieks in absolute fury as she sees her entire mental space locked in solid ice. She screams at Chen for daring to trap her, demanding that he release her. He simply smirks as his frost magic surges stronger than ever, realizing that his ice abilities are vastly amplified inside his own mindscape. Still, it would be wise to find her a physical host quickly. Shifting his focus, Chen looks over at Duan Ye with a sudden daring plan. He asks her if there are still other women living around the base. The two girls exchange completely baffled looks, their faces flushing bright red at his incredibly blunt and unexpected request. Yun pouts in jealousy while Duanya covers her face in total embarrassment, wondering if he is still unsatisfied. After their recent antics, coughing to clear the heavy suggestive silence, Chen quickly tries to correct the misunderstanding. With a helpless smile, he clarifies that he simply wants to inspect the living conditions of the remaining survivors. As the three walk down the main street lined with slowly recovering historic buildings, Duanya shares the latest census. She explains that General Cao had a head count done and they currently have around 1,300 people here. Fully armed patrols march through the streets to maintain order with over 400 soldiers dedicated solely to securing the perimeter. They have already successfully repelled several waves of mutated monsters and touty beasts. Off in the distance, Yun uses her Titan form to effortlessly lift massive concrete slabs, constructing heavy defensive barriers, while the other men focus on setting up the temporary outer walls. Thanks to her monstrous strength, the main fortifications are already completed. The elderly and children are hard at work. They clear the heavy rubble. It is a scene of intense labor. Meanwhile, the women, youth, and seniors focus on clearing out mutated plants while handling critical logistics. Nearby, at the busy makeshift medical camp, doctors are rushing to treat the wounded. It turns out quite a few people got hurt while dealing with those mutated plants. Luckily, Duanye set up a surgery room. Minor casualties are already back to work. Still, Duanye looks out at the construction site. A flicker of fragile hope fills her eyes. Everyone is pushing. They wait for the defensive wall to be completed so they can finally breathe. But Chen narrows his eyes at the barbed wire fences, his voice turning ice-cold as he warns that they do not have much time to bask in this temporary peace. He points toward the abandoned hospital building. A heavy wave of killing intent slowly rises through the thick fog. The base's current security and resources can only cover their basic short-term needs, meaning they must act fast. They need to quickly eliminate the Tau T horde occupying the hospital to secure those vital medical supplies. Soon a tense closed-door meeting begins. Inside the command office, the atmosphere is thick with stress. The leaders are asked if anyone has a brilliant plan. A young officer stands up confidently, suggesting a leader. The hospital only holds a small Taudi tribe of under 100 beasts. Since Captain Sun is their strongest fighter and works well with teams, he proposes letting Sun lead the surprise assault. Captain Sun slams his hand down. He stands. His bloodshot eyes burn with rage as he tells them to wait. He spits out sharp criticism of Chen right in front of the commanders, demanding to know why the kids skipped the meeting. After all, Chen dragged them into building this base, yet now he is nowhere to be found, pure irresponsibility. But General Gao slams his own hand down, his sharp gaze defending his savior. He warns Captain Sun to watch his mouth, stating that without Chen, this Shengguang base would not even exist. Sun would not even have a seat at this table. The old general falls silent, studying his subordinate with deep disappointment. In his mind, he knows Captain Sun really suffers from incredibly narrow vision. After the meeting, General Gao speaks privately with Chen, looking at him with immense respect. He asks if Chen truly wants to hand him full control. Chen replies that leadership does not interest him, but Gao is the only person he trusts. He feels completely at ease, leaving things in the general's hands. Chen stands by the window, staring out toward the horizon. Still, he offers a warning: in this brutal apocalypse, even with a strong base, those who fail to plan ahead will be swallowed whole. The old general nods in agreement, his eyes filled with absolute admiration for the young man's fierce, unyielding drive. He realizes the truly powerful never stop moving. Chen is destined to keep pushing, constantly chasing the peak of strength. Back in the meeting room, General Gao makes sure to firmly declare Chen's completely untouchable status to everyone present. They only need to know that if the base faces extreme danger or an overwhelming foe, Chen will step up without hesitation. But Captain Sun remains completely unconvinced, letting out a dark, mocking laugh as he thinks about the upcoming mission. He sneers that those dozens of Tauti in the hospital are incredibly formidable, and he cannot take blame if losses run too high. General Gao immediately issues a strict deployment order to secure success. Recognizing the gravity of this raid, he announces that Liu Xiaofeng will support him and he will personally ask Chen to intervene to guarantee a perfect victory. Captain Sun bows in mock compliance while secretly nursing a dark, treacherous scheme. If the general insists, he says, he will take the assignment and head out to prepare. Immediately after, the captain strides out of the command room, with his loyal henchmen close behind, their silhouettes fading into the ruined streets. The lackey eagerly asks why. They are raiding a hospital when they were planning a coup. Sun's eyes flash with a sinister gleam, a twisted smile spreading. He scoffs, explaining that he was originally worried about handling Chen and Liu Xiaofeng, since both are powerful ability users. Glancing towards Chen's room with intense hatred and calculation, Sun plots to use this perfect opportunity to secretly eliminate both of them making seizing control of the base incredibly simple. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaofeng stands waiting right outside, letting out a soft sigh as he reflects on the leadership's decision. General Gao did exactly as Su Chen predicted. He silently hopes Sun does not take the wrong path. Inside, General Gao stands in quiet thought, his sharp gaze focusing, as he questions his trusted officer, asking if they have sent scouts toward He City yet. The soldier reports with a deeply tense and worried look, noting that the external team he dispatched should have arrived by now. If Su Chen's warning is correct, a massive crisis is about to break out over there. Meanwhile, the sky above He City is painted a gloomy ash-gray color, casting long shadows over the crumbling skyscrapers, fading into the dark. Tian Yue rests, his back against an ancient giant tree, looking utterly exhausted yet deep in thought as his companion asks how strong Su Chen really is. In that case, why do you not just ask him to help us get the two essence bones back? Tian Yue asks, his voice low and heavy. His gaze is fixed on the cold void, knowing true strength must come from within, especially since Su Chen already saved them once. Begging for more would just be shameless. Yet the young man standing beside him remains deeply bitter and frustrated by it all. Clenching his fists, he shouts out that even so they have been fighting monsters and zombies like absolute dogs along the way. We got absolutely nothing for our pain. I cannot accept this. Silence falls. Suddenly, Tian Yue freezes, squinting into the misty woods. Someone is coming. A group is approaching. Elsewhere, heavily armed guards stand like stone walls right outside the massive city gates. Their sharp eyes glare as they demand to know who goes there. Suddenly, a scrawny man rushes over, bowing his head. He speaks to the guards, calling them boss and announcing their delivery. Then he points back to the tightly bound women. Grinning with pure greed, he boasts that they brought nothing but top-tier goods this time. The guard simply nods his head. He motions for them to follow, leading the group deep into a base thick with the stench of death to see the Lord. The human traffickers share a sick laugh, their greedy eyes gleaming. It looks like they are about to make a massive fortune here. Inside a dark, damp room, the low rumble of the Lord's chilling laughter makes the freezing air feel even more terrifying. He is highly pleased with this latest batch. The giant monster of a man draped in heavy animal fur looks down. He delivers a chilling decree, saying only those who give him a son will be allowed to survive this hell. This is their only chance. One girl desperately begs for mercy, but his monstrous hand suddenly locks around her throat. His face twists with primal hunger. To him, they are nothing but breeding tools, his eyes burning with a cruel red light. He completely crushes their remaining dignity. They have zero right to beg. Suddenly, a terrified soldier bursts into the chamber. He trembles as he delivers urgent news. My Lord Su Chen and his people are already preparing to raid the hospital. The Lord grinds his teeth, a sinister and bloodthirsty smile spreading across his twisted face. It is time to mobilize. He orders a full assault, determined to end Su Chen once and for all. However, his men are starving. They lack the strength to fight unless they are forced to transform into the Taodi clan. Suddenly, an eerie voice speaks up. It comes from the shadows behind him, causing the Lord to spin around. She offers to speed up their slow evolution. The Lord glares into the darkness, his voice low and hostile as he asks what she means by that. Meanwhile, out in a barren field, men buried up to their necks scream out in absolute helpless terror. They beg to be released, tears streaming down their faces as the burning sting of betrayal fills their eyes. One man cries out to the Lord, asking why he is being treated this way after serving him so loyally. The victim's eyes roll back bloodshot with pure horror as death approaches. Nearby, the brutal Lord holds a spiked club. He grips the blood-soaked weapon, his voice flat and freezing. He explains that the woman wants a massive Taodi army. He approaches the heads poking out of the dirt like a cold executioner, adding that she needs their skulls as catalysts. Their desperate cries are instantly smothered by his cold truth. He mutters to himself about getting his ultimate revenge. He acts as though he is setting things right, squinting down at his former allies with cold, hollow eyes. He says they will find out if they lied soon enough. With that, he raises the heavy spiked weapon. It swings through the air with devastating force, crushing the target in a brutal splash of blood and bone. The victim is obliterated instantly, leaving behind a sickening sight. This is getting way too brutal even for him. A severed head rolls directly into a boiling pool of deep crimson blood amidst the desperate shrieks of the others. They beg for their lives, screaming for help as the dark, thick blood splashes up to greet another victim. The stench of death is overwhelming. Meanwhile, the demoness calmly holds a test tube filled with glowing green liquid. Her eyes gleam with sadistic joy. She intends to use this second-generation drug to accelerate the Taodi evolution. Since she has successfully run this experiment before, she carefully begins pouring the glowing chemical into the pool. Though the chemical reaction is highly volatile, she is absolutely thrilled knowing the final result will be absolutely magnificent. Suddenly, a massive Taodi grabs another terrified man by the neck. The poor guy struggles with everything he has. He begs to be let go but gets thrown straight into the boiling red soup, coughing violently from the chemical fumes. As noxious smoke rises, a bony mutated hand with razor-sharp claws suddenly emerges. A dark figure rises from the pool, the boiling blood bubbles violently painting a horrific scene straight out of Nightmare. Standing nearby, the demoness simply smiles. She raises her skull scepter high, shouting out that they should feel honored to be chosen for this transformation. Only the chosen ones have the right to step into this pool of blood. A cruel smile spreads across her face. She is driven by a wild thirst for power, believing only the strongest are worthy of serving the Lord. From the dark, another blood-soaked arm reaches up carrying bone-deep hatred toward a distant enemy. Chen. She curses his name. If he had not destroyed the evolution base, she would never have been enslaved. She vows to make him pay. From the bubbling blood pool, a massive mutated beast with sharp jaws rises. It slowly takes shape in the red mist. Meanwhile, scouts watch from a ruined wall. Absolutely terrified, they stare the horror, wondering if the enemy plans to turn the entire city into monstrous Tao-Ti beasts. The other scout grits his teeth, his face pale with intense worry at the massive scale of this slaughter. At this rate, 2,000 innocent people will soon become mindless puppets for the Lord. Without hesitation, he acts. He stomps his foot, preparing to stop this nightmare. He turns to his partner, realizing they are out of time. We have to get this news back immediately, he warns, or our entire base is as good as dead. But before they can move, glowing red eyes flash from the dark. They freeze, completely paralyzed with fear. And just like that, things go from bad to worse. A group of massive mutants completely blocks their escape. The monsters hiss that no one is leaving. The younger scout stares in pure horror, sweat dripping down his face. Spotted. Tian Yue immediately grits his teeth, taking a defensive stance while screaming for his partner to run. He promises to hold them off while the other escapes. Meanwhile, the beasts close in wearing sick, twisted grins. They growl that the scouts should just stay and become their dinner. At that moment, things are peaceful elsewhere. Back at the Shengguang base, soft sunlight shines down on the houses. The community is busy rebuilding their homes. A little girl named Xiao Mai runs over to welcome her hero. Chen asks how she likes the base. He asks if anyone is bothering her, but she proudly tilts her chin up, making everyone laugh at her. She boasts that no one would dare since she is his girl. Just then, a commander steps forward seriously. He brings up an urgent plan. Captain Sun has gathered his men, but taking on dozens of beasts is tough. Clearing out the local hospital is too risky, so he asks Chen for help. Chen stands tall listening. He looks toward the horizon and nods. No problem, he says. The commander hesitates, looking deeply thoughtful. His gaze drifts to the streets where the eerie outline of the hospital stands like a dark ghost in the distance. He points out that the building is too close to their base, and it will eventually become a major threat. Looking at Chen with high hopes, he adds that the medicine inside is a vital resource they desperately need. He asks if they can reserve some of those supplies for the shelter. Chen offers a light smirk. He turns to leave confidently, promising that he will only take what he actually needs. Shortly after leaving the room, General Cao breaks the silence with a serious tone, mentioning that he has brought the base's top fighters along. A group of uniquely gifted fighters stands right behind them, their eyes sharp and filled with absolute determination. Their leader steps forward, stating that they will follow Chen's orders for the duration of this mission. Chen studies each of them carefully before giving a slight nod, clearly satisfied with their cooperative attitude. Standing tall, his powerful commanding aura flares up instantly as he assumes control and issues a direct order. He orders them to defend the base. He then turns to Liu Xiaofeng, his tone suddenly turning dead serious. Watch Hechen City closely, he warns. And just like that, a cold wind sweeps through the quiet camp. Standing in the freezing wind, Chen stares toward the sinful city, knowing his presence might trigger unexpected trouble. Things are about to get chaotic. Meanwhile, near a suspension bridge outside, Hechen City Scout soldiers are gasping for air. They are completely surrounded by the enemy and reaching their limits. The young scout grits, his teeth drenched in sweat. He curses under his breath. These Tao-Ti mutants are just playing with them, giving them zero room to breathe. They cannot keep this up and must end this fight quickly. Tian Yue narrows his eyes, focusing on the danger. He asks Miao Yuan if he remembers their old days and the logistics unit facing endless danger together. The young soldier recalls those times, and a sudden spark of confidence flares up in his determined eyes. He confidently replies that he was indeed their most experienced support member, always ready for a tough fight. Suddenly, a massive Tao-Ti blocks their path, a hideous smile stretching across its terrifying face as it laughs. Tian Yu roars that no matter what tricks they play, they are dead today, charging forward with every ounce of his strength. Driven by a fierce will to survive, he screams at the monsters to drop dead, suddenly throwing a handful of white powder at them. The blinded beasts stumble back in absolute chaos. It is Quicklime, and Tian Yue takes advantage of their confusion to yell a loud command. He signals his team to escape immediately, telling them to block the beasts and run. But Miao Yuan does something completely unexpected. The boy turns around to taunt the beasts, laughing to draw their attention away and daring the ugly creatures to come get him. But in a flash, a sharp spear tears through the air, impaling the young soldier before he can even blink. Tian Yue stares in absolute horror at the sight, screaming Miao Yuan's name in a wave of crushing despair and pure rage. The beast rips the bloody spear from the boy's chest, chuckling in a deep, raspy voice about a little snack delivering itself. He hoists the young soldier's frail, bleeding body high in the air like a trophy, staring down with cold, emotionless red eyes. Squinting at his tiny prize, the creature clicks his tongue in disappointment, grumbling that this catch is simply too skinny to eat. He carelessly tosses the dying boy down to the roaring pack below, offering him up as a cheap toy for the horde. In his final moments, Miao Yuan's fading eyes lose their focus as he weakly whispers his brother's name one last time. Tian Yue screams in agony, tears streaming down his face as he watches his dear friend slip away right before his eyes. Suddenly, a flying beast swoops down and slashes him across the back. Right at the edge of life and death, he remembers. The horrific memory of his comrade being torn apart flashes in his mind, and he screams for his remaining allies to run. Blood splatters everywhere as the young soldier is brutally ripped to shreds, and Tian Yue falls to his knees, utterly broken. This is pure heartbreak. Right here, his raw screams of denial are choked by absolute helplessness, his teeth grinding in agony. Eyes bloodshot and voice raspy with venom, he swears to avenge Miao Yuan as he gathers every last bit of his strength. He sprints wildly toward the suspension bridge, promising his dead friend that he will survive this nightmare and make them pay. Realizing he plans to jump into the raging river below, the Taoti soldiers desperately hurl their spears to stop him. A spear grazes his shoulder, forcing a scream of agony, but nothing can break his iron will to escape this hell. Plunging into the empty air, Tian Yue's lone figure tumbles through the sky before disappearing into the thick, freezing mist below. A massive splash echoes as he hits the roaring rapids. Up on the ledge, the beasts growl in absolute fury. They curse furious that the human managed to slip away right under their noses, their hungry bellies growling for meat. The raw hunger makes them completely frantic. One complains about how starving he is, craving the taste of fresh human flesh. Their leader lets out a wicked grin, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with pure greed as he thinks of a much bigger feast. Asking if they want real meat, he waves his hand to order the massive mutant army roaring behind him to move out. He commands them to march on Shenguang base, promising thousands of humans waiting inside to be eaten to their heart's content. The monstrous horde erupts into wild cheers, their deformed faces completely twisted with a sadistic hunger for fresh blood and violence. They scream that they will do anything as long as they get fed, their fanged mouths roaring in pure primal excitement. One monster drools about tasting the women there, while their cold-eyed leader growls his enemy's name with pure venomous hatred, Chen. The Lord stands tall amidst his colossal mutant legion, staring out into the horizon with bloodshot, threatening eyes. He whispers that Chen's end is near. Meanwhile, over at Wasteland City Hospital, giant mutant vines crawl up the ruined walls. The place looks like a grim, rotting tomb. Inside one of the pitch-black rooms, a terrified woman is in intense labor. Her painful screams echo down the halls. But soon after, a bizarre, chilling cry cuts through the heavy silence of the night. A newborn baby sporting sharp fangs and the hideous body of a mutant has just entered this cruel, ruined world. The poor mother watches in absolute horror. But looking on, the giant leader of the tribe smiles with pure, sickening satisfaction. Cradling the infant, he boasts that it is his child. This is Fatty Feng, the insane leader of the local Taoti tribe. He is a maniac obsessed with kidnapping women to breed his monstrous army. While he gloats, the exhausted mother tries to escape. She wipes away her tears, ignoring her severe pain as she realizes she must flee this literal devil's den immediately. But Fatty Feng violently grabs her by the ankle, reminding her that since she is just his breeder, she gets no rest. He vows to make her carry his child again, ignoring her desperate cries that she literally just finished giving birth. Showing no mercy, he attacks her, leaving a horrific streak of fresh blood painted across the dirty, peeling walls. Outside, the dark hospital remains enveloped in a thick, chilling fog, masking the terrifying horrors waiting in the shadows. Suddenly, a squad of human scouts falls directly into a deadly monster ambush, loud screams instantly shattering the quiet night. An ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers open fire together, returning shots through a chaotic hail of bullets. Right in the middle of the battle, a soldier swings his axe, tearing a beast's chest wide open. Meanwhile, Captain Sun rests his massive axe on his shoulder, acting arrogantly as he orders Chen's group to go ahead and clear the path for them. Upon hearing this, a shocked subordinate looks over at him, asking Captain Sun what he could possibly mean by that. The captain only smiles coldly and glances at the armed force behind him to show off, reminding them that despite over 100 men holding guns, they are merely ordinary humans. Under such heavy pressure, Chen narrows his eyes, staring directly at the leader, his voice sounding cold and defiant as he asks if that is a threat. Captain Sun displays his cunning nature, with a sneer saying that, since they are awakened, leading the charge should be completely normal. Faced with this attitude, Chen calmly gives him a stern warning as his hand begins to gather spiritual energy, stating that anyone pointing a weapon at him usually meets a very painful end and that they have no time to waste. Yuan turns her back, signaling sharply for her team to move out. Her stunning figure and Chen silently head deeper into the dark hospital corridor right before the watching soldiers' eyes. As soon as they fade from sight, Captain Sun whispers a devious plan to his men, deciding to let them fight the Taudi beasts first. No awakened can survive 100 guns anyway. A soldier then asks if they should keep the woman Duan for themselves. The captain looks in her direction with a lustful smirk, saying that someone that gorgeous would be a total waste to kill. After a moment of thought, he nods in agreement and quickly strides after them, deciding to keep her alive. But the instant he enters the lobby, Captain Sun suddenly freezes in total confusion at the sight of an entirely empty hall. He yells out in a frenzy, demanding to know where Chen, the girl, went. Little do they know, Chen and Duan are actually standing right next to them, this entire time completely hidden by a special ability. She asks if they truly cannot see them, and he explains he controls the visual nerves of ordinary humans. Still, Duan anxiously watches the searching leader, knowing Captain Sun is also an awakened person who might sense something is wrong. To ease her mind, Chen channels a deep blue spiritual energy onto his palm, assuring her that they are safe. Suddenly, a massive wave of spatial energy blankets the entire area, trapping the scouts in a flawless illusion. Right then, glowing blue arrows of pure energy rain down from the void, piercing through the blues, eerie hospital darkness and throwing the scouts into total chaos. The soldiers begin to collapse one after another as panic spreads through the ranks. Terrified screams erupt about an ambush from behind, making Captain Sun bulge his eyes in fear as he frantically orders everyone to take cover. Meanwhile, Chen stands quietly in the shadows, watching the panic with a cold, indifferent gaze. To him, letting these soldiers act as the shield to clear the way was definitely the best move. Sweat pouring down his face, Captain Sun grips his axe tightly, asking if anyone saw where the attack came from. Meanwhile, in another dark corner, a poor woman draws her final breath, her pale eyes filled with deep resentment. Standing over her body, the massive monster Fat Fang laughs in disgust, mockingly asking if she is dead already, and calling her a weak, low-class creature. Still unsatisfied, his blood-red eyes full of bloodlust turn to the next victims. With a grunt, horrific cries and desperate screams echo through the room, thick with the stench of blood, while the Taudi lackeys torture their prey with wicked laughter, asking what they are doing and telling their boss they want offspring, too. Another jagged-toothed beast grins with excitement, saying they also want to enjoy themselves just like their mighty leader does. Terrified by the horrific sight, a trembling woman gasps for air in complete despair, pleading for them to stop and spare her. Suddenly, Fat Fang unleashes an earth-shattering roar, his grotesque face twisting in sheer rage as he barks at his lackeys for touching his women, smashing everything around him as his voice echoes down the dark hallway. The violent impact sends stone fragments flying everywhere, knocking back the nearby scouting soldiers. Glares from the massive Fat Fang narrow with a mocking smirk. Standing tall like a mountain, he speaks to them in a cold, sneering tone, asking if more filthy mice have crawled in. Seeing the beast, one of the terrified soldiers gasps at its colossal size. Before they can even recover, another scout looks up at the ceiling and completely loses his mind, screaming for the captain to look up. Hundreds of Taudi beasts are crawling all over the walls, letting out earth-shaking roars. They were told there were only a few dozen, but this is an army. The scouting squad huddles together, pale with absolute dread as they realize they are surrounded. Gritting his teeth, Captain Sun frantically orders everyone to open fire immediately. However, the heavy barrage of bullets barely even scratches the monsters, leaving them shocked as their weapons. It deals absolutely no damage. A shocked soldier checks his magazine and screams in pure despair. Why is it all fake ammo? Someone definitely set us up. Just then, Fatty Fang grins wickedly and issues a command. He points at the soldiers, his voice dripping with pure bloodlust as he tells his pack to tear them limb from limb. They are going to turn these intruders into salted meat. Instantly, a massive wave of monsters rains down from above like a waterfall. Their roars shake the entire building. The frenzied Taudis pounce on the soldiers, unleashing a brutal and bloody slaughter. Desperate cries for help are cut short as sharp claws effortlessly rip through thin armor. Captain Sun stands alone. Surrounded by blood-red monsters, he can feel the icy breath of death drawing near. But refusing to yield, he raises his weapon. He grips his heavy axe, bracing for a desperate fight to the death with absolutely no way out. Captain Sun swings his massive axe. It slices through the air, carving out a defensive circle to push back the encroaching horde. Caught in a deadly trap, he grits his teeth and yells to rally his men. Stand up and fight, even without guns. We must kill these beasts. In a frenzy of panic, he swings wild while cursing the very man who set this deadly trap. Chen, you bastard, once I wipe out these damn touties, you are next. He roars, launching one last, desperate attack. He screams for everyone to follow him and break out. Hearing the command, the remaining scouts charge forward together. Their war cries echo through the corridor as they throw themselves into the fray. Across from them, the vicious touties grin. They bare their sharp teeth and leap forward to tear the humans apart. The dark hallway quickly turns into a chaotic bloodbath. Blood and dust spray everywhere with every massive swing of Captain Sun's heavy axe in the dim hospital corridors. The desperate screams of his men blend with the horrific roars of the beasts, sounding like a dark song of death. Outmatched, the soldiers are pinned down, struggling in vain. Nearby, one terrified scout decides to make a run for it. Seeing his allies fall, he panics. These monsters are too strong, he needs to find a way out now. But then he freezes. He stares in confusion at a strange tiny creature crawling on a table. It looks like it was just born. Wait, is this actually a newborn Tauti? It turns around, locking its glowing red eyes on him. In a split second, the creature vanishes into thin air, reappearing right beneath the terrified soldier's feet. Before he can even react, the beast lunges from the shadows and sinks its razor-sharp teeth deep into his leg. Pain flares through his body as he screams for help. Meanwhile, the little beast starts chewing on his flesh. It begins to grow larger right before his eyes. Eating humans is apparently the ultimate shortcut to rapid growth. Back with Captain Sun, he pantingly finishes off another group of monsters. His remaining men try to cheer him on. They praise his insane strength, amazed that he took down a dozen touties on his own, but their celebration is cut short. A deep mocking voice behind them sends a shiver down the captain's spine. Oh, so you think killing small fry is impressive? Captain Sun spins around, swinging his heavy axe with everything he has left, determined to slice the newcomer in half. But his strike is stopped dead by a terrifying force. The heavy metal blade collides with Fatty Fang's iron claws. Talk about a bad day, sparks fly as his face pales, his pupils shrinking in absolute horror. Before he can react, another monster whispers a chilling farewell in his ear. With a flash, both of his arms are severed. He is sent flying across the room, screaming in agonizing pain. The little beast immediately lunges to finish him off. But a powerful unseen kick suddenly connects, sending the little monster flying backward and crashing hard into a wall. It groans in pain before quickly scrambling back onto its feet, baring its teeth at whoever dared disrupt its meal. Out of the shadows, Chen and his crew step forward with an incredibly cold and overwhelming presence. That man's life doesn't belong to you yet. Fatty Fang narrows his eyes, warily sizing up the new arrivals. Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes lock onto Duan Ya, instantly filled with a sickening and highly lustful desire. He cackles like a maniac, releasing a wave of pure killing intent that causes the ground to tremble. He boasts about his incredible luck today, looking down at Chen with absolute predator-like confidence. Since you brought a beauty right to my doorstep, kid, I will let you choose your own way to die. Fatty Fang steps closer, his massive blood-reeking body looming over Chen like an unstoppable mountain. But Chen only frowns in sheer disgust before launching a brutal counterstrike. He makes his choice with a fist. The punch, infused with a dark purple energy, smashes straight into Fatty Fang's face, sending him flying. Chen releases his terrifying pressure, coldly declaring he will end him. His chest continuously contracts and heals as he roars in shock. So you are an Esper too, but your flesh will taste incredible. Devouring you is going to be a pure delicacy. Meanwhile, the little monster stares intently at Duan Ya's legs, his face twisted in pure contempt, asking if the old man really likes this woman since she looks so incredibly weak. Red light flares in his eyes, a hideous grin stretching across his childish face. But if his father really wants her, he stares at Duan Ya with intense possessiveness and lets out a disgusting demand for her to stay and be his mother. Seeing Duan Ya stay silent, he hungrily licks his lips while trying to act nice, telling her not to worry just yet. He says he is still growing and won't eat her immediately, gently rubbing his belly swollen from his latest meal. Speaking with absolute satisfaction, he brags about just finishing a massive feast of human flesh. His eyes turn dark. He stares creepily at her chest and lets out a sick grin, saying he only wants some milk right now. Demanding milk from his new mother, the creep gets cut off as Duan Ya fires a devastating high kick to his head. The lightning-fast strike connects instantly, distorting his face from the brutal impact and slamming his head into the hard floor. The impact cracks the concrete of the ruined hospital floor, but the monster immediately springs back up with a crazed look. Licking blood from his lips, he laughs insanely, shouting that he absolutely loves the feeling of getting beaten by his mother. He says he loves it, but without letting him breathe, Duan Ya unleashes another high-speed roundhouse kick at him. The little beast dodges agilely, his eyes burning with intense malice. Duan Ya glides across the room like a dancer. She moves gracefully through the rising dust and debris, but suddenly the creature vanishes into thin air. Duan Ya gasps as he whispers from right behind her that he is right here, catching her completely off guard. She reacts instantly, throwing another kick to his face. After taking a brutal beating, the monster begins crying out in pain. He begs for help, but seconds later, he stands back up with a giant grin, praising his mother before striking back. Duan feels a strange wave of energy and narrows her eyes, surprised to find this monster actually has an ability. The creature melts into the shadows, his voice echoing that he can move freely through the dark to attack at will. Grinning wildly, he is entirely confident in his stealth, boasting that she will never know which direction he will strike from. Just then, her black cat, Huang Jin, suddenly pounces from her shoulder, striking the hidden enemy with lightning speed. Shocked, Duan watches her little companion fight, completely amazed that the brave cat followed her here to save the day. She asks Huang Jin why he followed her, but quickly draws her gun, ordering him to stay behind her. Warning him of the danger, she explains her mental senses have already locked onto the target, ready to fire the moment he appears. The little beast growls in absolute fury over his ruined ambush, screaming that he will tear that annoying cat to pieces. But in an instant, the black cat transforms into a blazing beam of light, completely overwhelming the struggling monster. Duan pulls the trigger without a single shred of hesitation, her eyes locked dead onto the fleeing shadow. Clutching his bleeding wound, the monster cowers in fear. Honestly, who would have expected this fight to turn so fast? Desperate to escape, he runs off. Meanwhile, down the hallway, the remaining soldiers are completely surrounded by a ravenous horde. Their desperate screams echo through the ruins as a senior soldier steps forward, commanding everyone to gather close to him. Warning them of the extreme danger, he urges the squad to stay focused and form a tight defensive circle. The beasts bare their fangs easily, finding the squad's weak points while mocking their pathetic attempt at survival. They laugh, asking if he really thinks he can stop them alone, mocking his fragile and helpless appearance. In this absolute crisis, the captain quietly eyes Liu Xiaofeng, desperately cooking up a dark plan in his head. Knowing Xiaofeng is naive and kind, he decides to use the young man to secure his own escape. Desperate to survive, he turns to Xiaofeng with a fake pleading expression to make his selfish demand. Pulling rank, he barks that as the commander of this mission, he orders Xiaofeng to protect him. He demands to be escorted out, but look at Liu Xiaofeng's eyes. Something tells me things are about to get ugly. Staring at the coward, Xiaofeng says protecting him is no problem, but then his hand suddenly moves like lightning. He clamps his hand over the captain's face, igniting panic as the terrified man gasps out to ask what he's doing. A deadly blue light erupts, wrapping around the leader as Xiaofeng whispers that a handless captain is basically useless anyway. He demands his power to slaughter the beasts and avenge him, activating his terrifying ability to devour his strength. The captain screams in absolute agony as his life is drained, begging to know why his own comrade would betray him. Teammates. Liu Xiaofeng's face goes completely blank as he coldly declares that pointing those guns at them sealed their fate. You became the enemy right then. An explosion of raw energy erupts, instantly obliterating the soldiers standing nearby. Their horrific screams echo as the blast clears. If you are enemies, you must die. Meanwhile, in another area, thanks to Su Chen's timely warning, the Divine Light Base finally detects the massive Taoti army marching straight toward them. High up on the massive fortress walls, Captain Bai Yan sternly orders her soldiers to quickly get into position according to the defense plan. Turning around, she spots a young woman standing silently. Surprised, she asks Yuan why she is still there. Yuan explains that before leaving, Su Chen told her to reinforce the barrier wall. She refuses to let the Taoti destroy their hard work. The two girls stand together in the freezing wind. Suddenly, Captain Bai hesitates, admitting she has a burning question. Looking at Yuan with embarrassment and curiosity, she asks if sharing Su Chen with Duan ever feels strange. Yuan takes a bite of bread and casually replies that it did feel a bit weird at first, but in the middle of an apocalypse, who actually cares about old societal rules anymore? The young girl then continues to tease, completely breaking the serious mood. She adds that Su Chen is like a beast and she cannot handle him alone. Then she playfully asks Captain Bai if she likes Su Chen too, noting how her face changes whenever his name comes up. Blushing furiously, Captain Bai quickly turns away to deny it, telling her not to talk such nonsense. Yuan looks at her with deep understanding. Falling for someone as strong and incredibly handsome as Su Chen is totally normal. Covering her face in embarrassment, Captain Bai whispers to herself, wondering if such feelings really are. Suddenly, a soldier's desperate shout shatters the quiet moment, urging the captain to look toward the horizon. Thick clouds of dust rise in the distance, turning both girls pale. They wonder if that massive wave is all Taoti. The scale is terrifying. Snapping back into command mode, Captain Bai orders her men to report to the general immediately. She commands them to evacuate the citizens. Amid the panic, Yuan bends down to search for something in her pack. She pulls out an energy bar, devouring it to quickly build up her strength. Captain Bai watches her in confusion, asking if she plans to abandon the base. Yuan instantly denies it, stating she just needs to ensure everyone is safe. Chewing aggressively with pure determination in her eyes, she emphasizes that they just finished building their defensive walls. They absolutely cannot let these beasts destroy them. She shudders as she recalls the terrifying power of that man. If Chen returns to find their base wiped out, he will be furious, and she definitely wants to avoid his wrath. To prepare, Yunyun pulls out a small test tube filled with a glowing green liquid, which is a powerful combat enhancer. Clutching it tightly, her eyes burn with the resolve to protect the home built by the man she loves. Stepping to the edge of the wall, she launches herself forward with a massive leap, shouting that she is going in first. She looks back at Captain Bai, telling her to organize the troops immediately and defend this base at all costs. With those final words, her small figure leaps off the high wall, plunging directly into the sea of enemies below. Captain Bai stands frozen in shock. Is she really risking her life like this just to keep Chen happy? The moment she lands, the chemical takes effect, causing her body to swell rapidly as raw power cracks the ground. Her eyes glow with a deadly orange light while nearby mutated tree roots stretch out like massive thrashing tentacles. Let us pause to admire this transformation. She uses giant mutated hands to rip a massive tree straight out of the earth. Brandishing the giant trunk like a weapon, she stands tall as a goddess of war, roaring a fierce challenge to the beasts. She dares them to bring it on, declaring that she will not let them take a single step past her. However, feeling the dramatic changes within, she realizes the power enhancer is incredibly potent as her body continues to grow. Gripping the giant tree trunk, she stares coldly at the incoming horde, knowing she must thin their numbers right now. Seeing this, an elite Taoti beast sneers in contempt, mocking the idea of a single woman standing in their way. The high-ranking beast points a sharp claw, ordering his pack of hungry monsters to tear her to shreds immediately. A swarm of aggressive Taoti monsters charges forward, trying to slip through her massive shadow to find a weak spot. Yunyun swings the massive tree with incredible force, creating a gale-force wind and yelling that no one passes. The colossal trunk slams down, shaking the earth and crushing the monsters that fail to dodge her wrath. Amid the chaotic battlefield, her sharp eyes remain locked onto the enemy, tracking every single movement they make. But the relentless monster army just keeps coming, testing her limits as she struggles to hold the line alone. The Taochi swarm is endless, crazily clawing and climbing up her massive body. Yunyun grits her teeth, swinging her arms to fling them away, screaming in pure rage, "Die, you absolute trash." Watching from high above, Captain Bai mutters anxiously, "Damn, is every woman around Chen is insanely strong. But with so many enemies, she definitely won't last." Captain Bai tenses up, realizing a harsh truth. The base defenses are now completely in ruins. Unable to just stand by and watch her comrade fight alone, she rushes down the stairs, knowing she must act immediately. Down below, Yunyun is still in absolute beast mode. "Come at me, you freaks, feel the wrath of this young lady. Good grief, that woman is terrifyingly strong." Seeing his troops hesitate, a massive Taoti commander roars out. This is proving to be a pretty tough nut to crack. Suddenly, a strange cloaked woman wielding a creepy skull staff appears on the scene, her voice cold as ice. "Who dares to kill that woman? Oh look, we have another little girl here. She looks quite tasty." The Taoti immediately surround this mysterious woman with absolute malice, snickering to themselves about how they should devour her first. But with a single Larabow swing of her staff, she blasts the monsters back coldly, telling them to use that courage against the giant woman instead. The struck beasts look down in absolute horror as highly bizarre flowers begin sprouting directly out of their flesh. What on earth is this blooming flowers? Standing in the red mist, the mysterious woman recalls a memory before being sent to Hecheng. She had accidentally discovered that her blood, when mixed with mutated plants, could temporarily boost power. However, her eyes remain completely emotionless as she mutters that the terrible price to pay is their very lives. Almost instantly, the Taoti, infected by the mutated flowers, begin screaming in agony as their bodies swell up hideously. A series of grotesque cracking sounds echo as the beasts mutate, their sizes multiplying and their power surging like crazy. Yunyun narrows her eyes with deep caution as her opponents suddenly transform into colossal, fanged beasts. These grotesque, newly mutated monstrosities charge straight toward Yunyun with some absolutely terrifying speed. The Taoti commander, watching from behind, laughs triumphantly at the sight. "Haha, outstanding work," he waves, his hand signaling a full-scale assault, telling the rest to breach the base and feast on whoever they want. The Taoti soldiers roar, scaling the walls to wipe out the men while sparing the women. Just when victory seems completely assured, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupt from afar, slamming right into their forces. The charging Taoti freeze in shock, the blood draining from their faces. What on earth is happening? On the horizon, fiery cannon barrels appear alongside a commanding shout to fire freely at the Taoti clan. A fleet of heavy tanks opens fire simultaneously, raining brilliant shells that tear through the smoky night. The chubby Taoti commander roars out in pure, unbridled rage, his fat face completely contorted with utter shock. "Damn it, where on earth did these humans get tanks from, surrounded by enemies?" Yunyun looks at the roaring steel beasts, letting out a sigh of relief. Our reinforcements are finally here. But suddenly, a sharp mutated root whips in from behind, making Yunyun gasp and spin around. Instantly, that demonic vine wraps tightly around her wrist, rendering her entirely helpless. The monster grins crazily, exposing jagged teeth and blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent. Right away, Yunyun jams a wooden log into his mouth, shattering the surrounding ground. But it does not stop there. Another mutated beast dives from above, aiming right at her head. This is bad. Yunyun's face turns pale with fear, eyes wide as the shadow of death looms close. Suddenly, a swarm of drones swoops in with whirring engines, bringing a brand new wave of hope. A massive fireball erupts across the battlefield as a suicide drone crashes into the enemies, incinerating everything around. Union stares blankly at the high-tech gear circling overhead, muttering in absolute astonishment. Are those drones? Watching from high up, the commander smiles confidently, noting it is all thanks to the gear Chen retrieved. Captain Bai looks down at her control screen with a sigh, wishing they had a larger supply. A heavy barrage rains down, collapsing a massive section of the hospital building into a cloud of thick dust. Fatty Fang slowly steps out from the burning rubble, letting out a highly mocking and defiant sneer. Standing tall against his opponent, Chen's eyes flash with a sharp glare, admitting the foe has decent power. The chubby monster grins hideously, his glowing red eyes filled with absolute contempt for his puny opponent. Suddenly, he throws a devastating punch towards Chen, roaring out with arrogance that he is still too weak. Still too weak. Suddenly, the surrounding space turns into a freezing white void. The female demon looks around, her eyes full of anxiety. What exactly is going on out there? Just then, the entire space flashes into a cold, blinding white. The female demon can only watch, with pure anxiety. What is happening in the real world? She clenches her fists in rage, utterly furious at that man's scheming setup. It is all because Chen sealed this place, cutting off her connection to the outside world. She desperately needs to break free. She has to see what is happening out there. Determination flares in her eyes as a powerful purple aura erupts from her body. That is it, she decides. With a fierce battle cry, she slams all her power into the barrier, determined to shatter this seal and escape this damn ice cave. Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, the brutal clash between Chen and Fatty Feng reaches its peak. Dust storms mask their heavy blows. Chen narrows his eyes, coldly calculating his next move. This fat bastard is way too stubborn. He needs to end this fight right now. Suddenly, a massive ice drill tears through the air inside his own consciousness. It shatters the very ice barrier Chen built. He freezes for a split second, his eyes flashing with a deadly freezing aura. Seizing the opening, Fatty Feng unleashes a devastating punch with a smug laugh, shouting that the kid is finally going down. The blinding collision detonates right against Chen, sending powerful shockwaves that shatter the surrounding space into a million tiny fragments. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Chen tenses up. He senses a strange, powerful energy wrapping around him. Suddenly, his body floats weightlessly. He gasps in shock. Has he just been dragged straight into his own consciousness? There she is. The demon girl floats forward with vibrant pink hair, smiling warmly as she welcomes him back. Her long, vibrant hair suddenly comes alive, wrapping around them both to form a massive glowing energy cocoon. The strands weave together tightly, forming a solid shield that completely cuts off the outside world. Trapped so suddenly, in such close quarters, Chen stammers out for her to wait, but the giant cocoon keeps spinning, pulling them closer. The atmosphere gets incredibly tense as the gap shrinks. Deep within their spiritual space, a glowing energy orb begins to vibrate, uncontrollably. Chen glares at her, highly suspicious, demanding to know what exactly she is trying to do to him. She flashes a smug, mischievous grin. This way, he will not be able to use his ice abilities anymore. She leans in closer, her voice dripping with sweet revenge. Who told him to lock her in that freezing ice cave anyway? This is his punishment. But as they press closer together, her eyes suddenly go wide in absolute shock. She accidentally wraps herself tight around Chen. Feeling his body heat, her heart starts racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Blushing furiously, she screams in embarrassment, asking if he is a pervert and why on earth he has no clothes on. Chen protests that she was the one who dragged him in here. The demon girl flusters, completely losing her cool. She stammers that she did not mean to do it, then suddenly panics, reminding him that this is her first time. Shaking with embarrassment and anxiety, she begs him to control his raw instincts, but he tells her she is overreacting. He warns her to stop squirming around since she is making it extremely difficult for him to keep his cool. Inside the quiet mental space, he urgently tells her they need to leave. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Fatty Fang roars like a wild beast. Screaming that playing dead will not save him, he unleashes a brutal barrage of punches. The heavy blows rain down on Chen's physical body. Inside his mind, she screams as the entire space begins to shake. She panics, wondering why they are shaking when she is not even moving. Then she realizes it is coming from the outside. Terrified by the violent tremors, she desperately tells him to do something before they both get crushed. Duanya closes her eyes, her blushing face full of helpless resignation. Meanwhile, Fatty Feng continues his savage assault. The earth-shattering impact sends their protective cocoon flying through the air. Gritting her teeth, the female demon screams in frustration. She vows to shatter this damn ice cave. But the relentless external attacks hit hard, making her cry out in agony. The cocoon tosses up and down wildly, leaving the two of them trapped in an incredibly awkward close embrace. Her eyes flicker with a strange excitement. She stares down at her hands, her face filled with deep, silent conflict. How did things end up like this? Outside, the monstrous giant opens his fanged jaws, laughing smugly as he prepares to devour his prey. He gloats that the boy is nothing more than a tasty meal on his plate. But right at that very moment, blinding beams of light suddenly blast forwards, striking the beast directly in the face before he can even react. The giant is stunned to see her. Meanwhile, Duanya aims her weapon straight at his head, yelling for the bastard to let Chen go. The monster's eyes narrow dangerously as he warns the girl who dares to defy him. She is the woman he chose, yet she dares point a gun at him. Duanya does not back down, her gaze razor sharp. She pulls the trigger, screaming at it to shut up and release her man. Hearing those words, the beast's blood-red eyes flash with pure hatred and disgust. It turns out she was already dirtied too. The scene suddenly flashes back to the past, showing Fat Feng clutching a gift box in a painful memory. She once promised that if he gave her 100 gifts, she would finally marry him. On that fateful day, he brought a carefully wrapped box filled with hope, his 100th gift. But the harsh reality made him tremble when he asked if they were actually getting married. The girl coldly turned her back with another man, brutally telling him they should never meet again. He desperately tried to hold her back, pointing out she accepted his final gift, but she turned back with toxic words that stabbed straight through his heart. She told him he was a pathetic toad chasing a swan who needed to look in the mirror. She only took his gifts because she pitied his miserable self. Fat Feng screamed in absolute agony and rage. He begged her, asking if she once said looks did not matter, pleading with her to marry him instead. He was the only one who truly loved her. But she just laughed coldly, saying she worked too hard to get pregnant by a rich heir to ever marry a lunatic like him. The cruel words struck him like lightning, leaving him completely numb. He could not believe she was carrying another man's child, but she just shoved him away. Talk about a brutal reality check. Back in the present, Fat Feng sheds tears of pure hatred. Realizing she has been ruined by another man, his face warps into a mask of pure madness. His long tongue licks around with disgusting lust. He roars that it is fine, he will just devour her and lick her clean. Duanya quickly leaps back, dodging a heavy blow that shatters the earth, whispering to Huang Jin that they must lure the monster far away from Chen. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaofeng stands proudly amidst a pile of dead bodies radiating absolute malice. He mutters that the traitors are finally dead. With razor-sharp eyes, he growls, declaring a death sentence for the remaining enemies. He promises those touty scumbags are next. Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, the giant abomination roars madly as it tears through buildings. Duan Yao loses her footing and plummets to the ground with a terrified scream. The monster's slimy, muscular, and utterly hideous body surges forward, crushing everything under its massive, terrifying weight. Duanya closes her eyes, surrendering to gravity as her slender body falls straight down into the dangerous void. Now watch this. Her black cat transforms into a giant flaming beast and catches her midair, shocking her completely. Staring at the majestic flames of the spirit beast, she realizes the creature Chen brought home was never ordinary. Elsewhere, Liu Xiaofeng reaches out, releasing a massive wave of energy in an attempt to steal the enemy's power. But the moment his energy touches the giant Taoti, he is violently blasted back, clutching his chest in agony. The power gap is simply too massive to bridge. Seeing how bad things are, Duan Ya now riding Huang Jin's back barks out an urgent order to forget everything else and escape immediately. Liu Xiaofeng leaps high into the air, barely dodging the meat monster's ground-shattering slam, complaining about how disgusting this thing is. The giant abomination roars, thrusting its massive mouth and long, slimy tongue forward in hot pursuit. It screeches that they cannot escape. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Chen, who slowly wakes up exhausted and leaning against the rubble in tattered clothes. As his eyes slowly open, a freezing, deadly gaze replaces the quiet calm. Deep within his consciousness space, the female demon breathes a sigh of relief as the turbulent crimson energy finally stops shaking. With things settled, Chen turns around to leave coldly, giving her a firm warning. He tells the bound girl he must go clean up the mess outside and she had better stay put. Looking back, his voice is dominant and teasing as he tells her they will settle their business later. Blushing furiously, she mutters to herself that she will lend him a hand just to make sure he comes back. She bites her lip and pouts, shouting after him that he absolutely must take responsibility for her. Back in the physical world, the battle rages on with terrifying intensity as tank barrels light up the dark sky. Unloading devastating barrages, the army coordinates perfectly. The commander yells through the radio amidst the thick smoke. ordering his troops to maintain their positions, support the tanks, and blast those disgusting Tauti monsters to hell. In the thick of the chaos, Yun delivers a whirlwind kick sweeping through enemy lines with blinding speed. The terrified monsters cannot even register her movement. High above the chaos, Captain Bai remains dead calm, holding a remote transmitter to guide a relentless swarm of kamikaze drones as they swoop down on the enemy, raining down in massive explosions, burning those aggressive Tau T beasts. Bombarded by continuous firepower, the mutated monster covered in poisonous blooms screams in agony. Screaming in absolute agony from the toxic burns, taking advantage of this golden opportunity, Yun strikes from above, driving a colossal iron tower straight into the beast's head, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Seeing her teammates successfully crush such a massive threat, Captain Bai smiles warmly, giving an approving thumbs up and shouting Yun great job. But suddenly from the far distance, a massive tank is hurled directly at Bai Yao. A violent explosion erupts instantly, blowing away tons of brick and completely shattering a corner of the building. Thick smoke and dust completely mask the area. Amidst the heavy ruins, Captain Bai's broken body is buried deep under the piles of concrete. Desperate cries from teammates pierce the air. Captain Bai weakly turns her head back from under the rubble. Yun's pupils contract sharply with sudden dread. Her face is pale, seeing the captain, who was just standing beside her now, collapsed in a pool of blood. The battle situation grows worse by the second as two aggressive Tauti beasts stomp over the wrecked tank. Despair spreads fast. Honestly, they just can't hold them. The relentless onslaught of these beasts is just too overwhelming. The beasts are just too aggressive. A soldier stares wide-eyed in panic, sweating buckets as he watches their strongest weapons get completely neutralized. Even their tanks are tossed around like toys, and total chaos erupts as their final line of defense completely collapses. Their final defense collapses. Screams to retreat echo everywhere. The wall is breached. Fall back, everyone, retreat now. Standing tall amidst the fleeing crowd, Yun's eyes suddenly burn with a furious raging fire. She grinds her teeth in anger and growls at these miserable Tauti beasts. Meanwhile, the Tauti leader steps forward carrying his weapon with a disgusting leering grin. He leers with a disgusting smirk, saying once they break in, he is finding a woman first. Then he wildly waves his hand, ordering his horde to charge and slaughter them all. But just as the hungry beasts rush forward, a giant foot descends from the sky, crushing the vanguard. The vanguard gets flattened beneath it amidst horrific, agonizing screams. The sheer impact is absolutely brutal, pulverizing the bodies of those unlucky monsters. Dark, foul blood sprays everywhere, staining the ruined ground. Seeing his followers crushed like mere ants, the Tauti leader looks up, with his eyes bloodshot, with intense rage as he curses. Infuriated, he explodes with crackling, lightning energy around his body, preparing a massive counterattack. He curses, preparing a massive strike. You ruin my plans over and over, now prepare to suffer. But Yun doesn't let him gloat. A terrifying pressure continues to bear down from her massive towering body, carrying a suffocating, killing intent. She looks down at the tiny ants below her, glowing white eyes, freezing the very air around them with her immense, overwhelming aura. Fueled by absolute rage over her captain's injuries, Yun lunges forward, reaching out with her giant hand to grab the leader. The leader reacts instantly, using his powerful muscular legs to leap high into the air, trying to dodge her earth-shattering strike. Riding his leaping momentum, he rockets upward, aiming straight at Yun's colossal face to find a fatal weak spot. Under the blinding glare, the brutal enemy swings his massive muscular arms, unleashing a devastating strike with pure malicious intent. Seeking a fatal weak point under the blinding light, he lands a heavy, brutal punch directly onto her head. He unleashes a savage punch directly into Yun's head. Watching this unfold, Captain Bai struggles to move amidst the debris. Covered in blood inside the heavy ruins, Captain Bai desperately tries to stand up, screaming out in sheer panic. She screams her name, Yun. The impact is brutal, and her giant body loses balance, stumbling backward onto the ground. The Tauti leader lands on his knees, creating a massive shockwave that rattles the earth. He slowly raises his hideous face, a wicked smirk stretching from ear to ear as he confidently gloats. He claims that there is no one left to stop him. Mid-air, during her free fall, Yun's resolve burns like a bright fire. This is the very base that Chen worked so incredibly hard to build. Before he finally returns, she absolutely must protect it with her life. Must protect this place. Gloating over eliminating his giant obstacle, the monster suddenly pauses, sensing a strange presence behind him. He turns in shock. What his pupils contract to their limit as a giant shadow of death looms over. He lets out a horrific, terrified scream. As the heavy dust slowly clears, Yun still stands tall. She pushes her massive body up, standing tall with one foot planted firmly on the roof of a high building. Her tattered clothes flutter in the cold wind. You annoying, miserable ants, every single one of you must die. Her giant silhouette blocks the sky, her eyes glowing brightly like a descending goddess standing between heaven and earth. Looking down at the tiny pests beneath her feet, Yunyun's majestic glowing gaze completely overwhelms the trembling battlefield. Without a single word, she clenches her colossal fist, compressing a terrifying force ready to explode. Sensing her wrath and impending death, the Tao Ti leader panics, breaking into a heavy sweat as he screams out, "Wait, what are you doing?" Only cold silence. Yunyun pulls back her massive, powerful arm. Her face is sharp, ready to strike. A decisive blow. The colossal fist surges down with suffocating pressure as the beast desperately raises its hands to block. It only has time to let out a desperate shriek. Before the fist even lands, the terrifying pressure slams the beast flat into the dirt. Panic fills its mind. How could the mere wind pressure from a single fist pin it down so completely? With its remaining strength entirely drained, its bloodshot eyes roll back as it shrieks in absolute agony and defeat. In a flash, that massive fist slams into the earth, triggering a massive impact. The earth-shattering collision completely pulverizes the enemy. Intense shockwaves tear the ground apart, sending clouds of dust and debris high into the air. Shattered concrete swirls like a violent hurricane sweeping across the battlefield. As the crushing pressure fades, only ruined wasteland remains. A heavy silence settles over the debris. Soon after, a sudden dust storm sweeps in, throwing the mercenaries off balance. One soldier shields his face from the wind, shouting a warning to the commander. Seeing such mind-blowing power, the soldiers cannot hide their shock and excitement. Is this really the same Yunyun they knew? She is insanely strong. With her around, the base is saved. Yet despite his men's optimism, the scarred commander frowns, his face tense with worry. He warns that things are not that simple, and indeed his dark premonition comes true almost immediately after the blast. Yunyun suddenly throws her head back and screams in agony as unstable energy erupts violently all around her body. Her deafening roar forces the panicked soldiers to shield their ears in pain as they yell for everyone to cover up. Wrapped in a dark red aura of murderous intent, Yunyun loses all focus. The terrified soldiers draw back, whispering in fear. They realize she has entered a berserk, out-of-control state, with her wild energy radiating outward to threaten friend and foe alike. Her face twists into a menacing mask of dark energy. One soldier trembles, stating that she has completely lost her mind. Sensing the extreme danger, the commander quickly turns to his squad and barks out a decisive order to his best men. They must find Chen immediately. He is the only one who can save her now. Right then, a female ability user, with short hair, steps forward, her eyes filled with absolute determination as she claims she is the fastest one there. In a flash, she transforms into a bright pink streak, tearing through the ruins and leaping across vertical walls at breakneck speeds. She pushes her limits silently, resolving that she will find Chen in record time, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, over at the dusty ruins of the central building, Chen calmly steps out from behind a collapsed wall. He casually stretches his wrists while looking over the massive piles of defeated monster corpses scattered all around him. He notes that more than half of the Taoity beasts are already dead or injured. Suddenly, he senses a strange presence behind him. Frowning, he turns around to see a female spirit form slowly emerging from a soft pinkish mist floating right behind him. Her graceful, ghostly figure hovers close. Chen is genuinely surprised to see her, demanding to know how she got out. She playfully wraps her arms around his neck, flashing a mischievous smile, while explaining it was likely due to the recent blast. It seems she can now freely move in and out of his body. She then points toward the trail of destruction, suggesting they follow the tracks left by that heavy opponent to easily catch up. But Chen just coldly turns away. He bluntly tells her he knows what he is doing and to stop interfering, making her angrily put her hands on her hips. She complains that she is only trying to help, but he simply closes his eyes and tells her to stop making trouble. He orders her to behave and return inside immediately, but his harsh dismissal only makes her smirk with a highly mischievous look. She promises to show him exactly what she can do. Sensing trouble, Chen shoots her a highly suspicious look. Before he can ask what she is planning, she wraps herself tightly around him from behind with a beaming grin. She shoots her long hair to hook onto a nearby rooftop crane, launching them both high into the air like Spider-Man. Chen completely loses his balance and yells in panic, warning her not to do anything incredibly stupid. The female spirit laughs delightedly, fully enjoying the thrill as she swings them both through the sky using her own hair. Holding tight to the dangling Chen, she looks at him triumphantly and asks if this is not way faster. Chen breaks into a cold sweat, utterly speechless that her bizarre method actually seems to be working. Suddenly, her playful smile fades. She squints into the distance, telling him to look at what lies ahead. Chen follows her gaze, and his expression instantly turns dead serious as he peers through the thick mist. Rising through the dense mist of the ruined city, the colossal figure of a massive woman stands tall and imposing. The spirit gasps in sheer shock upon recognizing Yunyun, her eyes filled with absolute confusion over her friend's terrifying state. Chen grits his teeth, his expression darkening as he realizes that something has gone horribly wrong over there. Otherwise, Yunyun will lose control of her powers and go berserk. If this keeps up, she is going to self-destruct. His warning makes the female spirit cling to him even tighter. She frowns in worry, self-destruction, this is going to be a massive headache. Shaking off all distractions, Chen dives straight toward the ground. He can see the situation down there is looking just as grim. Right then on the ground, Liu Xiaofeng is desperately summoning his power to fight back against the enemy. He roars with raw anger. He is just a rookie who has not fully mastered his abilities yet, but he unleashes all the stolen power he has. He vows to use this force to end his enemy once and for all. Fighting alongside him is a fiery golden mutated lynx. The beast bares its fangs to threaten the foe. Watching this unfold, Chen silently assesses the situation and a level 1 mutated cat. But the fat monster stretches out its hideous massive tongue with a wicked grin. Chen knows the harsh reality of their situation. They are absolutely no match for a level 2 Tao T mutant. Sure enough, with just one brutal swipe of its arm, both Xiaofeng and Golden have their defenses shattered, crashing to the ground in agonizing pain. Having easily cleared away the obstacles, Fatty Fang glares with bloodshot eyes. He aims his giant mouth at Duanya, who is standing nearby, and gives a sleazy laugh. He sneers that he will make her pure again, then licks at Duanya from afar with his tongue. The force instantly tears her clothes to shreds. In this critical high-stakes moment, the female spirit inside Chen's mind looks at him. This level 2 Tao T mutant is incredibly tough, she warns, and even he might struggle to finish this fight quickly. So who is he going to choose to save first? Yun is at risk of self-destructing at any second. She points out to reality with a teasing, playful smile, asking if he would rather save the girl facing immediate danger. Before she can even finish her sentence, Fatty Feng's slimy venomous tongue shoots forward like a whip, aiming straight for Duanya. Instantly, the female spirit shoots her long hair forward, wrapping it tightly around the monster's tongue to save her in the nick of time. Suddenly, Chen's figure appears in a flash of dark energy, leaving the female spirit completely stunned. She gasps in disbelief, asking how he could possibly take control of her superpower. Meanwhile, Chen's eyes flare with a dominant purple light. He proudly declares that only children make choices. As for him, he wants to save absolutely everyone. Hearing his response, the female spirit smiles with satisfaction as her illusory figure gently fades back. She reminds him that she only exists in his mind and no one else can see her. Leaving him with a message of absolute trust, she tells him that the rest is up to him. Back in reality, Duanya rushes straight to Chen's side, joyfully grabbing his arm and crying out that she knew he would be fine. Seeing his prey slip away right in front of his eyes, Fatty Feng roars in a furious rage. He curses Chen for daring to ruin his fun once again. But Chen does not pay him any attention. Feeling the incredible power surging through his veins, he lets out a cold smirk, realizing he can actually control this energy. Locking his sharp gaze onto his target, his intense killing intent suffocates the air as he decides to use the monster as a test subject. Giant dark tentacles erupt from Chen's body like lightning, immediately wrapping around the beast's hideous tongue. Even while completely bound, Fatty Feng remains utterly clueless, letting out a loud mocking laugh at Chen's expense. He scoffs that punches could not even hurt him, so these parlor tricks certainly will not work. Ignoring the mockery, Chen's dark tendrils tighten even further, wrapping around the massive body of the enemy. The crushing pressure spikes so fast that the monster's eyes bulge in pain, and he begins to panic. Desperately trying to tear away the dark threads sinking deep into his flesh, Fatty Fang grits his teeth and curses in terror. Suspended helplessly in the air, cold sweat pours down his face as he screams out in pure horror. He begs to know what Chen is planning. Down below, Chen stares up with cold, lifeless eyes. He speaks as if looking at a dead body, wondering aloud what would happen if he sliced the beast into 100 pieces. Slowly raising his hand, Chen coldly squeezes the empty air, asking if the monster can truly regenerate from that. Bloodshot with terror, Fatty Fang gasps his final words. The very next second, a horrific shriek echoes across the sky. Thousands of dark tentacles tighten all at once. Talk about an absolute beatdown, the massive monster instantly explodes. The monster is reduced to a bloody mist. Witnessing this instantaneous destruction, Duanya stands there completely frozen in awe. She is amazed by Chen's incredible growth, realizing she needs to work much harder to keep up with him. With the threat eliminated, Chen immediately instructs her that he must rush back to the base right away. He leaves Golden and Xiaofeng in her care. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Duanya nods with firm determination. Hoang Kim and Tu Fong turn back smiling with relief and shout to let him know they are safe, telling Tu Than not to worry. They are completely fine, and the golden lynx, Hoang Kim, beside them lets out a soft cry in agreement. Meanwhile, the female speed ability user transforms into a pink streak of light, desperately tearing through the ruined buildings. Pausing on a high wall, she pants heavily and looks around, searching anxiously for any sign of Tu Than. Sweat drenches her forehead as she grits her teeth, wondering where he could possibly be. She is completely exhausted and running on empty. If this keeps up, she will be too late. Suddenly, her eyes widen in total shock. She senses something ahead. High up in the air, the silhouette of Tu Fan, wrapped in a surge of dark energy, suddenly plunges down like a swift, lethal arrow. The immense pressure from his landing creates a massive, violent shockwave that blows her backward. Shielding herself against the thick rising dust, she looks up in utter disbelief. It is actually Tu Fan. What on earth is happening? She wonders. His speed is nearly matching her own, as he uses dark tentacles to scale the building to leave. She desperately reaches out and shouts for him to wait. Up in midair, Tu Fan pauses slightly and glances down, but keeps moving. Clinging to his back, the female spirit anxiously warns him, is he really going back there when they could all die? He replies that he never abandons his people, and besides, that base took an immense amount of hard work to build. The female spirit bites her lip, filled with deep unease, as she counters she is just afraid his precious Van cannot hold out much longer. Those words make Tu Fan look incredibly serious. Sweating under the pressure, he realizes it is time to make a desperate move. He immediately concentrates his focus. A bright blue light erupts as he activates his incredibly powerful ability, Spatial Leap. Instantly, his entire body is pulled into a heavily warped spatial portal, leaving the female spirit completely dazed. Wondering what on earth just happened, the female ability user on the ground blinks in absolute terror, unable to believe her eyes. It looked like Tu Fan just teleported, but she wonders if her eyes are playing tricks on her, since that should be impossible. Moving through the torn space, Tu Fan frowns as he recalls his previous limits. His spatial leap used to have a mere 3-meter limit, causing agonizing pain after 3 uses. But now that he is level 2, that jump was 8 meters. To endure the crushing pressure, bright red veins bulge across his skin as he activates his steel body technique. Seeing him push his physical enhancement to such an extreme level, the female spirit panics. She has a really bad feeling about this. Completely ignoring her frantic worries, Tu Fan keeps pushing forward, desperately dashing through a rapid succession of spatial portals. He wants to test where his absolute limits lie, triggering multiple leaps in a row and leaving a trail of fading afterimages. The female ability user is left gasping in panic amidst the ruins, wondering if Tu Fan has completely vanished into thin air. Back at the base, a mindless giant Van is rampaging. Terrified soldiers flee for their lives from the crazed giantess. Meanwhile, the Thaufite leader stares up at her with pure lust, stopping his running lackeys with a sleazy grin. Laughing maniacally, he tells his men that a giant woman like her is extremely exciting, his eyes burning with absolute filth. Making a twisted decision, he declares he must climb up to get a closer look, ignoring his panicked subordinate who calls him crazy. He roars back, demanding to know where they could possibly hide, claiming he has had absolutely enough of this miserable apocalypse. He asks if they do not want to climb up to enjoy the scenery, while the scum stare at her massive towering legs. Drooling over the insane sight, they agree they have never witnessed anything like it. Without a single moment of hesitation, meanwhile, the leader quickly clings onto the giant legs and starts climbing, laughing like a maniac. "Ha, this is the perfect spot for climbing. Feels like I will reach the top in no time." The lackeys below cheer in awe, shouting, "Boss, you are way too fast." With their boss leading the way, the rest of the lackeys swarm like ants, scrambling up Union's towering legs. One of them looks back to urge his comrades on. "Hurry up, we can easily take down this giantess from the inside." Right then, the commander roars in fury, ordering his subordinates, "Fire, shoot those gluttonous scumbags down right now." Immediately, a massive wave of gunfire and shockwaves erupts, scattering the enemy forces and sending them falling through the air. Witnessing this brutal scene, the white-haired girl breaks into a cold sweat. She speaks up in sheer panic. Union can no longer tell friend from foe, and if this keeps up, absolutely everyone here is going to be in grave danger. Suddenly, she frowns in alarm, her eyes widening as she senses something unusual. "Wait a second. It feels like something is heading right toward us." Right on cue, a dark figure cloaked in glowing power descends from above, landing firmly on top of the signal tower. Recognizing the newcomer, the commander breathes a sigh of relief, exclaiming in sheer joy, "Thank goodness it is Chen. He is finally here." Standing atop the tower, Chen frowns, analyzing the extremely tense situation. Union is still growing larger, and if this continues, she is going to self-destruct. He has to wake her up before it is too late. Right before his eyes, a giant red-eyed Union stands towering, completely lifeless, threatening to wipe the ruined city off the map. Without a single second of hesitation, Union swings her giant hand, ruthlessly smashing the steel tower into 100 pieces. Chen barely manages to leap into the air to dodge the devastating strike. Suspended in a dangerous free fall, Chen realizes she has completely lost consciousness. His gaze locks onto the target below, coldly planning his next move. Better clear out those annoying Tao Ti beasts blocking the way first. Plunging through the air, he dives straight beneath Union's massive shadow to reach the battlefield below. His body glides past her colossal legs, gearing up to face the horde of monsters waiting for him at the bottom. Behind him, the female spirit breaks into a cold sweat, muttering a pretty bizarre question. Where did Yun even buy those silk stockings? How could they stretch this huge and not rip? The commander next to her sighs, guessing it is just her special ability at work. Ignoring the random chatter, Chen shoots out a thick strand of dark energy, wrapping it tightly around his target to break his fall. Meanwhile, the Taoqi leader, clinging to Yun's massive thigh, looks up laughing like a complete maniac. He brags that nobody can stop him from claiming this sacred ground now, but before that smug grin can even fade, Chen's sharp black energy wraps tightly around his neck from behind. Landing in a badass stance, Chen coldly demands to know what he thinks he is doing. Yanked back brutally, the terrified beast lets out a sharp shriek as the raw power of the dark energy rips his massive body away, tossing him completely off her giant legs. Mid-air, countless Taoqi lose their footing, screaming in absolute despair as they fall. Over on the other side of the battlefield, the woman with the skull staff stares up at Yun with bitter resentment. Suddenly, furious curses ring out, "You evil woman." The resentful Taoqi scream that they were all humans once, and it is all her fault they became these monsters. One mutated beast aggressively lunges forward, tearing at her clothes while roaring that she will pay 100-fold today. Her steady hand reaches out to grip her staff, her voice ringing out with sharp, icy fury. She calls them wretched scum before thrusting the skull staff straight into the monster's eye with terrifying force. The beast screams in agony as she sneers at them to die. The arrogant girl looks down at her enemies. They writhe on the ground in agony while she takes a step back, flashing a contemptuous smirk and telling them to feel lucky. Leaving the chaotic, blood-stained battlefield behind, she decisively leaps down into the deep, dark abyss below. Calling in her final gift, she vanishes into the wind, left behind the Taoqi poisoned by her staff. Continue to mutate, screaming in agonizing, twisted pain. Thick vines erupt from the fallen beast's corpse, wrapping tightly around the shattered concrete of the ruined building. Meanwhile, massive black energy coils lock onto the Taoqi horde. The skull monster screams in panic to let him go, but giant Yun simply ignores his desperate struggles and marches forward with lifeless, glowing red eyes. Meanwhile, the Taoqi leader, climbing up Yun's leg, laughs triumphantly, boasting that he is the first to reach the top. But before he can even celebrate, Yun takes a massive step, sending countless monsters flying into the air as they scream. The panicked leader clings on for dear life, warning the others that she is lifting her foot. A split second later, that colossal foot comes crashing down with brutal force, crushing the building and the trapped monsters into a messy pulp. Yun's face remains totally blank, a crazed smile playing on her lips as she continues her brutal rampage. Now watch as those Taoqi monsters lose their footing and plummet through the air like helpless ants. Clinging to the top, the leader wipes his cold sweat, sighing in relief that he was quick enough to survive. Right then, Chen's shadow flashes past, controlling countless dark tentacles to swat away the falling beasts. With a sudden wave of his hand, a sharp whip of dark energy lashes against the monster's back, tearing through its tough skin. Using that momentum, Chen flings himself high up into the dusty, smoke-filled sky. Right ahead, the giantess Yun still towers over the entire area, with those terrifying, lifeless eyes. Seeing the tide turn, the commander sighs in relief, celebrating that the monsters have finally been wiped out. But the white-haired girl beside him frowns, unable to hide her deep anxiety. Her eyes lock onto the dark energy-shrouded figure soaring high above as she mutters Chen's name in concern. Staring at his completely out-of-control friend, Chen desperately wonders how to snap her out of it. Clearing his mind, he dives straight down toward his giant teammate. But in midair, her massive hands swing unconsciously, swatting directly at his tiny, vulnerable figure. Chen's eyes widen in sheer shock. His eyes widen, tensing up to react to the sudden attack. With a wild smile, Yun instantly swings her two hands together, slamming them shut to trap Chen right in the middle. Below, Commander Yuan and the white-haired girl witness this terrifying scene and scream out in horror. Chen, look out. The crushing force of those giant hands is so intense that space around Chen starts to crack and fracture. But then a brilliant purple light suddenly erupts from the gap. Chen unleashes a massive wave of power from between her fingers, blasting her giant hands apart with a violent shockwave. The giantess's blood-red eyes narrow as she glares at the tiny speck of light that just slipped through her massive grasp. Relieved, Commander Yuan gasps and wonders if Chen actually made it out, while the white-haired girl desperately scans the area, searching for him. But where is Chen? He has already teleported to a safe distance, catching his breath with a heavy sigh. The female spirit materializes beside him as he grits his teeth, admitting that a direct head-on clash is definitely a bad idea. But then she looks around and asks what kind of crazy place he is hiding in. It turns out, he is hiding right in front of Yun's massive cleavage. Caught red-handed, Chen snaps at her to shut her mouth. Before they can relax, the female spirit senses a sudden terrifying shift in energy. Gasping in shock, she quickly turns to warn Chen, panicking as she asks what is happening. Su Chen's pupils contract in absolute shock as he grits his teeth, realizing how bad things have gotten. This is really bad. Without wasting a single second, he instantly triggers his teleportation skill to escape. With a quick spatial leap, his body blurs and vanishes from the danger zone. Down on the ground, everyone covers their ears, screaming in pure agony. The commander panics, shouting out to ask what is happening. Watching from a distance, cold sweat drips down Su Chen's face as he silently confirms his absolute worst fears. Yunyun's massive body has finally reached its limit. Sure enough, her giant skin begins to crack open as blinding rays of light burst from within, signaling a catastrophic self-destruction that is about to go off. Inside her, fading consciousness, she feels herself sinking deep into icy, dark water as bubbles drift past. Curling up, her pale, pained face shivers as she mutters how cold she is. For her, every awakening is just endless, suffocating darkness. Clutching her bare body, she despairs, no longer even remembering how many times she has woken up to this nightmare. The memory of a cold, soulless doctor holding a syringe under blinding surgical lights flashes before her eyes. She wonders how many times she has lain helpless on that freezing steel table. Sharp needles pierce her flesh, bringing back the brutal reality. In this ruined, apocalyptic world, she realizes she is nothing more than a lab rat to them. Her body, hooked up to freezing machines, glows with a sterile light. She gathers whatever strength she has left to pray, pleading that if gods actually exist, they would save her. Tears stream down her face, mixing with the cold fluid of her tank. Closing her eyes, she makes a desperate vow to trade everything she has just for a chance to be free. Suddenly, a strange surge of warmth wakes her up. Yunyun opens her eyes in complete shock as reality floods back. Su Chen stands proudly before her, his voice cutting through the fog to ask if she has forgotten about gods. His gaze is piercingly cold, shouting sharp, harsh words to snap her out of her frenzy. He has absolutely no use for worthless weaklings. His strong hand reaches right through the thick, blurry mist with sheer, overwhelming dominance. Unleashing a roar, Su Chen channels every ounce of his power into one final decisive blow, ordering her to wake up right now. With dark energy, he smacks her backside hard, talk about an aggressive wake-up call. Massive jolt straight into her subconscious. A sudden rush of raw power forces Yunyun's giant body back as she screams out in sudden shock. Witnessing this wild, unbelievable turn of events, Captain Bai is left completely speechless, muttering Su Chen's name in awe. Slowly, some sanity returns to Yunyun's colossal mind as her glowing eyes flicker. Memories rush back like a sudden tidal wave, and she gasps as she finally remembers him. That man who once asked if she was single, then warned her to stay inside and stock up on food for her safety. The painful memories of her starvation and captivity flash by, making her tear up. Every single time she fell into despair, starving and broken, his strong shoulder was always there to shelter her and give her a sense of absolute safety. He would always show up. His passionate kiss and tight embrace are etched deep into her mind, making her blush deeply. Because of him and Duan Ye, they survived and found a home together in this ruined, desolate world. She is incredibly grateful they can live like real humans in this apocalypse. Her pale face lights up as a wave of intense emotion washes over her. He is the bright light that pierced the darkest corners of her heart. A blinding light erupts from her massive body as her resolve hardens. She is completely determined to do whatever it takes. To protect him, she is ready to sacrifice absolutely everything. Down on the ground, Su Chen squints in pure tension as sweat pours down. He feels a massive, uncontrollable surge of energy. Realizing how critical the situation has become, the captain panics. Captain Bai screams a warning that she is about to self-detonate. Immediately after her, a blinding halo of light erupts. The flash spreads everywhere, completely swallowing the giant woman. Under the crushing weight of this silent explosion, countless ruins shatter. Broken debris floats into the air, suspended inside the glow. A pure white light expands rapidly, blanketing the entire area. It covers the ruined city, carrying a powerful, purifying wave across the battlefield. As the bright light slowly begins to fade away, the commander opens his eyes. He is completely stunned. A look of total disbelief spreads across his face. He looks around at the dead silence, muttering in shock. Is it really all over? He asks himself. Squinting through the thick smoke and dust, he desperately searches for Su Chen and Yunyun. But when he looks at the center, it is completely empty. He gasps in shock. They vanished. Long Yi stares at the ruins with deep anxiety. He wonders if those two actually made it. Meanwhile, Captain Bai collapses to the ground, her trembling legs completely giving out. Exhausted after the battle, she holds back her pain as tears stream down her cheeks, hoping it is not true. She still has so much left to say to Su Chen. Staring at the ruins, she whispers Yunyun's name in despair. After all, the giant woman had just saved her life. Suddenly, the commander gasps and points up at the ash-filled sky. He tells everyone to look up. Captain Bai raises her head, her tired eyes lighting up with hope. Su Chen emerges from the brilliant glow. The soldiers cheer wildly, completely relieved to see them safe. He strides confidently through the thick smoke, carefully cradling the now shrunk and completely unconscious Union in his arms. A soft, gentle glow wraps around her fragile body as she rests snugly inside his strong, protective embrace. Seeing her state, the commander's face darkens. She is severely injured. He quickly turns and barks orders to his men. He demands they find a doctor immediately. Just then, a tiny dark shadow flashes across the sky, catching him off guard. Yelling in surprise, the commander watches a mighty golden black cat suddenly make a heavy claw's first landing. Duan sits regally on the back of her giant spirit beast. She steps forward and offers to treat her. The soldiers stand there with their mouths wide open, completely shocked by the massive size of this fiery beast. Duan steps down, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she watches Su Chen holding the other girl tightly. She walks closer to examine the bleeding golden energy cracks on Yunyun's skin, her expression growing incredibly serious. This looks extremely bad, she warns them. Her life is in danger, and they need to act right now. They carry her inside where Duan prepares a healing tub. She instructs Su Chen to place Yunyun in first. He lowers her into the glowing blue water. Sensing something unusual, he asks what she added to the bath. Normal medical treatment won't do anything for these injuries, so Duan quietly removes her outer coat. She explains that she added evolutionary base recovery medicine to the water. That explains the strange blue glow. She leans over to carefully inspect the damage, hoping to see any signs of the wounds closing up. Su Chen closely monitors the girl's burning body but slowly shakes his head, seeing no improvement whatsoever. He cannot feel any healing progress. Duan frowns in deep frustration, completely unwilling to accept this failure. She insists she has upgraded this medicine multiple times. Su Chen falls silent, staring intensely at the leaking energy. He wonders if this specific type of injury requires their raw superpower energy to actually mend the damage. Hearing this, Duan pauses in confusion. She admits he makes sense but wonders how they can achieve that. Suddenly, she gasps as Su Chen takes action. Her eyes widen in absolute shock at his next unexpected move. Su Chen closes his eyes, focusing deeply. He slowly lowers his head, pressing his forehead against hers to transfer energy. He looks closely at the unconscious girl, quietly feeling the spark of life slowly returning to her body. His expression turns dead serious as his sharp eyes spot something. Nearby, Duan blushes with absolute delight. She calls out in joy, celebrating their success. She tells him to handle the rest of her injuries. Su Chen looks back at Duan, completely bewildered by her words. He slowly lifts Yunyun out of the water. He grows worried as he looks at the countless energy cracks covering her body. There are just too many wounds. Right at that moment, Liu Xiaofeng arrives back at the base, carrying a massive boulder on his shoulders. He calls out excitedly, "Su Chen, look what I brought back." In the lobby, a busy Duan explains the situation to the new recruits. As she handles the crowd, Su Chen is inside helping heal Yunyun. Hearing this, one recruit asks if Su Chen actually knows how to heal. The recruit even suggests Su Chen should treat him next, making Duan blush deeply at the rude proposal as she quickly waves her hands to decline. She stammers that it is not quite appropriate, and to break the awkward silence, she quickly points toward the mysterious object Liu Xiaofeng brought back. Suggesting they talk about the strange stone instead, Liu Xiaofeng quickly regains his composure and begins to explain where the mysterious object came from. He asks if she remembers the leader of the Tade clan, explaining that he found this peculiar object in the ruins after they all left. Pointing at the massive stone, radiating a mystical purple energy, he continues to explain that the object was glowing with a highly unusual light back then. With utter confidence in his eyes, Liu Xiaofeng proudly shares his conclusion, stating that he strongly believes this rare item is actually a crystal core. Duan stares at the gigantic mass with wide, shocked eyes, asking in complete disbelief if something so massive could really be a crystal core. Liu Xiaofeng nods to confirm it, leaving Duan absolutely stunned as she tries to process the sheer scale of the incredible find. Indeed, with a core this massive, only Su Chen could possibly handle the raw energy inside, but is he really going to absorb it all? Thinking of the dangerous side effects, Duan goes pale, her body trembling with anxiety as she turns red with worry over what might happen. Covering her mouth, her mind falls into a fearful, chaotic struggle, remembering how they barely managed back when Yunyun was there to help them. But now how could she possibly handle it completely alone? Seeing her distress, Captain Bai Kang notices her unusual behavior and approaches her. She kindly asks if there is anything she can help with, which catches Duan completely off guard as she stares back in confusion. She stammers in deep embarrassment, wondering how the captain could possibly be willing to help with such a highly personal matter. Suddenly, a sudden thought flashes in her mind, causing Duan to narrow her eyes and closely observe the captain's subtle gestures. She analyzes her with sharp intuition, her female sixth sense screaming that Captain Bai Kang might actually have feelings for Su Chen. With sudden determination, Duan Ye calls out to Liu Xiaofeng, telling him that she has some highly important matters to discuss with Union. She gives him a quick smile, firmly pushing him toward the door to kick him out, leaving the poor guy completely bewildered. He only gets to utter a confused huh before the door slams shut right in his face, leaving him in absolute silence. Left alone in the hallway, Duanya stands silently, her eyes burning with resolve because she knows Su Chen will never stop seeking power. To help him grow, she must make a move. Turning to Captain Bai Kang with a serious gaze, she prepares to clear things up. The captain asks what is going on, but Duanya simply blushes red, summoning all her courage to confront her directly. Looking straight into her eyes, she asks her a direct question that leaves Captain Bai Kang completely stunned, her face instantly turning bright red. She asks if she likes Su Chen. Returning to the room where Yunyun is resting, Duan Ye lets out a sigh of relief. She happily reports that thanks to Su Chen, Yunyun's injuries are mostly healed, and she promises to take great care of her. As Su Chen gets ready to leave, she suddenly remembers the unusual object that Liu Xiaofeng brought back earlier. She mentions that he brought back a crystal core, telling Su Chen is in the lobby and he should check it out. Su Chen silently turns and heads toward the door, leaving her with a simple instruction to keep a close eye on Yunyun. Stepping into the living room, he suddenly stops as an intense invisible pressure washes over him, making him narrow his eyes in curiosity. He stares at the glowing, mysterious mass. Standing like a statue in front of the giant stone, he begins to analyze it deeply. Could they have mistaken this legendary black stone for a common crystal core? He raises his hand, feeling the ancient power radiating within. He recalls old memories of his past life, realizing he cannot blame them because even he had only heard rumors of it back then. Unleashing a powerful strike into the empty air, Su Chen reflects on how much the world has changed since the apocalypse began. Strange, dangerous objects are popping up everywhere now. He silently inspects the solid black stone, his eyes flashing with sharp recognition. This black stone is incredibly durable, undoubtedly one of the rarest, most indestructible materials born from the chaos of the apocalypse. More importantly, this specific stone is tied to a legendary warrior whose shadow wielding a massive blade once tore through lightning. The legendary warrior was known as Black Blade Wang Song, famous for his pitch-black weapon that struck fear into everyone. In Su Chen's past life, that man dominated the apocalypse with just his signature sword. He stares directly into the glowing core. Rumors say that mythical Black Blade was forged from this exact type of stone, prompting Su Chen to smile with absolute confidence. His eyes gleam with ambition. Talk about luck, he is about to steal the future war god's ultimate destiny for himself. Su Chen places his hand on the giant stone, activating neon blue energy lines that surge across its surface before making a decision. He decides to store it in his spatial pocket for now, planning to find a master blacksmith to forge his own legendary blade. He wants a weapon completely his own. Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, Captain Bai Kang sits alone with a bright red face. She lowers her head, asking why she was suddenly being told all this. Duan Ya folds her arms, her expression turning dead serious. She explains that after Su Chen finishes absorbing the energy core, an incredibly powerful curse will be triggered. If they cannot find a way to break it, Captain Bai looks up anxiously, staring straight into the other girl's eyes. She admits she does not know what will happen if they fail, but they absolutely cannot let that disaster occur. Duanya looks down with clear hesitation in her eyes, adding that she is currently needed to tend to Union. Because of that, handling Su Chen's curse has to be left in her hands. Hearing this sudden awkward request, Captain Bai flinches in shock, her eyes wide with sheer embarrassment. Duan Ya quickly tries to explain herself. Seeing the captain clearly, misunderstanding the situation, she tells her is not what she thinks and to just listen. Captain Bai insists she is willing to do absolutely anything, telling her to leave him to her. A moment later, believe it or not, Captain Bai actually shows up in a highly revealing maid outfit, nervously adjusting her dress. Sure, she agreed because it was an emergency, but why wear this costume and say such weird lines? To break the curse, does she really have to do that with Su Chen? She sweats nervously, her face flushed deep red. She wonders if Duanya is playing some joke on her. But seeing Su Chen's back in the distance, she steels herself. After all, Su Chen's survival affects the entire base, so she has to solve this curse, no matter what it takes. Wondering if he finished absorbing the core, she grabs the wine bottle from the table with slightly trembling hands. Her eyes are filled with pure determination. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Su Chen suddenly turns around. He stands frozen, staring at her with wide eyes, completely shocked by the sudden change in her appearance. Captain Bai stands before him in that skimpy outfit, holding a tray of wine with shaky, nervous hands. Blushing hard, she gathers every ounce of her courage, bites her lip, and speaks the word she was instructed to say. She calls him master. Su Chen completely freezes, repeating the word in absolute disbelief. Meanwhile, back at the clinic. At the clinic where Union rests, Duenya sighs in relief, hoping Bai Shang is doing all right. Making up a curse was the best excuse she could think of, and she even prepared everything for her. Yet a sudden wave of worry hits her. Maybe she should have considered how long the captain could actually hold out. Looking down at her own, slightly shaking legs, Duanya mutters to herself with a very knowing, playful smile. Once Yuan stabilizes, she plans to go in and help her. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the base, exhausted soldiers are busy clearing up the battlefield, complaining about having to clean up after barely surviving the Taudi clan. They complain about the lack of rest. Their commander barks back, telling them to stop whining and get to work. If they leave the corpses, a plague could break out and kill countless people. Suddenly, a soldier yells. Everyone freezes in sheer shock as they look toward the open ground right in front of them. The bloody battlefield is completely clean. Every single corpse of the Taudi clan has vanished without a trace. The blood and debris were swallowed up instantly by an invisible force, leaving them wondering if the corpses ran away. The soldiers turn pale with terror, sweat pouring down their faces as an ominous feeling settles over the area. Meanwhile, inside a mysterious mental space surrounded by thick purple energy, a powerful spiritual entity suddenly awakens. She slowly opens her eyes in confusion, looking around the endless void with a highly bewildered expression. She wonders what this strange sensation is, but suddenly a wave of pure joy washes over her face. The thing she has been waiting for has finally appeared. But a moment later, she frowns in pain. Standing in the middle of the endless void, her long hair blows in the wind as she looks helpless. The distance is simply too great, and she cannot pinpoint the exact location. She realizes her options are limited. It seems she has to find Chen for help. Meanwhile, Chen raises his glass, highly suspicious of this setup. He wonders what kind of game Duanya is playing with this curse. He looks at Captain Bai standing there. Honestly, her incredibly embarrassed state is pretty amusing to watch as she stands before him in that cute outfit. Bai Shang blushes, lowering her head as she gathers the courage to speak, making the atmosphere highly tense. She asks what he wants to do next, saying she is ready for anything. Taken aback, Chen cannot process this. Spits his wine everywhere in shock. Seeing him choke, Bai Shang panics and rushes over to help him. He wipes his mouth, assuring her he is fine and that the wine just went down the wrong pipe. He holds it up to the light, starting to doubt the liquid he just drank. Is something wrong with the alcohol, Captain? Bai suddenly snatches the bottle and pours herself a massive glass to prove a point. Let me try. Chen inspects the label and panics when he realizes how strong it is. 64% alcohol. Right after downing it, Captain Bai turns bright red, clearly wasted as she starts rambling. So spicy, she mutters, but then again, this is actually my first time drinking alcohol. She slams her hands onto the table, her body swaying as the alcohol hits her like a truck. It is an instant rush. Suddenly, she leaps up wildly, waving her arms in pure excitement, making Chen break into a sweat. She is drunk already. Feeling underestimated, she yells and throws a powerful kick into the air while babbling nonsense. That wild kick forces Chen to dodge backward, barely escaping her random assault. Standing tall and imposing, she completely denies being out of control. How could I possibly be drunk? She claims, her eyes flashing with a dangerous wild fire. As she gets uncomfortably close to him, she leans right into his face, whispering with a teasing, drunken voice about his curse. Chen narrows his eyes, highly skeptical of this bizarre, overly aggressive approach. So that is how it is, he thinks. While he normally would not turn down a golden opportunity like this, he hates having his dominant position suddenly flipped around. Staring deep into her eyes with a cold expression, he decides to unleash his heavy pressure to put her back in line. First, they need to clear up their relationship. Captain Bai suddenly freezes up, her drunken haze instantly vanishing. Under his razor-sharp glare, what relationship, she wonders. Behind Chen, a crimson specter of pure killing intent looms. It looks ready to swallow everything. Did she already forget who she was calling master just a moment ago? Facing the pressure of his bloodlust, Captain Bai stands wide-eyed, her face turning pale with terror. She drops right to her knees, her entire body shaking under Chen's absolute authority. Leaning back in his chair, Chen looks down at her, his eyes glowing red as he asks if she is finally feeling sober, completely stripped of her rebellious attitude. She crawls up nervously, whispering her submissive response. Master, she says, bowing her head in deep regret. With absolute embarrassment. I was wrong, she says. Chen smirks in triumph, ready to lay down the law. Good, you were wrong, but suddenly his expression changes. A strange sensation shoots down his spine, stopping him in his tracks. In an instant, the surrounding space shatters. It pulls Chen into a mysterious vortex of purple energy, pulling him into his inner consciousness. Stepping into the familiar mental space, he clicks his tongue, annoyed. His fun was cut short. Why did she pull him back in here? Out of the purple mist, the female spirit emerges with immense excitement, screaming that it has finally appeared. Chen, she shouts, is finally here. Wait, what are you talking about? The female spirit wraps her arms around Chen from behind, sobbing uncontrollably. Looking up at him with teary eyes, she begs for his help, leaving Chen completely confused. Tell me what is going on first, he sighs. Resting on his shoulder, her eyes shine with intense hope. The perfect body for me has finally shown up, she says. Su Chen narrows his eyes, recalling their deal with a hint of impatience, the body he was supposed to help her find. Let it appear, then why pull him in? Even so, the female spirit grips his shoulders tighter, the purple mist swirling violently. Since she cannot locate its exact position, she explains that she absolutely has to borrow his strength. Standing inside his mental space, Su Chen looks at the glowing orb hovering nearby with deep suspicion. Are you using me as some kind of signal booster, he asks. Soul-linking threads begin to spark and connect. Pretty much, she answers flatly. No, wait a minute. To calm his nerves, she stares directly into his anxious eyes. Is this her method? She nods. Instantly, a massive surge of blue electricity erupts, taking them both by surprise. Su Chen panics, yelling that he is not ready for this. A massive wave of energy crashes down, causing a blinding explosion of light that violently shakes the entire space to its absolute core. Throwing her head back, a female spirit absorbs the rushing power with complete satisfaction. I can feel it, she says. Su Chen's eyes turn sharp and cold as she gives a direct command. Now project our minds over there. Instantly, both of them materialize high above a ruined city, looking down at tens of thousands of roaring zombies. A massive zombie horde is forming. Pointing to a shadowy figure standing amidst the undead, her voice trembles. Over there, she says, it is summoning the horde. Only a zombie king can do something like this. Su Chen squints at the female entity radiating a dangerous dark energy, so she is targeting the body of a female zombie king. Sensing his caution, the female spirit quickly reassures him, saying that in spirit form, as long as they keep quiet. A sudden wave of intense mental energy makes the spiritual realm shake violently, and their faces instantly pale. An unknown interference has disrupted them. What on earth is happening? Could they be returning to reality where Captain Bai in a maid outfit is? Stumbling because the curse is taking full effect. Suddenly, she rushes forward, wraps her arms tightly around Su Chen, and whispers seductively into his ear, Master, let me help you break this curse. Back in the conscious realm, the female spirit senses the intrusion and manifests as a furious demonic deity. She demands to know who dares to call him master, her eyes burning with jealousy as she shrieks, shaking the entire realm. Get out of here right now. Both of their souls stand frozen, realizing their spiritual forms have been affected and detected. Observing Captain Bai's strange expression in the physical world, the female spirit furiously questions what that woman is doing. Just then, a blinding wave of crimson energy strikes them. Su Chen urgently yells, she is here, run now, damn it, as the vision begins to fade and shatter. Too late. The female spirit grinds her teeth in complete helplessness as a phantom charges at a terrifying speed. Pure terror. A demonic face with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth appears, howling with murderous intent. Su Chen wakes up with a gasp, sweat dripping down his bare body. He sits up in bed, breathing heavily, struggling to recover from the shocks of his recent spiritual journey. He clutches his forehead as a blinding headache hits him, struggling to remember. What happened? Why does it hurt? Suddenly, the female spirit floats nearby, calmly explaining that he only lost a bit of mental strength, and with his high power level, he should recover quickly. Seeing her acting completely unbothered, Su Chen glares at her in annoyance. You do not seem affected at all, do you? She retorts that she almost had her back end bitten off. Once he finally calms down, Su Chen solemnly reminds her of their harsh reality. The zombie queen is no joke, and that massive horde of zombies she controls is already a major issue. He looks straight into the spirit's eyes, his tone turning cold and decisive. With her horde growing, the zombie queen will only get stronger. I simply cannot risk provoking such a terrifying entity just to help you. The female spirit stares at him in silence, her expression turning grave as she realizes she must offer something valuable, unless she can show him a card worth risking his life for. She lowers her head, long pink hair hiding her troubled face. She admits his words are true, but if he is willing to help her, she will do anything. Falling to her knees, she offers a daring oath. After succeeding, she is willing to become his slave. Su Chen lets out a cold laugh at her proposal, stepping closer with a skeptical look. Are you kidding me, expecting me to risk my life over a hollow promise? She asks what it will take for him to believe her. Su Chen's eyes flash with a sharp, ambitious gleam as he delivers his final demand, unless you hand over your spirit core to me. What handing that over is like handing over my very life to you. She looks at him with red eyes, full of hesitation, the air growing thick. To give or not to give, the choice is entirely yours. Su Chen watches her in silence, waiting for her final decision. After a brief struggle, the female spirit bites her lip, her eyes hardening with resolve. I understand. She reaches out definitively, handing over a glowing purple spirit core in hopes that he will keep his word. Taking the core, Su Chen smirks in triumph. Rest assured, from now on you belong to me, and I will help you. Hearing this, the female spirit closes her eyes, resigning herself to her fate with a tired sigh. I hope so. If nothing else is needed, I am leaving. Seeing her vanish, Su Chen frowns. Hey, Is this how a servant behaves, running off without even calling me master? Just like that, she disappears. He stares blankly at the empty space, rubbing his head with a sigh, too lazy to argue with her. Since she gave up her spirit core, he decides to let it go. Suddenly, the mood turns heavy as past life memories flood back. Images of the terrifying zombie queen flash before him. In his previous life, she led a massive horde that swept through the lands. Humans barely survived under her dark shadow. I mean, can you blame him for being cautious? Chen plays with a glowing core. He must kill her. To avoid living in a world of corpses, he has to take down the zombie queen. His time here is up. Without any further hesitation, he revs his engine, the roaring tires cutting through the silent air. The gold SUV tears away through the ruined streets, leaving Captain Bai standing alone in the debris, watching him go. Seeing this, Liu Xiaofeng steps forward and asks with confusion, Bai Kang, are you not going with Su Chen? Her eyes are filled with sadness, but she realistically shakes her head, wondering why she should follow when the base needs her. She is still far too weak to be of any real help to him right now. But the look on her face, but then her eyes turn resolute, promising herself that one day she will definitely catch up to his footsteps. Meanwhile, under a heavy downpour at an abandoned gas station, Van speaks up to break the quiet silence. Looking at the flickering fire, she asks Duan Ya with concern if lighting a campfire at a gas station is actually safe. Since fires are strictly banned at gas stations, Duan Ya smiles and teases that she can always go wait outside. Go stand out in the pouring rain. Van chuckles, saying her body just recovered, but her smile quickly fades. Hugging Duan Ya's arm anxiously, she asks where Su Chen went, admitting this dark weather makes her pretty scared. Duan Ya explains that since they could not hoard much fuel before the apocalypse, he went to look for leftovers. Just as Van complains about her growling stomach, strange footsteps suddenly echo from the heavy rain outside. Wondering when he will return, because she is starving, both girls suddenly whip their heads around in deep tension. Out of the rain walks a ragged old man covered in bizarre patches of blue ice, shivering and groaning miserably. He mutters about how freezing cold he is, completely ignoring their questions as his eyes roll back into his head. Lunging straight toward the warm campfire, he throws himself directly into the flames, leaving Duan Ya completely horrified. She screams out, asking if he is crazy for diving into the fire as thick black smoke begins to billow out. Van starts coughing violently and covers her mouth, realizing the smoke is toxic and warning Duan Ya to cover up. While they struggle, a sinister laugh echoes through the thick mist, praising their leader for his flawless scheme. Three burly men step forward and their leader sneers, expressing delight at finding two beautiful girls waiting for them. He chuckles, saying they wouldn't have wasted their poison if they knew, as Duan Ya demands to know who they are. The brute threatens to sell them off to the new world once they are finished playing around with them. Cornered, Duan Ya quickly draws her gun and aims it right at them, warning them to stay back. But the leader mockingly laughs, calling the gun a mere toy in front of a powerful ability user. Falling backward onto the wet ground, Duan Ya grits her teeth and issues one final desperate warning. She warns them to leave before Su Chen returns to make them pay, but the goons just laugh. They mockingly reveal that the man who left earlier was actually targeted long ago by a certain crazy woman. They clutch a deadly serrated weapon, stating that anyone marked by that crazy woman will not survive the night. Meanwhile, things get twisted as a creepy, messy-haired woman steps out of the dark with a massive, wicked grin. Looking around the empty room, she smirks at how foolish it is to step into such a tight, enclosed space alone. She lightly touches the door, her mocking, sarcastic voice warning him that doing this is an incredibly dangerous move. Her face twists into a monstrous scowl with sharp teeth, declaring that this setup is absolutely perfect for her. Suddenly, she opens her mouth and spews out a thick, glowing, blue, toxic gas that rapidly fills the entire room. Stomping her heels on the floor, she confidently struts through the dense poison and starts calling out for her prey. She playfully asks where her handsome little boy is hiding, telling him to quickly come out to her as she turns. Turning around with a triumphant smile, she brags that breathing even a tiny bit of this gas will overwhelm him, making it impossible for him to escape. She suddenly turns and spots a silent figure standing right behind her. Flirtatiously reaching out to the blurry silhouette, she mocks him for hiding there and tells him to come closer. But her eyes suddenly shrink in sheer horror as she realizes something is terribly wrong with her target. Standing in front of her is just a strange wooden dummy with a scribbled face, leaving her totally stunned. Before she can process what is happening, Su Chen suddenly appears behind her with an icy, mocking glare. Infuriated at being fooled, the crazy woman swings a heavy spiked chain, violently lashing out at him in rage. Su Chen stays completely calm and effortlessly catches her weapon with one hand, examining the strange heavy device. He wonders if this was crafted by a blacksmith, and with a simple flick of his finger unleashes a wave of invisible pressure. The crushing force instantly surrounds the crazy woman, making her face distort in agonizing pain under the immense mental strain. Su Chen coldly grabs her by the jaw to interrogate her, demanding to know where the blacksmith is located. She whimpers that she knows nothing, while a female spirit suddenly floats beside him, asking if the blacksmith is really that important. Chen notes that because the zombie queen's army is too strong, finding a blacksmith will greatly increase their chances of winning. To speed things up, the female spirit reaches her hand toward the madwoman's forehead to forcibly extract the information. The female spirit dives deep into the crazy woman's consciousness to search for answers, sending a psychic shockwave straight into her skull. The terrified woman stammers to know what she is doing, but the female spirit only smirks as she extracts valuable data. The old blacksmith is at New World, though details remain hazy. Something is wrong inside her brain. She collapses instantly. Trembling on the floor in pure despair, she desperately begs them to spare her miserable life. An image of a brain bound by mental chains flashes in her mind as she confesses they modified their own heads. She whimpers that one single thought from Chen could instantly crush her brain, leaving him looking at his spirit ally with complete disbelief. The female spirit shrugs in confusion, claiming she did absolutely nothing, but the terrified woman is convinced she is fully controlled. Desperate for survival, she repeatedly slams her head at Chen's feet, weeping that she can feel the binding mental chains inside her skull. She begs for mercy, promising to be his most loyal hound, which only makes Chen smirk with dark amusement. Standing tall, he looks down at the pathetic creature groveling at his boots and finds the whole situation highly entertaining. He coldly tells her to show him how well she can beg. Outside, black rain slowly drips down from a ruined gas station roof. Under the gloomy sky, a sudden stifling heat washes over Duan and Yun, making their faces flush red with discomfort. Yun gasps, asking Duan what is happening since her entire body feels like it is burning up. The thug leader grins with pure lust, watching the poison kick in as he steps forward to address their confusion. He chuckles, admitting that the smoke holds a little treat designed to make them feel highly cooperative and happy. Flexing his muscles, he scans their bodies with filthy eyes before promising his crew that they will get their turn next. But totally against their expectations, Duan and Yun suddenly stand up straight with completely calm and relaxed expressions. Yun sighs that Duan guessed right about their dirty trick, leaving the thugs baffled as to why they are not affected. Looking at the trash with pure disdain, she smirks as she breaks the bad news to them. She mocks that their cheap poison is utterly useless against awakened ability users, causing the leader to pale and scream for weapons. He panics, cursing and ordering his crew to draw their gear as 3 thugs quickly surround the 2 girls. They raise strange weapons, calling out their tactical positions, while Yun stares at the fat guy's toy with pure mockery. Though she laughs at his water gun, the fat thug boasts that it is a high-pressure weapon capable of taking them down. The leader channels his energy, a green aura wrapping around him as he boasts about combining his special ability with their gear. With attacks coming from 3 directions, he screams at the top of his lungs, ordering his men to fire immediately. Sharp ice arrows tear through the air, launching forward at a terrifying speed, but the attack takes a very unexpected turn. He gets hit first. Clutching his bleeding wounds in agony, he collapses to his knees in terror. Staring at his 2 traitorous men with absolute horror, he gasps to know why they just turned on their own boss. Suddenly, the female spirit Duji materializes right behind the 2 mind-controlled lackeys, sending a cold shiver through the room. Clutching his bleeding arm, the leader curses his own carelessness for letting his 2 useless underlings get brainwashed so easily. The steady click of high heels echoes across the pavement, instantly drawing the attention of the wounded and desperate boss. Duji steps forward with her usual deadly charm, causing the remaining lackeys to cheer in relief at her sudden arrival. Believing his savior has finally come, the leader laughs maniacally and boasts that the girl's boyfriend is as good as dead. Out of nowhere, Duji swings her arm. A devastating punch completely shatters the leader's smug face. He crashes to the dirt, clutching his broken face as he asks in absolute horror why she is attacking him. Duji looks down at him like a pathetic pile of garbage, ordering him to shut his filthy mouth immediately. She clamps her hand over his face with absolute crushing force, leaving his eyes bulging in terror as he struggles to breathe. Then Duji turns away and drops to her knees in total submission as a dark figure slowly emerges from the shadows. She bows her head reverently to greet her master Chen, pointing a trembling finger at the shivering boss lying on the ground. Eager for guidance, she asks how he wants to handle this trash who dared to disrespect him. He pats her head. Praising his loyal new pet, he leaves the foolish leader to her mercy. With a nod, Duji turns to the remaining thugs, barking orders at them to speed up their physical labor. She stands tall and commands them to surrender every drop of fuel, ordering them to bring out the gas barrels. Aiming to please her master, she has the heavy red fuel barrels slammed onto the cracked pavement. The thugs whisper among themselves with rebellious glares, quietly questioning why their powerful leader is acting like a slave. Even if she becomes their lapdog, they refuse to do the same. Screaming through the pain, the leader loudly protests. He objects to Poison Lady's decision, demanding to know why she is easily handing over the gasoline they worked so hard to find. Before he can finish, Poison Lady swings her glowing spiked chain with pure murderous intent. The brutal strikes begin tearing him apart. The lethal chain rips through his body, leaving him only able to shriek in agony. From a distance, Duan and Yun look on. They silently watch the brutal purge with cold expressions. But just as Poison Lady prepares the killing blow, Chen suddenly intervenes. He stops her, telling her to hold off on killing them. The kneeling leader desperately clings to his organization's last bit of authority. He threatens Chen, calling him a pretty boy and warning him that he is a member of the powerful New World organization. If released now, he promises to act like nothing happened. Chen merely approaches as a mysterious, overwhelming purple aura flares up around him. He coldly mutters that he has absolutely no habit of leaving behind any potential loose ends. The pressure in the air is intense. Reaching out, he summons crackling purple lightning, fully prepared to obliterate the arrogant thug. Without hesitation, a surge of energy erupts. A beam of mysterious purple light shoots from Chen's finger, piercing straight through the leader's head and leaving his accomplice paralyzed with fear. Chen stands tall with a cold stare, his voice calm yet absolutely dominant. In an instant, the leader's head completely explodes. A bright burst of energy flashes as blood and brain matter splatter everywhere. Poison Lady's eyes widen, completely speechless at the horrific sight. He examines the blast, muttering to the female spirit floating beside him that the head exploded much faster than he expected. Previously, Teacher Xiao discovered a strange parasite directly connected to the brain inside Poison Lady's head. They call it a brainworm. He stares down at the corpse of the Poison Lady from his previous life, his sharp eyes filled with deep analytical thoughts. However, the parasite inside her head was already dead. The female spirit stands next to a massive brainworm monster, explaining calmly. It seems Poison Lady's own internal toxins granted her natural immunity, but the worms in the other three were killed, taking them down too. The massive brainworm monster with glowing red eyes fades away. Chen realizes someone is using these parasites to control the new world. A massive brainworm monster with glowing red eyes looms. Chen grimly concludes that someone is using these parasites to control their targets. Looking over at Duan Ya and Yun standing in the distance, a wave of deep concern washes over his mind. He must find a reliable way to make both Duan Ya and Yun completely immune to these deadly parasites. Turning around, he calls out. Breaking the tense silence, Poison Lady suddenly kneels, calling him master and begging for orders. Suddenly, the space around them warps. A massive modern truck appears right before their eyes. When asked if she can drive, she stammers out a nervous yes. He orders her to get behind the wheel. Sitting in the driver's seat, she wonders where this vehicle even came from. Bitter thoughts fill her mind as she drives through the pouring rain, remembering she was once a squad leader for the New World. Now she is forced to be a mere puppet for someone else. Resentment flashes in her eyes, but reality quickly crushes it. To stay alive, she would gladly chew on tree bark or eat mutated rats. She simply does not care what it takes. But as she imagines the rest of the group happily enjoying hot pot, a wave of deep self-pity washes over her. Those jerks are actually eating hot pot without her. Angrily slamming the steering wheel, tears of sheer frustration begin to fall. It is the apocalypse after all, so where did they even get hot pot? Even the soup base should have expired ages ago. Yet the mouth-watering aroma drifts right into the front cabin. Frustrated and starving, she screams that she wants some too. Shaking her head wildly, she tries to hold onto her last shred of sanity, telling herself not to risk her life for food. Suddenly, the sharp pop of a soda can opening right beside her shatters her chaotic train of thought. Poison Lady turns with teary eyes, completely bewildered by the familiar sound. She gasps in utter shock at what she sees. Tears stream down her face as she realizes it is a can of Coca-Cola. They actually have soda in this wasteland. Yunan smiles, handing her an ice-cold can cheerfully, noting how long it must have been since she last had one. Poison Lady is stunned, wondering why they are suddenly acting so nice and what kind of scheme they are plotting. In the back, Yun whispers to Duan Ya that Chen loves being called master by girls, urging her to drink up. Is that really true? Yun turns back to Poison Lady and cheerfully introduces herself, welcoming her to the group. She tells her they are teammates now. Poison Lady wonders if this girl is hinting that she was also forced into this. Holding the soda, she quietly analyzes the situation. In this brutal apocalypse, relying on a strong man is just basic survival. Besides, no woman in her right mind could possibly turn down hot pot and ice-cold Coca-Cola. Still, she warns herself that this sweet temptation will not break her, vowing to find her own path eventually. At that exact moment, Duanya picks up a piece of steaming hot lamb and holds it right out to her. In front of her, he offers hot pot mutton, telling her to open wide. Poison Queen complies, automatically her cheeks flushing bright red. As Poison Queen exhales a puff of green gas, Yun gasps, asking if that toxic breath is her special ability. Poison Queen proudly explains that her toxic breath can cause men to suffer permanent impotence while women get consumed by absolute burning desire. However, she admits that against other awakened ability users, the overall potency of this toxic gas is quite a bit weaker. Hearing this, Chen gets a wild idea. Maybe they can use Poison Queen's ability to make Duan Ye and Yun immune. He thinks it might protect them from those brain parasites. Suddenly, Yun hugs Chen from behind, her face flushed with desire. She begs him to help because she feels so hot, leaving Poison Queen wide-eyed and completely panicked by her sudden, wild outburst. Poison Queen stammers that she did not mean to do it. Chen pulls Yunyan close, glaring coldly at Poison Queen, ordering her to focus on driving. Meanwhile, Duan Ye is not doing any better, slamming on the gas pedal, her heart burning with a mix of frustration and intense jealousy. Sighing, Poison Queen watches Duan Ye lose control, realizing she needs to leave the backseat drama to them. Suddenly, Duan Ye leans in close to Poison Queen with a curious look, asking her to share details about the new world. With a whine, Poison Queen asks if she gets to eat after talking, claiming she is starving. Duan Ye promises she will. Nodding, she asks what she wants to know, revealing she joined the new world by winning a beauty pageant. Soon, they arrive at a massive skyscraper towering over the ruins. Chen quietly wonders if this is indeed the new world. Agreeing, Poison Queen explains that while the new world is not huge, it is the most luxurious pleasure den around. As they walk closer, she guides them, detailing the sheer scale of the place, filled with auctions, black markets, and more. They have slaves, pageants, and even a deadly arena. Yun looks up at the massive tower, completely overwhelmed by its sheer height. In front of the gates, hundreds of people are crammed together, leaving Duan Ye wondering why there is such a massive crowd. Looking at the desperate crowd, Poison Queen explains that they are just ordinary, powerless survivors looking for a safe haven. To them, the new world is a life-saving lighthouse. Everyone wants in, but the entry requirements are incredibly brutal. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Chen steps forward with a cold gaze, telling them to head inside and assess the situation. Just then, a rough hand slams a dark green identity card decorated with a dragon and phoenix design onto the table. A one-eyed man standing on a high platform waves the card, screaming to the desperate, hungry crowd below. This identity card is their only ticket into the new world, promising a life free from danger and starvation. He laughs arrogantly, pointing toward the registration area while shouting that to get the card, they must first prove their worth. Everyone must pass a brutal, high-stakes challenge to prove they are actually worthy of entering the city. At the mention of a challenge, the crowd starts murmuring in fear. Chen just smirks, and honestly, we love to see his confidence. Even the new world follows this rule. The one-eyed man then announces that slots are strictly limited on a first-come, first-served basis. The announcement triggers absolute chaos. People push and shove, screaming about the limited slots and demanding to register immediately. Desperate to enter, they fight for a spot, yelling at each other to get out of the way while trying to register. At the back of a line, an angry woman shouts, demanding to know why women are not allowed to take the challenge. Seeing how complicated things have gotten, Poison Queen turns to face Chen with a very apologetic look on her face. She explains that the city guards handle the cards, meaning she cannot get them, so he will have to take the challenge. Hearing this, Yunyan loses her patience. She clenches her fists in excitement, suggesting they just fight their way inside instead. Gasping in panic, Poison Queen warns that the City Lord's elite guards are all high-level ability users, making a direct attack suicidal. Duan Ye crosses her arms, her sharp eyes filled with caution. She notes that the blacksmith they need is extremely cautious. If he finds out they are breaking in to capture him, he will likely panic and flee the city immediately. After weighing their options, Chen looks toward the gate, deciding to stay low-key and investigate the trial himself. He orders Poison Queen to guide the others inside through a different entrance while he handles the registration. Bowing in submission, Poison Queen agrees to the task. Chen splits from the group and heads to the registration desk. The one-eyed man glares at him, yelling that he is the final member needed to complete a squad. Announcing that the trial begins now, he points toward a dark, ancient forest nearby with a threatening tone. He warns them that a massive horde of mutated spiders has gathered in the back mountain, which is their target. However, he advises them to only lure them from the outer borders, warning them not to venture deep into the woods. To pass, they must bring back 5 mutated spider corpses or a single spider egg before sunset. Hearing this, a squad member turned pale. He yelled in protest, shouting that hunting 5 mutant spiders was an impossible demand, especially with the eggs buried deep inside the nest. Was he trying to send them all to their deaths? But Yen stared back with cold, lifeless eyes. If they couldn't get the eggs, they could bring back their corpses. Anyone who did not want to work could pack up and leave through the iron gates. No one was holding them back. He turned away, leaving them with a chilling warning. Solitary wanderers would quickly become easy prey for mutant spiders. Honestly, who would even survive that? Good luck to them. Once Du Yan was out of sight, the heavily tattooed squad leader approached Chen with a malicious sneer, calling him kid and noting that the other teams had already left. He told Chen to be smart and tag along unless he preferred being their helpless errand boy. Chen did not even look at him. He swept past like the wind, leaving the man stunned as he remarked that he preferred going alone for safety. Staring into the deep forest, Chen wondered if there really was a spider nest here. He decided to check it out. Humiliated right in front of his crew, the leader ground his teeth, glaring with pure hatred at Chen's retreating back. What an ungrateful, Brat One lackey whispered, asking if they should tail him and teach him a lesson. But the leader smiled, wickedly stopping his men. There was no need to bother with him, as fools like that would soon end up as corpses. They would simply wait right there, ambushing the other teams to steal all their hard-earned loot. Meanwhile, deep inside the gloomy forest, Chen strolled casually beneath the ancient towering trees. He muttered to himself, wondering where those tiny spiders were hiding, when suddenly, Chen froze. His cold gaze swept across the surrounding bushes as he issued a loud, provocative challenge for everyone to come out. Massive spiders began crawling down from the high branches. Chen observed them with genuine curiosity, wondering if there were any decent mutant spider bosses among this fairly large pack. Right then, countless glowing red eyes flared in the darkness, followed by sharp, hairy legs lunging forward. Chen let out a sigh, realizing there were none. He cracked his knuckles, a terrifying aura erupting as he stood surrounded. Let's see how many spirit crystals these weaklings can provide when put together. In a flash, Chen leaped high into the air, diving headfirst into the center of the monsters like a speeding arrow. With a thunderous boom, he crashed down, crushing a mutant spider's head with his bare hands. Green fluid splattered everywhere. Without missing a beat, he spun around, delivering a brutal blow wrapped in brilliant green energy that tore the beast clean in half. The remaining spiders watched in absolute terror as their comrade was instantly shredded. Mid-battle, Chen plunged from above his silhouette, tearing through space amidst a haze of toxic green smoke. His hands were soon drenched in thick green slime, with the mutant spider's blood still dripping slowly from his fingertips. Standing amidst a mound of giant spider corpses, Chen looked down at the carnage with a face of pure disappointment. Not even a single spirit crystal dropped, which was incredibly frustrating. Meanwhile, over at the center of the new world, a flashy billboard advertised the Rose of the Apocalypse beauty pageant, promising that the top 3 contestants would be awarded free permanent ID cards. Ya stared in absolute shock, wondering if a beauty pageant was actually happening here. Wait, are you serious? Right ahead, a manager pointed at a provocatively dressed girl, auctioning her off to the highest bidder by shouting that last week's 7th-place winner was available tonight for just 3 packs of instant noodles. Bidders immediately shouted higher offers, leaving Ya horrified by the degrading scene. But Ji glanced at the crowd with sheer disgust before turning to the girls, explaining that those who failed to make the top 3 were reduced to mere playthings to drain men's wallets. She assured them that gorgeous beauties like them would surely have no trouble. Walking into a dim corridor, Ya felt a pang of pity, seeing the emaciated women there. She asked if these pageants were held every single week. Ji explained with hollow, lifeless eyes that indeed last week's winner was currently competing for the monthly title. Those who refused this path had to fight in the death arena. This place would squeeze every drop of value out of them. Stopping at a door, Ji urged them with a serious expression. For most women here, getting food and safety without risking their lives outside was already 100 times better. She told them to change quickly while she waited outside. As the door shut, Ji sighed, muttering that they were incredibly lucky to serve their master, enjoying a life of peaceful paradise. Suddenly, a cold, dry creak sounded from behind. A man approached, his voice dripping with lust, calling out to Ji about the 2 fine pieces of cargo she had brought. The city lord's bodyguard, Du Yan, closed in with a sinister grin, claiming he had already spotted the 2 girls earlier and demanding they be sent to his room immediately. Ji replied with a trembling voice, calling him Lord Du Yan. Stroking his chin with pure malice, the man declared he wanted a taste. If they pleased him, he might hand over 2 permanent ID cards. Ji gasped in shock, her lips tightly pressed together in growing dread. But they do not even let her finish. One Eye turns his back, growling with authority. No excuses, he makes the rules here. He demands she poison them to make things exciting. Ji stands frozen, her mind torn apart by intense guilt. Offending him means losing any chance at getting those identity cards. With no other choice, she has to resort to this. A moment later, the dressing room door cracks open. Ji steps inside, her eyes filled with calculating guilt as she looks at Ya. Yun and Ya look up innocently, but a thick green toxic mist instantly engulfs them both. The 2 girls collapse against each other, gasping for air. Ya struggles to speak, asking why they were poisoned. Her face flushes red as her vision blurs from the toxin. She groans out Ji's name as they tremble and hold each other tight. Yun gasps out that this feeling is too strange. Ji watches them, her expression cold but hiding a flicker of pain. She quietly apologizes, whispering that this is the only way and asking them to bear with the pain for just a little while. As delirium sets in, Yun weakly calls out to her sister, but Ya can only tell her to hang on. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, glasses clink as 2 villains celebrate. The muscular lackey laughs and flatters his boss. He praises the boss for acting so fast, especially since he never forgets to share these top-tier beauties with his men. One Eye takes a sip of wine and laughs, saying that sworn brothers always share, especially when the girls are this stunning. Finding women like this would have been impossible before the apocalypse. The muscular lackey is so excited his eyes practically bulge out. He complains that he cannot wait any longer. And right on cue, get this, the sharp click of high heels echoes down the hallway. The sound gets closer and the doors swing wide open. One Eye smirks, knowing his prizes have finally arrived. Duan Ya and Yun Yun step inside wearing revealing outfits, their faces flushed red from the poison as they lean on each other. They stand dazed before these monsters. One Eye grins wickedly at their sluggish state, realizing the poison is working perfectly. He cannot wait for what is about to happen. His large henchman greedily eyes the girls, calling them absolute masterpieces. He tells his boss to take the first pick. One Eye points at Duan Ya with a smug, greedy smile. He claims the long-haired beauty and leans in his hungry gaze locked onto her flushed face. He mutters that she is exactly his type. Eager to get his hands on the other, the lackey lunges forward. He wraps his arms around Yun Yun, but his eyes widen in pure shock. He has never seen someone so proactive before. The two villains laugh, praising Duji for her great work and promising to reward her handsomely for this. But out of nowhere, a deadly crimson light flashes inside the eyes of the two poisoned girls. One Eye freezes in confusion. Suddenly, both men fall into a deep illusion, passionately wrapping their arms around each other instead. Lost in their trance, the two lustful thugs collapse onto the floor. Duan Ya stands tall, looking down with a freezing glare. A dark red aura surrounds her as she smirks. These two were way easier to control than she expected. Duji stands by the door, completely terrified by what she just witnessed. She stammers that their power is too brutal. Union glares at her, complaining about the terrible poison. Did they really have to go through that for these scumbags? She complains about having to endure that awful feeling. Duji quickly tries to explain, her face full of worry. She explains that her master said her poison can actually resist brain worms and she was simply terrified of them getting infected. Getting close to the city lord's guards is risky. Duan Ye sighs, her face still slightly flushed from the toxin. She agrees that keeping this state is necessary to prevent the brain worms from invading them in the new world. Yun Yun hugs herself, shivering from the intense stimulation. She groans that this is way too uncomfortable. She tells them to hurry and grab the identity cards. Duji points toward the two men tangled together on the floor. Yun Yun jokes that those two will stay locked in their trance. If Duji wants, she can stay and watch. Duji looks back with utter disgust. She is amazed by how terrifyingly strong her friends have become. She quickly runs to catch up with them, calling out for them not to leave her behind in this creepy place. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark forest, a group of desperate hunters gazes toward the misty, towering peaks of the mountain. They realize they were lied to, having come all this way just for the Spider King's valuable crystal. Hiding in the bushes, one subordinate asks if they are going the right way, wondering if their leader is lost again. The captain frowns, trying to read his map. But he suddenly freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. He looks down at the ground. One of his men trembles, pointing out the sheer number of corpses scattered everywhere. The hunters panic as they examine the grisly scene. Worse yet, the heads of the corpses are completely missing. The crystal core is also smashed to pieces. The captain snaps his head up, staring into the deep darkness of the forest. Gritting his teeth in fury, he mutters that someone beat them to the punch. Right at that exact moment, a burst of killing intent surges from above. Tu Fan narrows his eyes, his pupils flashing as he senses the incoming danger. Lightning fast, he quickly dodges to the side cleanly, evading a heavy sneak attack from a massive dark shadow. But immediately, a thick stream of spider silk shoots out like a white spear from the shadows straight toward him. The thread wraps tightly around Tu Fan's arms, pulling him back and forcing him to brace himself. Now rooted to the spot, Tu Fan's eyes turn cold inwardly, kicking himself for being so careless. From above, a mutated giant spider with purple armor and dozens of glowing red eyes drops down. Nobody expected a beast of this size to still be hiding here. Tu Fan calmly looks up at the monster energy already pooling in his hands. This beast feels like it is close to rank 2. Hiding behind nearby trees, a group of hunters watches in shock. One of the lackeys stammers, asking who this guy is. He is taking on the monster nest completely alone. The lackey warns the boss that this target doesn't look weak at all. The captain sneers, his eyes glittering with ruthless greed. He scoffs at the question, knowing exactly what to do next. They are going to sit back and enjoy the show first. He glares at Tu Fan with pure contempt, anticipating his demise. The old captain chuckles maliciously, whispering that he cannot wait to see the kid's corpse hanging from the web. Yet, despite the spider's silk tightening and wrapping aggressively around his body, Tu Fan does not panic at all. His gaze turns incredibly sharp and icy. Grabbing those thick threads, he gives them a powerful, decisive yank. The giant Spider King opens its hideous jaws, roaring as it lunges down to swallow its prey. With one effortless motion, Tu Fan unleashes his energy, shattering the webs. Freeing his hands, he steps back and channels massive power into his fist. A devastating punch explodes outward. Under the sheer force, the massive Spider King instantly disintegrates, leaving the watching hunters utterly speechless. Their eyes nearly pop out in sheer disbelief. One punch was all it took. Sensing an opportunity, the captain gets ready. He draws his gleaming broadsword and roars, commanding his crew to move in and seize the crystal core immediately. A muscular subordinate grips his glowing weapon tightly, looking back at the captain to report that they are fully prepared. Sweating slightly, the captain flashes a sinister smile. He nods, noting that their weapons are sharp and their teamwork is solid. Another bald lackey beside him sneers confidently, boasting that this plan has worked flawlessly for them dozens of times before. A bald thug nearby smirks, slyly hyping up the boss. They have pulled this off so many times it is guaranteed to succeed without a single hitch. Watching from behind a tree, the captain stares greedily at Tu Fen planning his move. Meanwhile, Tu Fen stoops down to pick up a glowing purple crystal. The captain scoffs, muttering that the kid's time is up. Just as Tu Fen holds the crystal, the captain grins maliciously. He prepares to show him his real power. Suddenly, veins bulge all over the captain's face as he roars, activating his rare spatial ability, positional displacement. Holding the purple gem, Tu Fen instantly senses the space around him warping and twisting. He frowns in deep suspicion. With a sudden flash, Tu Fan's body blurs and completely vanishes from his spot, leaving behind only quiet forest air. In the blink of an eye, the captain appears exactly where Tu Fan was standing just a single second ago. The scene shifts instantly. Tu Fan finds himself teleported next to a tree tightly bound by heavy iron chains. Armed hunters surround him, weapons drawn and pointed at his chest. Over where Tu Fan once stood, the captain gloats. He holds the purple crystal, laughing triumphantly at his highly successful trap, his eyes wide with absolute ecstasy. He greedily admires his shiny new prize. Even with heavy chains locking him down, Tu Fan remains completely unfazed. He calmly mocks the greedy bandits, asking if they have already trapped many people using this spatial swap trick. It is a quite rare ability indeed, especially with these pre-prepared chains already waiting to trap the victim. The captain turns around, sneering at Tu Fan like he is a dead man. He tells him to shut up. Even surrounded by bloodlust, Tu Fan just smiles coldly. He asks if they really think they are the hunters here. Even the most experienced hunters can easily get taken down by their own prey if they get too cocky. The captain snarls in fury, ordering his men to eliminate him immediately and show him who the real prey is. Hearing the command, the bloodthirsty thugs immediately rush forward with their swords raised, screaming for him to die. But as their heavy blades strike Tu Fan's body, they fail to leave even a single scratch on him. The thugs hack at him relentlessly, and yet Tu Fan's body remains as indestructible as a solid boulder. The swift counterattack leaves the captain jaw-dropped. Cold sweat drenches his forehead. His subordinate collapses onto the dirt, staring in absolute panic at his shattered weapon. The blade is completely ruined. The captain grinds his teeth, in sheer terror, veins bulging on his forehead. The other hunters quickly pull back their damaged weapons and retreating, stammering that everyone needs to fall back. Amid the chaos, Chen stands completely unfazed. His oppressive aura leaves them utterly terrified. What kind of monster is this guy? Cold sweat drips down the captain's chin as he steps back, trembling. A horrifying thought crosses his mind. His skin is like iron. Could he be a level 2 human? He screams out in pure despair. Yes, a level 2 human. Hearing this, the hunters completely freeze up. The bald lackey shrieks in panic, unable to believe a level 2 is actually here. With bronze skin and iron bones, he matches a level 2 beast. But before they can even run, a deafening blast echoes out and the heavy chains on Chen shatter to pieces, making the bald hunter scream in panic. The chains broke. Without a second of hesitation, the terrified captain leaps into the air to escape. Run for your lives, scatter now, he screams. Watching them scramble, Chen lets out a dark and mysterious smirk, leaving the captain to mutter in pure despair. And honestly, who could have seen this insane power upcoming? Those heavy steel chains that had crushed countless others now lay useless in Chen's hands, shattered into tiny pieces. He calmly looks down at the broken metal with an eerie composure, then slowly raises his head as his eyes suddenly flash with a sinister, fiery glow, locking onto his fleeing enemy. Does he really think he can escape now? A surge of purple energy erupts, wrapping his body like a god of death. It won't be that easy. Fleeing for his life through the dense branches, the panicking captain tries to comfort himself with his own greed. So what if he is level 2? Once I steal a few more energy cores, I will break through too. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure closes in from behind. He whips his head around, his eyes stretching wide with sheer horror. What is that? Like a descending demon, Chen dives from the sky, hovering right above the hunter's head with glowing purple eyes demanding the energy core. The hunter's face twists in sheer terror, unable to react before a heavy fist, packed with destructive force, comes crashing down, demanding it back. In that near-death moment, his survival instincts kick in, and the captain desperately triggers his saving grace, the substitution spell. As the magic activates, the silhouette of a hooded lackey running in another part of the dark forest suddenly blurs and vanishes completely into thin air. Instantly, the captain reappears in the lackey's place, crashing hard onto the wet grass and groaning in pain. He quickly wipes the heavy sweat pouring down his face, letting out a twisted smile after barely escaping death. That was way too close. Thank goodness for my life-saving ability. But his expression quickly darkens with venomous rage, grinding his teeth and slamming his fist into the dirt. I will remember this grudge, and I will end you. But back at the battle site, fresh red blood drips onto the cold ground, forming a deep, dark pool. The unfortunate decoy is indeed his own hooded subordinate. Talk about a brutal twist. His eyes bulge with bloodshot terror as, letting out an agonizing shriek, without a single second of hesitation, Su Chen's energy-clad hand slices through the air, claiming the decoy's life in a clean decapitation. The eerie silence of the deep forest is broken by a disdainful mumble, using your own ally as a shield. The faint moonlight casts down, outlining Su Chen's towering figure, as he stands tall and cold, looking down at the bloody corpse. A subtle, ruthless smirk plays on his lips, creating a chilling, deadly expression. If that is how it is, finding just one of you will be more than enough. Moving instantly, his eyes gleam with a mesmerizing crimson glow as he unleashes a sensory scan over the entire area. His vision instantly shifts, revealing the bright thermal signatures of the fleeing hunters clearly outlined against the dark woods. Further away, the captain is completely oblivious that he has already been locked on as the next prime target. He runs for his life, gasping heavily for air as Su Chen's chilling words continue to echo in his ears, like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. A bright light descends right behind his back, which also means everyone has been found. Sensing the heavy bloodlust directly from above, the captain looks up in absolute shock, hurtling down toward him. His pupils shrink as the color completely drains from his face, muttering in sheer hopelessness. This is impossible. Su Chen's glowing purple eyes lock onto his prey as he crashes down like a meteor, sending the hunter screaming in agony. Is this really happening again? Terrified, the captain tries to grasp at any survival, down to his last life. The captain roars and triggers his transposition skill once more. In a flash, another lackey is swapped in. His body slams violently down, taking the fatal blow meant for his boss. The shockwave spreads. The unlucky hunter lies motionless inside the deep crater, left by the brutal impact, completely knocked out. Narrow escape. Again. The sweating captain panics. His eyes dart around wildly. He desperately tells himself that he needs to get out of this cursed place. But before he can even make his move, his footsteps freeze instantly. A sudden icy breath brushes against the back of his neck, sending a cold shiver straight down his spine. Stranded in the pitch-black forest, the terrified hunter frantically scans around, in absolute panic. Where should he run? Gritting his teeth, he decides to blindly take a wild gamble and bolts forward. Run. Just run in one direction with everything he has and he might make it out. Behind him, Su Chen steps onto the second dead decoy with a cold gaze. He notes that the next decoy needs to act much faster. His eyes flare with a blood-red light. His expression turns dangerous. It would be quite troublesome if his target actually managed to escape. Leaping across the high tree branches, Su Chen suddenly squints in surprise. Meanwhile, the captain continues to run for his life. Below, gritting his teeth and cursing, sweating profusely, the man suddenly whips his head back and roars in pure anger about the endless sneak attacks. He stares back into the dark with eyes filled with pure hatred, waiting for him. He vows to keep his eyes locked backward to block any surprise strikes. Relying on his unique transposition ability, he yells confidently, in hopes of surviving until he grows stronger. Suddenly, his pupils shrink in sheer terror. His feet grind to a halt. Sliding on the grass and leaving two deep tracks, he breaks out in a cold sweat upon seeing a towering figure standing right ahead of him. Staring at his enemy waiting calmly in front of him, he stammers out, "How did you even find me?" Su Chen tilts his head with a mocking smile, replying that the captain might not even believe it. He strolls toward the despairing hunter, remarking that this time the man practically delivered himself straight into his trap, completely cornered. Now, the desperate hunter tries to activate his final card once again. He curses aloud, claiming that he still cannot be killed before his transposition skill can even activate. Su Chen's arm, wrapped in a sinister black energy, swings down in a lightning fast strike. A purple light flashes, instantly crushing his foe. Su Chen closes his eyes and coldly declares, "Far too slow." Leaving the bloody forest behind, the scene shifts to a backpack where a chubby cat paw slowly pokes out. The fat cat peeks its head out from the purple bag, letting out a confused meow. It then strolls between a pair of slender legs clad in attractive black stockings. This is the backstage of a beauty pageant. Duji pulls back the red curtain, leading Duan, Ya, and Yunyun inside. As they step through, Duji and Yunyun suddenly freeze, their eyes widening in surprise. They are greeted by a crowd of scantily clad, utterly hideous contestants who are actively whispering among themselves. Dooji breaks into a cold sweat. While Union frowns in concern, she notes that with these weaklings around, they could easily win with eyes shut. Ya calmly scans the room, wondering why everyone is staring at them with such hostile eyes. Her stunning figure radiates a confident aura as she warns them to remain careful. Suddenly, a chubby girl with a face caked in makeup angrily steps up to block their path. She puts her hands on her hips, arrogantly telling them to stop right there. The other ugly contestants join in with hostile glares, demanding to know what they think they are doing. Just then, a pair of purple high-heeled boots slowly approaches. A glamorous woman dressed in a sleek purple slit dress makes her dramatic entrance, with an air of superiority, wanting to see who dares cause trouble here. Yunan gasps and points as Dooji stares, in shock at the newcomer. It is the superstar Lin Meyer, who arrogantly demands order only to be cut off by a mocking voice. Lin Meyer claims no one is worthy of being her rival and orders them to scram, but a sharp retort cuts her off. Ye steps forward with a piercing gaze, scoffing at the big talk from a superstar who slept her way to the top with directors. The smile on Lin Meyer's face instantly vanishes, replaced by a mixture of shock and rage. She grits her teeth, glaring at her former best friend as she spits out her name with pure, concentrated venom. Without giving Ye a chance to speak, Lin Meyer throws a swift kick wrapped in dark purple energy right at her face. Ye reacts instantly without even blinking. She cleanly dodges to the side, but her rival immediately follows up with a rapid flurry of strikes. Moving like lightning, Ye kicks back, their slender legs colliding with fiery force and creating shockwaves that make even Dooji break into a sweat. Ye stares at Lin Meyer with a mocking smile, saying she is surprised she is still alive. Lin Meyer sneers back that she is sorry to disappoint her. Seeing them clash instantly, confused Union asks if they know each other. Their eyes lock with intense hatred as Ye. She fiercely exposes her rival's true face. What kind of best friend puts hair removal cream in your shampoo or sneaks laxatives into your water and stuffs dead rats in your closet? Yet she claims she was the innocent one who always wanted to be the star. Lin Meyer rants that her dream was to act, yet Ye kept stealing her lead roles. Ye recalls the past and sneers. She mockingly fires back that she only joined the audition as company and never wanted to act. Besides, didn't Lin Meyer use her body to sleep with the director to get the part? Lin Meyer snaps in a fury, telling her to shut up. It was all because of that vixen, otherwise she would never have served that old man. Ya just smirks, asking if being beautiful is her fault. Dooji and Wan sweat bullets, witnessing the fiery exchange. Wan swallows hard, whispering that this is her first time seeing Ye so incredibly fierce. The two women glare daggers at close range. Lin Meyer boasts that Ye is still as arrogant as ever. She claims she is now a famous superstar whom everyone knows, boasting that no man can resist her. But Ye coldly crushes her ego, pointing out that in this apocalypse absolutely nobody cares who she is. Suddenly, they both swing their legs out to show off their long, slender thighs. Lin Meyer provokes her, challenging her to see who is truly more charming. Ye refuses to back down, telling her to keep her eyes wide open to see who takes the crown. Outside, the stage lights up. The master of ceremonies raises his microphone and shouts to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the New World Beauty Pageant is finally beginning. In the crowd, men cheer wildly and nudge each other with excitement. They can barely contain themselves as the show gets underway. They scream for the show to start, claiming this is their only joy. They risk their lives working for the city lord just for this. One man yells at the top of his lungs, shouting that he starved for a whole month just to buy a woman today. Meanwhile, the host announces that tonight's champion will receive a personal audience with the city lord, shocking the entire crowd. Whispers erupt over whether the city lord himself is actually attending. Backstage, Dooji leans in closer to Ya to whisper. She explains that this explains why Lin Meyer is so desperate to win. If they can get the lord to help find a blacksmith, be able to get the city lord to help find a blacksmith, ensuring victory with minimal effort. Ya looks on with determination, vowing that they absolutely cannot let her take first place. Meanwhile, Union turns red, holding her trembling body as she groans. I need to get Chen to help me detoxify quickly. This feels so awful. Over in another corner, Lin Meyer smirks slyly, thinking to herself, I bribed everyone from the host to the judges long ago. Do those girls seriously think they can beat me? She casually applies her bright red lipstick, ordering the ugly, thuggish contestants standing around her. Just to be absolutely safe, do not let them set foot outside, and you will all be handsomely rewarded. Back on stage, the host announces excitedly. Next up, please welcome our esteemed panel of judges for today. He then looks at the two guys next to him in confusion, asking why they are not sitting down. One-eyed Baldy stands frozen, sweating and grimacing as he complains to his junior. I do not know why, but ever since I woke up my butt has been burning. I literally cannot sit down at all. One-eyed Baldy turns to the long-haired guy at the center podium with gratitude. If Mu Yin had not woken us up, we would have missed the competition completely. The long-haired guy smirks and replies, it was nothing. Holding the mascot hat, Mu Yin shudders at the disgusting memory. He always knew these two brothers were perverts, but when he found them, they were naked, messing around with each other. The haunting memory flashes through his mind. He clicks his tongue, thinking it would be a miracle if their butts did not hurt right now. He breaks into a cold sweat, his forced smile twitching. Did I just discover some dark, forbidden secret? Am I going to get silenced for this? Without keeping the crowd waiting, the host gestures toward the curtain, driving the hype to a boiling point. Let us see who will seize the championship and claim their ticket into the elite class of the new world. Step right up. Amidst the wild cheers, the velvet curtain is pulled back and the crowd gasps in excitement. Duan Ye Union and Du Ji step out with an overwhelming gorgeous presence. Seeing the beautiful trio arrive, Lin Mir's thuggish goons glare at them with pure hatred and jealousy. A fat thug lunges forward, raising her fists with a roar. Idiots, did you actually think this would be a fair fight? Let us kill these three pests first. Yet Duanya stands her ground, completely calm, unfazed by the threat. While things are playing out exactly as expected, a woman with heavily rouged cheeks swings a pitch-black axe and charges forward with a mad laugh. It is a savage scene. In this wasteland, whoever has the bigger fist makes the rules. Van Van's eyes flash with a deadly light. She sneers coldly and says to leave these pathetic small fry to her, ignoring their desperate screams as they jump in like moths to a flame. Van Van calmly slides off her gloves, her voice dripping with pure provocation as she prepares to face the crowd. She challenges them to see whose fist is truly bigger. Gathering a colossal shockwave of raw power, Van Van unleashes a devastating strike. A massive shockwave blasts the group of wicked women into the air, smashing a huge wall to pieces. The remaining onlookers witness the absolute horror. They freeze in shock, jaws dropping as they scream out in despair. What is that? They tremble in absolute terror. They watch Yunyun swell in size. She transforms into a massive giant, towering over the tiny ants below, her eyes burning with rage. Now she mutters, let me send you all packing. Meanwhile, on the glamorous stage, a high heel steps out. Lin Mayer casually struts onto the runway. The entire arena erupts in deafening screams as fans lose their minds over the big star. No one expected Lin Mayer. The judges hold up shining nines, giving her a perfect score. The crowd of men goes absolutely wild, thrilled to lay eyes on their reigning champion superstar once again. Champion Lin Mayer glares back at the wings with a smug smirk, thinking Duan Ye really believes she would make this easy. Before her smugness even settles, the announcer booms over the microphone, introducing the next contestant to the stage. Lin Mayer's eyes shrink in pure shock as her face pales. What? Suddenly, the massive ceiling above them is violently torn open. A figure in blinding light descends, landing right in the ruined arena. What is happening? Streaks of energy explode like fireworks, lighting up the sky. People scream as things blow up above. Through that dazzling display, Duan Ya steps down like a celestial goddess. Gorgeous angel wings spread wide behind her, leaving the onlookers completely mesmerized by her radiant presence. Lin Mir snaps her head up. Sweat drips down her face as rage and sheer terror twist her expression. She stutters, wondering what that is. But the beautiful display instantly turns into a horrific nightmare as blood rains down. Severed limbs rain down. Lin Mir shrieks in sheer panic, stumbling backward. She shudders, staring down in horror as a bloody, mangled chunk of flesh drops right at her feet. Her eyes widen and her face turns pale as the sickening reality hits her. These are human body parts. Trapped under the gruesome red rain, she collapses to the floor, clutching her head and stammering. What is happening? In stark contrast, the three judges sit blankly, calmly watching the slaughter. One notes the backstage competition is deadlier than ever. It is a pity all the girls seem dead. What now? Backstage, Du Ji narrows her eyes at Duan Ya landing. Meanwhile, Union frowns, complaining that she was also launched into the sky. Talk about showing no mercy. Duan Ya crushed her spotlight. Lin Mayer grinds her teeth, tearing her clothes with trembling hands. Duan Ya forced her hand. Right on stage, Lin Mayer prepares to strip. She turns her back and sheds all her garments. The crowd below erupts in wild, passionate cheering. Lin Mayer chooses the most shameless way to stand out, showing off her body to thousands of staring eyes. The judges award perfect scores. 3 tens. She laughs, declaring herself the winner. Now things shift to a dark skyscraper in the New World base, where a window glows red. Inside, a scarred man orders his provocative waitress, "Take the identity card down there." The waitress, Jade Rabbit, bows respectfully and prepares to deliver it. Jade Rabbit carries the tray, walking past heavily armed guards. Back on stage, Duji smirks. The Lord sent the card so quickly. Jade Rabbit steps through the gory mess of flesh, calmly announcing that she has brought the identity card. Duan Ye steps forward to ask for the Lord. Duji follows. She wants in too. They reach for the black cards as a flat voice speaks. Each gets one. Suddenly, a demonic claw points at Lin Mir. The old judge speaks, declaring Lin Mir the champion. He congratulates her on entering the new world and being hand-selected by the city lord to move upstairs. Lin Mir's eyes gleam. She will finally rule over everyone. Jade Rabbit gestures. Step right this way. Duji sighs to Duan. Yeah, we lost. We cannot see the lord. Suddenly, an eerie voice whispers in the background. Are you disappointed? Ignoring the creepy voice, Duan smiles. She remains calm, thinking that since they have the identity card, they can handle everything else later. The scene returns to the eerie crimson window of the silent skyscraper. High up on the top floor, the Jade Rabbit girl steps forward. She approaches a wheelchair, bowing respectfully. She reports that Miss Lin is ready. A weak, raspy voice groans in response. The old man sitting in the wheelchair slowly turns around, revealing a shriveled, scarred face. This is the ruler of the new world. Lord Kanglang chuckles weakly, muttering that youth is indeed wonderful. Too bad he is far too old to feel those desires anymore. Jade Rabbit silently begins pushing his wheelchair forward. Meanwhile, the creepy old lord continues to mumble in a deeply unsettling, raspy voice. Everything in this world is far too boring for a decaying old man like him. He has only one minor hobby left to enjoy. His cloudy eyes flash with a sinister light as his grin twists into a grotesque sneer. He claims he just wants to plant some flowers. Right ahead of him stands a massive bubbling glass tank. Inside floats a horrifying mermaid with a human torso and a stitched-together tail. Her body is covered in thick scars, and her bloodshot eyes glare like a zombie as she claws at the glass. The old monster laughs heartily. He finishes his sentence with a wicked grin, saying he wants to raise some fish. Looking at the hideous creature, Lord Kang Lang smiles cruelly. He remarks that she was indeed a famous superstar, still so beautiful. This mermaid, once a proud celebrity, can only glare back in fury. Her bloodshot eyes stare through her oxygen mask. The cold lord merely mocks her, telling her not to look at him with that hateful glare. She should actually feel lucky that she got to become his fish. Just then the doors slide open and Jade Rabbit walks back in. She leads a small skinny boy inside and respectfully reports that the child has arrived. Keeping a blank face, she continues her cold report. The boy has passed his physical exam and is perfectly healthy. Lord Kang Lang nods slowly, a sinister satisfaction creeping onto his wrinkled face. He pats the boy with his rough hand, pretending to be a gentle savior. He asks the child if he is scared of this place. The innocent boy looks up with wide, grateful eyes. He says he is not afraid because without the Lord, they would have starved. Lord Kang Lang's smile grows increasingly twisted as a sinister crimson aura begins to crackle and hiss around his skeletal, withered fingers. He tells the boy there is no need to thank him. After all, his eyes flash with a greedy red light. Terrifying brain parasites erupt from his palm, instantly swarming the poor boy's head. The old monster whispers that these kids are indeed his future. Forced to witness this brutal horror, the mermaid inside the tank thrashes violently, tears streaming down her face. She screams in absolute silence. Meanwhile, Lord Kang Lang throws his head back and laughs, basking in the fresh life force surging into his body. This is his fountain of youth. The drained child collapses onto the cold floor as a grotesque parasite wriggles out of his hair. The old beast mutters that only children possess this vital energy. His bloated, decaying body seems to regain a fraction of its former strength. Exhaling a pale green mist, he sighs with regret. The stolen youth never lasts long enough. Standing by his side, Jade Rabbit offers a cold solution. Since he controls every single woman in this area, they can force them to breed as many children as he needs. The Lord frowns, calculating his options. It is still not enough. He needs to harvest more crystal cores to level up his supernatural abilities. Staring out the window, his voice swells with boundless ambition. That power is exactly what transformed a decaying corpse like him into a ruler. This city is just the starting point of his path to eternal life. Bowing her head, Jade Rabbit promises to speed up the core harvesting. The Lord waves his hand dismissively, his eyes flashing with raw cruelty. He tells her to get on it and to handle a minor issue. He orders her to dispose of those troublesome women below. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Yun is completely drenched in sweat. She gasps for air, complaining that Duji's poison is incredibly annoying. Supporting her trembling body, Duanya tries to calm her down. She urges Yun to bear with it for now. Frustrated and exhausted, Yun whimpers about how terrible she feels. Keeping her cool, Duanya glares at Duji with sharp, commanding eyes. She tells her that they got the identity token. Now Duji needs to guide them into the city. But out of nowhere, a booming, rude voice yells for them to wait. Suddenly, two massive shadows leap straight down from the spectator stands. Dust erupts into the air as the towering, one-eyed brothers land heavily. They block the path of the three girls, demanding to know where they think they are going. The hulking brute licks his lips. His sleazy gaze sweeps over Duanya and Yun. It is rare to find such high-grade beauties out here. The brothers declare they will make a massive exception and spend a fortune to buy them both. Up on the stands, Mu Yingxiao watches. He crosses his arms with a mocking smirk, commenting on how generous they are. Terrified, Duan Ya backs away, whispering what this means. Duji narrows her eyes, reminding them of her previous warning that women here are treated as mere resources. Even with an ID is all the same, everything has a price. The bald thug smirks, pulling out a glowing blue crystal. He offers one valuable crystal core for each of them. Everyone knows how precious cores are, making this an insane offer. Nobody usually throws them away like this. But the brute laughs, bragging that he and his brother are already incredibly strong. Besides, the pleasure they will get from these girls is something they simply cannot resist. Hearing this, Yunyun's face flushes. Duanya and Yunyan suddenly change their expressions, both wearing a dangerously wicked smirk. Yet there is a chance that the one who actually wants to stop but cannot is actually not us. Duanya's eyes suddenly flash with a sinister crimson light, unleashing an overwhelming wave of mental pressure. Let me help you to remember a little bit. In an instant, the eyes of both giant men are also dyed, a bright crimson falling completely under her spell. Without hesitation, the two giants turn to look at each other with deep, passionate desire. Their eyes burn with the exact same lust as before. The bizarre scene repeats as the two muscular men rush and entwine with each other, passionately ignoring everything around them as they disappear deep into the dark forest. Meanwhile, the giant spider corpse lies cracked and silent in the clearing. A young man carrying a heavy backpack approaches, pulling up his scarf to cover his face. He frowns in disappointment. He is one step too late. The Spider King is dead and its core is gone. Even though he missed out on the core, his eyes remain calm. He mutters that luckily his actual goal was never the core. With a sharp blade cutting through the wind, he decisively slices off the giant's spider legs one by one. He shoulders the bundle of thorny legs, looking satisfied and ready to leave. This many spider legs should be more than enough. Suddenly, his pupils contract as he senses a terrifying wave of killing intent rushing at him from behind. Fast as lightning, Chen bursts out of the shadows, throwing a devastating energy-infused punch straight at the stranger's head. The stranger reacts instantly, spinning around to block with a palm strike. Their twin powers clash violently, sending sparks flying. Like constant lightning, the terrifying force pushes the young man back, sweat breaking out as he grits his teeth in shock. This guy is too strong and he has no interest in a pointless fight. He quickly shouts to explain, telling him to wait. He explains that he did not come to steal the core, nor does he want to fight. Chen is completely unmoved. With an ice-cold face, his killing intent remains sharp as he demands to know why he should believe him. The stranger slips away to dodge, sweating with a forced smile as he says that whether Chen believes it or not, it is the truth. He raises his hands into a stance, his eyes resolute and fearless, warning that if he goes all out, Chen might not easily walk away with an easy victory. Pointing at the pile of spider legs, he sincerely suggests that his only goal is these legs, so why not stop here and become friends? He introduces himself as Wang Song, stating he would be deeply grateful. Chen narrows his eyes, completely shocked. No way could this really be Wang Song, the legendary Black Blade expert from his past life. Why is he here? Could he also be looking for the blacksmith? Instantly pulling back his killing intent, Chen offers a friendly fist bump to show peace. He agrees to make a friend, telling him he can take the spider legs. Wang Song smiles and cups his hands in thanks. Chen puts his hands in his pockets, walking alongside him and casually asking if he is also joining the new world. He then introduces himself as Chen, saying he heard the place is pretty decent. He then asks what Wang Song needs the spider legs for. Wang Song shoulders his bundle of giant legs and turns toward the deep forest. He explains a friend asked him to find them, and since he has urgent business, he must leave. After a few steps, Wang Song suddenly stops and turns around, giving him a serious, meaningful warning. He warns Chen to absolutely never touch the identity cards of the new world. Chen frowns in deep confusion. Before he can ask why, Wang Song leaps onto a tree and vanishes into the night, leaving behind his cryptic warning. Left alone, Chen stares at the empty night sky, wondering what kind of dark secrets those identity cards might hold. After pondering for a moment, he decides to follow him anyway. It might lead him straight to the blacksmith. Suddenly, two burly thugs wielding massive blades leap out to block the path, roaring aggressively for him to hand over the mutant spider. The leader smirks, claiming his boss was right about someone bringing back mutant spider parts, and warns him to play nice. The lackey behind him whispers that the cargo on the boy's back is actually just giant mutant spider legs. Annoyed by these buzzing pests, Wang Song turns around and unleashes a flurry of sharp sword energy, instantly wiping them out. Witnessing that blinding and terrifying pressure, Chen is thoroughly impressed, thinking he is indeed a legendary powerhouse. He must be level 3 or at least at the peak of level 2. Chen casually pulls out his purple core to inspect it. Once he absorbs this, he should easily reach level 3 as well, though he still worries about those unknown side effects. The scene shifts to the New World Guard post, where a hand presents a small box containing the card to the guards. He tells them it is his identity card. Holding their rifles, the two guards watch him walk past the gate, muttering sarcastically. They mock how it is their first time seeing anyone keep their identity card in a box like that. Suddenly, both guards turn pale. Sensing an imminent threat, they look up in shock to see a giant spider. A pitch-black void laced with purple lightning crashes down, instantly crushing the two guards. Chen calmly steps right into the city, leaving the wreckage behind. He notes how fast that went, glad the inspection team left a new ID card. He recalls receiving the card from a scarred man upon arrival who welcomed him as a new member of this world. But right now, Chen holds the ID card in his hand, staring at it with deep suspicion and concern. What is wrong with this card? Suddenly, dark, root-like smoke begins to creep out from the edges of the plastic. This stops him in his tracks. Why did Wang Song warn him not to touch it? Chen frowns at the rising, ominous energy. What is this dark haze? Out of nowhere, a bright pink flash of light bursts right behind him. An explosion of energy clears the smoke, revealing a gorgeous pink-haired girl who wraps her arms tightly around his back. She asks why he ran out here, looking at Chen with a highly serious expression and a tense voice. What did you do? She complains. A swarm of brainworms suddenly invaded, but luckily, I was fast enough to kill them all. Chen connects the dots, breaking out in a cold sweat. Brainworms are invading, and the ID card he just obtained is smoking. The pink-haired girl stares at the dark smoke rising from the card, analyzing the situation with deep concern. It turns out these ID cards are actually transmitting the brainworms. Will Duan Ya and her group be in grave danger? Meanwhile, at a massive skyscraper rising high into the stormy night, a brilliant beam of purple light carrying incredible energy suddenly shoots upward and tears the sky apart. Sitting inside a quiet room on the top floor, the old City Lord Kang Ling suddenly frowns, opening a sharp eye as he detects a highly unusual and massive wave of energy. Standing right behind his wheelchair, the girl Jade Rabbit steps forward in shock, asking if something has happened. Kang Ling silently analyzes the situation, his eyes narrowing with calculation as he senses someone trying to sneak into the inner city, and those three women must be his accomplices. Meanwhile, in the plaza below, three henchmen are blown into the air by the blast, screaming in absolute agony. Back at the smoke-filled plaza, and things are getting chaotic. Yunyan's body begins to shake violently from the drug's intense effects, leaving her gasping. She can barely hold it back anymore. Hiding behind her, Du Ji quickly tries to calm her down. Maybe the toxin is just fighting off the brainworms. Look how calm Duan Ya is compared to this struggle. In stark contrast, Duan Ya stares at the two giants with glowing crimson eyes, her lips curling into a smirk. She asks if they remember yet. Instantly, the bald giant clutches his head, screaming to deny the terrible memories. He screams in absolute agony that this cannot be real, swearing a woman like her will never trick them. Duan Ya simply crosses her arms, her angelic wings spreading wide as she calmly tells them they know the truth. Their humiliation exposed, the one-eyed giant snaps in pure rage, roaring for her to shut her mouth. He orders his brother to kill them with zero mercy. The two thugs channel their power, launching themselves high into the air, aiming headfirst right at the three girls. A deafening explosion rings out as they crash down. The massive impact sends a violent shockwave, ripping through the ground, tearing up the stage as the crowd panics. Spectators scramble backward, whispering with pure excitement as they wonder why this massive fight suddenly broke out. But as they realize the sheer scale of the destruction, excitement turns to absolute panic, causing a massive stampede. They scream to run and clear the area. As the thick clouds of dust slowly begin to settle, Yunyan frowns in shock at the sheer destructive power. Their iron head technique just brought down the entire building. The two giants smirk arrogantly, boasting that their skulls have mutated to become harder and sharper than steel. A sharp, metallic gleam radiates from their heads. The one-eyed brute sneers, remembering how others used to mock them. But very quickly, every single one of those laughing mockers was utterly crushed to pieces by their headbutts. Nothing has ever survived a single strike from them, not even solid steel, and they will not let their prey breathe. Moving like twin ruthless drills, they charge forward to keep the girls from getting any room to breathe. The one-eyed giant roars at his brother to stop talking and make sure they do not give that woman any time to trigger her mind control. Seeing the threat screaming toward them, Yunyan frantically warns her. She screams for Duan Ya to dodge, unaware that the examiner watching from high above has already stepped in. Hiding behind a teddy bear mask, he quietly activates his hidden ability. Feeling the sudden shift, Duan Ya looks back instantly, but her wrist suddenly freezes, completely rigid in midair, trapping her in place. Suddenly, a cold sweat breaks out. What is happening? Their bodies feel completely locked down by an unseen force. At that exact moment, Van is forced onto her knees, chest heaving as she struggles against an invisible pressure. Someone is clearly pinning them down, but nobody is in sight. The unseen force is even suppressing their special abilities. Sensing the danger, Duan Ya quickly scans the area to find the source. Her sharp eyes lock onto the judge's platform. Killing intent flares as she realizes the man sitting up there is behind this dirty trick. Meeting her murderous gaze, Mu Yingxiao simply sneers with a smug grin. He knows she found him out, but it is already too late. Taking advantage of his frozen prey, the bald fighter charges forward like a massive steel spear aiming straight for Duan Ye. He screams for her to die as he closes in. But just as the deadly strike is inches away from her face, it suddenly stops. An immense force halts his momentum completely. It turns out Van Van has already shattered her shackles and grown into a giant. Reaching out with a massive muscular hand, she grabs the bald attacker mid-air, gritting her teeth and telling him that she finally caught him. Seeing his suppression ability completely shattered, Mu Yingxiao gapes in sheer shock, cold sweat dripping as he stares in disbelief. Down below, Duan Ye lets out a calculating smile. Fortunately, she had already taken control of a few meat shields beforehand. Right on cue, 3 hypnotized henchmen lunge from behind the stage and pin Mu Yingxiao down, warning him not to move. Meanwhile, trapped inside Van Van's crushing grip, the bald guy's eyes bulge out as he struggles in absolute agony. He screams in pain. Seeing his brother in deep trouble, the one-eyed warrior lunges forward like a flash of lightning. He roars at Van Van to let his brother go. Standing tall, Van Van keeps her tight grip on the hostage. Looking down with glowing red eyes at the approaching enemy, she glances over at Chen and asks if he plans to wipe out the entire Thao clan. Let's see whose is tougher. What do you think you're doing? Squeezed tightly in Yunyun's giant hand, the bald guy struggles in midair. He screams in absolute despair, "Stop, please don't." But ignoring his desperate pleas, Yunyun mercilessly slams him down. She crashes his body into the ground, triggering a massive shockwave. Witnessing his comrade get crushed so easily, the one-eyed thug looks up, his pupils shrinking in pure terror. What? Yunyun tilts her head, flashing a dark, playful smile. "Oops, sorry about that," she mockingly sighs. "I got careless and accidentally squished your friend." Meanwhile, the bald thug is barely gasping for air, groaning weakly in her suffocating grip. Having dealt with one opponent, Yunyun slowly shifts her freezing gaze to the remaining one-eyed thug, her voice dripping with malice. "You're next, brat." Instantly, a strange energy envelops Yunyun, causing her massive body to suddenly shrink. Seizing his chance, the thug retreats and roars out, "You're not even worthy of my hands." Yunyun grimaces in sheer frustration as Duji rushes in, spreading a toxic mist. "My power is suppressed again, shrunk and weakened." Duji quickly covers her. "Let me help you." But before she can act, invisible hands bind both girls. Yunyun panics, screaming for them to stop while Duji grits her teeth in rage. Sensing her allies are in danger, Duan Ye whips around, her eyes glowing red with rage as she yells Yunyun. But her pupils shrink in terror when a Pasho, chilling presence, suddenly attacks from behind. A fast blur tears through the air, sending Duan Ye crashing backward. Catching her breath, Duan Ye stares at the 2 fallen bodies that were thrown at her. Up above, the examiner Mu Yingxiao hides behind his teddy bear mask, grinning wickedly. Did she just sacrifice a human shield to save herself? This woman is definitely not someone to be underestimated. He waves his hand, tightening the ropes binding Yunyun and Duji while mocking them. "But now you're all out of allies," Yunyun struggles, shouting for him to let them go, looking regretfully at Duan Ye. "I got careless again, big sister." Seeing Duan Ye remain strangely calm, Mu Yingxiao raises an eyebrow in curiosity. Got nothing to say. But then Duan Ye reaches behind her back and grabs her own beautiful angel wings. In one swift, shocking move, she snaps off her own razor-sharp feathers to use as lethal weapons. Mu Yingxiao gasps, is she really turning her own wings into weapons? Duan Ye glares at the enemy with murderous intent, coldly declaring that this is more than enough to handle him. The examiner in the teddy bear suit hears this and bursts into a manic laugh, his jagged teeth revealing pure madness. He cackles that it is interesting, so he will play with her for a while. Shifting away from the fierce battle, the scene moves to the heavy iron gates of the New World inner city. Stepping through the massive rubble, Chen and the pink-haired girl walk inside. She asks if this is really the inner city. Walking down the silent street, Chen scans his surroundings and admits that while the environment seems decent enough, seeing the locals trudging past with lifeless, hollow eyes makes him sigh, because everyone here acts like a mindless, empty shell. The pink-haired girl tugs on Chen's sleeve, asking hesitantly if following that guy will actually lead them to their goal. "Did you see the blacksmith?" Before she can finish, wait. Right in front of them, Wang Tong is carrying a massive bundle of giant Spider King legs. He strides quickly into a dark, narrow alley. His footsteps are firm and steady as he tramps over the ruined debris, heading straight into an abandoned building. Wang Tong silently climbs the dark stairs, carrying his heavy battle trophy on his back. Trophies of sharp limbs that radiate a terrifying, murderous aura. Stepping into a room with a blazing forge, he dumps the spider legs onto the floor with a dry clatter. He calls out to Fu Susu, saying he has brought the things she needed. By the glowing anvil, a girl with a toned, muscular build swinging her forging hammer. She turns and smiles, saying it is great because having the spider king legs means they can rescue her grandfather. Fu Susu sets her hammer down, looking at Wang Tong with determination, promising that once they rescue Master Fu, they will leave this place. Picking up a razor-sharp spider claw, Fu Susu nods her head firmly and tells him to rest easy. Her eyes burn with hope and determination as she promises that if he saves her grandfather, she will have him forge the strongest possible weapon for him, then tosses over an armored piece of gear equipped with those sharp spider claws. Wang Tong catches the device and asks if she crafted it herself. He immediately straps the metallic gear onto his boots, and the sharp claws dig deep into the concrete wall with a harsh screech. He starts climbing straight up the vertical face of the skyscraper. Wang Tong notes that these Spider King claws provide incredible grip, allowing them to scale the massive building. Fu Susu climbs right alongside him, mentioning that her grandfather is currently being held at the very top by the city lord. As they scale the sleek glass wall, Wang Tong looks at her with a puzzled expression and asks why they cannot simply take the stairs inside. Fu Susu's face turns pale with fear, and she strictly warns him that going inside is absolutely forbidden. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Chen and the pink-haired girl look up at the two figures scaling the giant glass wall. The girl quietly asks if that person is the blacksmith they have been searching for. A confident smile plays on Chen's lips. Hands shoved in his pockets, he makes a quick decision, declaring that it is time for them to head up as well. With that, Chen steps forward and places a foot on the vertical wall, ready to tail them straight to the city lord's lair. Following their trail, Chen soon stops on a quiet window ledge high up on the towering skyscraper, peering inside. He peers into the pitch-black interior, whispering to himself that there does not seem to be anyone in there. Turning back to the pink-haired girl with a confident smirk, he casually steps inside, remarking that getting in is actually quite easy. Together, they walk down a gloomy corridor where creepy, twisted shadows stretch across the walls. The pink-haired girl shivers, wondering why the others chose to climb the outer wall instead. Suddenly, a giant, terrifying centipede leg lunges from the ceiling. It whips down right over their heads with deadly speed. Without a hint of panic, Chen quickly dodges the surprise attack, sending debris flying in every direction. He narrows his eyes, staring intensely into the thick darkness, swirling with malicious energy. At that exact moment, the pink-haired girl gasps in sheer terror, pointing a trembling finger toward the shattered glass window just ahead, and points straight at the shattered glass wall ahead, frantically calling out to Chen to look right in front of them. He spots Fu Susu struggling to hang onto the steep outer glass, and cold sweat drops down his face in realization. He finally understands why the others were too terrified to take the stairs inside. Without wasting a second, both of them leap outside, heading straight toward Wang Tong. Spotting him, Wang Tong turns around in disbelief, asking how on earth Chen got here. Ignoring his question, Chen's gaze locks onto the girl standing next to him, completely surrounded by a swarm of giant red centipedes. He asks if she is the blacksmith, relieved to have finally located her. But unlike his cool demeanor, the sight of the monster nest overflowing with demonic energy sends Wang Tong and Fu Susu into sheer panic. They widen their eyes, screaming at him not to come any closer. Terrified to their bones, they shout in unison about how disgusting it is, while Wang Tong frantically tries to climb higher. Sweating profusely, he frantically scrambles upward using his mechanical spider claws, crying out about how much he absolutely detests creepy crawlies. Left behind in the dust, Fu Susu looks up at his retreating back and desperately screams for him to wait. Suddenly, Chen's hand reaches out and grabs her waist. Caught completely off guard, Fu Susu is utterly stunned by his sudden rescue. Witnessing his overwhelming strength, her face is a mix of shock and fear. In an instant, Chen leaps upward, stepping hard on Wang Tong's shoulder for leverage. He launches himself higher, leaving behind a rather cheeky message for his companion. He tells brother Wang Tong that he is leaving the monsters behind for him to handle, forced to clean up this messy aftermath. The swordsman yells back in sheer frustration, demanding to know why he has to do it. Despite complaining, Wang Tong still narrows his eyes in focus. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as he stares at the swarm of glowing red monsters pouring out. Veins pop on his forehead as he faces his worst nightmare, muttering once more about how much he truly detests these bugs. Tongue roars in fury, unleashing dozens of blinding, light-infused punches that completely shatter the centipede swarm. Those bugs never stood a chance against Chen, who is currently holding down a struggling Fu Tutu. She demands to know who he is and what he wants while he calmly answers her questions. He introduces himself as Chen, explaining that he needs her help to forge a blade. Despite being pinned down, Fu Tutu glares back, defiantly, speaking with absolute attitude. Forge a blade? Why on earth should I help you? Chen remains completely unfazed. As he looks her dead in the eye, offering an irresistible deal, he promises to grant her a single request. In return, sensing her silent agreement, he fires a beam of purple energy to anchor onto a towering wall, calling out, First, take me to the top of the building. With a nod, up they go. Meanwhile, at the summit, her grandfather calls out her name, Tutu. Tutu. His eyes fill with deep pain as he whispers that as long as she is safe, no amount of suffering matters to him. Right then, a burst of energy from Su Chen's punch detonates with terrifying force, blowing away every single obstacle in the vicinity. Wow! Through the billowing dust, he stands tall, still holding a panicked Fu Tutu under his arm while looking at the unfamiliar man. He tells him he is here to rescue him. Fu Tutu completely freezes as she recognizes her family member, while the old man gasps in pure shock, asking what on earth his little girl is doing there. Seeing his granddaughter appear out of nowhere, the old blacksmith stands there, trembling, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. Is it really you? Looking at the bizarre sight before them, the old man asks who this guy is. Meanwhile, Tutu struggles to break free, shouting, "All right, put me down already." The second her feet touch the ground, her grandfather scolds her, but Tutu stubbornly snaps back, immediately. "Hold on, you stubborn girl, did I not warn you that this place is extremely dangerous? Hamp, you old geezer, did I not? Just find us some help." Following that, the young blacksmith formally introduces her grandfather to Su Chen. All her forging techniques were taught by him, making this grumpy old man the master blacksmith he is looking for. Pointing down at her grandfather's heavily shackled feet, Tutu reminds Su Chen that if he wants top-tier gear, he has to rescue him first. Su Chen steps closer, calmly inspecting the material of the heavy chains. "Well, in that case, old man, let me take a look at these leg irons first." "You can just call me Old Fu," he replies. He channels power into his hands, veins bulging as he attempts to shatter the iron chains, crackling with golden-purple lightning. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes flash with a crimson light, surprised to see the chains completely unscathed. Humph, is this thing seriously unbreakable? Or what? Seeing the young man struggle, Old Fu shakes his head with a grave expression, telling him it is entirely useless to try. These shackles might look ordinary, but they are forged from post-apocalyptic mutated materials. Indeed, the old blacksmith chuckles with a smug grin, clearly proud of his craft, adding that, since he forged them himself, they are practically indestructible and absolutely locked tight. Hearing this, an annoyed Tutu punches him, making him cry out in pain. "You old geezer, you got locked up by your own creation. What is there to be proud of? Ow, the city lord threatened your life, so what choice did I have?" Su Chen remains silent, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he mentally calculates, and asks, "I see, but what if we used a far superior material to forge a weapon?" Old Fu nods confidently, but then sighs in disappointment as he looks around the room. A stronger material would easily do it. But this is already the strongest stuff in the new world. Where could we possibly find anything better? A faint smirk plays on Su Chen's lips. He extends his hand, a deep blue energy swirling around his palm as he tells them he has plenty of it. To the absolute shock of the grandfather and granddaughter, a massive blue crystal, radiating terrifying pressure, suddenly materializes in the room. Tutu stares dumbfounded at the glowing ore, which is emitting a bone-chilling cold. "Is that a crystal? Where on earth did you pull that from?" Old Fu cannot hide his excitement, his wrinkled face lighting up as he touches it, feeling the raw energy inside. "This stone holds a terrifying power unlike anything I have ever witnessed." "Where did you get this?" From Su Chen calmly looks at the brilliant crystal and asks the ultimate question. "If we forge a blade with this, can it slice through those leg chains?" "Absolutely, but refining an ore of this caliber is going to be incredibly difficult." The old blacksmith's gaze suddenly sharpens with hope. Looking straight at the young man, he tells him that everything relies on him now. Su Chen is slightly taken aback by the sudden responsibility, but nods seriously as Old Fu begins leading the way to the forge, explaining that the city lord locked him in here to force him to cast mutated materials. Because of the unique material, the tools he uses are custom-built. Soon they stand before a massive set of bellows, which Tutu tries to push but fails miserably. Are these the bellows? They are completely immovable. This giant usually requires at least 10 men to operate. Looking at Su Chen with a hopeful gaze, Old Fu sighs and continues. But those people have all run off to watch the beauty pageant, leaving Su Chen as their only hope today. He calmly sheds his outer coat, revealing a muscular build that makes Su blush, confidently telling her to leave everything to. She admires his incredible physique, hoping it is not just for show, as Su Chen's overwhelming strength starts the giant bellows. The furnace fire erupts, roaring wildly. Once the temperature rises, they will push the raw ore into the forge to push the raw stone in. The old blacksmith gives a stern warning, his aging eyes showing a rare fierce determination. Once the stone goes in, there is absolutely no stopping, or the raw ore will be completely ruined. Just as the heavy work begins, the old man casually sits down, making Su scream in frustration and asks the old geezer why he is sitting. The blacksmith calmly rests, watching the newly lit forge start to glow as he reassures them. He says even for an esper, it takes at least 3 hours to heat the furnace to the right temperature. But suddenly, Chen unleashes his ability, a powerful wave of energy bursting forth. Seeing this happen so fast, Su stares in complete shock while the old blacksmith gasps behind her, wondering what on earth is happening under this immense power. The forge fire erupts violently, engulfing a whole corner of the room and leaving them both shouting about the intense heat. The old blacksmith stares wide-eyed as the temperature spikes, his voice trembling at the sight of the rapid rise. In the blink of an eye, the heat soared. It is his first time seeing such a wild and monstrous flame. Now standing right in the middle of the raging inferno, Su Chen's body glows with powerful bright red lines of energy. Sweat pours down Su's face from the terrifying heat. She wipes her forehead with a sigh so hot. Seeing the perfect moment, the old man barks at his granddaughter to get moving, stop standing around and push that stone in. The two summon all their strength to push the massive green ore right into the roaring heart of the fire. 1, 2, 3. Watching the stone submerge in red flames, Su gasps for breath, her eyes filled with hope. It is burning hot, and now they just have to wait. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the sky suddenly turns dark. Thick black smoke pours from the forge, signaling trouble, and the door flies open as Lord Kang Lang suddenly appears. In his wheelchair, his eyes red with murderous intent, demanding to know who dares trespass. Oh no, it is the city, Lord. Reacting instantly, a strong hand grips a razor-sharp blade, getting ready for a brutal and bloody life-or-death battle. Showing absolutely zero fear, Su charges forward, swinging her massive blade with pure hatred at the enemy, who imprisoned her grandfather. Facing this lethal blow, the enemy Jade Rabbit Girl calmly closes her eyes with a sneer of disdain. Suddenly, the Rabbit Girl's arm transforms into razor-sharp black talons, tearing through the air to counter her. A blinding energy explosion erupts, blasting Su backward and leaving everyone in utter shock as she flies back. The Jade Rabbit assassin lands with 6 sharp spider claws on her back, revealing her true form as a monster spider. Talk about a terrifying plot twist. Seeing his granddaughter in mortal danger, the old blacksmith's face turns completely pale. With those sharp claws pressed against her throat, Su grits her teeth in anger at the cold threat of oak. The cold-blooded spider assassin who eagerly prepares to deliver a final fatal strike with eyes glowing with rage. But right at that critical moment, a brilliant purple flash suddenly rips through the air, blocking the deadly hit. The massive shockwave from the collision sends both the old man and the girl screaming in the chaos. With a thunderous punch packed with lightning power, Wang Tung strikes the spider monster right in the face. He roars in contempt at the pests, his eyes filled with disdain while her eyes flash with a sinister red light. Leaping into the air, she unleashes multiple cold, lethal slashes, but Wang Tung is already too fast for her, grabbing her by the waist as his gaze turns sharp and icy, his teeth grinding as he locks her down. Squeezing with brutal force, he makes her eyes bulge, screaming in agonizing pain as a massive shockwave erupts from her position, blowing her body apart while the old blacksmith stares at the scene completely speechless. Through the clearing smoke, Su Chen stands tall, narrowing his eyes at the spider monster, who now lies motionless. Su sits on the floor, trembling as she looks at the dead body, wondering if she is really gone. Wang Tung calmly turns back, asking in a deep voice if she is all right while she looks at his broad shoulders. Her cheeks flush red as she thinks he is handsome, but he suddenly stops, looking back with confusion. Did he just hear something? The room goes dead quiet as a grotesque creature begins to crawl onto Wang Tung's shoulder. The moment he spots the brain-eating centipede squirming on him, he screams. She screams in pure terror, her body twisting in fear. Ah, there's a bug. Then lightning fast, a streak of light flashes by, slicing the beast clean in half. It happens right as the monster strikes, ending the final danger. Everyone watches in shock. That's when Su shyly holds up her blade, showing the impaled centipede. Her cheeks flush red as she murmurs, "Well, I took care of this bug, thanks for saving me earlier." Wang Tong stares at her, utterly flustered and looking incredibly awkward. "Huh," he blurts out, trying to hide his embarrassment. He clears his throat and mumbles some praise, saying she was actually pretty brave too. Su waves her hands, smiling brightly with glowing eyes, insisting he is the one who is truly awesome. But the mood suddenly turns heavy and tense as the city lord of Shangling barks a threat, asking the kid if he knows the cost of killing his men. Wang Tong just spins around casually, locking eyes with him with a daring smirk. "So you are the city lord. You look pretty weak to me." The boss just sneers. "Oh really?" Suddenly, the rocky armor on his body cracks and explodes violently, signaling a massive transformation. Thick black smoke begins boiling outward, wrapping around a terrifying figure that slowly emerges from the darkness, staring at the massive beast towering right before him. Wang Tong breaks out in a cold sweat. What on earth is this? It is an armored colossus pulsing with burning red energy and roaring. It glares down at him in sheer contempt, asking how he likes it now, eyes flashing with absolute malice. Its deep voice booms through the area, declaring that since its true form is out, it has no choice but to slaughter everyone. It roars a command telling all its lackeys to get out there. Instantly, a freak with centipede antennae on his head steps up. He sticks out his disgusting tongue with a sick laugh. Meanwhile, Duanya stands tall on a high ledge, her charming pink hair whipping in the wind. Since the city lord gave the order, she glares down at her enemies with sharp, icy eyes. In a cold, flat tone, she mutters that she has no time to play around with them anymore. The lord stares at her for a long moment, then orders everyone to die. The centipede freak cackles wildly, excitedly barking orders at his squad. Attack them now. Suddenly, an invisible crushing strike slams right into Duanya, forcing a painful gasp from her lips. Knocked backward, shock washes over her face at this completely unseen power. Seeing her get hit, Yunyun and Dugu, who are tightly bound, start to panic, crying out that Duanya is totally surrounded. The goons below laugh dirtily with pure lust in their eyes, yelling at the others not to damage her yet because they want to turn and want to enjoy her later. Talk about a brutal situation. Drops of fresh, dark blood slowly drip onto the cold ground. Duanya grits her teeth against the pain, blood trailing down her lip, but her eyes still burn with fierce resolve. Standing firm, she hears a mocking voice warn that they cannot even see their opponent, so dodging is impossible. The subordinate sneers smugly, proudly bragging to everyone about the terrifying power of his invisible ally. Even if she has mental-type psychic abilities, there is no way she can detect where the attacks are coming from. But Duanya just starts focusing all her spiritual energy, a brilliant pink glow completely enveloping her body. She prepares to unleash her ultimate attack. Dugu and Yunyun scream in panic as they watch her risk everything. Watch out, Duanya! With a spectacular leap, she swings her hands, sending razor-sharp energy blades tearing through the air. But her lethal strike is suddenly blocked right in midair by an invisible wall of absolute force. The impact is so intense it shakes the whole area, creating a massive shockwave. The centipede freak gapes in total disbelief, his eyes bulging as he watches. What? Moving with masterclass agility, Duanya flips through the air easily, dodging the invisible strikes. A second later, her high heels slam hard onto the ground. The counterattack is on. The goon stares at her in absolute horror as she towers before him, stammering in shock. Did she actually dodge that? He screams in sheer frustration and confusion. How did she do it? She shouldn't have been able to sense them at all. He looks up suspiciously, noticing something weird. Right then, he realizes the invisible figures are now faintly outlined in the air. Blood splatters. He finally gets it, glaring in fury at the mastermind, realizing she used her wings to splash blood onto the invisible attackers. Before he can react, she launches a swift, brutal kick, smashing her heel right into his face. Shut up, she snaps, grinding her heel directly over his mouth. Shut your filthy mouth. Watching this crazy scene, Dugu and Yunyun start cheering in absolute excitement. Duanya is so badass, crush him to death. Suddenly, a violent tremor rumbles through the tower, sending everyone into a panic. Duanya looks up, scanning the area with her sharp eyes, sensing. She senses another looming danger fast approaching. What is going on here? Yunyun and Dugu stare in absolute terror, their voices trembling with fear. They look out. A massive swarm of pitch-black insects rushes in like a dark tidal wave, completely blotting out the sky. Bugs everywhere. How can there be so many? Below them, the crowd falls into absolute chaos, frantic screams echoing everywhere. People scream for help, crying out that they are being bitten and telling everyone to run. The centipede-headed minion laughs maniacally, gloating at the terror. The insect tide has begun. He cackles, declaring they will all become food for the swarm. Duanya presses her foot down even harder, her voice icy cold, as she tells him to shut his mouth. The man groans in agony. He begs for mercy, crying out to be saved, but she looks down at him with emotionless, chilling eyes, delivering a silent death sentence. She calmly lifts her foot off his head, takes a quick step back, and swings her leg with all the force she can muster. One decisive kick sends the lifeless body flying. But she cannot rest. She lands in a defensive stance. Two giant rabbit puppets with creepy, twisted smiles suddenly appear right behind her. But then a sudden change occurs. The puppets collapse to the ground now that their controller has kicked the bucket. Yunyun and Dugu finally realize who the enemy is. So those invisible attackers were just these rabbit puppets all along. Right then, the true controller finally steps out holding a remote. Duanya glances aside. She locks onto her real target and moves fast to seize the controller. She snatches the remote right out of his hand, looking at it with curiosity as she wonders what this thing is. Her beautiful face frowns in deep thought, realizing it looks like a game controller. Meanwhile, the rabbit puppets remain completely motionless. But wait. One rabbit puppet is still standing. Its glowing red eyes flash with a dark, dangerous light. Duanya stares at the remote, her lips curling into a confident smile. Now things get interesting. She figures that all she needs to do is channel her spiritual energy into it, her fingers already dancing across the buttons. Instantly, the giant rabbit puppets spring back to life. Their eyes glow intensely under her direct command. Her fingers fly across the controller with the ease of a pro gamer, making one puppet instantly swing its massive arm. She casually climbs up and sits on top of one giant puppet, letting the others serve her like a queen. Smiling with complete satisfaction, she nods in approval, thinking these two giant puppets are actually pretty useful. They pack a serious punch and are much easier to handle than she expected. But nearby things are looking grim. Yuan and Dugu are in serious trouble as terrified screams erupt from them. The bloodthirsty bugs are closing in. The swarm frantically attacks. Hearing them scream for help, Duanya quickly turns around. Cursing under her breath, she commands a puppet to rush over. It shields the girls with its body. The puppet uses its massive arms to block the incoming wave of aggressive insects trying to halt their advance. With a huge sweep of its arms, it clears the area. The second puppet quickly joins the fray. It crushes the bugs with its heavy hands, forming a solid wall to block any further attacks. Seeing the immediate danger pass, Yuan and Dugu breathe a sigh of relief, but their peace of mind is short-lived. Dugu asks in panic what they should do since they are surrounded. Duanya quickly reassures her teammates. She tells them to stay still while she unties them, and the tight ropes quickly fall to the ground. Once they are free, Duanya warns them that they cannot stay here and must find a way out. But the clever bugs are already finding small gaps to slip inside their barrier, causing Yuan to scream in terror. Duanya shouts a warning, "Be careful." Dugu steps forward with a determined look on her face. Dugu decides to use her poison mist to repel the swarm, releasing a thick jade-green fog into the air. The toxic mist fills the area, and Yuan happily points out that the bugs are actually fleeing. Dugu sighs in relief, glad her poison worked. But Duanya suddenly notices something is wrong. Her eyes sharpen. She turns to Dugu, her face flushing red as her breathing runs shallow. She gasps that they will suffocate if she keeps releasing the gas before collapsing directly into Dugu's arms. Dugu panics and repeatedly apologizes, her own face turning bright red as she tries to figure out what to do. A dark, heavy aura creeps closer. Yuan struggles in Duanya's embrace, sounding completely panicked. She begs Duanya to let her go because of the dangerous bug tide, but Duanya only holds her tighter. Using the last of her strength, Duanya tells Yuan that she is the one who must escape. Above them, the bugs begin clustering into a massive shape as a furious voice commands them to stop right there. Get back here. The swarm of bugs has already gathered into a humanoid shape. A massive humanoid monster made of 10,000 bugs is slowly emerging. Dugu screams in utter helplessness, desperately trying to pull the two out-of-control people apart. Hey, you two, hurry up and calm down. We want to calm down too, but the giant bug monster towers over them, threatening to swallow the three girls at any second. Its glowing red foot stomps down with brutal force. Amidst the rising dust, Wang Tong's backpack hits the ground with a heavy thud. He starts focusing all his strength to prepare for a fresh clash. Wang Tong grips his purple energy sword as it burns with intense flame. His eyes are filled with pure defiance as he stares down his opponent. It is just a bug with an extra shell after all. Facing the colossal enemy, he swings his blade, releasing powerful waves of pressure that make the very air tremble. Let's see how I slice you to pieces. The beast roars, the armor plates on its face twitching with sheer anger and contempt. Deeming him a fool who does not know his limits, the monster swings its razor-sharp black claws to shred him instantly. Wang Tong leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating strike that tears through the sky with brilliant purple sword energy. He moves incredibly fast through the air, effortlessly dodging his opponent's brutal counterattacks with expert precision. Countless waves of sword energy interlace into a destructive net, relentlessly battering the monster's heavily armored shell. After landing his rapid-fire assault, Wang Tong touches down firmly, though his face remains tense with extreme caution. Suddenly, a massive black claw slams down from above, violently shattering the ground and cracking it wide open. Susu rushes forward from behind, panic written all over her face as she worries for her comrade. Wang Tong, are you okay? I am fine, he replies. The monster growls in irritation, its glowing red eyes flashing with absolute murderous intent as it glares. How annoying, it snaps. It frantically whips its razor-sharp dark tentacles at Susu, forcing her to dodge a barrage of attacks. In this dire moment, she can only let out a desperate scream as the claws of death close in right before her. Wang Tong roars in anger, channeling every ounce of his energy to shield Susu at the absolute last second. Bone-shattering pain makes him howl, his face twisting completely as he forces himself to hold back the devastating blow. Susu sits paralyzed on the ground, her eyes blurring with tears of shock as she watches him shield her. Oh, Wang Tong. Wang Tong struggles to his feet and pulls her close to protect her, his back already drenched in deep bloody wounds. How are you holding up? He grits his teeth through the agonizing pain, whispering back with a grave expression. This beast is too tough to handle. You need to find a way to get Elder Fu out of here first. Another massive slam of the beast's claw strikes down, sending shockwaves that bring the surrounding walls crumbling down around them. The giant bug monster looms over them with a sadistic grin. None of you are getting out of here alive. It thrusts its razor-sharp legs forward, intent on ending every single living soul remaining inside the room. Stay behind and become fertilizer for my offspring. Facing imminent death, both Wang Tong and Su Su grit their teeth in despair. Wait, what is that? Just as their lives hang in the balance, a blinding flash of light erupts from the impact point. Su Su looks up in astonishment, her eyes reflecting the brilliant radiance that is violently pushing back the surrounding darkness. Wang Tong is equally shocked, sensing an incredibly powerful and familiar spiritual energy that has suddenly emerged. The massive beast freezes mid-action, its burning red eyes narrowing in deep suspicion and utter surprise. A strong, warm hand rests on Wang Tong's shoulder as a deep, calm voice asks if he is all right. Su Chen stands tall amidst the dusty battlefield, his cold gaze radiating an overwhelming pressure that strikes fear into their enemy. Go over there and help Elder Fu, let me handle this, he says. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere shifts. With a resolute, icy expression, Su Chen tells them to just leave this big bug to him. He swings his arm toward the barrier wall, unleashing a blinding burst of energy that blasts open a clear path. Meanwhile, Elder Fu breaks into a cold sweat, staring anxiously at the roaring forge. Is it still not ready? His face is drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with confusion. How strange, this black stone shows absolutely no signs of melting. That makes no sense, the heat is clearly enough. Su Chen walks casually over to the stone platform with a frown. Is there something wrong with this black stone? Elder Fu immediately shakes his head, staring into the blazing red flames. No, the old blacksmith says with deep admiration. Truth is, this black stone is just too perfect. A spark of tragic determination flashes in his eyes. I am afraid there is only one way to melt it down. But it comes at a heavy cost, so you must agree to one condition. Su Chen asks calmly, completely unfazed. What is it? Within my power, I will do absolutely everything I can. Elder Fu looks straight at him, ready to entrust his life. Fu asks Su Chen to take his granddaughter to Freedom City. Su Chen freezes as memories of his past life flash before him. The legendary place. It was known as the only Doomsday fortress built by the government, the ultimate utopia for humanity. Even in his previous life, he had only heard rumors of it. Snapping back to reality, Su Chen nods in agreement. It is not a problem, but does Freedom City actually exist? Do you know its location? Master Fu looks completely surprised that Su Chen even knows about Freedom City. Securing his promise, Master Fu feels a massive weight lift off his shoulders. He urgently presses on, since you agreed, leave this black stone to me. We can deal with everything else later. Once we escape, he says, and tells Su Chen to send Su Su to help. Walking away, Su Chen keeps analyzing the situation. Freedom City, if such a place really exists, is definitely worth checking out. But first, he must secure that blade. Everything else can wait. Stepping back onto the battlefield, he stands before the massive shadow, radiating an intense, menacing aura. Time to deal with this annoying bug first. Watch this. As the massive beast detects him, it lets out a deafening growl. Its hideous mouth glows blood red as it roars in absolute fury, threatening to swallow him whole in a single bite. Ignoring the empty threat, Su Chen leaps into the air and strikes directly at the creature's thick armored shell. But he frowns in surprise, recognizing the material is truly worthy of being armor forged by Master Fu himself. He realizes its defensive power is insane. Even his full-strength strike did not leave a single scratch on it. Suddenly, a massive destructive energy gathers right in front of him, forcing Su Chen to look up. Before he can react, the spider monster unleashes a blazing red energy beam from its mouth, completely vaporizing everything in its path. The devastating blast tears right through the tower's heavy structure, sending concrete and shattered glass raining down in every direction. As the lower floors shake violently, Wang Zong shields Su Su, screaming if those two are trying to collapse the entire building. They need to unlock her grandpa's chains immediately and get out. Just then, Su Su glances toward the burning forge. Seeing it engulfed in flames, she screams in panic, it is Grandpa. She breaks free and rushes toward the fire. Ignoring the danger, she cries out for him. Wang Zong runs close behind, navigating the rubble and calling out in panic. He asks what happened, only to freeze at the devastating sight. Su Su covers her face, weeping in total despair. Her heart breaks, seeing her grandfather slumped by the stone altar drenched in sweat. One of his legs is completely gone. She stares at the bloody severed limb, crying out in shock. Turning around with tear-filled eyes, her gaze fills with hatred. She demands to know if Su Chen did this, vowing to kill him. Seeing her blinded by rage, Master Fu stops her. Gritting his teeth, he uses his last bit of strength to order her back painfully, explaining the truth to her. He tells her that legendary forging materials are not just lifeless objects, they are actually highly sentient and spiritual forces. Only the blacksmith's own flesh and blood can fully unleash their true power. Su Su continues to weep in heartbreak. Gripping the blade's hilt with a rough, proud hand, he scoffs, it is just a leg, there's nothing to mourn. Forging a weapon of this caliber is the single greatest achievement of his life. Just then, Wang Zong rushes over. He begs the old man not to die, reminding him that he still owes him a custom weapon. Supporting the weak old man, his voice shakes as he desperately insists that Master Fu cannot die on them yet. He sits down to quickly bandage the wound. Despite his failing body, Master Fu grits his teeth and growls. This place will collapse soon, so they need to help him. They immediately agree without a second thought. Meanwhile, in a quiet hidden facility, a black cat with glowing orange eyes and strange, luminous stripes pads forward. It suddenly pauses, its wide eyes filled with curiosity and surprise at the bizarre sight before it. Through the misty glass of a giant tank, a slender silhouette floats quietly inside the deep blue water. The cat walks along a freezing corridor lined with massive glass tubes glowing with an eerie light. Looking closer, the bodies of several women are visible, suspended helplessly amidst rising bubbles inside the glowing liquid. Standing alone in the silent, haunting laboratory, the small cat stares up at the bizarre cultivation machines. Suddenly, one of the women wearing a breathing mask snaps her eyes open, her pale gaze filled with horror. Watching this terrifying transformation, the black cat recoils in shock, its pupils shrinking to tiny slits. From the woman's gaping mouth, a hideous crimson centipede with countless twitching legs slowly begins to crawl out. Back at the burning forge tower, thick smoke and embers fill the air as the critical moment approaches. Staring at the glowing material, Wang Zong shouts in excitement that the black stone is finally starting to react. The transformation is complete. Elder Fu's pale face relaxes as he sighs in relief, directing them to start the next step now that the blade sacrificing method worked. Carrying giant tongs on his shoulder, Wang Song eagerly asks if they can forge an extra blade for him since this block of material is so huge. But his hopes are instantly crushed. He is told to stop dreaming as the refined material will only be enough to forge a single blade. Lifting the glowing golden block of material right out of the furnace, Wang Song examines it closely and falls deep into thought. It is a real shame because this strange stone somehow gives him a very familiar feeling. Meanwhile, seeing that her grandfather is completely exhausted, Tutu steps up with a sharp gaze, gripping the heavy hammer tightly to take over. She tells her grandfather to rest and leave this next part to her. Without a second of hesitation, she swings the massive sledgehammer straight down onto the glowing metal block with a powerful, thunderous cry. Meanwhile, outside the cracked walls of the massive pyramid, a bleak gray sky watches over the brutal battle that is still raging on. Suddenly, a devastating attack rips through the air directly towards Chen, shattering the stone floor into flying debris. As the dust begins to clear, a massive, heavily armored insect monster emerges from the haze, looking absolutely terrifying. It thrusts its blood-red head forward, hissing in a deep voice that Chen is quite strong before coiling its massive centipede body around the tower. It arrogantly sneers that it has already faced someone far stronger than him in the past. Looming close with a sickening grin, the beast boasts that this armor was meant for that other warrior, but sacrificing Chen instead works just fine. Standing tall in front of the colossal threat, Chen does not show a single hint of fear, asking in a calm voice, "Just who is this stronger person you are talking about?" In response, the massive beast towers upward completely, blotting out the sky. It growls that he is going to die today anyway, so there is no need to know. But Chen merely sneers. "Do you really think you can kill me?" The beast opens its maw of glowing razor-sharp teeth, letting out a sinister roar. It claims it knew he asked the old man to forge a weapon and had already made its own preparations. Hearing this, Chen's eyes narrow as he grows highly alert to whatever trap the monster has laid out. Back inside, near the glass chamber, the submerged woman begins struggling frantically, screaming silently underwater. Suddenly, a swarm of vile creatures erupts, tearing through the glass like a crimson storm of blood and bugs. Witnessing this horror, the little black cat freezes in absolute terror. The swarming flood of centipedes rushes forward like a tidal wave, sending the poor feline into a state of sheer panic. It lets out a terrified meow and bolts. Running for its life, the poor cat desperately flees the oncoming horde of death. With nowhere left to run, the cat leaps from the high rafters, falling straight down into the forge where Tu and Wang Song are working. Tu pauses her hammer, looking down in complete shock at the tiny creature. Where on earth did a little kitten even come from? Instantly sensing danger lurking in the darkness behind her, she spins around to warn the kitten to run because it is too dangerous here. But it is already too late. A massive glowing red wave of centipedes crashes through the barriers, flooding the entire room like a storm. Its fur stands completely on end. Shrieking in terror, the cat watches as the vile bugs blanket every single inch of the floor. Wang Song jumps back in panic, yelling out where this stupid cat even found so many bugs. Meanwhile, the heavy tremors shake the entire area. The vibrations shake the entire battlefield outside. Chunks of concrete collapse from above, forcing Chen to look up immediately. Seizing the opening, the beast swings its razor-sharp leg blade straight at his head, mocking him to worry about his own skin first. Channeling every ounce of his energy into his bare hands, Chen barely blocks the crushing weight of the giant insect leg. The massive shadow of the heavily armored monster completely looms over the space, threatening to swallow him whole. It bares its blood-red jaws with a sinister growl, putting all of its immense weight down to crush its tiny prey into dust. Back inside, things go from bad to worse as a giant foot glowing with ominous red energy suddenly stomps straight down. Facing this deadly crushing pressure from above, Yunyun looks up in absolute horror, realizing they are about to get squashed. Forcing herself to stand, she drops to one knee and reaches out to block the attack while clutching her chest in pain. The pale purple poison gas makes her body shudder violently. Suddenly, her eyes flare with a strange, eerie red light. She shrieks in pure agony as a swarm of hideous red centipedes rains down from above, clinging tightly to her arm. Standing on her chest, the tiny bug companion cries out in panic that those horrible creatures are already burrowing into her arm. Nearby, the pink-haired fairy grits her teeth in sheer frustration, swearing because she is too far away for her poison gas to reach. Watching her companion undergo such brutal torture, Duanya bites her lip, a spark of pure determination flashing in her eyes. Things are going south fast. As Union groans in absolute agony, Duanya charges forward with complete determination. She shields her friend firmly, telling her that she will try to handle this. Channeling her focus, a bright purple light erupts from her body. She closes her eyes, quickly analyzing the situation since these bugs are all living creatures, meaning she can surely control them. Under the agonizing control of centipedes writhing and biting beneath her skin, Yunyun glares with absolute fury. Her anger is boiling over. Gritting her teeth, she lets out a heavy, strained groan. Suddenly, Duanya's psychic power explodes into a massive red phantom. It rushes forward to block the advancing swarm. Down below, Yunyun remains kneeling on one knee, her body completely exhausted. Though her breath is incredibly heavy, her entire body is now completely enveloped in a mystical protective purple energy shield. The little bug girl stares in absolute shock. Her mouth hangs wide open as she gasps that some protective air wall is completely blocking the swarm. Pure astonishment washes over her, and her pupils tremble as she slowly recognizes her teammate's massive transformation. Could this really be a total transformation? Floating in mid-air with overwhelming divine pressure after breaking past her limits, Duanya officially advances to a level 2 human. At that exact same moment, she unleashes her devastating wide-range psychic wave skill. Her eyes burn with a blinding spiritual light, releasing an invisible, powerful shockwave that instantly sweeps away all enemy control. Feeling the crushing pressure vanish, Yunin smirks with absolute confidence. Her eyes flash with a dangerous, bloodthirsty look. She calls out to her partner, seizing the perfect chance to strike back with a high, incredibly fast kick that cleaves the wind. Yelling out in pure excitement that was awesome, her explosive kick shreds the evil mist and completely pulverizes every single obstacle. Landing with absolute grace yet immense power, she keeps her razor-sharp eyes locked onto the target, preparing for her next strike. Rushing forward to keep her momentum, she channels every ounce of strength into her fist, delivering a lightning-fast, thunderous punch to shatter the oppressive red aura blocking her path. Without wasting a single second, she spins and strikes the empty air to neutralize the heavy shockwaves. The sheer impact of her inner energy leaves her arm trembling violently as the evil centipedes, burrowed beneath her skin, are forced to the surface. Yunyun glares with bloodshot eyes, screaming in pain. It hurts so much. Seeing the remaining pests still writhing, the little bug girl leaps onto Yunyun's chest, shouting a warning that bugs are still stuck inside her arm. Wasting no time, the little girl springs high into the air and yells, "I'm coming to help." Unleashing a bright blue cleansing energy from her hands, she extracts the final centipedes and commands them to get out of there. The moment she is cleared, Yunyun suddenly freezes, cold sweat dripping from her forehead as she looks forward in panic. "What is that?" she gasps. Looking up, a wave of sheer, terrifying despair washes over her as the ultimate nightmare unfolds. A massive, sinister bug monster is coiled around a skyscraper, radiating a suffocating, deadly aura locked onto her. Spotting a familiar figure risking his life to hold off the colossal danger, Yunyun gasps in shock. That is Chen. Right now, he is clinging desperately onto the monster's heavy armor, struggling with everything he has left. The hideous beast presses down with a sickening grin while Chen grits his teeth, holding back its brute force bare-handed. Suddenly, countless sharp tentacles impale Chen's back from behind, spraying blood everywhere and staining the air bright red. Witnessing this horrific sight, Yunyun's eyes go wide in terror as she screams Chen's name. At that exact moment, a panicked voice warns her to dodge because the beast is coming. Suddenly, a massive hand of dark red energy slams down at blinding speed. Sweating in panic, she gasps that this is bad right as the shadow of death looms. Slimy, malevolent energy wraps around her body, binding her limbs tightly. She struggles in pure panic but is completely paralyzed. The dark power constricts even tighter around her, creating an incredibly suffocating, crushing pressure that makes it almost impossible to breathe. From above, a hideous giant black centipede suddenly lunges down at the bound Yunyun, opening its massive mouth. With razor-sharp fangs bared, it ruthlessly targets the helpless girl. But just as the beast is about to rip her apart, the red evil energy is suddenly yanked back by a powerful force. Yunyun gasps in surprise, realizing help has arrived. Su Chen has caught the beast in the nick of time. She lets out a relieved smile, thinking he is okay. Her face hardens with determination as she tells the others to hold on tight, preparing for her counterattack. Without any hesitation, Yun drives her slender, high-heeled legs into the dark energy to push off with immense force. With a graceful, incredible leap, she flips backward through the air, breaking completely free from the enemy's grasp. Seizing the perfect opening, Yun unleashes a devastating spatial-splitting kick, screaming out with a fierce, incredibly powerful battle shout. The massive bug monster recoils from the shock, roaring in frustration. How can she possess this kind of power? Its bloodshot eye narrows, flashing with absolute rage. The impact triggers a massive blinding explosion right in midair, shattering the silence with a painful shriek. Down on the ground, Su Chen backs up and stands completely firm, among the huge concrete debris raining down around him. Resting his hand on a boulder, he calmly looks up at the towering beast, blotting out the entire crimson sky. Without turning his head, he asks in a steady voice. Checking on the girls behind him, he asks if they are okay and quickly gets a reassuring reply, but then he senses a change. A sudden shift in energy makes Su Chen glance back with a quiet grunt. A proud smirk plays on his lips. Duan Ya actually reached level 2. She is truly worthy of being his woman. But a split second later, his expression darkens. He grips his forehead, grimacing as a wave of dizziness hits his head. Looking down at his palm, he spots a wound. The bloody cut shows that the monster's poison has already entered his body. Seizing this golden opportunity, the giant beetle looms. It roars in mockery, calling them pathetic ants and promising to put an end to their miserable lives right now. Meanwhile, Yun looks around in sheer panic as dark slimy tentacles erupt from the ground, completely surrounding her. Are these bugs merging together? It looks like they are growing. Su Chen's eyes narrow in vigilance as he mutters that this is bad. But right then, a blinding burst of energy explodes nearby, accompanied by an arrogant declaration echoing through the area. The loud voice boasts that he is, after all, the proud and rightful successor of traditional martial arts. Wang Song channels his energy, a bright aura enveloping his body. Ever since the apocalypse began, he has combined his martial arts with his superpower. He has forged a completely unique style of combat. With a look of absolute determination, he prepares for battle. His hands ignite with flames as he takes his stance, claiming these bugs are nothing but minor pests to be crushed. But before he can even show off his moves, Su screams in panic from behind, instantly forcing him to freeze mid-action. She yells that there are too many to kill and rushes to help, warning the old man not to move a single muscle. But her warning is too late. Energy crackles wildly around Lao Fu's wooden leg, sparking as if it is about to explode. Standing firmly by his blazing forge, Lao Fu smirks proudly, muttering that he is far from being a useless old man. He does not need a little brat worrying about him. His face suddenly tenses up as his eyes glow with a red power. Declaring that it is time to take action, he lets out a thunderous roar as his muscles begin to swell. His shirt tears to pieces under the raw force of his aura. Shouting out, the old blacksmith unleashes his full power. He rips off the fabric completely, exposing a rock-solid back. His face tenses as thick veins bulge with murderous intent. He radiates the raw aura of a master smith, revealing his true form as a muscular god of war under the light. With a deep rumble, he mutters that it has been ages since he went all out, reaching down with a calloused hand. He firmly grips the handle of a massive sledgehammer resting nearby, channeling all of his physical strength into his arm. He swings the hammer high with earth-shattering power, eager to see what legendary weapon he is about to forge today. Without a moment of hesitation, he slams the hammer onto the dark ore, triggering an explosion of blinding light. The resulting shockwave sweeps outward in all directions, instantly blowing back anyone who happens to be standing too close. This massive surge of power rips through the building, shattering the glass panels of the tower with ease. A brilliant beam of light pierces the dark sky outside quickly, drawing the attention of the giant beetle beast in the area. The monster pauses in confusion, wondering about this massive spike in energy and if that stubborn old man survived. Ignoring the rest of the minor pests, the massive creature turns around and heads straight back inside the structure. It resolves to end his life personally, but as it prepares to charge, it halts in confusion at an obstacle. It grunts as it feels someone on its back. It is Yun, standing boldly right on the beast to challenge it. She vows to stop the monster no matter what, making it growl in pure frustration at yet another troublesome human. But craftily, a dark spatial rift suddenly opens beneath Duan Ye's feet, causing her to lose her footing completely. She gasps in panic. Su Chen tries to reach her, but the monster's sharp legs are far too quick. It snatches Yun and lifts her high into the air, leaving Su Chen watching helplessly from the ground. The beast is simply too strong, easily breaking free of the binding spell and flinging Duan Ya away, shocking Yun. She screams out for her sister while the monster opens its bloody mouth, growling that it will eat her first. Falling toward those deadly jaws, Duan Ya cries out for Su Chen, and a dark shadow immediately streaks forward like lightning. He tells her not to be afraid. He shoots a dark shadow rope from his hand, wrapping it around her. He pulls her out of danger in the nick of time, the dark rope retracting to carry her to safety. Using her momentum as a springboard, Chen flips through the air and unleashes a thunderous kick straight between the monster's eyes. The heavy impact triggers a massive explosion of bright light, cracking the monster's thick protective armor into pieces. Chen lands gracefully and immediately tenses his muscles, preparing to launch a relentless follow-up strike on the beast. The beast takes a painful hit. It shrieks and splits its body apart, leaving Lu Yunyun floating motionless in the center. Duanya is still free-falling, screaming in terror. In a flash, Chen darts forward and catches her securely in his arms. He asks gently if she is all right. Blushing, she mumbles that she is fine, but danger lies right in front of them. The monster's massive jaws are wide open, ready to swallow them whole, while another threat suddenly emerges from behind. A crimson eye glares from the darkness. Union stares in absolute horror, completely unable to find her words. The monster cackles. Surprised, it mocks them, revealing that it has another mouth right on its tail. It boasts that they will be digested in just a second. But suddenly the beast halts in utter confusion. A massive tremor erupts from the crumbling tower, causing nearby high-rise buildings to fracture into huge pieces. Thick clouds of dust swallow the battlefield. The monster looks down at the exhausted Union, laughing cruelly. It gloats that the pests are dead. But then check this out, a brilliant silver light tears through the sky. This devastating beam shoots through the wreckage at blinding speed, aiming straight for the arrogant colossal beast. Suddenly, a massive beast claw with razor-sharp talons comes crashing down, completely crushing the solid ground below. The little black cat has now transformed into a giant legendary beast with burning glowing stripes. It holds a divine weapon tightly in its jaws, letting out a powerful roar that shakes the battlefield. The shocked monster screams in fury, demanding to know how there is still a survivor before lunging to make them its meal. The massive beast charges with lightning-fast strikes, carving bright blue trails of light that slice through the enemy's dark crimson aura. Amidst the chaos, a human hand reaches out, gathering a mysterious deep purple energy that begins to swirl. It condenses into a tight fist, unleashing an oppressive pressure on everything nearby. Suddenly, Chen appears. Standing proudly on the beast's back, he holds Duanya close with one arm to keep her safe from harm. The monster backs away cautiously, gritting its teeth and demanding to know what that annoying cat is trying to do. Chen looks at the weapon in his beast's mouth, asking if this is the blade the old blacksmith forged. The beast responds with an approving growl. Duanya looks at the sharp blade, her eyes widening at its intense murderous aura. The weapon is clearly something special. Chen's gaze sharpens, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Just watch this. He prepares to deliver the final strike, declaring that he will use this oversized bug to test his brand new blade. Sensing imminent death, the panicked monster backs away, desperately begging him to wait and stay back. A blinding slash tears open the dark sky, slicing straight through the armored bug as its flesh and shell shatter into pieces. Blood and armor spray across the battlefield. Union stands amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily as she looks up. She asks in a dazed whisper if it is finally over. But suddenly, a tiny fragment of the monster's soul stirs. It opens a pair of shifty eyes and flutters its wings to flee, gritting its teeth in pure hatred. The defeated creature curses that its hard-earned nest is ruined, but plots revenge as it retreats, glad to have a backup plan. It decides to join forces with the zombie queen before returning for payback. Looking down at the shrinking ground it sighs. It boasts that it must be completely safe at this altitude, but a massive hand suddenly drops down from above. This devastating blow crushes its last hope. The tiny creature cannot dodge, taking a direct hit from the overwhelming pressure. Swatted hard in midair, a streak of black blood splatters across the clouds, ending the vile creature for good. It could only watch its imminent demise draw closer, completely powerless to do anything except scream in absolute despair. Union stands tall above the ruins, looking down coldly at her falling foe and delivering a stern final warning to get lost. After that earth-shattering explosion, the dust slowly clears from the massive crater, revealing a heavy, deathly silence. Standing amidst the wreckage, Union catches her breath as her massive form begins to shrink back to normal, returning to her normal self after burning through so much energy. From the distance, a massive fiery beast glides over, carrying Chen and Duanya on its back. Duanya quickly leaps down, catching her stumbling teammate while anxiously asking why she grew so huge, warning that her body cannot take such a toll. Union weakly replies that it was only for a split second, so she is fine. But then she looks back at the deep crater where the beast was defeated, still feeling completely shaken. Meanwhile, the giant black cat curiously approaches the mangled corpse of the bug, leaning down for a taste. Chen barks out a warning for it to stop eating. Staring at the hideous mangled flesh, Chen grimaces with disgust. This thing is way too gross, promising to feed the cat some canned food later instead. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently as a massive boulder gets thrown high into the air. Wang Song exerts his strength muscles, bulging as he lifts a heavy concrete block weighing tons, letting out a powerful roar. He hurls the massive stone away to clear the rubble, while Su and Old Fu watch in absolute shock from behind. Su anxiously supports Old Fu by his arm, softly asking how he feels. The old blacksmith is completely exhausted but tries to act tough, muttering that he is not dead yet. Their conversation suddenly breaks, off as Su looks up at the sky, her eyes widening in pure confusion. Out of nowhere, white snowflakes begin to fall from above, blanketing the dark ruins. Everyone freezes in disbelief, whispering to themselves about whether it is actually snowing. Duanya stares at the falling flakes quietly, noting that while winter should not arrive this early, the post-apocalyptic climate is so chaotic that anything is possible. Chen stands completely still in the drifting snow, his expression turning incredibly grave as he watches this sudden environmental shift. Wang Song points a trembling hand toward the darkening sky, his voice shaking. He warns everyone to look up at the terrifying black clouds. Thick, dark layers are swirling overhead like a massive vortex, completely blocking out the sun and creating a suffocating pressure. He mutters that he has never seen clouds this thick, before blotting out every ounce of light. But Chen simply shakes his head, his sharp eyes seeing the grim reality. Those are not storm clouds, he explains, but volcanic ash drifting from afar. The giant beast crouches low as Chen continues. He reminds them that the volcanic eruptions started before the apocalypse, making global ash cover an inevitable reality. It was only a matter of time. Duanya reaches out a hand, catching the pale falling particles of dust, to feel the cold bite of this harsh new era. Looking closely at her palm, she asks if there is ash in the snow, and if it will ever clear up. Chen looks straight into her eyes, delivering a cold, harsh dose of reality. No, he says, the world is about to enter an endless, brutal volcanic winter. Down below, under the grayish snow, the monster's mangled shell begins to twitch. There is a bizarre energy stirring beneath the broken armor. Suddenly, a sharp wave of murderous intent flares up, catching Chen off guard. At that moment, a chilling laugh echoes around them. A red ghostly figure manifests behind Chen, mocking them and asking if they really believe they could kill it so easily. The phantom boasts that it can summon endless bugs to continuously resurrect. Watching their deadly enemy rise from the dead, Su and Old Fu are left completely speechless. Duan Ya and Yun Yun both scream out in sheer panic as they see the dark shadow looming right behind him. Wang Song rushes forward without a second thought, determined to end this creature once and for all. But Chen merely glances back at the roaring phantom, a look of pure contempt on his face. Suddenly, his body flares up with powerful glowing blue energy circuits. He casually waves his teammates back, telling them to step aside and let him handle the monster alone. The beast gasps in horror as it realizes its spiritual body is completely locked down by the glowing blue light. It struggles in vain, wondering what is happening as the space around it begins to bend and tear apart. The phantom screams in agony as the spatial dimensions warp, demanding to know what Chen is doing. Blinding light tears through the darkness as the beast shrieks for him to stop. Meanwhile, Chen stands perfectly still, amongst the rubble, calmly watching the last fragments of the monster's soul dissolve into the air. He slowly clenches his fist, silently reflecting on the fight. As expected, after exhausting its power earlier, the beast was weak enough to be absorbed directly into his spatial pocket. Watching this incredible display of power, the rest of the group can only stare in absolute shock, wondering what he just did. Chen turns to look back at Old Fu, his expression darkening as the snow falls faster. He notes that with the worsening weather, their trip to Free City will have to be put on hold. Old Fu sighs deeply, his aged face creased with heavy worry. He mutters that they lack winter gear and do not have enough food for a long journey anyway. Su sadly wraps her arms around his frail arm. Looking at her grandfather, her eyes fill with tears of deep sympathy. Covered in so many severe wounds, he might not last another few days. She refuses to let the stubborn old man die. Just then, Chen steps forward, retrieving a thick coat from his spatial storage. He drapes it over their shoulders, assuring them that with him around, death is not an option, so they should bundle up first. All three stare in absolute shock at this luxury item. Is that a real down jacket, and where on earth did he even get it? Next, he pulls out a massive bag of survival supplies and hands it to Su. It is packed with food, tents, and much-needed medical gear. He urges them to take the supplies and find a place to rest. Clutching the medicine bag, Su looks at Chen with total disbelief. Does this guy have Doraemon's magic pocket or something? Regardless, they agree it is time to move and find a safe shelter. And so through a forest blanketed in thick snow and volcanic ash, the group's truck moves silently past the bare, withered trees. Inside the cargo bed, Duanya watches in sheer panic as terrifying cracks spread across Yun Yun's skin. Her giant transformation is taking a toll. The severe cracking is getting worse by the second, making things look grim. Seeing this, Chen pulls out a brilliant purple crystal. He explains in a low, serious voice that this is the Spider King's core, which he had kept put away due to side effects. "Are you giving that to Yunyun?" Duanya asks. With a resolute gaze, he gently slips the core into Yunyun's mouth. Before long, the zombie queen will lead her horde to wipe out the surface, and Chen needs his girls to be much stronger. As the core melts, Yunyun's eyes flash with light and the terrifying cracks on her skin slowly begin to seal up. It is working, her wounds are actually healing on their own. Chen looks deep into their eyes, his voice turning thick and raspy. There is one more thing he forgot to mention, and suddenly both girls blush deeply as their breathing turns incredibly shallow. The Spider Queen's poison inside their systems has not been neutralized yet. Feeling the heat rise, Yunyun weakly reaches out. Her hand brushes against Chen's firm chest, her eyes clouded with haze as her primal instincts begin to take complete control. She begs between heavy, ragged breaths, pleading with him to help cure her poison quickly because the fever is simply too intense. Chen leans close, whispering to her to wait and take it slow, but Duanya suddenly squeezes her way between them. Anxious and clearly jealous, she suggests that since Yunyun needs time to absorb the core, she should get cured first. But Yunyun stubbornly clings to Chen, claiming she feels absolutely nothing from the core, her face flushed with pure desire. She begs her sister to let go because she cannot hold back any longer. Chen watches, silently analyzing the situation. It is strange that she feels nothing, since the core should have triggered an instant breakthrough. Perhaps her talent is simply too immense. She requires far more energy than any normal person. Soon, a fierce argument erupts between the two desperate women. Duanya insists that as the older sister, she should go first, but Yunyun argues back that older sisters should yield. Duanya refuses to back down, her eyes burning as she declares that she will absolutely not yield this to anyone. Besides, she points out Chen just survived a massive battle and cannot possibly handle both of them at the same time. They glare at each other, sparks flying before shouting in unison about who gets to go first. Chen just raises an eyebrow. He questions if they are seriously doubting his stamina. Before they can even react to his words, he makes his move. He pulls both of them tightly into his chest with a mischievous smirk, deciding to neutralize their poisons simultaneously. Inside the cramped truck, dramatic sounds of struggle and gasps begin to fill the air as they surrender to him. They feel incredibly lucky to have him, as Duji's venom was almost enough to drive them completely insane. Meanwhile, outside the truck, under the heavy falling snow, a strange man mutters to himself that they seem to be heading in the right direction. The group of woodsmen suddenly stops in their tracks when they spot a bizarre figure hanging from a tree branch. A spear-wielding man cautiously approaches the cocoon, wondering aloud if the woman trapped inside has already perished. Looking closely at her bound upside-down body, one of them notes that her skin is still soft, meaning she died recently. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless body twitches and lets out a soft groan, her eyes snapping wide open in an instant. The men stumble backward in absolute terror as she demands to know who they are, realizing she is very much alive. Breaking free from her bonds, she drops from the high branch, landing gracefully in the snow in a defensive stance. With a sharp glare, she warns them to stay back, prompting them to explain they only wanted to save her. Duji looks up at the dry branches in utter confusion, wondering how on earth she ended up suspended like that. As her memories slowly piece themselves back together, she suddenly remembers the chaotic battle that transpired earlier. Looking up, she recalls the beast's spiritual form escaping into the crimson haze, realizing it has flown high into the sky. High above, giant Yunyun's eyes glow with fierce determination as she screams that they cannot let the monster escape. She warns the little girl below to hold on tight, leaving the confused child to wonder what is happening. In the ensuing chaos, the girl loses her grip and slips off Yunyun, screaming in terror as she plunges downward. Reflected in Duji's blood-red eyes is the memory of that falling child screaming for help. Duji quietly pieces it together. She stretches her limbs, realizing she is incredibly lucky that the branches broke her fall and saved her life. Seeing she is unharmed, the woodsman coldly turn to leave, advising her to find some warm clothes in this freezing weather. Duji watches them walk away, only to notice thick snowflakes drifting down through the dark volcanic ash. She wonders why it is suddenly snowing out of nowhere, realizing she needs to move fast before freezing. Need to find Master quickly, or I will freeze to death out here. Standing in the snow-drenched forest, she scans the horizon, completely lost and disoriented. Where even is this place? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the quiet woods, echoing off the trees as frantic footsteps kick up heavy snow. Poison Lady gasps in utter shock and amazement, watching the group scramble right back toward her. "Why are you guys coming back this way?" she demands. Two pale-faced men sprint past, screaming in pure terror. Poison Lady narrows her eyes. Did they take a wrong turn? Watching their retreating backs as they flee like madmen, she can only shout after them in confusion, "Hey, wait." But only a heavy, suffocating silence answers her. She stands frozen in the falling snow, wondering why they just abandoned her. Then right behind her, two masked figures materialize. Glowing blue eyes pierce through the dark like grim reapers. One of the masked killers glides closer, a sickening grin hidden beneath the bizarre talismans plastering his pale face. He lunges forward, swinging a wicked razor-sharp blade directly at Poison Lady with blinding, lethal, and bloodthirsty speed. A massive explosion of dark energy detonates in mid-air, completely blinding everyone. Through the thick black swirling smoke, a foot slams down to launch forward. Shimmering trails of raw power rip through the freezing night. Up ahead, the fleeing men panic. One yells to his brother that they are going to get her killed. The older brother snaps back with a ruthless snarl. Are you stupid? We do not owe that woman anything. Why should we ever risk our necks for a stranger? His eyes turn cold, filled with a desperate, cruel self-preservation. If she does not die, we do. But as they glance back through the blizzard, both men freeze. Poison Lady is sprinting through the snow at a terrifying inhuman speed. The brother gasps, eyes wide with horror. Is that the same woman from before? She is still alive. They halt in their tracks, staring into the dark. Wait, if she is there, then who is behind us? Behind them, the masked monsters loom breath-hot on their necks. Crimson eyes glow with bloodlust. The brothers whip their heads around, and in an instant they start running like madmen again. Poison Lady glares back, shouting at the cowards who are actively dragging the nightmare right to her doorstep. Stop following me, she bites her lip, sweat dripping down her face. Damn it, these things are too strong. I have to find a way out of this. Suddenly, she spots a familiar truck parked in the trees. It is her master's truck. Poison Lady lunges forward and tightly grabs the door handle, flooded with relief. Thank goodness, she stands outside filled with hope, knowing the immense strength of the man resting inside. If Master steps in, she is saved. But as she peeks through the window, she freezes in pure shock. Inside the truck, Duan Ya and Yun are completely exhausted, panting heavily after a grueling session with Chen. Outside, Wang Song's desperate group comes charging toward the vehicle, screaming at each other to get inside. There is a truck hide in there. Poison Lady snaps out of her daze and whips around. She cannot let them disturb her master right now, or everything is ruined. Stepping in front of the door, she blocks the way, yelling at the stampeding crowd to stop. No one is allowed inside. Back off. Before they can protest, she swings an energy whip, creating a barrier that blasts the crowd backward. Gritting her teeth, she warns them with chilling intent. One more step and you die. She will buy some time. But then a bone-chilling and monstrous pressure suddenly erupts right behind her. Poison Lady stiffens in sheer panic. This is bad. The ground beneath them begins to buckle and shake violently. Is this a sudden earthquake? Are they all doomed? Poison Lady's eyes widen in absolute horror as a gargantuan shadow emerges from the swirling blizzard. What on earth is that monstrous creature? A massive prehistoric beast looms over them. It is a giant mammoth. Staring at its blood-red eyes and rotting flesh, a horrifying truth dawns on her. This mammoth is a reanimated corpse. The undead titan bellows, shaking the entire forest before stomping its massive foot down. Everyone screams in unison. The shockwave from the stomp blows Poison Lady off her feet, sending her rolling across the freezing snow. She struggles to sit up, staring in pure despair at the colossal nightmare. Fighting this is completely impossible. Staring death in the face, she grips her weapon tightly. She has to risk everything on one final move. But instead, she bolts back into the truck, screaming in a shaky voice. Master, we have a mammoth. A massive undead mammoth is right outside. Inside, Duan Ya and Yun slowly wake from their daze. A mammoth. They whisper, looking at each other in confusion. Suddenly, Chen stands, power radiating from his body. A powerful dark purple aura erupts from him. He coldly asks what she just said. Terrified by her master's scary expression, Duji panics. She frantically waves her hands to deny it, explaining that is not what she meant. She hastily points out the window, while the sibling, Duo, also peers inside. She insists there is a real mammoth out there. Right then, a terrifying zombie mammoth raises its trunk and roars its glowing red eyes, unleashing a bone-chilling killing intent over the vehicle. All three people inside the car look out together, stunned by the colossal size of the newly appeared enemy. Chen stares intensely at the giant beast, his gaze turning sharp and highly analytical. Could a real mammoth actually exist here? Meanwhile, Wanwen gently steps down from the bed, barefoot, wearing a highly confident smile. She tells everyone to keep moving and leave this big bug to her. Her face still carries a charming blush, yet her eyes are incredibly determined. She reassures them that the previous fight was just a warm-up. The real battle starts now. She glances playfully at Duan Ya, whispering a suggestive remark that would make anyone blush. She teasingly offers to let her sister have him first this time. Duan Ya is completely stunned, her eyes widening as she watches Wanwan boldly dash out of the vehicle. Confused and blushing, Duan Ya looks at Chen's retreating back, with a mix of anxiety and shyness, expressing her deep concern about Wanwan heading out all on her own. Right then, a massive foot stomps heavily onto the snow, shaking the earth. Wang Song and his group scream in terror at the sight of the real mammoth. Wanwan rushes outside, looking up at the colossal beast while demanding to know where Duji dragged this monster from. Meanwhile, Wang Song angrily points at the two strangers, shouting that they are the ones to ask. Beside him, one of the strangers sweats profusely, claiming he knows absolutely nothing about it. Before he can even finish, a sharp whip cuts through the air with a deafening screech sweeping right past them. Du Ji corners the man, demanding to know what he just said. Terrified, he quickly starts spilling the truth. He begs her to stop, explaining they were survivors hiding at the zoo. As terrifying memories flood back, he continues, revealing that a group of bizarre individuals suddenly raided the zoo. He vividly recalls a creepy masked woman covered in talismans. They were extremely strange, ignoring all food and water. Instead, her clawed hands were busy digging around, searching for something specific. The terrifying memory flashes back to her standing in the middle of a desolate wasteland surrounded by ruin. She stood among scattered animal bones and remnants. Back then, Wang Song and his companion hid behind a ruined wall in pure horror. They witnessed the entire gruesome scene with absolute dread. Back in the present, the rampaging zombie mammoth unleashes its fury. It swings its massive trunk with a red aura, slamming it down hard. Wang Song, still deeply traumatized, continues his story. The horror was too much, so they fled the zoo, never expecting to still be tracked down by these monsters. The beast's massive trunk sweeps through the air with destructive force, obliterating every single obstacle in its path. Standing fearlessly against the danger, Wan pieces the clues together, realizing they use zoo bones to resurrect this thing. Her eyes widen as she wonders if this bizarre creature is some kind of rare mutation born from the apocalypse. Pushing her doubts aside, a cold smirk appears on her face, her eyes burning with intense battle spirit. None of that matters now. Suddenly, the masked woman on the mammoth and the siblings shout in shock. She has activated her gigantification ability. Wan reaches out her massive, newly enlarged hand toward the masked woman, confidently declaring she will capture her for study. Her colossal hand snatches the target right out of the air. Squeezing tightly, she tells her there will be no mercy. She smirks mockingly while exerting pressure to crush her enemy, promising she will try to be gentle. Right after, she grabs the mammoth's sharp trunk with both hands, swinging the massive beast around while playfully humming a song. She lifts the giant beast, effortlessly, teasingly singing about why its nose is so incredibly long. Witnessing this terrifying show of strength disguised as play, the onlookers stare in disbelief at her supposed research method. Right then, Chen and Duanya calmly step out of the vehicle, his voice utterly indifferent as he speaks. He says there is no need for research, as this is just a zombie beast from the Queen's final wave. Hearing that familiar voice, the strange man whips around in shock, his jaw dropping as he recognizes him. He runs over to Chen's group with a big grin, thrilled to see that he actually survived the apocalypse. He comments that Chen seems to be doing quite well. Chen just frowns slightly, offering a very cold response. He asks who the man is, leaving Jiang Ming completely deflated as he explains they were actually college classmates. Standing nearby, Duanya casts a murderous glare and coldly asks if she should just eliminate this stranger. Chen calmly replies that he does vaguely recall having a classmate like him, leaving Jiang Ming sweating. He breaks out in a cold sweat, laughing loudly to mask his sheer embarrassment. "See, I told you we were classmates, otherwise how could I possibly recognize you?" Jiang Ming secretly counts his blessings, relieved that Chen actually remembers him from those skipped college days. Jiang Ming glances over at Duanya with dark intentions. He knows that sticking with this powerful group will definitely yield some easy benefits. He forces a fake smile, asking if they could introduce this beautiful lady to him. Then he looks up at Yun with pure greed, flattering her shamelessly. Given her massive strength, she must be the leader of this group. Jiang Ming gets lost in his own dirty delusions, hoping to win her favor. Little does he know what is happening right above him. He dreams of winning her over, completely unaware that Yun's massive heavy foot is hovering directly above his head. Ignoring the creep, Yun hurls a bloody tusk straight into the snow. It lands with a massive, deafening crash. Panting heavily, she looks down at the broken bone remaining in her hand. Her glowing red eyes widen in surprise as she slowly mutters that it broke. The two brothers snap their heads up, their pupils shrinking in terror as the mammoth comes crashing down. It is flying right toward them. Jiang Ming clutches his head in utter despair, screaming at the top of his lungs. "We are dead, we are about to get crushed." But at that exact split second, Duanya calmly raises her hand. "Wait until you see this." She unleashes a blinding beam of pink energy straight into the sky. Talk about massive power. It completely stops the giant beast in its tracks, leaving Jiang Ming and Wang Song utterly frozen in shock. Bathed in the glowing light, Duanya smirks with absolute confidence, exuding a queenly pressure that demands total submission from every single creature, leaving the men trembling below. They watch in awe as she casually drapes her coat over her shoulders and warns her friend. "Be careful, Yun," she warns. From a distance, Jiang Ming watches them with intense burning jealousy, wondering how on earth Chen got two incredibly powerful women to protect him. His face darkens with sheer envy as he begins to scheme. He starts wondering why that guy gets all the luck and how he can take his place. Meanwhile, Yun shrinks back to normal. Clutching her blanket tight, her eyes light up as she whines to Chen about how incredibly hungry she is. She licks her lips cutely, asking him if he can whip up some food. Chen responds with a calm shrug. Sure, he says, I will go inside and prepare something. Eavesdropping nearby, Jiang Ming smirks as a realization hits him. His eyes gleam with malice, instantly looking down on Chen. It turns out the guy is just their personal cook. If that is the case, replacing him will be a total piece of cake. Jiang Ming immediately pulls out a dark object. His sidekick asks in confusion what he is planning. Nearby, Yuan stands out in the freezing snow holding her, growling stomach and complaining about how hungry she is. Seeing his chance, Jiang Ming steps up to offer her some dried meat. Hey Yuan, I have kept this dried meat with me. If you are hungry, you can have some of this to hold you over. He boasts proudly, pointing out that while most meat is rotten nowadays, this special jerky of his is a rare delicacy. Yuan stares at the strange, suspicious-looking lump in his hand, pulling a face of sheer disgust. What on earth is that strange black crusty thing? But completely clueless as ever, Jiang Ming eagerly starts explaining. It is gorilla meat from the zoo made with my secret recipe. Just take one bite and you will love it. Before he can even finish, Yuan pinches her nose and shoves his hand away. Gorilla meat, that is absolutely disgusting. Take it away, she turns around, heading straight up the truck steps. Jiang Ming, you should keep that garbage for yourself. I already told you I only eat food cooked by Chen. Shoved off so easily, Jiang Ming grits his teeth in anger. What could Chen possibly make anyway? He simply cannot believe that she turned down actual meat without a second thought. But the moment the truck door swings open, Yuan clasps her hands together in pure joy at a massive feast. Now this is what real food looks like. Peeking through the window, Jiang Ming and his subordinate press their faces against the glass. They gasp in sheer disbelief. Hot pot roast chicken. This is insane. How could Chen possibly have all of this? The sidekick gulps, loudly whispering in his ear. Boss, you two were classmates, right? Asking him to share shouldn't be an issue. Exactly, we are classmates. What's wrong with a little bite? Finding his suggestion reasonable, Jiang Ming turns and yells to Chen. Hey classmate, let us in to grab some food. That wouldn't be an issue, right? Chen stands at the door, arms crossed. He gives a mysterious smirk. We are all classmates here, so we can definitely talk about this, he says. Jiang Ming lights up. Really, thank you so much, old classmate. But just as he tries to step up the stairs, Chen blocks him. Hold on, Chen says, his gaze turning freezing cold. If you want some food, there is a condition. Wait, what did he want? If they wanted a taste, they would have to offer something in return. Jiang Ming holds his head high smugly, claiming there must be a condition. After all, mutual help goes both ways. He smugly lays out his demands, stating that he must join their team since he is also a powerful awakened user. Chen lets out a mocking smirk. He falsely praises the guy, asking if he really is an awakened user. With the deal made, Jiang Ming eagerly pushes past the door, telling them to let them inside quickly. He can finally taste real food again, screaming for hot pot. But wait, their happy moment gets cut short. The greedy duo freezes in absolute shock. Over on the sofa, Yuan stretches and pats her full belly. She sighs with total satisfaction, saying she is stuffed. The majestic feast is now just empty plates. Only scattered fish bones and clean dishes remain on the table. Jiang Ming breaks down in total despair. He screams in despair, wondering how they ate it all so fast. Spotting some leftover soup, the shameless duo rushes forward. The starving pair desperately fights over the remaining scraps in the pot, shouting at each other not to steal the food. They happily chew on the bones, refusing to waste a single bite. Outside, Duan Ya crosses her arms and frowns. She quietly asks if he really wants them to join. Chen calmly turns around and says, of course. He adds that a man must keep his word. Just then, Yuan approaches and hands him a glowing crystal. She explains she found it inside the mammoth's skull, telling him to absorb it. Chen takes it quite surprised. But he quickly smiles and pushes it back, telling her to keep it since she was the one who found it. In his mind, he quietly calculates the odds. The crystal drop rate from the zombie queen's soldiers is incredibly high. Chen's eyes sharpen as he carefully considers the future situation. This is a crucial detail he must keep in mind. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Jiang Ming and his sidekick step out, licking their lips and holding polished plates. They flatter him, asking what chore the two brothers should handle next. Soon after, the harsh, freezing winter arrives. Heavy snow blankets the ruined city. The decaying buildings stand like frozen giants lost in the freezing storm. On a cold street corner, a young man carries his master on his back while the elder weakly protests. The old man tells him to put him down since he is not paralyzed, but the student refuses to listen. He sincerely replies that Elder Fu still needs to help him forge a sword, so he cannot let him overwork. He then bids farewell to Chen's group, explaining that the old man's injuries are too severe and need treatment. Chen silently watches them leave, stepping up to offer a helpful tip to guide them to safety. He suggests they head to the Divine Light base, explaining that General Cao, his friend, can assist them there. A muscular, athletic girl waves goodbye with a bright smile, telling them to take care of themselves out there. She playfully reminds the boy not to forget his promise to her. Su Chen nods politely back. He wishes them well, then turns to the two beautiful women beside him, suggesting they set off too. The heavy truck engine roars, kickstarting the massive wheels that plow through thick snow into the deep fog. Up on the roof, Zhang Ming and his sidekick lie flat to avoid the freezing wind. The lackey asks if they got tricked. Zhang Ming sneers at the gray sky, coldly muttering that danger and traps are everywhere these days. But his eyes gleam with greed. If they play their cards right, having those two powerful women's protection will secure their future. His face twists with pure malice as he schemes. Honestly, this greedy guy has absolutely no idea what is coming for him. He mutters that after he successfully conquers those women, there will be no place left for Su Chen to stand. Meanwhile, in a rundown slum with crumbling roofs, a dark and suffocating shroud of death hangs heavy in the air. A bizarre, hairy creature trembles in absolute terror. Cold sweat drips down its face from the overwhelming pressure behind it. A massive beast with long horns and burning red eyes emerges from the dark, placing a muscular hand on his shoulder. Below them, a horde of grotesque monsters cheers wildly for their king, while this new ruler roars with absolute authority. The new boss glares at the old leader with pure disgust, ordering the useless trash to let go immediately. He spits out that a piece of garbage like him does not deserve to rule over anyone here. Without a single moment of hesitation, the beast unleashes a devastating strike, painting the air with a deep crimson mist. Witnessing the horrific slaughter, the monster lackeys stare in absolute shock, frozen by his terrifying displays of raw power. The horned giant casually lifts the severed head of the defeated king, stepping toward the throne with a cold gaze. He sits proudly on his high seat, chillingly asking the crowd who their true king is supposed to be now. Pointing a sharp claw directly at the crowd below, he unleashes an oppressive roar that makes everyone tremble in absolute terror. Up close, the new king's savage face is terrifying, showing off sharp icy fangs and glowing red eyes that lock onto his prey. He bellows for them to speak up. The targeted victim is scared out of his mind instantly, face planting onto the ground, sweating profusely. He does not even dare to look up. Standing tall, the horned new king radiates a dense black killing intent that smothers the area. His terrifying presence strikes fear into everything around. Right after, another lackey, eager to show his loyalty, raises his blade with a crazed shout. With a twisted expression, he repeatedly stabs the dead body, screaming for the corpse to die over and over again. His sheer brutality leaves the nearby onlookers utterly stunned, wondering what kind of insane stunt this guy is trying to pull. Ending his mad display, the lackey stands up, points at the corpse, and loudly announces to the entire army that the useless weakling is dead. Stepping aside with deep respect, he points toward the new king, who is currently sitting majestically upon his throne. The new king has officially ascended. As his glowing red eyes glare menacingly, the lackey shouts out to pressure the crowd. He demands they all kneel and pay their respects. Instantly, thousands of bizarre creatures below bow down in unison. Their thunderous chants shake the heavens, screaming, "Long live the king." Hearing their praise, the new ruler bursts into laughter. He roars with delight, praising their loyalty. Looking down at the lackey who just proved himself, the king nods in approval. He calls the minion quite clever, sending the guy into a joyful frenzy as he bows, repeatedly thanking the king for the compliment. Suddenly, a panicked scout rushes into the base to report that there are two intruders standing outside, openly challenging them. Hearing this, the Horned King smirks, his crimson eyes flashing with sudden amusement as he processes the news. Meanwhile, outside the towering gates, Zhang Ming's loud shouting echoes across the freezing, snow-covered landscape, calling for the monsters to get out. He aggressively shoulders an RPG anti-tank rocket launcher, his face twisted with murderous intent as he issues his threat. He warns them to comply or face the consequences, but his partner next to him is shivering, completely pale with fear. The terrified sidekick asks if they really have to do this, wondering how just two of them can take down an entire base. Zhang Ming glares back, snapping at his subordinate's cowardice and calling him an idiot for not seeing the bigger picture. Of course, it is impossible, but he explains this is actually a test to prove their worth to Su Chen. To reassure his partner, he aims his weapon and confidently tells him to relax since Su Chen is his old classmate. After all, he gave them this heavy firepower for self-defense. Right then, a harsh metallic grinding sound echoes through the air. The massive gates begin to slide open. Without even waiting for the enemy to show their faces, Zhang Ming pulls the trigger. With a crazed look in his eyes, he yells not to worry, claiming even the beast race will get vaporized by this shot. He squints, watching with high expectations. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts as the RPG rocket slams directly into the opening gate. As the smoke clears, the massive silhouette of the Horned King stands tall, his face completely darkened with absolute rage. He growls, demanding to know who dared to do this. The powerful rocket was stopped dead right in front of his face. The intense heat warps the air around them. A massive detonation follows as the rocket finally explodes upon impact. The clearing smoke reveals a chilling, deadly silence that completely freezes both attackers in their tracks. Staring at the monster, Zhang Ming jaw drops in pure horror, sweat pouring down his face. His partner stammers that they are indeed dealing with the beast race. With the smoke fully gone, the new king steps forward with an overwhelming pressure, making his nearby minions tremble as they salute him. They stutter out their respect, but the monstrous king simply approaches them with glowing red eyes, growling in pure fury. Terrified, the lackeys ask if he is all right. Exploding with rage, the new king grinds his teeth and roars his command. He orders his men to seize the two fools, his savage roar shaking the snowy fields as he demands to tear them apart. Meanwhile, watching from a distant hill, Chen calmly observes the chaos through his binoculars, letting out a satisfied smile. His bait is working even better than he expected. Standing right beside him, Union stares at the flashing energy glow. She wonders if he is going to finish them all off. Chen lowers his binoculars, his eyes deep and full of calculation. He calmly tells her to be patient, explaining that he still has a use for these creatures. Chen reaches his hand into the empty air. Glowing green spatial energy begins to swirl, wrapping around an invisible entity. Trapped inside the energy cage, a hidden monster screams in agony. It seems this wretched creature is still barely alive. Its red eyes roll back in sheer pain as it begs in utter despair, pleading for them to just end its life. It complains that the constant tearing pain is worse than death itself. Chen looks down at the dying creature with cold, merciless eyes. He reaches his hand out as if to seize its very soul, telling it that if it wants to die, it must help him first. The monster's body melts into a pathetic, slimy heap. Groaning, it asks him what on earth he actually wants. With a completely calm face, Chen makes a chilling demand. He wants to borrow its worm brain. As the monster fades into the red and black smoke, it weakly leaves its final words, telling him to just take it. But it is exhausted. He must control them himself and remember his promise. Finally, Chen turns. He turns to Duanya, pointing at the glowing energy, and asks if she can control this swarm of worms. Focusing her mind, she nods and tells him she will try. Just then, a blinding flash suddenly swallows everything, leaving a scene of utter destruction in its wake. Right after the blast, a blazing light consumes the entire sky, reducing the entire area to ruins. From the smoke and dust, the new Taudi king narrows his eyes toward the fire. He lets out a low, suspicious growl. Recalling his humiliating past, he gnashes his teeth in absolute bitter hatred. He was injured last time by a woman and her cat, his very first taste of pathetic, humiliating defeat. To reach the absolute top, he did not hesitate to slaughter his own kind, his crazed, blood-red eyes full of madness. To seize supreme power, he had to devour the flesh of his own tribe to become this ridiculously strong. Now standing before tens of thousands of kneeling soldiers, he proudly declares that becoming king is only the start. He will unite all the Taudi tribes, and when he meets those people again, he will crush them like mere ants. In his mind, the shadow of his old enemy suddenly appears. He roars with hatred, especially at that leader, the one with those cold, razor-sharp eyes. Snapping back to reality, he looks down at the two intruders in utter disgust. How dare these two pathetic ants even think of injuring him? Flying into a wild rage, he bellows at his men. He orders his subordinates to capture those bastards right away and grind their very bones into fine dust. Instantly, a horde of fierce Taoti warriors rushes down like a waterfall, aiming to tear their helpless prey apart. Zhang Ming is absolutely terrified. He runs for his life, screaming at Chen, asking what kind of shelter this is. This is clearly a Taoti nest, and he wanted them to die without even a grave. Panic completely consumes them. The two cowards just run blindly, desperately looking for some rubble to hide in, but they are too slow. Giant monsters quickly surround them from all sides, blocking any path of survival. A Taoti soldier glares down at them. He sneers in disgust at the trembling pair mockingly, saying they must have a lot of guts to come here. The lackeys brandish their weapons with menacing grins, asking how they dare to bomb their great king in the first place. They collapse to the ground in sheer despair, weeping and crying that they are completely finished this time. With zero mercy, the monsters raise their massive weapons all at once, ready to smash them to pieces. Enormous axes slice through the air, coming down fast on the two targets who can only close their eyes. Zhao Ming and his lackey can only clutch their heads, screaming in utter terror. But just as the blades draw close, a mysterious command suddenly echoes, forcing them all to freeze. One monster looks around in total confusion. Wondering why on earth they stopped, the Taodi soldiers suddenly notice purple worms crawling all over their faces. With faces of absolute horror, they shout, demanding to know where these bugs came from and what is happening. Suddenly, losing all control, the soldiers begin swinging their weapons and slaughtering each other in a complete frenzy. From high above, the new king watches in shock as a strange purple light begins to spread through the camp. A brilliant wave of purple energy erupts, engulfing the entire base in a scene of absolute chaotic terror. The monsters scream as the purple mist burns them alive. The king's right-hand man trembles, pointing into the haze. Asking his lord what that thing is, the long-horned king glares at the energy currently swallowing his subordinates. Taodi warriors collapse in heaps under the invisible power that is sweeping violently through the entire area. As the energy reaches the leader, he quickly grabs a soldier who is screaming out in sheer desperation. He instantly throws the screaming soldier straight into the mysterious purple energy as a shield. The building glows. The brilliant purple aura signals the arrival of an ultimate force. The new king gnashes his teeth, trying to stay calm. He glares at the purple mist with bitter, angry frustration, unable to comprehend what is actually happening. For the first time, genuine fear shows on his face, sensing an extremely bad omen. Suddenly, a clicking heel echoes. Du Ji appears with absolute elegance, calling out to the two men. Zhang Ming flinches, his eyes widening in shock. He stares at the newly arrived woman. Du Ji crosses her arms, looking at the trembling pair with cold, mocking eyes. How many times do they have to die? Zhang Bing stammers, staring in utter disbelief. How is she here, and those savage monsters from earlier? She looks confused. The Taoqi poison maiden quickly points her finger toward the pile of rubble. They are over there. But instead of attacking, the entire beast horde is now kneeling like mindless puppets on a string. Su Chen walks up, his face completely calm, nodding in satisfaction at the results. Well done, he says. With her eyes glowing, a mysterious, powerful purple. The pink-haired girl claims confidently that without the Insect King interfering, her spiritual energy can easily control these bugs. Hearing this, Su Chen casts a glance her way and asks to confirm her limits. How many of them can you actually control? The girl hesitates before answering. Around 300 to 500, but if I push past 300, things get pretty rough. Especially if I try to make them perform complex actions. Su Chen looks deep into her eyes, making a ruthless, strategic demand. No need for anything fancy, he says coldly. I just need them to run wild and fear death even less than the enemy. Looking at the motionless beast army kneeling before her like chess pieces, the pink-haired girl grins with triumph. If that is all, then it is absolutely no problem. The camera pans out to a wide shot showing a bleak landscape. Under a heavy blanket of falling snow, the imposing figure of the new Taoqi king looms menacingly atop a ruined building. He glares down from above, his face twisting in sudden shock and burning rage as he recognizes his targets. It is them. His temper flares and he snarls in utter contempt, his massive ego fully on display. How dare a few measly pathetic humans actually think they can control my mighty Taoqi clan like this? Standing tall in the freezing wind, he spits out a deadly vow. Just you wait, you miserable worms. The scene shifts to the main lair of the Taoqi, where a deep, glowing red pit smolders amidst dark, desolate ruins. Huddled in a dark corner, three terrified women cling to each other, shivering as one speaks out in despair. This freezing weather is unbearable and fewer people are left outside. What are we going to do? Suddenly, the heavy door creaks open. Two hulking shadows of Taoqi soldiers step inside with a chilling, cold announcement. Luckily, the king kept a few of these alive. One beast approaches, a dark, filthy lust in his eyes. The girl at the front recoils in utter terror, stammering out, "What do you want?" ignoring her pleas completely. The brutal monster grabs her leg, dragging her across the floor as she screams in agony, "Let me go." The massive soldiers hoist the victims over their shoulders like captured prey. "Shut your mouths," he growls, demanding absolute silence. They bring the girls before the commander sitting high on his throne. "Your Highness, the prey has arrived," one reports. A close-up shows a girl drenched in sweat, her eyes wide with absolute dread at the dark fate awaiting her. The monster leans in close to her neck. His foul, hot breath makes her shiver. The creature lets out one final weak groan. Seeing his victim pass out from sheer terror, Su Chen sighs and lets go. "Passed out already? How completely disappointing," he says with a shrug, casually tossing the poor girl down to his waiting men. They wait greedily below as he declares she is their reward. The soldiers cheer wildly, thanking their king while fighting over who goes first. They scramble to claim her one by one while the boss coldly turns his gaze to the second girl collapsed on the dirt. His mouth twists into a filthy sneer, telling her it is her turn now. The poor girl weeps, bitterly gathering whatever fading strength she has left to beg for mercy, sobbing for him to please let her go. But her desperate pleas are met only with a cold, heavy command. He barks a brutal order to kneel. His massive boot slams onto her back, pinning her to the ground. He sneers that serving them is the only reason worthless ants like her exist, asking if she dares to feel resentful. The girl screams in sheer agony, completely helpless on the freezing dirt as she chokes back her tears in starvation. She desperately whispers that she will submit but begs for food because she has not eaten in days. The boss just laughs mockingly. He points at his own body with a disgusting grin, telling her that her food is standing right in front of her. Stunned, she trembles from a deep, breaking humiliation as her lips move in shock, but then a sudden shift in the air. Out of nowhere, a dark, veiny hand clamps onto his head. A cold, mocking voice breaks the silence. The stranger asks if he is having fun. The guards gasp in shock. In a flash, their boss is hoisted high. He got hit by an overwhelming power. Screaming in absolute horror, he fell. Meanwhile, the girl watched in sheer, utter shock. Her tormentor was actually getting destroyed. In the distance, terrified soldiers shrieked, crying out for their boss. All around them, men stood entirely frozen. They stared in horror at their easily defeated comrade. Suddenly, the new leader of the Tao Ti clan stepped forward. With total authority, he announced that he was their new boss now. Right after that, he, glaring down with bone-chilling murderous intent, the beast roars a command to his massive legion to grab their weapons, hunt with him immediately. Back in the freezing snow-covered ruins of the destroyed base, Duan Ya narrows her eyes. Staring at the ruins, she asks Su Chen if he is sure they are here. He stays perfectly calm. Su Chen nods firmly. That is right. Besides this place, there are still a few other Tao Ti tribes around here. With the time ripe, he orders the girl beside him to act immediately, telling Duan Ya to directly unleash her insect swarm inside. Duan Ya smirks with absolute confidence, casually telling him to leave every single thing to her. Without hesitation, she channels her energy, causing a brilliant purple aura to violently explode around her stunning body. That purple light streaks forward like a deadly arrow, triggering a massive blinding explosion deep within the target building. Looking down from above, the entire ruins are completely engulfed in a strange, thick purple mist creeping around. It seeps into every single corner to hunt their enemies. Suddenly, Duan Ya narrows her eyes with deep caution. She lets out a sharp gasp as her face turns serious quickly, reporting the strange situation to Su Chen. Su Chen, there does not seem to be a single Tao Ti member inside. Did you get the wrong place? Standing in the freezing snow, Su Chen stares ahead. Impossible, he says. He never forgets a location. He nearly lost his life right here in his past life before learning this was the Tao Ti main lair. But hold on, because here is where it gets crazy. A wild maniacal laugh suddenly echoes from the rooftop. The new Tao Ti king appears majestically on high, looking down on Su Chen and his group with an arrogant sneer. He mockingly asks if they have finally crawled here to die, grinning maliciously to show off his sharp fangs. The monster boasts about having waited for them for a long time. Then the entire Tao Ti horde begins to emerge. As his massive army surrounds them, the leader roars, declaring today will be the anniversary of their deaths. Looking around without a single trace of fear, Su Chen calmly notes that it seems they walked into a trap, yet he points out that they have never met before. Meanwhile, Duan Ya tilts her head inquisitively. Staring up at the long-horned beast, she asks Su Chen if he has actually crossed paths with this creature before. Infuriated, the new king roars in rage, recalling how her cat had once sneak-attacked and humiliated him terribly. To get his revenge, he had spent all his time conquering and uniting every single Tao Ti tribe around here. Facing his immense anger, Duan Ya merely shrugs it off. She closes her eyes and drops a savage burn. She calmly states that she has absolutely no memory or impression of him whatsoever, completely freezing him in place. Humiliated in front of his entire legion, the king goes mad with rage, veins popping all over his face. Calling her a bitch, he snaps completely and fiercely orders his savage warriors to charge down and slaughter them. As monsters rain down like storm water, Su Chen remains completely calm, assigning their battle tasks. He notes that having them grouped up saves energy, instructing Duan Ya to recall her bugs while they fight. Duan Ya immediately channels her magic, her hands glowing with purple light as she readies herself for combat. She tells him to leave it to her. Suddenly, the Tao Ti king leaps down, wielding a massive broadsword. Landing directly behind Duan Ya, his blade cuts through the air with terrifying force to strike her down. With blinding speed, his monstrous face twists in pure madness as he swings his heavy weapon directly at her. He screams at her to die. Facing this lethal blow, Duan Ya is slightly taken aback by his explosive power. Yet she reacts instantly, raising her bare hand to stop the massive blade dead in its tracks, shocking everyone. Looking down at her, the Tao Ti king sneers maliciously, believing those bugs are their only real trump card. He mockingly states that she uses those insects to control everyone like puppets, confident he figured her out. Assuming she is the mastermind behind the puppet horde, his eyes burn with a savage blood-red glare. With heavy killing intent, he growls that if they are allowed to live, they will dominate the apocalypse. He declares she must die. Instantly, a massive glowing blade tears through space with overwhelming force. The powerful strike lands, unleashing violent ripples of purple lightning and energy all around the impact zone. However, Su Chen suddenly flashes forward, blocking the giant blade with a single hand as he coldly speaks. He warns the king that he is not even close to being qualified to touch her. The king gasps. He grits his teeth in utter disbelief. Then, without warning, his massive body vanishes completely into thin air. Another mystical shroud of smoke rises, making everyone gasp in utter disbelief. He vanished. But in a split second, he reappears high above with supreme majesty. Backed by a brutal army, he does not hesitate for even a single second. He swings his arm, pointing directly at the enemies and giving a ruthless order. He commands his soldiers to kill that man right now. Instantly, a horde of massive foul warriors rush down like a waterfall, locking onto Su Chen. They swarm Su Chen from all directions. Meanwhile, another pack of foul beasts completely surrounds Yun on the other side of the battlefield. One of them licks his lips greedily, remarking to his giant ally that this girl looks delicious, so they should stick to their usual rule of finders keepers. Yunyun's eyes instantly flare with pure disgust and intense rage as she listens to their highly offensive mocking insults. Unable to take their insults any longer, Yunyun lets out a mighty roar, warning them not to push their luck. She channels her inner energy. Her body suddenly grows massive, shocking the surrounding troops. They cry out in terror as she expands to a giant size. Then Yunyun swings. She unleashes a powerful sweep that sends enemies flying, mocking them by asking if a few weaklings like them really thought they could take her. Realizing the battle has turned ugly, several low-level followers immediately try to flee, whispering to each other that they need to escape right now. Duan Yan narrows her eyes in anger and commands her newly controlled subordinates. Since they chose to follow, escaping is not an option, so they must attack. An enemy Thao warrior roars in fury upon witnessing this betrayal, cursing the traitors for leading humans to their base and ordering his men to slaughter them. Amidst the blinding snowstorm of the chaotic battlefield, Chen remains terrifyingly calm, showing absolutely no sign of fear. Tightening his fist in preparation, he unleashes a devastating blow packed with immense force, punching the nearest Thao beast right in the chest. The strike is so insanely powerful that it creates a shockwave, blasting the enemy far away and leaving the rest of the horde completely stunned. Suddenly, Chen notices that the enemy leader has teleported straight toward Duan Ye. He immediately looks up to the sky. He shouts the name of his secret ally, calling out for Huang Jin. High up on the cliffside, a black cat with vibrant orange stripes suddenly appears. The cat playfully sticks out his tongue with a soft meow. In the next instant, he dives down like a streak of roaring fire. Leaping into the snowy sky like a burning comet, Chen raises his hand and cleanly catches the tiny beast as he zips down. Without a second thought, Chen throws the cat toward his ally, ordering him to go protect Duanya while the little feline cries in protest. Meanwhile, the new king of the Thao clan lunges at Duan Ye with blinding speed, leaving her absolutely no time to react. His eyes gleam with intense greed at the sight of the spiritual beast, declaring that he wants this fascinating power for himself. Cold sweat drips down Duan Ye's forehead under the suffocating pressure. She turns around, but the king roars with murderous intent, unleashing a deadly strike. A blinding purple blast fires straight at her, sending Duan Ye flying backward as she cries out in sudden pain. The villain approaches with a ruthless sneer, muttering that keeping her alive would only cause him major trouble down the line. But out of nowhere, a bright red flash erupts right in front of his face, forcing him to stop in deep confusion. Clinging to Duan Ye's chest, the orange-striped cat unleashes a torrent of spiritual energy, completely stunning the new king as he wonders what is happening. Staring at the little feline shielding her with his body, Duan Ye anxiously asks if Huang Jin is doing all right. Suddenly, the black cat turns incredibly fierce, his eyes glowing with mystical runes as he shrieks a string of bizarre cat curses. Giant razor-sharp claws grow from his front paws as he delivers a relentless flurry of terrifying slashes at lightning speed. The savage strikes hit the leader's face, forcing him to retreat defensively as the ground beneath his feet violently shatters apart. He grinds his teeth, his crimson eyes burning with absolute humiliation. Calling them bastards, he roars in a wild, uncontrolled rage. His patience has completely run thin. He screams that they cannot expect to use the exact same trick on him twice. But then, in the very next second, the small cat erupts with a massive wave of fire, transforming into a giant blazing tiger. Blazing claws from the giant golden tiger strike with enough force to paralyze the enemy with fear. The Thao King can only stare in sheer terror before the colossal weight crushes him into the dirt, shattering the bedrock around them. Rock and debris fly everywhere. Standing proudly in his majestic tiger form, Huang Jin steps heavily on the defeated boss with glowing, menacing eyes. Roaring with fury, the massive beast rears back his head and lets out a thunderous blast that shakes the entire landscape. It is a display of absolute dominance from a true king. Seeing this, Duan Ye quickly steps in to stop him with a calculating look. She tells Huang Jin to wait for just a moment. Smirking, her hand begins to glow with a highly dangerous dark purple magic. Calling him a perfect meat shield, she says they shouldn't let him go to waste. Soon thousands of eerie purple worms emerge. They crawl out and completely cover the dying leader's body. The Thao King writhes in agonizing pain. He screams in absolute agony as he feels the flesh-eating parasites burrowing deep into his skin, chewing through his muscles. A blinding surge of purple magic explodes completely, swallowing the monster's final desperate screams. In his dying delirium, his mind drifts to the past. Crazed eyes wide, he remembers his starving childhood, muttering that there are too many of them, sliding into his mouth, reminding him of before. Back then, he also risked his life to stuff his mouth like that as memories flash back to him, brutally trampling a mutated rat. Whether it was rotting flesh, sewer rats, or low-level zombies. He laughs maniacally, blood splattered across his face, exposing his true greedy nature. As long as he devours enough, whether they are insectoids or ability users, he will only grow stronger. Violent streams of purple light begin to resonate around him. Everything will become his strength, he claims, demanding they all get into his mouth. Suddenly, a massive energy vortex erupts all around him. He roars with pure excitement, declaring he will devour absolutely everything. This is his devouring ability. A blinding light swallows the entire ruined space, accompanied by terrifying explosions that shake the very ground. Watching from a distance, Su Chen's expression turns dead serious. He narrows his eyes, highly alert to the immense pressure building up. Sensing that a terrible disaster is about to strike, he quickly yells out at the top of his lungs to warn his comrades. He tells them to get out of the way immediately. Meanwhile, Duan Ya and Huang Jian, now shrunk down, stare in utter disbelief. They cannot believe this sudden transformation. Suddenly, a blinding white energy blast blows everything back, sending a massive cloud of dust into the snowy sky. Out of the deadly thick red mist, the new insectoid king emerges. He is now a spiky demon with proud black wings. Su Chen silently analyzes the monstrous form, speaking in a voice filled with concern about what they are facing. Has this guy actually leveled up? He seems to consume other creatures just to evolve, which is honestly a completely broken cheat. A close-up shows his demonic face and glowing red eyes. He has now officially become a powerful Tier 3 insectoid hybrid. Suddenly, the female spirit's expression changes as she senses another murderous aura. She warns Su Chen that she senses the zombie queen again. Su Chen turns his head toward the ruined, abandoned buildings in shock. He asks if this is really happening right now. He wonders where she could be. Worried, she points toward the foggy, distant ruins just past those crumbling buildings. Meanwhile, the newly evolved king laughs maniacally, surrounded by dark magic. He boasts that he finally has absolute control over these worms. He lifts his chin proudly, his face twisting with extreme cruelty. He waves his hand, telling everyone to get ready. He barks out orders with supreme authority, telling them to prepare to become his puppets before spewing a strange red mist. Su Chen quickly looks over at Duan Ya with deep concern as she begins to show signs of intense pain. Duan Ya grinds her teeth and groans, her face pale as she struggles against the massive mental pressure from the demon. Right then, a violent pillar of dark red energy surges forth. The insectoid king looks down triumphantly with a sinister smirk. He mocks them maliciously, asking how it feels to become puppets, assuming that the sensation is not pleasant at all. But his grin instantly vanishes. He glances to the side in pure shock, sensing a sudden massive wave of pressure. Out of the dense mist, Su Chen charges forward like a ghost, his eyes burning with purple fire, leaving the king stunned. The king gasps in shock, asking how he dares to charge straight at him. Meanwhile, a punch carrying immense weight is unleashed. The fist tears through the air, heading straight for the demon's face. The king sneers in disgust, looking down on him. He mocks Su Chen for being a mere Tier 2 human, claiming he could stand perfectly still and take the hit. But a massive shockwave erupts as Su Chen's fist smashes directly into his face, shattering his flesh and spraying blood instantly. The devastating blow triggers a powerful energy explosion at the impact point, sending the king flying high into the sky. This leaves everyone completely stunned. Standing tall among the purple worms, Su Chen raises his voice, questioning why being Tier 2 matters. With eyes shining with determination, he declares that even at Tier 2, he will still blow him away just the same. Watching this, Duan Ya looks on with panic, asking Su Chen what is happening as strange dark spots spread across his body. Immediately, the poison maiden rushes over within a mystical blue light. She gently raises her hand to report to him. She says she is there to support her master. The female spirit also appears, looking deeply into his eyes with concern. She seriously warns him that even though she can protect his brain from mental control, his actions are still far too risky. She looks toward the ruined buildings, clearly uneasy about his strategy of intentionally blasting the insectoid king toward the zombie queen. She asks what they will do if the two monsters decide to team up. But Su Chen replies with absolute confidence. He says that is impossible, as two tigers cannot share the same mountain, making this the perfect chance to test her strength. On the other side, the insectoid king is in freefall, at a dizzying speed, plunging straight toward the center of the ruins. He crashes down heavily, standing back up in a fit of rage, his red eyes blazing with burning anger. He realizes he completely underestimated Su Chen, shocked that the young brat possessed such terrifying strength. Suddenly, he freezes. His eyes narrow in suspicion as the ground beneath him begins to shake violently. Right then, a freezing cold erupts from the cracks. Bone-chilling cold bursts from the deep fissures in the ground as sharp ice pillars begin to spread and freezing everything nearby. A massive pillar of ice suddenly pierces right through the ruined ground, rising high like a glowing tower in the snowy sky. The new Thou King gasps in utter shock, his blood-red eyes filled with pure confusion. What on earth is this? What is happening? Looking up at the peak of the ice pillar, he shivers in terror as a mysterious figure slowly takes shape. Is something about to walk out from that sea of ice? A slender foot carrying a deadly chill steps onto the icy platform with absolute authority. The mesmerizing dark curves of her pitch-black ice armor slowly reveal themselves through the thick, biting frost. A close-up shows the zombie queen's face, her icy blue eyes staring down at everything with absolute and utter contempt. The zombie queen has officially arrived. Standing high above, she unleashes an overwhelming pressure, her silver hair whipping wildly through the howling blizzard. She radiates a chilling, deadly beauty. Watching this unfold, the new Foul King begins to tremble as he looks around. He screams in total panic, wondering where on earth all these zombies came from. Behind the zombie queen, tens of thousands of them appear. Glowing blue eyes slowly emerge from the freezing mist. They screech in unison, their deafening roars echoing across the ruined sky. The undead charge down like a raging tidal wave. Seeing this, the new king roars savagely as a dark purple aura explodes around him. How dare these rotten corpses even think of approaching me? He immediately unleashes his magic and charges headfirst into the undead horde. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he vows to slaughter them all. No one will stand in his way. He glares up at the cold zombie queen, roaring with raw power that he will devour her first. In response, she calmly raises her arm, condensing absolute zero energy into her palm. Instantly, massive razor-sharp shards of ice take form. They tear through the air with a terrifying hiss. This devastating icy barrage slams directly toward the new Foul King at blinding speed. The impact is brutal, threatening to tear him apart as a massive explosion sends the Demon King flying backward. Meanwhile, the zombie queen floats calmly in the air, watching with murderous eyes. Suddenly, her lips curl into a cruel smirk. Showing off her razor-sharp teeth, she growls as she senses some sneaky little bugs trying to hide nearby. With a casual flick of her wrist, she shoots out countless massive ice pillars, sweeping directly toward the Donessa building. These lethal ice spears strike right where Su Chen's group is hiding. Without hesitation, Su Chen leaps out of the shadows. Throwing a powerful punch to shatter the incoming frost, he frowns and mutters quietly as the dust settles. He wonders if they have been spotted already. Sweating, he looks at the frozen wasteland and realizes she attacked from so far away. Her casual attack has this much destructive power. Standing behind him, Duenya trembles in fear, tightly hugging her own body. She nervously asks Su Chen if they really have to fight a level 4 zombie queen. The boss pressure is simply too much. Determination burns in Su Chen's eyes. He tells her there is no backing down because right now is when she is weakest. Once her massive undead army sweeps across the land, everyone will become food and no one will make it out alive. Hearing this, Duanya bites her lip, forcing her fear aside as a look of fierce determination replaces her panic. She nods, saying she understands. Meanwhile, the other survivors cowering in the back start to completely lose their minds. One man screams, asking if they are crazy to fight those monsters. He calls it suicide and says he is backing out. He barely finishes speaking when a strange glowing magical light suddenly flashes beneath his feet, paralyzing him with fear. He gasps as vines trap him. It turns out Duanya has coldly used her abilities to bind him, telling him to shut up. Once you are in, there is no deserting. Honestly, she knows how to handle these cowards without wasting any time. High above, blinding streaks of light tear through the dark fog, signaling an ominous shift. The zombie queen's eyes blink slowly. She whispers to herself, noting that the snow has stopped. Looking down at the survivors on the ground, she sneers in disgust. Mocking them as little insects that finally crawled out of their holes, she is amused by how many there are. Crossing her arms proudly, she flashes a wicked, eerie smile. Suddenly, the thick sheet of ice below them cracks violently. A massive octopus tentacle bursts through the surface. Dozens of bizarre glowing-eyed sea monsters begin to rise from the deep. Floating in midair, the zombie queen extends her frost-covered hands and coldly orders them to slaughter everyone. Standing right in front of Yuan is a colossal sea beast, but then an excited female voice rings out. She gasps at the size of the massive lobster. Yuan steps forward with a grin, telling Su Chen she will handle this seafood feast. Her body glows as her eyes burn red with battle lust. Activating her giant transformation skill, she throws a massive punch. A star-shaped shockwave smashes directly into the monster's head, leaving it no time to react. Meanwhile, the crowd behind them panics. They scream in terror as a sea of undead charges at them, leaving them with absolutely nowhere left to run. The foul warriors desperately swing their weapons and roar, trying to hold the line as a brutal, bloody clash erupts. The muscular giant swings his massive battle axe, smashing the skulls of charging zombies to pieces. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, Su Chen calmly draws, his short sword glowing with blue electricity. He tells the others to hold the line while he handles the zombie queen, leaving Duanya worried. She calls out for him to be careful. He looks back with a confident smile, telling her not to worry and remember his instructions. With those final words, Su Chen channels energy into his legs and launches forward like a cannonball, dodging past giant thrashing tentacles. He slices across the battlefield in a spectacular dash. His entire body erupts in a crimson aura, ready to clash with the ultimate monster. Suddenly, the voice of the female spirit echoes in his mind, warning him that the zombie queen's mental strength is not too formidable. If he can just cripple her by half, she will have a chance to return to reality. Su Chen breaks into a cold sweat and smiles bitterly, muttering that she makes it sound so easy. Watching him charge straight through the zombie horde, the zombie queen raises an eyebrow in surprise. Amused by his audacity to plunge into the horde, she raises her hand, gathering razor-sharp frost in sheer anger. She coldly pronounces a death sentence. Instantly, a massive wall of ice covered in sharp spikes thrusts violently upward from the frozen ground. Blocking his path, the icy barrier looms, but Chen does not hesitate. He leaps high gracefully, vaulting over the deadly obstacle. Right then, Duji's voice echoes in his head, filled with deep concern. She asks if he is blind to the queen's sheer power, but the female spirit quickly chimes in, reminding him of their deal. What if they succeed? He still has her core after all. And besides, who would not want a zombie queen as a loyal servant? Clearing the massive ice wall, Chen moves fast. He slides to a safe landing on the slick ice, finally standing face to face with the zombie queen. He narrows his eyes, scanning her. The situation is grim. He is only at peak tier 2, and the power gap between them is just too massive to ignore. Gripping his glowing short sword, he thinks to himself that if he had a choice, he would not want some troublesome servant anyway. But then a spark of pure ambition flashes in his eyes. Having a zombie queen as his servant would make him virtually unstoppable. He could literally rule this chaotic, apocalyptic wasteland. Standing tall before the towering zombie queen, Chen steels his wavering resolve. There is no running away from this fight. The lens zooms in on her glowing blue, hypnotic eyes radiating icy malice. Her bone-chilling killing intent locks onto him like a predator on its prey. Defying the overwhelming pressure, Chen unleashes his dark aura. He spins around and charges headfirst into danger. It is time to gamble everything. His eyes burn with absolute unwavering determination. Seeing his reckless charge, the zombie queen floats lazily in the air, looking down at him with pure mocking disdain. She sneers, asking if those pathetic ants struggling behind him are his backup. Her mocking smile sharpens as she calls him foolish. His greatest mistake is not realizing just how weak and insignificant he truly is. With a casual wave, she releases a wave of frost. She claims that even bringing an entire army would be utterly useless. She then summons the frozen, battered statue of the Thou King. The queen growls, declaring that millions of weaklings like him will only end up as food to swell her massive zombie tide. She peers down at Chen, tilting her head with a chilling grin. He actually has some nerve standing on this frozen coast to block her path all by himself and even look like he was waiting for her arrival. It is either brave or incredibly stupid. She demands his name, promising to make him her vanguard in death, but Chen only glares back with razor-sharp intensity. He snaps back that she does not need to know his name. Leaping high into the air, he aims his blade straight and shouts that today is her final day. The zombie queen does not even flinch, letting out a cold, mocking snort. She mocks his big words. The camera pans close to her merciless, freezing face. She doubts he can survive her casual frost. Pressing her palms together, a brilliant, blinding light erupts. He will not even be able to withstand this single strike. A massive wave of jagged ice spikes shoots from her hands, ripping through the air and heading straight for him. Reacting instantly, Chen twists his body mid-air, dodging the lethal blow by a hair. But the giant ice lance suddenly twists. It locks onto him again, changing direction. Chen frowns in shock. Is this some kind of homing ice tentacle ability? Under the relentless barrage of surging ice spikes, he is forced to release his dark energy to blast himself backward. The zombie queen scoffs at his retreat, mocking him for scurrying away like a rat after talking so big. Chen slams down his landing so heavy it shatters the icy ground. Red veins pulse across his skin as he activates his maximum physical reinforcement. Exhaling sharply, his bloodshot eyes narrow as he growls under his breath. He silently jokes about almost becoming a popsicle. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he is glad he reacted in time, but she only used a single finger. Before he can even catch his breath, a massive, jagged ice flower suddenly blooms nearby. A sharp voice rings in his head, asking what he is spacing out for. Chen desperately leaps backward as countless giant razor-sharp ice spears erupt from the ground, thrusting upward into the sky to devour him whole. He is left suspended in midair, his eyes wide with horror as cold sweat drips down. Before he can even process what is happening or hit the ground, a Beast Clan leader lunges out of nowhere, seizing his back. In the distance, the zombie queen watches with a cruel smile, amused that he possesses a dual physical attribute ability. Too bad he is still far too weak. Just then, the muscular zombie flexes his brute strength, pinning Chen down with 4 massive arms as a giant ice block hurtles forward. Utilizing his shadowed tendrils, he barely dodges the direct hit in the nick of time, but the sheer shockwave of that overwhelming power slams Chen backward, pinning him in midair before dragging him down. Together, they crash violently onto the cracked sheet of ice below. The frozen surface shatters with a loud boom, sending a massive water pillar into the air as they plunge into the dark ocean depths. Hovering above the shattered ice, the zombie queen sneers, wondering if he actually thinks hiding in the water will save him from his fate. She admits his power was decent enough that she almost kept him as a pawn, but now she simply turns her back on him. Ultimately, she decides he can just serve as fish food for the sea monsters below. Meanwhile, deep within the pitch-black water, Chen is slowly sinking. Glowing hungry eyes of aquatic beasts surround him in the darkness, but the focus shifts back to the surface. Brushing her hair back, the zombie queen looks up, sensing that there are still a few decent playthings left on the battlefield. Her eyes sweep across the field, landing first on the poison maiden, who is using toxic roots to whip zombies aside. But she scoffs at the poison, deeming it far too weak. Next, she glances at a giant shadow cat tearing monsters apart. Not a cat person, she quickly looks away, but then her gaze freezes with curiosity as she notices the young girl, Duan. Duan is radiating a brilliant psychic aura, blasting hordes of zombies backward with ease. The zombie queen is immediately intrigued by this. A sinister, excited grin spreads across her face as she thinks to herself how perfect this new candidate would be. But then, she hesitates, raising her ice-clad hand as she spots the fiery girl Yuan absolutely dominating the battlefield. Yuan is busy pummeling a giant shark monster. Intrigued, the zombie queen shifts targets, finding this girl much more interesting. Oblivious to the danger, Yuan delivers an explosive punch that sends the massive sea monster flying high into the sky. But before she can even celebrate her victory, a colossal octopus tentacle bursts forth from beneath the heavy harbor rubble. The massive limb wraps tightly around Yuan, hoisting her into the air as she stares in absolute terror, helpless. An enormous mouth lined with jagged chainsaw-like teeth gapes wide, ready to swallow the young girl whole. Yuan squeezes her eyes shut, screaming in absolute despair. But right at that critical moment, a blinding shockwave violently erupts from beneath the giant beast, blasting everything high into the air. The massive strike pierces the clouds, rising higher than the surrounding skyscrapers. Right then, the zombie queen makes her final choice. But the zombie queen's smile vanishes, her blue eyes narrowing in alarm as she senses a powerful water-type ability. She immediately backs away in midair, staring down at the boiling water currently surging right beneath her frozen feet. From the depths of the cracked ice, roaring torrents of water shoot skyward, shredding the surrounding sea beasts into pieces. Amidst a rain of fresh blood and brilliant blue energy, a very familiar figure lands majestically on the ground. That is right, Chen has literally crawled his way back from the dead, rising up to face his enemy once again. He slowly rises from the water, his cold eyes radiating absolute fury as water droplets roll down faint dragon scales around his neck. Seeing him alive, the zombie queen's smug grin completely freezes. She demands to know how he suddenly got so strong. Well, look at that, looks like our boy just activated his main character plot armor. Her narrow blue eyes twitch in disbelief. It makes no sense to her how his ability could have evolved. Chen slowly stands straight, completely unfazed by her. Standing tall, his overwhelming aura erupts as he coldly questions whether her eyes are simply playing tricks on her. He smirks with absolute confidence, mockingly challenging her to test his power for herself if she doubts it. Feeling insulted, the zombie queen sneers from midair. She scoffs at his threat, calling him nothing but a slightly larger ant. To her, he is still incredibly weak. She asks if he truly believes he stands a chance in a real fight against her. The camera locks onto Chen's sharp, unyielding gaze as he stands his ground, completely unfazed by her insults. He delivers a low, calm response, asking if they can fight or not. Instantly, he gathers every ounce of his energy. Swinging his glowing greatsword, he unleashes a slash that tears through the sky, declaring that they will never know unless they try. This attack is absolutely insane, but the zombie queen effortlessly raises her ice-shielded arm to deflect the massive strike. Her arrogant smile returns as she calls him naive, claiming she was only playing along for her own amusement. But a second later, her brow furrows in irritation as she realizes something is very wrong with his attack. Is she injured, feeling the freezing, murderous intent erupting from above? Chen breaks into a cold sweat, his face filled with dread. The zombie queen has completely lost her mind. She unleashes a massive storm of giant ice spikes raining down to crush anyone seeking death. Since you want to die, a blinding white light blankets the battlefield as her power erupts. The zombie queen roars, shouting that she will gladly grant his wish. A devastating freezing explosion sweeps across the ground, swallowing everything around them in an absolute icy grip. Under the extreme chill, a massive lotus-shaped glacier stabs high into the clouds. The zombie queen has officially unleashed her ultimate skill, the terrifying eternal freeze. Trapped inside that massive transparent block of ice, Chen is completely frozen, standing still like a carved statue. Looking down at her masterpiece, she gloats, asking if he finally understands the gap between them. She mocks him, saying it is too bad he can no longer talk back. Now a massive ice pillar towers over the ruins. Holding Chen inside the frozen monolith stands tall while the zombie queen hovers below, looking up proudly at her trophy. She smiles with smug satisfaction and turns to leave, thinking he made a decent toy, so she might as well keep him as a souvenir. Meanwhile, near the ruined buildings, the giant ice block radiates a bone-chilling mist across the sky. Watching this unfold from afar, Duan Ya is gripped by sheer panic, sweat drenching her forehead. Honestly, things look incredibly bad. Could Su Chen actually have been defeated? Gritting her teeth through a cold sweat, she forces herself to stay calm. No, she cannot let panic take over now. He said he would stall the zombie queen, so she must quickly collect the remaining crystal cores. That is their only key to victory. Looking down at the ruins swarming with bloodthirsty zombies, she resolves to stay strong. She just needs to find those cores to help him. She must hold the line. Once she gets the crystal cores, she can save him. Below, the two giant touty beasts are still, trying their best to act as shields, but Duanya knows they are in deep trouble. Their cannon fodder is running thin. If this keeps up, everyone will end up buried here. Shaking off her fear, the pink-haired girl stands tall, looking down at the horde. Now is not the time to overthink. If she just sticks to the plan, they will get through this with no issues. Suddenly, a snarling zombie leaps forward, aiming to tear her apart. Duanya thrusts her hand out, her gaze sharp and full of resolve. She unleashes a massive burst of psychic energy, silently pleading for Su Chen to hold on just a little bit longer. Her invisible mental power crushes the zombie's eyeballs, turning them into a bloody, mangled mess as the force sends the beast flying. The shattered creature drops a glowing crystal core. Reaching out instantly, she grabs the sparkling gem, clutching it tightly in her hand. Duanya lets out a heavy sigh of relief. She finally secured it, but just as she relaxes, a massive shadow looms overhead. A towering beast with glowing red eyes appears right behind her. To her horror, is a mutated zombified touty warrior. The monster snarls and lunges violently, grabbing Duanya and pinning her arm back, forcing a painful scream from her lips. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yun. The fiery girl dodges an incoming strike while glancing at the massive ice pillar in the distance. Recognizing the zombie queen's signature move, she panics, wondering if Su Chen could actually be trapped inside that freezing prison. But her fear quickly turns to pure rage. Her eyes glow blood red as she grabs a shark-like monster by the head, dragging it back. No, she tells herself, Su Chen is too strong to be beaten by some low-level queen. She growls at the beast to get over here. She delivers a devastating lightning-infused punch straight to its jaw. She has absolute faith in Su Chen since he has never lied to her. Her slender fingers tighten around the monster's massive skull. Sweating heavily, she whispers to herself that she must hurry up. With a sickening crunch, Yun's insane strength crushes its head, spraying blood everywhere and painting the dark night red. From the shattered remains of the beast, she delicately pinches a glowing emerald-green crystal core with her long fingers. Got it, she smiles confidently, her face half-shrouded in shadow, while one eye glows with a sinister demonic red light. These elite monsters definitely seem to drop crystal cores at a much higher rate compared to ordinary mutated beasts. Catching her breath, Yun looks up and yells over to her partner, shouting to Duan Ya that she finally found one. But before her smile can fade, a massive tentacle creeps silently from beneath the ice, catching her completely off guard. She spins around in sheer horror. The tentacle wraps tightly around her body, unleashing high-voltage blue electricity that fries her senses. She screams in absolute agony as she is electrocuted. Hearing the desperate cries, Duan Ya whips her head around in panic. Her eyes widen in shock as she calls out to Yun. The situation has suddenly turned incredibly dire for the team. The giant tentacle lifts Yun high into the air against a sheer wall of ice, squeezing the life out of her. She struggles in vain to break free as her own lightning powers crackle helplessly around her body, unable to pierce the grip. Worse still, two massive sea monsters with glowing blue eyes emerge from the water below, lunging forward with bared fangs to devour her. At this critical moment, the focus shifts back to the massive block of ice, sealing away their only hope. Right inside Su Chen, a brilliantly glowing crystal core suddenly floats into view. Duanya looks up, her eyes wide. They are filled with hope and utter disbelief. She softly calls Su Chen's name. Suddenly, the giant ice block cracks violently from within. Duanya wonders if this is how he grew so strong. At the exact same time, the zombie queen turns around with a smug smirk, mocking them. Too bad for that man, she sneers. Her cold words pierce like a dagger. Duanya's hope is instantly crushed. She turns pale. Cold sweat pours down. He is dead. But then out of nowhere, from inside the ice, a voice calls her name. Absolute malice. A dark shadow erupts. Duanya looks up in shock. The zombie queen's booming voice shakes the entire room, commanding them to let her personally send them to their graves. The massive ice prison begins to fracture, shattering into massive chunks under the sheer explosive pressure building up from the inside. Trapped inside, Su Chen keeps his head low as a massive surge of brilliant energy shatters his frozen seal. Zooming in, on Su Chen's face, he is clenching a glowing crystal core between his teeth, his shadowed eyes burning with pure malice. An invisible force erupts as he activates his space ability. Hearing the earth-shattering roar behind her, the zombie queen whips her head around, her demonic blue eye wide with pure shock. Before she can react, Su Chen bursts through the ice. Like an absolute god of vengeance, he descends shrouded in black flames, His massive greatsword tears through the air, slashing down with absolute destructive force directly at the zombie queen. Caught off guard by this lethal strike, she panics, instantly gasping out, "What? No way." Spinning in mid-air, Chen channels all his strength into a devastating kick, sending her flying into the distance. A massive energy shockwave erupts completely, vaporizing everything around the point of impact. Riding the recoil, Chen glides like the wind, landing right in front of Duan. He swings his sword, unleashing a beam of light that pierces right through the head of her zombie attacker. The creature immediately collapses backward. Chen quickly dashes forward, hacking down the rest of the undead. His entire body is now enveloped in a swirling, dark aura with glowing red energy veins pulsing across his skin. His eyes burn with death itself. Seeing this sight, Duan calls after him, completely stunned. Chen, her jaw drops in utter disbelief at his overwhelming aura. A true god. Chen stands tall and proud, bathed in a brilliant crimson dark halo. Duan can barely believe her eyes, whispering, "Did he really just break through to level 3? Our hero's sharp side profile shows his glowing red eyes. He confidently tells her, "Yeah, leave this to me. You need to go and help Yun." Touched by his protective words, Duan nods firmly, her cheeks flushing pink as she obediently agrees. Meanwhile, the giant dark cat gets incredibly hyped, its eyes sparkling as it lets out a loud roar. The golden venom cat also crawls out from the rubble, quickly chiming in that she wants in on the action too. On the other side of the battlefield, little Yun is still trapped in the air by a massive tentacle. She panics and screams for help, begging them to quickly get over there and lend a hand. Seeing her escaped prey acting so arrogant and provocative, the zombie queen snaps. Pure rage, she shrieks like a maniac, her beautiful demonic face twisting in fury. She vows to rip them all to shreds, screaming in absolute uncontrollable madness. "Go die," she shrieks. Venting her total rage, she swings, her arms launching a massive barrage of giant ice spears that rain down on Chen like a devastating storm. Unfazed by her frantic assault, Chen stands his ground calmly as dark energy swirls around him. He quietly whispers the words, "Space portal." Total silence. A close-up of his face shows fiery eyes flashing with malice. He commands it to open. Instantly, a massive, brilliantly glowing void portal tears open wide directly above his head. The destructive ice spears rain down rapidly, but they are all instantly sucked into the endless void of those space portals, flashing repeatedly before Chen's majestic figure. Seeing her ultimate killer move vanish without a single trace, the zombie queen gasps in utter disbelief. What did it disappear, she wonders. Meanwhile, Chen stands calmly holding his blade, amidst a mesmerizing purple light that looks like the cosmos, his red eyes calculating. He quietly evaluates his upgraded level 2 space portal. It has grown massively, effortlessly swallowing up all of those giant ice pillars into his dimension. Before the zombie queen can even process what happened, Chen instantly teleports right behind her. Panic-stricken, she desperately wonders what is going on and what exactly he did to her attack. Feeling the chilling threat behind her, she whips around, yelling at him to stop playing tricks. But the moment she speaks, her demonic blue eye widens in absolute horror. "What is this?" she panics. Suddenly, her entire body freezes mid-air. Cold sweat pours down as she stiffens, unconsciously backing away in terror. Covered in sweat as she calculates there is clearly nothing in front of her. Yet why does she feel like just taking one step forward will plummet her into an inescapable abyss? Above her, Chen clicks his tongue in regret, his red eyes glowing maliciously. Why did she suddenly stop? She shouldn't be able to see the spatial portal. What a pity, he wanted to see if she would walk into it, the trap herself. The zombie queen gnashes her teeth, her tense face calculating every single ability he has used so far. Tentacles, physical reinforcement, and water control. She glares at Chen in sheer panic, screaming out in anger. Could it be that he is still hiding even more abilities? Ignoring her hysterical outbursts, Chen calmly makes a final assessment. She definitely cannot see the portal. It was just her raw survival instinct sensing the danger. He confidently reaches his hand out, energy warping the air right inside his palm. Smirking, he tells her that if she really wants to know, she should open her eyes and watch closely. Boom. A massive spatial portal tears open directly above the zombie queen's head, spitting back the exact same giant ice spear she had thrown earlier. The colossal block of ice, packed with terrifying power, rockets downward at blinding speed, aiming right for its own creator's head. Watching the massive pillar crash down, Chen stands below with folded arms, smugly analyzing his portal's physics. Miraculously, the ice retains all of its original momentum. With a confident grin, he realizes he can hoard endless weapons to ambush enemies from the shadows later. Talk about the ultimate stealth attack. Boom. The giant ice pillar collides violently, and the zombie queen unleashes a blinding explosion of light, shaking the entire sky. But as the smoke clears, she is still hovering there, completely unscathed. Her eyes turn freezing cold, filled with absolute fury. She warns him that while she has no idea how he did that, he is the first to ever defy her. Right as those words leave her mouth, a massive demonic shadow rises silently behind her. The zombie queen smirks, thinking her backup has arrived at the perfect moment. But the giant demon immediately swings, its massive dark blade unleashing a devastating slash that tears through the air. However, the target of this horrific strike is the zombie queen herself. Blood splatters everywhere, leaving her in absolute shock. Clutching her fresh wounds, she spins around to confront her betrayer, demanding to know what it is doing. Far off in the distance, Duan Ya is racing toward them. Riding the golden black cat, she smirks. The parasite brain she fed the beast earlier was actually just dormant, and now it is finally taking control. Having her control forcefully stripped away, the zombie queen is absolutely livid, unleashing a massive wave of freezing energy. She screams at the traitorous demon to get lost, blasting the creature backward. Her face twists with monstrous rage and absolute killing intent. Even though she successfully repelled the attack, it clearly drained a lot of her energy. She collapses onto the frozen ground, panting heavily as cold sweat pours down her pale face. Her glowing blue eyes narrow in sheer panic, but there is no time to rest. Suddenly, a massive shadowy hand reaches out from the void and grabs her tightly by the head. This is what real dominance looks like. Wrapped in swirling black mist and his eyes burning red, Chen towers behind her, forcing the proud queen to her knees. With a decisive look in his eyes, Chen commands that now is the time. Right on cue, a glowing spirit, shaped like a woman, plunges down from the heavens like a blazing comet. The entity slams directly into her forehead, causing her body to arch violently from the shockwave. The queen shrieks in agony as a torrent of red energy explodes, wrapping around her entire body. She collapses onto the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably as she desperately tries to resist the invasion of the incoming soul. Staring down at the motionless queen beneath his hand, Chen narrows his eyes, carefully trying to gauge if the fusion actually succeeded. But the eerie silence only lasts for a brief moment. Suddenly, she snaps her head up, her eyes blazing with a cold blue light as she growls. "Did you really think you could defeat me so easily?" she snaps. Chen frowns, black flames flickering around his eyes as he mutters, "So it failed." Releasing a massive wave of absolute zero energy, the zombie queen stands back up, furiously commanding her army. Looking down at the chaotic battlefield, Chen is stunned. Are these the severed zombie corpses somehow stitching themselves back together? All across the frozen ground, the chopped-up undead are reforming, their eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light. An entire army of tens of thousands of zombies madly resurrects, forming a massive tidal wave of death that charges ahead. Without a second of hesitation, Chen unleashes a devastating shockwave, blasting the oncoming horde away in every direction. But his expression suddenly tightens with worry as his red eyes lock onto a completely different direction. He quietly growls for them to stay back. In the distance, a massive creature with blood-red eyes slowly appears, accompanied by a panicked scream warning them not to come over. Sensing the danger, Duan Ya clings tightly to her cat. "Golden, get a little closer." Suddenly, giant, terrifying eel heads rise up right in front of them, crackling with intense sparks. Lightning bolts continuously arc around their sharp fangs. The unlucky Yuan is instantly caught by the monster's electrical currents. She screams out in agonizing pain. Suddenly, a massive tail slams violently onto the ice, aiming straight at Duan Ya's group. Terrified, she warns them to watch out, but they cannot dodge the lightning strike. Black Cat takes a direct hit. The impact flings Duan Ya high into the air as she cries out in terror. High-voltage currents course straight through her, making her lose complete control. Her eyes shut tight, screaming in pain. In the distance, Duji stares in shock. Looking at the giant lightning-discharging beasts, she gasps, "Are those electric eels?" Meanwhile, Yunyun gets utterly fried, her body writhing on the cracking ice. Amidst the shattered ice and deadly currents, only one thing remains, a single hand reaching up in absolute desperation. Drenched in cold sweat, Duan Ya looks back in panic, screaming Yunyun's name. Just as the group seems trapped in the jaws of death, a barrage of fiery artillery shells blasts the giant eels' heads, triggering massive explosions. Duan Ya looks back in sheer bewilderment at the brilliant streaks of light piercing through the sky, realizing with utter shock that it is a heavy tank fire belching from its barrel, charging right through the frozen wasteland. It is the military force from the Divine Light Base. Behind it rolls an entire rescue army of armored vehicles and infantry, all unleashing absolute hell. Standing atop the vehicle, Commander Jip waves his hand and roars with unmatched energy, "Hang in there. We are here now. Focus fire, full assault." Nearby, another man angrily swings his arm and yells that Chen is Real unfair for not inviting them to the fight, wondering why he even had to come tag along anyway. The muscular girl beside him confidently pumps her fist, smiling as she adds that more people mean more power. Besides is her granddad, really not worried about her safety at all. Brimming with raw power, the reinforcements charge straight into the hideous zombie horde, loudly chanting to wipe out every last monster. Entering the fray, a young warrior swings a razor-sharp blade, cleanly decapitating a zombie blocker in one smooth motion, watching her minions get completely obliterated by the explosive firepower in the distance. The zombie queen's eyes widen as she mutters, "How are there more reinforcements?" But suddenly, she clutches her head, face twisting in agonizing pain, screaming at the top of her lungs. Cold sweat breaks out across her pale face as she grits her teeth in pure confusion. What is happening? Could it be from the previous attack? Looking down, she realizes her strands of hair are rapidly losing their original color, making her gasp in utter shock. What is wrong with my hair? Ignoring her confusion, the allies below continue unleashing brutal strikes to smash the decaying zombies to pieces. Meanwhile, Chen, his eyes ablaze and dark aura swirling, unleashes a spatial slash that obliterates every obstacle in his path. He frowns in exhaustion at the sheer number of enemies, thinking how endlessly annoying these zombies are, and decides to target the zombie queen first. Looking up, he sees her descending slowly to the ground, her hair now turned completely pink. She mutters under her breath, now staring directly into her strange glowing red eyes. Chen coldly issues a defiant challenge. "You are the immortal queen, right?" Stepping right up to her with overwhelming murderous intent, he declares he will beat her to death to see if she is truly immortal, making her back away in sheer confusion. What? Suddenly, her expression completely shifts as her eyes fill with panic. She frantically waves her hands to stop him, yelling, "Wait, it is me, I did it, I succeeded." A flicker of surprise and suspicion crosses Chen's face as he lowers his voice to ask if she really did, but in the next second he abruptly coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. It is the severe backlash from consuming 2 core crystals back-to-back which he had barely suppressed until now. Swaying on his feet, his vision blurs as a helpless thought flashes through his mind. Is this his limit? Utterly drained, he collapses forward, falling right onto the zombie queen's chest, leaving her flustered as she catches him blushing while asking what he thinks he is doing. Is he trying to take advantage of her? Seeing him completely limp against her shoulder, she blinks in utter confusion. Did he actually pass out? Sensing that he is out cold, a sly glint flickers in her crimson eyes. She smiles inwardly, thinking that this means her golden opportunity has arrived. Her cold hand stealthily creeps down to his waist, searching for her core crystal, wondering where it could possibly be hidden. Feeling around but coming up empty, her expression sours with sheer disappointment. Only one final spot left unsearched, and desperate times call for desperate measures. Stealing her gaze, she resolves to take the risk for her own freedom. But just as she is about to strike, a sharp, heavy footstep on the ice draws her attention. A gray-haired female warrior arrives, her eyes wide with shock as she calls out to her fallen companion, Chen. But taking in the incredibly suggestive position they are in, her cheeks flush bright red in sheer embarrassment. What? The air turns incredibly awkward as the girl stands frozen, staring intensely at the compromising position of the zombie queen and Chen. Left completely stunned, the gray-haired girl stammers in disbelief, pointing her finger right at them with a mix of fury and intense embarrassment. She stutters, demanding to know what they are doing and screaming for her to release Chen immediately. In response, the possessed zombie queen merely swings her arm. At that gesture, the gray-haired girl's face flushes bright red as her eyes widen in shock and embarrassment. Instantly, the zombie queen reappears right beside her, lifting the gray-haired girl up by her collar and coldly telling her that she is being far too noisy. Suddenly, a powerful golden light flashes from her eyes. The startled zombie queen spins around, her deep crimson pupils shrinking in shock. Seizing this perfect opening, the gray-haired clone delivers a brutal spinning kick straight into the zombie queen's temple. Blown back by the surprise attack, the zombie queen stumbles away, staring in absolute shock at 2 identical gray-haired girls standing right there. Her crimson eyes narrow as she carefully analyzes the 2 opponents, completely baffled by how they can look so identical. The zombie queen frowns, wondering if they are twins, before immediately dismissing the thought, realizing it has to be a cloning ability. Just then, a calm voice echoes from behind her, and we see a hand clutching the glowing purple crystal core. Chen, though utterly exhausted, struggles to push himself up on one knee, clutching that glowing purple energy crystal tightly. He asks her coldly if this is what she is looking for. Seeing her most precious treasure in his hands, zombie queen panics, screaming for him to stop and wait. But Chen completely ignores her desperate plea. He crushes the crystal with his remaining strength, causing her body to shrink as she screams in horror about her legs. Instantly shrunk her entire body. She became a tiny, helpless child, completely panicked and dazed. Angrily, the little girl screamed at Chen, demanding to know why she shrunk and what he did. Meanwhile, he murmured in sheer surprise, Realizing that a crystal nucleus could be used like this, he looked down calmly, stating this was her punishment, then wiped away the blood on his lip. With a smirk, he added that since she called herself immortal, she would simply be named Immortal. The tiny immortal threw a tantrum, crying bitterly. She screamed that she would rather die. Right at that very moment, Bai Chang rushed to Su Chen's side, asking if he was okay. He turned around looking quite surprised to see her. He asked if she had really come all this way. She nodded, explaining that everyone from the Divine Light base had arrived. She reported that the zombie horde had suddenly scattered in panic, basically ending the battle, but there was still Union. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden wave of dizziness hit Su Chen. He stumbled as blood dripped again. Bai Kang panicked, asking if he was all right. Beside them, the little immortal piped up to explain his condition. The side effects of absorbing that crystal nucleus were flaring up again. Blushing deeply, Bai Kang gasped in surprise. Immortal nodded, asking if she was already familiar with it. Since she was completely useless in this tiny form, she left him in her care to check on Yun. Before departing, Su Chen glared at her with a cold warning, asking if she knew what happened to traitors. The tiny girl flinched frantically, waving her hands to deny it. She insisted she would never do that. Once she ran off, only the struggling Su Chen and Bai Kang remained. An awkward silence filled the air as they stood face to face. Bai Kang bit her lip, her cheeks blushing. In a soft voice, she offered to help him. Su Chen slowly looked up, his eyes weary but firm. He told her to forget it since she could not handle this alone. Bai Kang's face grew even redder. She smiles mysteriously, saying she is not exactly alone. Right after countless clones of Bai, Shang appears surrounding Su Chen on the ground. With a flushed, confident face, she looks straight at him, telling him to leave everything to her. Confused, Su Chen looks around and tiredly asks if this is her special ability. Two clones stand together, one playfully winking to explain that even though they are just clones, each of them is real. She tells her little friend to relax because they are starting soon. Meanwhile, the real Bai Shang turns away, blushing shyly, adding that each clone has a different personality. Hearing this, Su Chen nods in understanding. He lets go and accepts the help, leaving it to her. Just then, another clone leans close to his ear and whispers, seductively telling him not to be polite since he has no idea how much the real girl actually missed him. The real Bai Shang blushes furiously and screams at her clone to stop talking nonsense, leaving the clone completely bewildered. Suddenly, the real Bai Shang frowns as cold sweat breaks out. She mutters in pure embarrassment, wondering why on earth. She can feel everything her clones are feeling. Her face burns and her breathing quickens from the strange incoming sensations. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the angry little cat girl waves her hands in frustration. She glares and snaps that. Batu, in her tiny form, mutters in deep frustration. She fought so hard to steal this body only to end up like this. Suddenly, she turns her gaze toward the massive iceberg, hearing Duanya scream in panic. Union is still trapped down there. We have to save her. But that giant sea monster crackling with violent red electricity is still blocking the way. Every single rescue attempt seems completely hopeless now. Batu grits her teeth. This is bad. That damn sea monster is way too much trouble for them to handle. The little girl stares deep into the dark water where Union is trapped beneath the ice. Her expression turns dead serious. Trapped deep underwater, huh? That is going to be tricky. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surges up from the depths, catching her completely off guard. Batu looks out in absolute shock. What is that? A bone-chilling, freezing wave of air begins to spread with terrifying speed. Tiny Batu screams in absolute terror, her voice shaking with pure panic. What on earth is happening out there? Beneath the cracking ice, a massive silhouette slowly rises up. Giant blood-red eyes pierce through the freezing misty air. Duanya instantly recognizes that terrifying silhouette from her worst nightmares. She screams, completely gripped by pure horror. The nearby soldiers are just as terrified. They instinctively take several steps back, their bodies trembling with fear. Is she going completely wild again? They whisper. This insanely destructive power is Yunyun in her colossal form. Her entire body is encased in crystal-clear ice. Her lifeless, glowing red eyes stare ahead as she lifts a massive frozen glacier. Those crimson eyes flash with a lethal light before darkness takes over completely. The electric eels look up totally dazed. They sense a threat far more terrifying than death looming over them. Suddenly, Union hurls the giant ice block down. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts. Its terrifying freezing force tears across the battlefield, wiping out everything in its path. Huanjin lets out a thunderous roar, instantly using its massive body as a shield to protect Duanya from the blast. Shards of razor-sharp ice rain down everywhere. Panic erupts as people scream and scramble for cover. Watch out. A massive chunk of ice as big as a small hill crashes straight towards Su Chen. His body is already burning hot, yet danger is closing in. Seeing the threat coming, Su Chen immediately thrusts his arms forward, bracing to catch the colossal ice block with bare hands. Su Chen quickly stands back up, still sensing the danger. He painfully tells Bai Chang's clones to get out of here. Sensing the situation through her clones, the real Bai Kang watches him with deep worry, telling him to be careful too. Meanwhile, massive glaciers continue to rain down on the reinforcements. Realizing this, she screams a loud order to everyone below. Run for your lives. The sky itself seems to be collapsing as gigantic blocks of ice keep raining down. A soldier looks up in total despair, screaming that the ice is falling. Beneath them, the frozen surface cracks apart. Everyone scrambles toward the shore in utter chaos. The ice is breaking. Get to the shore. Run now. Nearby, Yunyun's colossal figure starts losing her strength. She collapses into the sea, triggering a massive wall of water. A soldier screams in terror that a tsunami is coming next. Meanwhile, Yunyun's body begins to sink deep into the ocean. Suddenly, a figure swims rapidly toward her through the dark water. Amidst the devastated city ruins, a cold purple streak cuts straight through the sky, signaling that the battle is far from over. Down on the frozen ground, Duan Ya shrugs off, a hand trying to hold her back, her teary eyes burning with pure rage. Don't stop me, she warns. Her comrade desperately tries to reason with her, shouting that jumping into the sea right now is pure suicide, but she completely ignores them. Stomping hard on the thin ice, she yells out with unshakable determination for everyone to get out of her way. Charging ahead like a glowing pink arrow, she storms forward with the loyal dark silhouette of Huangjin close behind. They race together toward the chaotic shoreline. Her eyes flash with absolute resolve, each heavy step cracking the ice. Her desperate urgency burns like fire. But the moment she finally reaches the shore, the sight makes her freeze. A soaked Su Chen stands there gently holding the unconscious Yunyun in his arms. Duanya gasps his name in shock. Panic and dread instantly grip her. She rushes over to them, asking with a trembling voice how Yunyun is doing. Su Chen looks down at the girl, his face exhausted and grim. Her injuries are too severe. We need to act fast. We have to find a way to help her level up. Up above, those eerie purple lights still haunt the sky. They serve as a grim warning of the dangers still lurking nearby. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city, hordes of cold, blue-eyed zombies suddenly raise their heads in unison, seemingly drawn by some mysterious, invisible force. Group by group, they crawl out from the rubble, gathering together with some unknown dark purpose. Suddenly, a giant shadow, with spider wings on its back, lands heavily among them, instantly tearing apart a zombie that gets in its way. The humanoid monster roars in a dominant voice, demanding to know what they are hiding there for. One zombie responds. They move unconsciously, whispering that the zombie queen is summoning them. The zombies look at each other in confusion, their voices growing frantic. One mutters that their queen is gone. Entirely gone. Then he turns to the monster, growling to ask who it is. Why should they have to listen to this thing? The monster puffs its chest out completely, dominating the horde, claiming to be the queen's messenger. It orders them to assemble everyone immediately. Feeling a sudden surge of power, the entire zombie horde roars in unison to answer the call. They raise their rotting arms, ready to start a brand new war. Back at the human front line, the commander is already shouting out orders. He tells his men to quickly block off all the roads with scrapped vehicles, screaming at them to move as fast as possible. The zombies could strike again at any moment, so they need to move. Another officer joins in urging everyone to build up defenses, but his calls are met with complaints from the exhausted soldiers who grumble that they just survived a major battle without any rest. They argue that the undead horde already retreated anyway. One weary soldier turns to the general, hoping for a different call. He asks their top leader, but the general replies with absolute trust, saying if Su Chen requested this, he surely has his reasons. Just follow the plan. Meanwhile, inside a makeshift ambulance, Duan Ya silently watches her friend lying on the cot. Yunyun has pushed past her body's physical limits too many times. Now she lies there with her eyes squeezed shut in pure agony. A worried voice points out that their previous medical treatments are useless, now leaving them with only one real option. They must help her advance to level 2 to strengthen her body. In the room, Duan Ya, Bai Chang, and Su Chen discuss their options. Duan Ya notes that Yunyun needs tons of crystal cores to level up. Su Chen immediately jumps in. Where could they possibly find that many cores on such short notice? Su Chen stands up, his gaze filled with pure determination. He promises to find a way, take care of her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an iron cage door is kicked open. Du Ji stands by the entrance and reports to Su Chen that she found the girl stranded right on the beach. Inside, the little zombie queen is locked away, her red eyes burning as she grabs the iron bars and screams at them to release her. Calling Du Ji a worthless woman, she gets a cold response to shut up. After all, she would have drowned without help anyway. Su Chen steps forward with an icy gaze, calmly ordering Du Ji to release her as a tense atmosphere takes over the room. Here's where things get really intense. Those strange purple light streaks in the sky are definitely signaling that a storm is brewing. Inside a quiet, abandoned building, Su Chen walks with a little undead floating beside him as she grumbles about what they are doing. Ignoring her complaints entirely, Chen suddenly unleashes a powerful kick that sends her flying straight through the concrete wall, a massive hole. The little zombie staggers back, her red eyes wide as she stammers, "What are you doing?" Chen slowly turns around, his sharp gaze cutting like a blade as his icy voice echoes through the empty ruins. He demands that she call the real leader out. As dark energy erupts from him, she grits her teeth against the crushing pressure. Demanding to know what he means, she meets his mocking smirk. Chen stares right through her, knowing exactly who he is facing. The legendary zombie queen could never be captured this easily, so she can stop pretending. Hearing that, her eyes suddenly change. They glow a freezing icy blue as she spits back with pure hatred, grumbling about how her injuries let that annoying woman take over. Exposed at last. In a sudden flash of blinding blue light, her tiny body erupts back into her original form. Floating high up in the air, the true zombie queen flashes a wicked grin, amused that he actually managed to see through her. She unleashes a devastating strike from above, but Chen does not even flinch as a purple barrier of energy flares up around him. The zombie queen narrows her icy blue eyes, instantly sensing that something is very wrong with the guy standing below her. Suddenly, she is hit. An invisible crushing force slams her backward, leaving her flying uncontrollably through the air. Digging her sharp ice claws into the ground, she struggles to stay upright as a terrifying, deadly threat looms right over her. It is that familiar terror, the chilling sensation of standing on the edge of an endless abyss. Right before her eyes, things escalate. A massive spatial portal slowly materializes in the room, glowing with a deep purple light. Without a moment of hesitation, she strikes. She fires a devastating blast of absolute frost straight at the swirling portal, triggering a massive, violent explosion of raw elements. The clash of ice and spatial magic shakes the entire structure. Down on the ground, the soldiers look up at the building in shock. They panic, wondering what could have caused such a violent blast. Just then, Duji appears right next to the general. She calmly reassures him to relax, explaining that her master is simply up there. The general can only mutter Chen's name. Suddenly, a breathless soldier runs up with an urgent warning that the zombie horde is here and everyone needs to prepare. Get ready. Right out on the streets, a massive sea of rotting undead begins to flood the entire area. Leading the swarm is the wicked messenger. He points his hand forward and roars that their queen is summoning them to battle. Hell awaits us just ahead. He bares his sharp teeth with a savage grin as a beam of blue energy shoots from the rooftop, soaring high into the sky. Inside, the zombie queen senses invisible dangers closing in on her, surrounding her from all sides again. Danger is everywhere. Her eyes flash with determination as she tells herself that attacking nonstop is her only hope. She roars loudly, unleashing her full absolute power, unleashing a freezing blizzard that sweeps across the area. But out of the shadows, Chen calmly steps forward, leaning mockingly against the wall. "You look terrified," he taunts. Enraged, the zombie queen snarls, "What did you say?" Chen simply mutters his spatial prison technique. Instantly, an invisible cage traps the zombie queen. Completely paralyzed, she breaks out in a cold sweat. Damn it, she cannot move at all, budge at all. Chen walks closer. His calm voice sends a cold shiver down her spine. "Thanks for summoning this massive zombie horde here," he says. Gritting her teeth, she demands to know what he actually means. Inside the silent skyscraper, Chen stands surrounded by a massive array of glowing purple spatial portals. Dozens of glowing cores float around him, emitting a mystical blue light that hints at a grand scheme unfolding. Outside, a young soldier faces the screaming tide of zombies. Completely unafraid, he screams a fierce challenge. "Come and get it!" Right then, a storm of ice spears rains down from the sky, ruthlessly impaling the zombies and freezing them solid, turning them into horrific frozen statues. The soldiers, witnessing this sudden onslaught, are left completely stunned. They can only stammer out in utter disbelief, asking what on earth is happening. A massive sea of frozen spears blankets the entire ground, like a deadly forest radiating a bone-chilling mist. Even the devil messenger is trapped within these sharp walls of ice, watching helplessly as his army is completely wiped out. Thousands of zombies are frozen mid-struggle, caught in their final and desperate moments. It is a terrifying yet majestic sight. Standing inside this icy wasteland, a shocked soldier trembles, asking if everything has finally been taken care of. Up on the rooftop, the zombie queen stares down, utterly horrified by the destruction her own power caused. She asks with deep hatred, "How dare you use my ability against my own army? Was bringing me here and forcing me to fight all part of your plan?" Chen slowly turns around, his hair reflecting a bright orange flame. His eyes are cold and sharp as he confirms that only her power could cause such devastating widespread destruction. Turning away, his voice remains quiet yet utterly dominant. "All right," he walks straight toward the locked zombie queen, his commanding tone leaving zero room for refusal. "Now hand over your core right now," he orders, repeating the demand with absolute steel. Give me that core, he snaps, his eyes flashing dangerously with a threat she cannot ignore. Otherwise, I will let the endless hell swallow you whole, and you already know just how terrifying that is. She grits her teeth, her pride as a sovereign deeply insulted. You are far too bold, she spits. I rule a massive army, yet you dare threaten me. But Chen is losing his patience. Stepping closer, his murderous intent spikes. Cut the chatter or face the endless hell. Those two words, endless hell, pierce right through her mind like a knife dredging up her darkest memories. Visions of her freezing, lonely past at the bottom of the ocean flood back. She mutters in pure terror. Do you really want to drag me back to that pitch-black place? That cold, lonely despair? I refuse to ever experience it again. Chen flashes a wicked grin, shadows masking his face while leaving. Only his glowing purple eyes visible. Endless hell is 10,000 times darker than any ocean. She stares into those eyes, shivering. This is no empty threat. If she resists, he will banish her without a single second thought. Terror finally crushes her pride. Tears stream down her face as she screams out in complete surrender. Agree, I will hand it over. Just do not send me back there. A brilliant blue glow erupts from her chest, carrying her essence and core strength. The diamond-shaped crystal floats gently down, coming to a rest inside the open palm of Chen. Looking at the core, he smirks. If you complied sooner, we could have avoided all this useless chatter. She collapses onto the floor, weak and exhausted, yet a tiny spark of defiance remains in her eyes. Even with my core, you will never destroy me, she gasps. But Chen simply replies, destroying you was never my plan. He turns his back, his words dripping with a far deeper hidden agenda. Why would I waste so much effort just to execute you? Keeping you is enough. Stunned, she asks what he means as he flashes a mysterious smile. From now on, your name is Undying. Immortal and undying, a truly fitting name. The zombie queen gritted her teeth in absolute fury. This humiliation was worse than death. You bastard, she hissed, this disgrace today. I will never forget this. Right as the words left her mouth, her body began to shrink, shifting back into her tiny childlike state. She muttered in frustration about shrinking once again. Reverting to her small immortal form, the little girl felt her head start to spin. Everything was dizzy. What on earth just happened? It felt like she had just woken up from a long, incredibly intense dream. Her body felt totally exhausted and her mind was a complete mess. One of Bai Chang's clones stepped up, suggesting they head downstairs. At the bottom of the building, the general handed Chen a wooden box. When opened, a brilliant light burst out from inside. Hundreds of glowing energy cores gleamed brightly. The general explained that these were the spoils from defeating the 7 zombie leaders. Duan Ya accepted the box on his behalf. The general added that by base rules, the cores belonged to the one who cleared the threat. Everything was officially his. Chen nodded, his thanks then turned to Duan Ya, telling her to hand them over to Union first. She needed a massive amount of energy to level up, so they could not afford to hold back. Duan Ya nodded with some worry. The general then asked if Chen planned to return to the base now that the horde was cleared, welcoming him anytime. Chen shook his head, admitting the strict base life did not suit him. Bai Kang watched him with a hint of regret. The general accepted his decision without pushing. But suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted directly from the nearby ambulance. The ground shook violently beneath their feet. Everyone panicked at the intense power fluctuation as Chen tensed up in alarm. He rushed toward the vehicle and kicked the door open. Inside, Yuan was struggling, her face filled with deep anxiety. She sat on the bed, her body burning hot and her breathing ragged. She cried out that she felt like she was burning up. Before he could react, she lunged forward, locking him in a tight embrace and pressing a desperate burning kiss to his lips. An even more terrifying sensation immediately flooded his body. He realized with a shock that something was going horribly wrong. A wild, raging torrent of energy was pouring directly from Yuan into him. Duanya looked on, frantically trying to explain. She apologized, explaining that Yuan had suddenly swallowed all of the energy crystals at once. Meanwhile, Yuan exhaled in relief. Feeling much better, Yuan sat down with a guilty face, whispering that she did not mean to, she was just too hungry. She had actually mistaken the hard cores for food. But now Chen's eyes flared with violent energy, purple electricity sparking everywhere. Yuan screamed in terror, asking what was happening to him. The sheer volume of energy was simply too much for him. He was about to explode, and she desperately wanted to help siphon some of the overwhelming power out of his body. Coughing up blood from the agonizing strain, Chen managed to order everyone to get out and let him handle it alone. Duan Ya and Bai Kang were incredibly worried. With a blushing face but resolute eyes, Bai Kang stepped forward to help. The two girls supported his shaking body together. Duan Ya reminded him that more people meant more strength, so he should not overdo it. Outside, the military vehicle parked amidst the ruined city began to glow with intense radiating waves of spiritual power. With a stern face, the general ordered his soldiers to lock down the entire perimeter and keep everyone far away. Not a single unauthorized soul was allowed near the vehicle. The heavily armed soldiers stood guard with high alertness. Inside, Chen was still feeling completely stuck. The sheer volume of excess energy was just too massive to handle. Even with the girls helping him absorb it, a vast amount of wild energy remained locked inside his body. Desperate, his hand suddenly shot out and grabbed the tail of the golden-eyed black cat standing blankly beside him. The sudden pull sent the cat's fur straight up on end as it let out a loud, agonizing shriek of pure pain. What on earth was that? As the wild electricity surged through, the overwhelming energy pressure knocked all three girls completely unconscious. Their faces flushed deep red under the sheer strain. Suddenly, a blinding, fierce red light erupted violently from the vehicle. The shockwave tore through the air, shaking the entire area. Watching the massive commotion from outside, the soldiers stood in shock. One soldier could not help but ask what kind of crazy stunt Chen was pulling in there to make such noise. The woman beside the general looked horrified by the immense power. Yet the old commander remained dead, silent, calmly observing. As the bright flash faded, the three girls were seen lying together, completely exhausted after the intense breakthrough process. Chen quietly watched them, a sigh of relief in his eyes. Yun had successfully broken through to level 2. Her energy was finally stable. Best of all, both Duan Ya and Bai Kang had also reached level 2. The golden-eyed black cat smugly raised its chubby paw, proudly showing off that it had somehow reached level 3 already. Chen opened the door and stepped outside, but his mind was plagued with deep confusion. He had absorbed the most energy. So why was there absolutely no change in his power level? Perhaps advancing beyond level 3 required more than just cores. Stepping off the vehicle, Chen is surprised to see the soldiers still lined up waiting for him. He asks what is the meaning of this. The general looks at him with deep respect, firmly declaring that since he is their savior, they will guard him so no one dares to disturb him. Seeing that everything is settled, the commander orders his troops that the battle is over and it is time for them to withdraw. This leaves Su completely dazed, asking if they are leaving right now. She, suddenly, blocks Chen's path, staring at him with suspicious eyes as she demands to know what on earth he did inside. Chen shoots her a cold glance, completely ignoring her question with an icy attitude. What does it have to do with you? Who are you to even ask about my business? She clicks her tongue in annoyance but quickly regains her serious look. Talk about acting all mysterious. She asks him if his promise to her grandfather to take her to Freedom City still stands. Chen's gaze suddenly grows deep at the mention of that mysterious place. Freedom City, the legendary Doomsday base hidden deep inside the mountains. Of course it still stands. She looks impatient, dropping some crucial info. Then they must hit the road immediately. Her grandfather said that something far more powerful than a core has just appeared in Freedom City. Chen narrows his eyes in surprise, asking what could possibly be stronger than a crystal core. She nods, explaining it is a fruit filled with pure mutant energy. Finally, Chen stands by the expedition vehicle, bidding farewell to the general. He tells him they are leaving for Freedom City, unsure when they will return, so there is no need for a send-off. The general places a hand on his shoulder, speaking in a low, sincere tone. He tells him to take care, noting that while Freedom City is great, their base gates are always open for him. Talk about a rude awakening. A massive explosion suddenly erupts right behind them, sending fire and smoke billowing tear through the air, and the sheer shockwave blows the soldiers off their feet. Everyone falls in absolute chaos, with terrified screams echoing through the flames. Suddenly, a short-haired girl runs out, clutching her backpack, yelling a frantic warning. Run, an even bigger blast is coming. This leaves the general utterly stunned. Chen, standing by the yellow Jeep, wipes sweat from his face in pure worry as he watches the girl scramble inside. What on earth are you doing? He asks. Sitting in the vehicle with a deeply apologetic look, she flusteredly explains. While making some energy and recovery potions, she accidentally blew up the lab, which then set the neighboring gas station on fire too. Peering through the car window, the general jaw drops in disbelief, while the other girls can only give him a rushed final goodbye. Sorry, they say, we have to make a quick exit. As the car speeds away through the smoke, the general watches them go, shouting for Wang Song to sharpen the weapons and meet them at Freedom City. He then turns back, ordering his troops to retreat. All forces fall back. Amidst the ruined debris, a pair of black high heels walks steadily across the cracked ground. A seductive voice echoes, calling out to the general. Duko, the venomous spider woman, appears right before the anxious commander. Bowing her head, she reports that her master wants her to follow them from now on. But since now is not the time, she urges him to retreat first. The general stands dazed, as Duko points toward a massive monster behind them. She hesitantly asks if she can bring it along with them. Just as everyone drives off, the entire street is engulfed in a series of horrific consecutive explosions, with fierce flames consuming everything. Everyone urges each other to move faster as everything burns. Meanwhile, speeding through the sea of fire in their off-road vehicle, Chen and the girls cheer with absolute excitement, shouting ahead that they are coming for Freedom City. Their car rolls down the lonely highway, and you know what, Chen is deeply lost in thought, reflecting on his past life. In his memories, Freedom City was a highly coveted paradise, though he never expected it to be hidden right within the Mangtin Mountains. He asks the braided girl how her grandfather knew about this beforehand, guessing it must be a top-secret state project. She proudly replies that her grandfather was a high-level engineer who actually helped build Freedom City years ago. As the car drives on, she explains that he did not know it was a Doomsday base. Security was extremely tight and he only handled the outer construction. He only heard that countless top scientific minds from various fields were kept secured inside the facility back then. Chen's eyes grow deep as he looks out the window, remembering that in his past life Mangtin Mountain was rumored to be a massive nest of mutated beasts, so absolutely no one dared to get close. As dusk falls, short-haired Yuan yawns sleepily and rubs her eyes, asking if they have arrived. Chen calmly tells everyone to get out as they must walk the rest of the way. The group stands before a dense forest covered in heavy fog. Chen turns to ask again, what exactly is this mutant fruit she mentioned? They begin stepping deep into the gloomy forest as the braided girl explains that an old friend of her grandfather told him about it. Thanks to this fruit, Freedom City already has humans who reached level 4. Chen freezes in sheer shock. A level 4 human, something he had not even seen in his entire past life up until his death. The strongest human combat power has only reached the peak of Tier 3. Walking right beside him, the twin-tailed girl spoke up. Currently, Freedom City limits entry unless you can contribute a massive amount of supplies or possess incredible individual strength yourself. Chen silently calculated, thinking about his own spatial storage. He realized he had plenty of resources on hand, but everything in his pocket dimension was brand new, which would easily raise suspicion. He had to find another way. Suddenly, Yunun froze as her expression shifted. She told the group to wait, forcing everyone to stop right there. Sweating bullets, she pointed around, realizing they had just passed this exact spot. It seemed they were completely lost. The twin-tailed girl gasped, asking if she actually knew where Mangting Mountain was. The other girl quickly argued back. They were already on the mountain, but now they needed to find Freedom City. Hearing this, Duanya sighed deeply. She muttered that normal people easily got lost out here, and wandering around blindly was just a waste of energy. Duanya cast a sharp glance toward the foggy thicket nearby, then looked over at the completely calm Chen. He surely must have noticed something was off already. Before she could finish her thought, a bone spear cut through the air. The projectile shot straight out from the thick fog. Right after 3 muscular, wild-looking men stepped out from the shadows. Covered in savage tattoos, their leader smirked lecherously and ordered his men to target the only man in the group. He wanted the women kept alive for his personal entertainment. Hearing this, one of his lackeys grinned and licked his lips. He told his boss not to worry, admitting he could not wait since it had been ages since he touched a woman. Suddenly, the leader raised his hand as his eyes gleamed with greed upon spotting the group's tent and cozy campfire. He realized they had plenty of supplies, even a tent. Meanwhile, another thug sniffed the air, catching a delicious aroma. Indeed, he smelled it too. These crazy people actually dared to roast meat out in the open wilderness. The third thug drooled, recognizing the scent of roasted mutton. The leader eyed the skewers cooking over the fire. He warned them not to overcook the meat. If they did, it would be too tough to chew. Resting a giant wooden club on his shoulder, he slowly approached the campfire with a fake friendly yet threatening tone. Hey buddy, this mutton looks amazing. How about giving my brothers a taste of it, unless you want trouble? Dunie kept flipping the meat. She didn't look up. Instead, she coldly dismissed him with a sharp response. She scoffed that she was a professional and didn't need lessons. Sitting beside her, Chen simply agreed. Definitely true. Their complete indifference made the leader absolutely furious. Oh, he has no idea who he is dealing with right now. Raising his massive wooden club with terrifying bloodlust, he roared, demanding they put the meat down right now. He yelled, asking if they were deaf. Right then, Chen raised his head, his face shrouded in deep shadow. His purple eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity. The leader froze instantly, trembling so hard he dropped his club. Letting out a terrified shriek, the leader fell back. His confused lackeys scrambled, asking what was wrong with him. Pale as a ghost and drenched in sweat, the boss stammered in absolute terror about the boy's freezing gaze. He knew those eyes did not belong to a normal human. Meanwhile, Chen slowly stood up and brushed himself off. He muttered how noisy they were. Terrified, the savages backed away, stammering and asking what he was going to do. With just a single cold glare, he brought the massive thugs straight to their knees, completely paralyzed with fear. Chen stepped forward, looking down at the trembling leader, and demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. The terrified leader stuttered, claiming they were just mountain hunters who wanted to trade since the group had so many supplies. Chen narrowed his eyes mockingly, asking how they expected to trade when they had shown up completely empty-handed. The leader panicked, waving his hands frantically as he accidentally let slip a secret about their nearby base. Correcting himself, he offered to take them to his tribe's camp, promising plenty of supplies for them to choose from. Chen crossed his arms, asking if they actually had that many supplies. The leader nodded eagerly, offering a guided tour. He claimed they had the best resources in the forest. Another thug quickly chimed in to help persuade the group. He warned that camping out here was dangerous while their tribe offered both shelter and safety from mutant beasts. Chen nodded. If they were going to be this helpful, he could just use their supplies for Freedom City. He agreed to go, hoping the trip would not be a waste of time. Hearing this, Yun looked confused. She held her skewer, complaining they had not even eaten yet. One of the thugs quickly tried to flatter her. He mentioned they just hunted 3 mutated boars yesterday, inviting her to try some delicious wild boar meat instead. She curls her lip in disgust, scoffing at the thought. After some travel, they finally reach the predator's lair. Their leader welcomes them, claiming this is their tribe. Standing in the middle of the camp, he plays the generous host, offering a tour. But Chen just crosses his arms and coldly cuts him off, telling the man to stop wasting time and show him the warehouse. He wants to see exactly what they have in stock. The leader does not dare disobey, quickly guiding them forward. Soon the group stops in front of a sturdy building made of stone and wood. The leader points, announcing it as their warehouse. Chen tells the girls to wait outside while he goes in to inspect everything closely. The leader nods along eagerly. He wears a sneaky grin that no one notices, telling Chen to make himself at home. Our hero steps inside. The place is packed with mystery meat hanging from the ceiling, releasing a foul, rotten stench that makes his stomach turn. Not wanting to overthink it, he activates his spatial power. Since this is meant for Liberty City, he might as well take it all. Outside, Yun pinches her nose, complaining about the awful smell. Suddenly, a creepy savage approaches, carrying a dead, mutated boar on his shoulders. He flashes a grotesque smile, asking the beautiful girls if they want a taste of the mutant wild boar he just killed. The girl screams in terror, telling him to get that nasty thing away. Ya just glares at him with cold eyes. The savage grins and brags, claiming this ugly creature is actually the ultimate delicacy in the entire forest. He laughs wickedly, completely unaware that Chen has already walked out of the warehouse and is standing right behind him. Looking at the now empty room, Chen tells the man that none of their stuff fits his needs. What a wasted trip. Hearing this, one of the lackeys licks his lips, greedily laughing at how long it has been since they saw women. He tells his boss he cannot wait any longer. Meanwhile, the leader narrows his eyes, throwing threats at the 3 girls. He snarls at them for daring to play games, warning that none of them will leave this camp alive today. Another thug creeps up to the girl in the Cheongsam, whispering in her ear with a nasty smile that since they cannot leave, she should try his mutant boar meat, even offering to hand-feed her. But the girl has officially reached her limit. Unable to take the disrespect, her eyes flash a deadly crimson. Roaring in absolute fury for him to shut up, she strikes. Her arm swells to a massive size as she unleashes a colossal punch, sending the arrogant creep flying high into the sky. The devastating blow lands right on his face, triggering a shockwave so violent it shakes the earth and shatters the surrounding rocks. Debris flies everywhere as the remaining savages stare in absolute horror. They tremble in fear, realizing they are dealing with an Esper. Even Ya and the black-haired girl are stunned, completely blown away by her sudden burst of raw arm-expanding power. Dusting off her hands, Yun glares at the rest of the gang, asking if they have a death wish too. She confronts the trembling leader, asking if he wants some of this action. As the boss stammers, Chen steps in. He gently pats her shoulder, telling Yun to relax since they are new guests here and should stay humble. Seizing the chance to de-escalate, the terrified leader laughs nervously and claims they just wanted to trade for some meat. He begs Chen to reconsider. In response, our main character flashes a warm, incredibly friendly smile. He smiles and says of course they can, but his friendly grin vanishes, instantly replaced by a cold, blunt rejection. Not happening. Leaving the camp behind, the party heads deeper into the wild forest. The black-haired girl raises a question. Those creeps were clearly not human, but they did not look like Tao-Ti either. What on earth were they? Yun replies that they call themselves predators, likely mutating into those hideous shapes after eating way too many mutant beasts. She proudly asks Su if her new skill is epic. The brown-haired girl admits the giant arm totally startled her. Chen flashes a sneaky grin, teasing Yun that if her arm can expand, maybe her other body parts can too. He suggests they test that theory tonight. Blushing furiously, she snaps at him, demanding to know what he's implying. Meanwhile, back at the camp, a curious lackey asks his boss why they let the intruders walk away so easily. The leader explains that espers are like fierce wolves and fighting them head-on would only lead to mutual destruction. He reminds his crew that they still have deadly rival clans to worry about in this forest. But right then, another lackey runs in screaming, completely out of breath. He panics and reports that all of their supplies are gone. The leader roars in fury, demanding to know what he means by disappeared. The trembling subordinate explains that ever since the strange man stepped inside their warehouse, every single item has vanished without a trace. Cold sweat pours down the leader's face as he grits his teeth. Another thug wonders if the guy had spatial powers. He offers to lead a squad to hunt them down, but the furious leader just slaps him across the face. "Keep it down," he says, grabbing his lackey by the collar. "Do you have any idea what spatial ability means in a forest like this?" His voice shakes with a mix of fear and sheer greed. "It obviously means those targets are not dangerous wolves." He cracks a wicked smile. His eyes flash with absolute malice, realizing they are just fat sheep that everyone wants to hunt. Another thug with purple eyes smiles creepily. He laughs creepily. "Exactly, we need to strike first and make our move before any other factions track them down." The boss stares into the dense woods, his voice dripping with raw greed as he schemes to steal every single supply. Meanwhile, Tiny Golden is zipping around emitting Z-shaped energy pulses to scout a safe path through the thick jungle. Duan Ya cradles the obedient black cat in her arms, happily calling out that Golden has finally returned. But Su Chen looks at the cat with pure annoyance, grumbling about where this stupid cat ran off to play. Duan Ya just smiles gently, stroking Golden's fur to defend him, noting how happy he seems in the woods, almost like he is patrolling his own personal territory. Su Chen crosses his arms, staring skeptically at the cat, squinting and sticking out its tongue before delivering a blunt verdict. He guesses the cat is probably just in heat. Yun curiously pokes the furball and chiming in to ask a quick question. Is Golden actually a boy or a girl? She wonders, guessing it must be a girl. Instantly, the cat freezes in absolute panic. With his fur standing on end, he struggles free and leaps out of Duan Ya's arms, leaving her completely startled and confused. The black cat vanishes into the bushes as she calls out in vain. Suddenly, her expression completely flips, her eyes widening in shock. She senses something horribly wrong right under her feet. The moment her high heel presses down, the ground beneath her suddenly cracks. A hidden trap has been triggered. Everyone instantly realizes they are in deep trouble, and they scream out for everyone to be careful. In a split second, a massive net woven from sharp thorns drops down from the treetops, completely ensnaring the entire group. The girls scream in absolute terror as they are squeezed together. That is when the Wildman leader and his goons step out. He smugly stares at his trapped prey. Hands on his hips, he sneers, using traps is always the ultimate choice for hunters. Recognizing the familiar faces, Union grabs the net in absolute fury and demands to know if it is really them. The leader tilts his head up, stroking his chin with a smug grin, while trying to act like some kind of saint. He claims he never actually wanted to kill them. Inside the net, Su Chen looks down at him with cold, razor-sharp eyes. He calmly asks what the point of this trap is. The leader's face darkens as he smirks and growls back. It is because they were too careless and made the mistake of stealing supplies, which completely exposed their little secret. Stepping closer, his face twists with greed and malice. He declares that he cannot let them leave this forest alive anymore. Drawing his weapon, he flashes a savage, terrifying grin, promising to give them a quick and very painless death. But just as he raises his blade, a terrified lackey behind him tremblingly reaches out to stop his boss. The boss pauses in pure annoyance. Suddenly, a colossal shadow blocks out the light, completely swallowing the leader from behind. Spinning around in sheer panic, his heart stops as he comes face to face with a massive reptilian beast sporting glowing eyes. He stammers out something about the beast taming sect. The creature opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. It rears up with a terrifying roar and lunges straight for the leader. With one single brutal bite, the giant beast snaps the boss completely in half, leaving his men paralyzed with horror. Trapped inside the net, Su Chen narrows his eyes, observing the bloody mutation, trying to analyze what on earth it is. It looks like some kind of giant mutated lizard. The girls scream and point down at the creature. Wait, is someone actually riding on the back of that giant lizard? The rider, sitting proudly on the beast, flips his hair and smirks shamelessly, flirting with the girls trapped inside the net. But the moment his eyes land on Su Chen, his smile vanishes. Why is there a guy mixed in with these beauties? He looks around the dark forest, his expression turning cold and calculating as he makes his next move. He needs to finish this quickly before the other troublesome group arrives. Patting his beast, he cold-bloodedly orders it to attack. "Kill that guy," he commands. The reptile roars, lunging forward with bared fangs to rip the thorn net apart in utter chaos. Union panics, screaming that the monster is about to bite her behind and begging Su Chen to do something fast. Squeezed tight in the painful net, Su Chen breaks a sweat, telling them to stop crowding because he cannot even move his arms. Right below him, the three girls are smashed together, swinging wildly as the net sways back and forth in the air. They scream at the top of their lungs. Suddenly, a massive, scaly gray claw slams down with blinding, terrifying speed. The massive claw brutally crushes the green lizard beast to the ground right beside their net, instantly stopping its deadly attack. Sitting on top of the lizard, Chu Xiao points down in absolute rage as things take an incredibly unexpected turn. The guard barks out in anger. What do you think you are doing? The newcomer looks up, half his face buried in cold shadows, his sharp and heavy voice cutting right through Chu Xiao. Okay, that is a question I should be asking you. The beast-taming sect does not slaughter innocent people. Sitting on his mount, Chu Xiao slowly backs away, his lip curling in irritation. He scoffs, do not think you can stick your nose into my business just because you are the squad leader. Stepping back, seeing the blessed threat temporarily fade, Yunan lets out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Woo! Safe at last. Just as someone slices the net and drops her down, a familiar voice echoes, making Su Chen whip his head around. Hey Su Chen, long time no see. Su Chen's eyes widen, his face lighting up with absolute shock and joy as he recognizes the spiky-haired man before him. Are you Tian Yue? Su Chen takes a step forward, unable to believe his own eyes, his voice trembling with shock. You are still alive. Tian Yue closes his eyes, offering a warm and hopeful smile. Yes, luck was on my side and I somehow managed to survive. With a flash of his sharp dagger, he quickly slices through the rest of the thick tangled ropes. Tian Yue says warmly, let me get everyone down first, then we can talk. Once free, Tian Yue throws his arm over Su Chen. Shoulders laughing happily, you tough kid, I knew you would survive. I honestly thought I would never see any of you again. But Su Chen keeps a tense expression, narrowing his eyes as he presses for answers about the past, what exactly happened back then. Tian Yue pauses, the bloody memories of that life and death struggle flashing before him. We were completely surrounded by a pack of hungry beasts. In his dark flashback, a blood-soaked comrade is impaled by the sharp claws of a monster, yet he still screams out in desperation. Brother Tian Yu remembers the exact moment he helplessly plunged off the cliff, falling straight down into the deep dark abyss. Back in the present, Tian Yue smiles with relief, his eyes staring off into the distance as he explains that he landed in a A4 Priest river and was saved by the beast-taming sect. He has been there ever since. He then turns to the three girls, asking curiously, what are you doing bringing three gorgeous ladies to this dangerous, toxic wilderness? But Tian Yue gasps in surprise at Su Chen's response. You are looking for Freedom City, do you actually know where it is? Su Chen asks, calmly, yes, but things are a bit complicated, so you should all come with me to the beast-taming sect first. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a small footsteps forward. The angry voice of the little immortal echoes through the trees that jerks Su Chen, hiding behind a massive trunk. Her glowing purple eyes burn with rage as she mutters curses. How dare he abandon me and run? Just you wait, I will teach all of you a lesson. But as she grinds her teeth, cold sweat breaks out, her eyes widening in absolute horror. She senses something terrifying. A massive shadow of a towering wild giant blots out the sky, standing completely still directly behind her. Without making a sound, the little immortal whips around, trembling as she looks up at the monster, squeaking out in fear. How long have you been standing there? The savage predator grins creepily, staring down at the tiny creature. So you finally noticed me. The little immortal bolts, running for her life while screaming at the top of her lungs, somebody save me. The giant reaches out with his massive hand. Be careful, my little pet. Back with Su Chen and his group, the giant lizard takes heavy, steady steps across the terrain. Tian Yue warns them in a serious tone that those wild predators are exceptionally cunning. The entire group is currently riding on the back of the beast, cutting through the dense forest mist. Tian Yue explains that they love setting traps all over this wilderness, so everyone needs to stay alert. He then turns to Su Chen, looking quite surprised. Honestly, I never expected someone as strong as you to fall into their trap. Su Chen half closes his eyes, looking completely unbothered. As he shrugs it off, hey, even I let my guard down sometimes. But his eyes instantly turn sharp as he glances back, thinking, especially with two groups hiding in the dark, I just wanted to lay low and see what they would do. Up ahead, Yun turns around, praise shining in her eyes. Brother Tian, I cannot believe you have already reached level 2 humanity. Tian Yue smiles humbly, calling it pure luck. He turns back to Su Chen, eager to explain the incredible stroke of fortune that saved him by chance. I stumbled upon a rare mutant fruit in the woods. Yun's mouth hangs open in utter shock. You reached level 2 just by eating a single piece of fruit. Tian Yue's subordinate chimed in with pride, yes, and he even stole it right from under a savage monster nose. Su Chen lowers his head, eyes narrowing in deep thought, realizing that mutant fruits pack a level of power that ordinary energy crystals simply cannot match. Sitting tall on the mount, Tian Yue looks forward and warns, do not let the power fool you. Finding one of these is nearly impossible since the plant only produces a single fruit. Once ripe, beasts eat it immediately, or it rots and loses its energy. He adds, recalling his near-death experience, the sheer energy was so overwhelming that I thought my heart would stop right then and there. It was a terrifying gamble. That is why I got insanely lucky. Finding one in this forest is like searching for a needle in the ocean. Still, the legends of Freedom City Inside sits a strange tree, constantly yielding exotic fruits. Duan Ye's eyes light up, thrilled that they even specially prepared the supplies needed to enter the city. Sitting behind Su Chen, Duan Ya confidently says that everything is ready, and if they want to enter the city, they only need to complete a quest for Freedom City. Su Chen curiously asks about the task, and soon, unique wooden structure emerges from the thick fog. Union gasps in wonder, asking if this is the base of the beast-taming sect. Tian Yue nods, telling Su Chen that he already mentioned him to their leader, who has been looking forward to meeting him. Inside, the base Tian Yue pats his mount and reassures the group, saying they can ask the leader for help, and he will surely find a way. One of the girls curiously asks what kind of creature it is. Su Chen silently observes, amazed that Tian Yue has not only joined the beast-taming sect, but also gained the leader's trust. His luck is incredible, especially since mutated beasts are a massive force in this era. He is eager to find out what kind of person this sect leader really is. Meanwhile, the scene inside, the base is bustling with all kinds of tamed beasts roaming freely among the members, a clear sign of their formidable power. Suddenly, a female member enthusiastically holds up two giant mutant rats, welcoming the newcomers and suggesting they try their local specialty of roasted mutant rat meat. Having none of that, the entire group immediately waves their hands in a polite but firm rejection. Just then, a creepy hand reaches out toward one of the girls in Su Chen's party. She flinches, feeling an uncomfortable touch, and whips around in pure rage. Gritting her teeth, she demands to know which absolute bastard dared to lay a hand on her. Chu Xiaok appears with a greasy smirk, scoffing that a beauty shouldn't be eating trash like mutant rat meat. He boldly brags, inviting the three girls to join him instead, boasting that he has half a packet of instant noodles saved up. He then points directly at Su Chen with utter contempt, asking what kind of future they could possibly have with a soft, pretty boy. Su Chen's gaze turns ice cold as he points at the instigator's hand, asking if that was the offending limb. Chu Xiaoke looks back with a blank stare, wondering what he means. Before the thug can even process the question, a green flash slices through the air, sending his hand flying. Chu Xiaoke freezes in absolute shock, his pupils shrinking as he clutches his spurting wrist and screams in pure agonizing pain. He shrieks, cursing Su Chen for severing his hand, but Tian Yue suddenly rushes in and delivers a brutal kick to his stomach. Tian Yue tells him he is asking for death for touching his brother's woman. Suddenly, a heavy wave of killing intent fills the air as a pack of red-eyed primal wolves surges from the shadows. Tian Yue warns the team that they are surrounded. A massive beast bares its fangs, ready to tear them to pieces, but Tian Yu reacts in a split second, unleashing a surge of green energy that slices the beast right in half. He looks up at a figure perched high above, shouting for the vice leader to stop hiding. A hulking bald man with a smug, arrogant expression steps into view coldly, declaring that since Tian Yue dared to mutilate a fellow sect member, he suspects they are all enemy spies. Tian Yue stands his ground, telling Wei Minhai not to use his position to make wild accusations, since these guests are expected by the sect leader himself. Wei Minhai bursts into a mocking laugh, declaring that with the leader away, he runs the entire show. Here, narrowing his eyes, he admits with deep jealousy that Tian Yue has become far too popular in the sect lately, rising to the number 3 position and almost overshadowing him. His eyes flash with a deeply sinister intent as he continues, explaining how he had been trying to find a valid excuse to eliminate Tian Yue for good. He never expected his rival to deliver himself right to his doorstep. Clutching his bloody stump, Xu Xiaoke screams for blood, urging the vice leader to stop wasting words and kill them all. His henchmen quickly chime in, realizing that helping their leader will elevate their own status in the ranks. Tian Yue's eyes flare with a burning, dangerous rage as his voice turns bone-chillingly cold, telling them that if they are so eager to die, he will gladly assist. Bringing beautiful women along really is a recipe for instant trouble. A massive arc of brilliant green energy tears through the air, blasting the wild wolves and Wei Minhai's thugs back in a devastating show of absolute force. Tian Yue channels all of his energy into his glowing blade, unleashing a furious slash that tears right through the dark forest. Watching this insane display of raw power, Yun and Duan Ya can only watch with wide eyes, utterly amazed. Tian Yue's eyes crackle with deadly green electricity as he stands tall, warning them that they brought this upon themselves. Wei Minhai lets out a sinister laugh, his bloodshot eyes taking in the chaos as he mockingly comments on their actions. He smugly points out that they have finally resorted to cold-blooded murder. Standing firm amidst the swirling green energy, his grating voice accuses Tian Yue of treason and colluding with outsiders, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Wei Minhai grits his teeth in pure rage, veins popping across his face as he prepares to unleash his full devastating power. Giant thorny vines erupt and wrap around the entire area as he unleashes his special technique, the Thorny Bramble Prison. A massive botanical labyrinth crashes down from above. Wei Minghai stands proudly on top, laughing and boasting that he is a plant esper. The forest is his domain, and even with wings they cannot escape. Tian Yue frowns as he stares at the encroaching danger. Sharp, thorny branches slowly close in around them. Is this guy really trying to trap us in here, he worries. He puts his fingers to his lips and lets out a sharp whistle. Out from the gaps of the conjured trees, a beast appears. Tian Yue's loyal mount emerges with a deadly glare, and the giant lizard beast crawls swiftly down from the massive plant labyrinth. It waits loyally for its master's command. Tian Yu leaps onto its back, steering the beast forward. They weave through the narrow gaps of the dangerous branches as he looks back at Su Chen with a deeply apologetic face. He feels terrible for dragging everyone into this dirty internal sect feud, begging Su Chen to take the others and escape while he handles things. But Su Chen is unfazed. He coolly tells his friend to cut the nonsense they are in this together. Leaving him behind is absolutely impossible. Tian Yue pauses for a moment, then lets out an excited, confident laugh. He shouts that they will fight side by side today. Meanwhile, Wei Minghai sneers from inside a giant blooming plant. The elder looks down with total contempt. How dare two mere kids think they can actually stand against him, he mocks. Tian Yue stands firm, his hands erupting with brilliant green energy. Taking the old man down is a job he can handle alone. He will apologize to the sect leader later. Annoyed, Wei Minghai points and orders his wolves to tear them apart. Leave no one alive, he commands. With that, the battle erupts as massive vines and wild beasts charge forward. Absolute chaos breaks loose as wild wolves and giant vines attack. Tian Yue steers his mount through the onslaught. He yells for Su Chen to protect the others while he takes the old thief's head. Wei Minghai snarls in fury. Black slimy tentacles swipe aggressively toward Tian Yue. He concentrates, focusing his energy as the vines try to drag him down. He ignites his energy blade cleanly and powerfully, slicing through the thorny constraints wrapping around him. But then things get even worse. Massive blooms drop from above. Giant carnivorous flowers with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes trap him in place. Sweat drips down Tian Yue's face. He realizes too late that he has stepped right into the vice leader's trap. Monstrous blooms attack from all sides. They snap viciously at both rider and beast, pushing him into a desperate corner. Wei Minghai smirks proudly. Foolish boy, did he really think he could stand against a master like him? He orders him to die and become fertilizer for his precious plants. But just as he prepares the finishing blow, the old man freezes. A sudden crushing pressure floods the area, forcing him back as Duenya steps up. Her eyes glow with a blinding white light as she steps forward. She looks at Wei Minghai with pure cold indifference. She sighs, reminding him that she already warned them to hold back. Standing calmly, a strange blue aura surrounds her. The barrier blocks them. The energy wall instantly stops a charging wolf as she warns him of a painful death. Another massive wolf lunges toward Yunyon. Calling it an ugly dog, she leaps high into the air without hesitation. She slams her heavy lantern weapon directly onto the beast's head, complaining about how ugly the creature is. She calls it an eyesore. Now watch, because Susu steps in with a fierce glare, muttering that she hates getting violent. A second later, she strikes. A heavy sledgehammer punch crushes the giant beast's skull into the ground. The force pins the giant wolf to the ground, terrifying a nearby henchman. Her face is purely murderous as she glares. She growls that she really does not mind using violence. Seeing his elite wolves crushed, Wei Minghai is utterly horrified. Cowering inside his shield of roots, the panicked vice leader stammers, demanding to know what kind of monsters these girls are. He cannot believe his warrior wolves were defeated so easily. Su Chen slowly steps forward, a dark, menacing aura swirling around him. Smirking, he tells the old man to stop mumbling. You should be worrying about your own skin right now, he warns. Wei Minghai's pupils shrink in pure terror. Suddenly, a bright flash of green energy cuts through the dark forest. Tian Yue's blade slices right past the old man's face. The vice leader flinches, letting out a startled gasp. What he gasps, diving from the sky, Tian Yue unleashes a devastating strike, screaming for the old thief to die. The crushing blow rains down, but Wei Minghai quickly summons a shield of massive roots to block the incoming blade. Though he manages to block the sword, sweat pours down his face. He snarls, realizing he heavily underestimated these pests. Giant tree trunks rise rapidly around him, acting as a final armor. The old man glares, deciding it is time. He prepares to reveal his ultimate trump card. Down below, a terrified henchman pulls out a small, glowing chemical vial. Lid. Seeing this bizarre move, Tian Yue and his crew frowned, demanding to know what that thing was and what they were planning to do. The henchmen, after chugging down that medicine, saw their bodies instantly warp their clothes, ripping apart as bulging muscles swelled up alongside bloodshot, crazed eyes. Wild bloodshot eyes. Tian Yue stared in disbelief, unable to process the horrifying mutation unfolding right in front of him. Suddenly, one mutated henchman lunged forward with terrifying speed. Tianyue quickly crossed his arms to conjure a shield of vibrant green energy to defend, but he was still sent flying back. Tianyue skidded across the ground, sweating profusely, while Su Chen calmly stood behind him, calmly explaining. He told them these mad beasts had consumed heart-devouring liquid, a potion that temporarily spikes their level speed, power massively across the board. The camera then cuts to Wei Minghai's face, who looks absolutely stunned as Su Chen keeps speaking. Su Chen adds that before their life force is completely drained, these mutated monsters will attack with endless savage fury. The stutterer nervously asks how he could possibly know about the heart-devouring liquid. Su Chen's eyes instantly turn sharp and cold as he calmly exposes the ugly truth, stating he not only knows about the liquid but also knows the man is a Genesis cult spy. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Tianyue confusedly asks what the Genesis cult is. Su Chen explains in a low tone that they are a mysterious organization highly skilled at infiltrating groups to brainwash people before ultimately using the heart-devouring liquid to seize absolute power. In his past life, Su Chen had witnessed this exact tragedy. Having his master plan exposed, Wei Minghai's bloodshot eyes widen in utter panic as he roars, demanding to know who Su Chen is and how he could possibly know about these secrets. But the secrets of the Genesis cult must never be leaked. The rogue vice leader waves his hand, ordering his mindless puppets, commanding them to charge and kill everyone. Amid the mounting tension, Su Chen calmly steps forward, completely unfazed by the threat. He coldly mutters that this beast-taming sect still has some use to him. He raises his hand and a sinister black sword, with a grotesque demonic shape, materializes, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Therefore, their petty conspiracy is instantly met with a blinding slash of destructive energy that tears through space. Su Chen turns into a blinding afterimage, slicing all the wild wolves and mutated monsters in half. It is over for them. The explosive shockwave of sword energy launches Wei Minghai high into the air. He gasps in sheer terror and screams in despair as his protective root barriers are shredded to pieces. He crashes down, pinned under the heap of broken branches. Trembling violently, he begs for mercy, crying out that they have no grudge. So why help that useless brat Tianyue fight him? Su Chen's eyes flash with a brutal ruby-red light. He delivers a cold, merciless judgment on the pathetic coward. He sneers that in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, the thing he loathes most is Genesis cult trash. Since they cross paths today, they must die. Right at that moment, a massive scaly bird talon slams heavily onto the ground as a colossal, bizarre-looking beast slowly emerges, showcasing an oversized, grotesque beak. Riding majestically on its back is an imposing man clad in a grand cloak and a golden helmet that completely conceals his face, demanding to know what on earth is going on here. Spotting this legendary figure, Tianyue looks ecstatic immediately, shouting out that the cult leader has finally returned. Without hesitation, Tianyue points a finger directly at the traitor, exposing Wei Minghai as a spy of the Genesis cult who tried to rebel. And that is not all. Tianyue proudly pulls Su Chen forward, boasting that luckily his brother Su Chen was there to save the day. The imposing cult leader simply raises his hand, signaling them to stop. Across from them, Wei Minghai starts, sweating bullets, desperately pleading his innocence by claiming Tianyue conspired with outsiders to frame him and that his loyalty is absolute. Cornered like a rat, Wei Minghai still tries to play tough, keeping up his pathetic act in front of everyone. He grits his teeth, telling himself that as the vice leader of the beast-taming sect, the leader surely won't trust an outsider. The armored leader speaks in a commanding, chilling tone, stating he knows exactly what kind of trash Wei Minghai truly is, so he should drop the innocent act. Hearing this, Wei Minghai gasps, his pupils shrinking to tiny pinpricks of pure, unadulterated terror. He stammers in shock. Without another word, the cult leader swings his arm, unleashing a crimson arc of light that tears through the air, heading straight for the traitor. The three girls behind them stand frozen, with Yuan gasping in complete shock. She cannot believe the beast-taming sect leader could be so ruthless and decisive. Sheathing his blade, the leader explains in a deep voice that the traitor only became vice leader thanks to his unique plan abilities, but he always coveted the throne. Tianyue steps up, cupping his hands to report that it was actually his brother Su Chen who exposed the spy first. Su Chen cuts straight to the chase, asking if the leader can help them get inside the heavily guarded Liberty City. The cult leader turns to face Su Chen, his tone suddenly shifting to a warm and welcoming manner. He tells them they are all family here, so there is no need to be polite. Since Su Chen eliminated the traitor, he will definitely help. But suddenly, the eyes behind his mask burn with an ominous red light and his tone grows incredibly stern and serious. But entering the city is incredibly dangerous, and she warns that this is no job for some random weakling. The sect leader continues. Tianyue did mention your impressive strength, but I still have to take responsibility for you. Su Chen secretly wonders what she actually means. Suddenly, the leader turns around, waving her hand to dismiss the other members to go do their own work. She slowly raises her hand, taking off her heavy helmet as her tone becomes much more relaxed. If you want this mission, it is actually pretty simple. Shedding her bulky cloak and helmet completely, she reveals herself to the shocked crowd. A stunning woman stands there with a drop-dead gorgeous figure, toned muscles and wild hair. She confidently declares that he just needs to beat her. Tian Yue holds his head in pure frustration. Not again, sister, now is definitely not the time to pick a random fight. Meanwhile, Chen stands frozen, in shock, pointing a shaking finger at her. He stammers, asking if she is really that woman. She just winks playfully, putting a finger to her lips. Do not yell, she cautions him, do not let others hear. Chen remains utterly dumbfounded, wondering how on earth she is here. She is actually Tian Yue's older sister. She explains that she luckily got a special ability, founded the beast cult, and even rescued that younger brother of hers from a river. Tian Yue quickly chimes in, explaining his sister ordered him to keep his identity hidden to monitor this cult from the inside. Realization hits the group. Yun murmurs, so they are actual siblings. Tian Yue adds that if she says the word, the deputy leader Henry is completely dead meat. Chen asks her once again about their trip to Freedom City. Sister Tian narrows her eyes, repeating that she already made herself clear. With that, she flips forward through the air, lunging straight towards Chen, yelling that first, he has to defeat her. A gloved fist comes flying right at his face. Chen calmly raises his hand to block, thinking to himself that since he is fighting Sister Tian, there is absolutely no need to activate his special abilities. He effortlessly stops her heavy punch with a single hand. The onlookers watch anxiously from a safe distance. Tian Yue sighs, explaining that his sister is a total battle maniac. Back in college, she came to their campus and single-handedly beat Chen and his roommates until they ran for their lives. Sister Tian grips Chen's wrist with both hands, channeling all her power. She pulls off a highly dangerous submission lock, pinning him to the ground. She warns him that if he refuses to use his powers, his arm is going to get snapped in half. Chen grimaces as pain shoots through his arm, asking if she is seriously trying to kill him. Suddenly, she leans close to his face, looking dead serious and deeply worried. She whispers for him to abandon this plan because Freedom City is a complete nightmare. Her fist clenches tight, as sweat drops from her forehead, clearly haunted by some terrible memory. Yun and Duan Ye immediately sense something is incredibly off about her sudden change in attitude. But suddenly, Chen grabs her chin with his free hand, a mysterious smirk spreading across his face. His eyes flash with a strange, eerie purple light. He lets out a sharp grunt as a massive wave of power explodes from him, and he flings Sister Tian high into the sky. Tian Yue's jaw drops to the floor, completely unable to believe what he is seeing. This is impossible, he stammers as Sister Tian is launched high above the forest treetops. She screams in absolute panic as she free falls backward toward the earth. In that split second, a now shirtless Chen appears beneath her like a ghost, ready to catch her before she hits the ground. Holding her bridal style, he looks down with a completely cold expression and asks if she has had enough. Her face turns completely bright red. Embarrassed, she looks away and mutters that his performance was somewhat acceptable. As Chen holds her, the beautiful leader smiles in genuine appreciation, telling him to put her down since he officially passed her little test. Standing before him, she warns him seriously not to expect anything good from Freedom City. She would honestly rather live out here in the wild than set foot in that place. Suddenly, an idea hits her. She throws an arm around the braided-haired girl, Su, pointing out that the girl will only get in the way, so she should stay behind. Chen starts to protest, but she completely ignores him. Instead, she smiles warmly at Su, telling her to just stay and help them clean out the traitors in their cult. She turns back to the other three, her voice dropping to a serious warning tone. The frostbone python's nest ahead is incredibly dangerous, and Chen might not be able to protect both girls at once. Smirking mischievously, she offers to give them a quick disguise. Duanya looks highly skeptical, asking if she is pulling their legs. But wait, what are those things growing on her head? While a fluffy, oversized foxtail appears on Yun. Duanya sighs in despair, wondering if they are being sent out to become the python's appetizer. Dressed in incredibly revealing rabbit and fox cosplay outfits, Duanya blushes and asks if wearing this can actually count as a disguise. Chen walks ahead with his hands casually in his pockets, turning back with a cold sigh, telling them to quit complaining and hurry up. Standing at the entrance of a massive pitch-black cavern, Yun whispers cautiously that this is the legendary frostbone python's nest. Sister Tian's strict warnings echo clearly in their minds. This mission has two critical objectives. First, they must retrieve the core of the frostbone python, which serves as their essential entry pass to the city. At the exact same time, a massive serpentine silhouette with glowing blue eyes slowly looms in the darkness. Sister Tian's voice echoes second find. Just find the missing scientist and complete these 2 tasks to earn a spot in Freedom City. Tu Fan wonders why a scientist would ever come here to do research. Standing before countless dark tunnels, Van Van asks him anxiously which path they should take with so many options. Tu Fan turns around and decisively orders them. These paths are too complex, so it is best if I investigate alone while you two wait at the cave. Van Van hesitates, looking anxious because going alone is dangerous, but Donna quickly tells her to listen to Tu Fan. Going in as 3 might lead to getting lost, so they should stay outside as backup. Van Van reluctantly nods. They agree to guard the entrance and tell him to be careful. Tu Fan nods briefly, leaving the 2 girls behind. Standing alone before the deep cave, he silently evaluates the path ahead. The situation inside is far more complex than expected. Faint light reflects off his back as Tu Fan finally sets off, randomly choosing a path to head down. An hour passes and Tu Fan suddenly halts. He frowns, completely baffled after searching this long with absolutely no results. Where on earth is the frostbone giant python hiding? Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave from right above him. A sharp ice stalactite plunges downward immediately, followed by a massive collapse of giant rocks and crushing sheets of ice. The violent landslide obliterates the area, creating a massive wave of destruction that completely blocks off the cave pathways. A dense cloud of dust seals off the path. Standing guard outside, Don and Na and Van Van both jump in panic. Terrified by the sudden noise, Van Van hurriedly points toward the forest. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark cave, the collapse continues. Giant ice blocks rain down like a waterfall. Tu Fan springs up, executing a decisive leap into the air. He skillfully evades the horrific barrage of sharp ice blocks crashing down all around him in a spectacular display of agility. He looks back, his eyes full of sharp vigilance and killing intent as he senses someone approaching quickly from behind. Rapid footsteps echo against the cold ground. 3 mysterious figures in black cloaks are frantically rushing toward his position. Elsewhere in the cave, 2 men flee in absolute terror. One of them frantically urges his companion to run faster. He warns the doctor that the frostbone giant python is too powerful, many have died, and they must retreat immediately. The curly-haired doctor angrily grabs his teammate by the collar and snaps that this is no ordinary beast. It is a frostbone giant python with rare space abilities, and his companion can only stammer in absolute terror. Hiding in the shadows, Tu Fan overhears them. He frowns, realizing the beast possesses incredibly dangerous space abilities. Right then, the massive head of the giant python emerges from the shadows, its glowing blue eyes locked onto him. It silently watches him. Meanwhile, in another area, a cold female voice cuts through the quiet cave, calling someone an idiot. A girl with snow-white hair wearing fur, holding little Hoang Kim, scolds the small creature for being so reckless. It stole her spirit fruit and almost exploded, but she saved it just in time from its own greedy mistakes. She anxiously looks at the trembling creature, noting its high temperature and chaotic aura that could destroy its body. She knows the intense energy will tear it apart. Carrying the creature, the white-haired girl heads toward the cave entrance. She needs the freezing temperature of the python's lair to suppress the chaotic energy burning inside her little pet. She gently tells little Hoang Kim to hang on just a bit longer because they are almost there. Dao Na and Van Van immediately block her way, demanding to know who she is and what she wants. Holding little Hoang Kim tightly, the white-haired girl simply tilts her head and asks who they are instead. She wonders if they are just a little rabbit and raccoon who recently transformed into human form. Dao Na suddenly recognizes the creature in her arms, pointing in panic and asking what she did to Hoang Kim. Van Van flares up, shouting that Hoang Kim never lets strangers hold it, demanding she release it immediately. Without hesitating, Van Van charges straight at her. The white-haired girl merely glances up with absolute calm. Unleashing an invisible wave of energy, she easily dodges Van Van. Donna instantly steps into her fighting stance. Her eyes glow as she demands the stranger hand Hoang Kim back right now, no matter who she is. A light purple aura wraps around the white-haired girl, but she remains terrifyingly calm under pressure. She smirks, her sharp eyes locked on the attackers. Reaching her slender hand forward, she prepares to strike. A burst of purple energy explodes as she activates her power, creating a giant solid barrier. The massive transparent shield blocks Donna and Van Van, ruthlessly slamming them backward onto the ground. She looks down at them with absolute contempt, asking if they have a death wish for challenging her. Van Van is suddenly pressed tight against an invisible wall. Both of them feel completely shocked and helpless. Pushed together, she panics. She cries out, asking what this is saying. It is too tight and feels like a wall behind her. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl turns and walks away. She coldly calls back, telling them to stay put and calm down for Xiao Hei's sake. Locked in this invisible air prison, Van Van anxiously tells Duan Ya that the woman has gone inside and Su Chen is in serious danger now. Inside the cave, Su Chen stays on high alert as the long tongue of the frostbone giant python flickers from the shadows to test its prey. The massive serpent reveals itself, its glowing green eyes locking right onto Chen. It whispers that it has finally found him. Opening its mouth full of razor-sharp fangs, the beast lunges down to swallow him whole. But Chen does not even flinch. He leaps high into the air. Clenching his right fist, his sharp eyes lock on as he prepares to throw a devastating punch. He drives a critical strike straight down, slamming directly into the ice armor atop the giant serpent's head. Shattering the thick ice, the impact unleashes a blinding star-like flash. Hit hard, the massive python reels in pain. Its fanged mouth gasps and its green eyes flare with sudden terror. At that same moment, in another passage outside, the doctor and his henchmen stop dead in their tracks. One confused lackey asks what is going on, while the curly-haired doctor sweats with tension. He mutters about tremors coming from behind them, wondering what could be causing it. Realizing the python is not chasing them, he senses something is off and orders his men to follow him back inside. But a terrified henchman backs away, protesting that it is way too dangerous. Meanwhile, back inside the cave, Chen stands atop the beast, looking down at its body with a smug grin, mocking it for going down in just one punch. Thinking the monster was way too weak, he calmly approaches its giant motionless head to harvest its core. He decides to dig out its energy crystal first. But get this, a sharp, icy light suddenly flashes from inside the beast's giant green eye. Chen instantly stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing with deep suspicion as he raises his guard against this strange feeling. In the next second, he is shocked to feel a very familiar energy wave rippling out at his spatial power. Just as he thought, the python's head suddenly digitalizes into countless glowing particles, slowly fading away into thin air. Watching from a cleft in the cave entrance, the henchman turns to the doctor, in a panic, calling out. He points out that the guy has vanished without a trace too. The doctor snaps back, telling him to shut up and hand over the computer. Gluing his eyes to the tracking device, the doctor analyzes the situation, noting the python has already swallowed over a dozen of his men into its space. The data indicates that the serpent's pocket dimension is nearly full. He confidently guesses what Chen's real deal is. The guy must have taken a mission from Freedom City, coming all this way just to act as cheap cannon fodder. Inside the cave, the massive body of the frostbone giant python materializes once again in all its glory. The doctor keeps calculating. But just one person is not enough, they need at least one more. Suddenly, steady footsteps echo from the entrance. A girl's voice breaks the silence. The white-haired, beast-eared girl casually strolls inside, facing down the colossal monster. She looks up and calls the beast a big long worm. Squatting down, she gently places her black and yellow kitten onto the cold ice. She casually tells the giant snake that her friend is not feeling well, so she needs to borrow its ice nest for a bit. Then she tilts her head and curiously asks the monster what it was just doing to make such a massive racket. But the beast responds with pure hostility, opening its fanged jaws wide and lunging straight forward to swallow her. Caught completely off guard by the sudden strike, the white-haired girl gasps in anger and snaps at it. She demands to know what it thinks it is doing, asking if it has lost its mind as she quickly dodges backward. Keeping her distance, her sharp eyes glare at it in warning, asking if the beast really does not recognize her. But in the blink of an eye, her body dissolves into a flash of light, vanishing completely from the cavern. Still hiding outside, the henchman's jaw drops again as he points inside, yelling to the doctor that another one is gone. The curly-haired doctor breaks into a wide, delighted grin, his eyes gleaming with pure greed as he claims that heaven is helping them. Meanwhile, in a completely different dimension, the eyes of the teleported white-haired girl widen in sheer terror. Right in front of her face is Chen, his eyes tightly shut at an incredibly close distance, forcing a cold sweat. She feels a sudden, overwhelming wave of helplessness washing over her body, leaving her completely paralyzed. She panics, realizing she cannot move an inch. She wonders if this is the giant worm's pocket dimension. Glancing around, she spots countless frozen mercenaries floating helplessly within a bizarre glowing holographic grid all around her. A shiver runs down her spine. Every single one of these people is trapped here, doomed to die with no way out. Wait outside. No, she had to find a way to escape. But due to zero gravity, Chen's face was slowly drifting closer, right up to hers. Terrified, she screamed, demanding to know why this guy kept coming closer as she struggled to pull back. But her body remained frozen in zero gravity. It was impossible to dodge, so she desperately warned him to back off. Yet momentum carried them forward anyway. Despite her silent protests, their lips accidentally met in the floating gravity-free space. She squeezed her eyes shut. Absolute disgust filled her mind, thinking how revolting these creatures called humans could be. But right at that awkward moment, Chen's eyes suddenly snapped open. A sharp gaze met hers as he let out a soft grunt. He backed away slightly and casually apologized, leaving the white-haired girl staring in utter shock as her mind raced. She couldn't believe he was actually still alive. Meanwhile, Chen wiped his mouth and calmly analyzed their current situation. They had definitely been teleported into a pocket dimension. Seeing him move his head so freely only shocked her further. Her confusion hit its absolute limit. How on earth was he capable of moving right now? Meanwhile, right behind their backs, the doctor's mercenaries were still floating around in a completely lifeless frozen state. But a completely unfazed Su Chen simply shoved his hands in his pockets, calmly scanning the pinkish-purple cube dimension holding dozens of captive souls. He remarked that the giant python's dimension was pretty small, wondering if it stored so many people as food. While examining the area, he suddenly furrowed his brows and glanced back toward the frozen girl beside him. He let out a confused hum. Looking closely at her rigid figure, he wondered if she was wearing a disguise. He asked if she belonged to Sister Tian's crew. The girl could only stare back at him in utter bewilderment. Repeating his words in confusion, she watched him step closer and gently squeeze her animal ears with genuine interest. He praised how realistic they felt. Blushing, she flinched away, telling him that it tickled and to stop touching them. But he kept going, sliding his hand down to stroke her soft tail and marveling at the realistic fluff. Hit right in her sensitive spot, her face flushed red as she let out a soft, embarrassed gasp. Su Chen smiled, noting her cosplay was way better than Duan Ya's bunny outfit. Teased like this, the white-haired girl shut her eyes tight and gritted her teeth in pure rage, silently cursing this annoying human for playing with her. She vowed to shred him to pieces once they got out. Oblivious to her homicidal thoughts, Su Chen kept planning. Stroking his chin, he decided that since she was with Sister Tian, he had no reason to leave her behind. Looking around, he figured they might as well search for some hidden treasures while trapped inside the beast's space. Digging through a floating container, he suddenly froze his eyes, widening in surprise as she peered over his shoulder. She watched curiously as he spotted a strange glowing fruit hovering before them, instantly recognizing what it was. A mystic fruit. His eyes lit up with absolute excitement, thrilled to have found such a rare treasure here. This trip was turning out to be incredibly profitable. Without a second thought, he slowly reached out for it. But see that glowing surface. The white-haired girl panicked and screamed at him to stop touching the fruit. But it was too late. The moment his fingers made contact, a blinding flash of light erupted through the space. Golden energy enveloped his body, leaving him utterly confused as the raw, untamed power began to surge violently. He questioned why this energy was flooding his veins, sweat pouring down his face like a heavy rain. Gritting his teeth, the intense force felt 10 times stronger than absorbing 10 crystal cores all at once. He was suffering the dangerous side effects of uncontrolled energy. In sheer desperation, he reached out and grabbed her hand. Surprised, she gasped in shock as he looked back with regret, apologizing for dragging her into this chaotic mess. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the giant python's massive blue eyes suddenly snapped open in pure, terrifying fury. The curly-haired doctor standing outside the cave completely missed the warning signs, instantly ordering his mercenaries to charge. They rushed forward with roaring battle cries, aiming to slay the python and claim its space crystal core. Suddenly, the massive beast opened its sharp jaws and unleashed a devastating torrent of blinding, destructive light. Along with the blast, dozens of frozen bodies and random items were violently ejected from its dimension. They crashed heavily onto the hard ground. A terrified mercenary screamed, asking if the beast was throwing everyone up. The massive shockwave carried endless items from the pocket dimension, expelling them like a violent, chaotic eruption. Drenched in cold sweat, a panicked subordinate turned to ask the doctor what they should do next. Receiving no response, he looked around in confusion, only to find the doctor had already vanished without a trace. He runs for his life from the cave, panicked and calculating, holding the power-packed exotic fruit. Meanwhile, the bone-chilling giant python must have stored it in its pocket dimension to absorb. Something went terribly wrong, forcing the beast to violently vomit everything out. Back inside the collapsing dimension, the purple cubic landscape begins to shatter. The giant cubes and the white-haired girl dissolve into glowing pixels, getting sucked out of the breaking space. Watching the space violently ejecting everything, Su Chen frowns and mutters if it is trying to throw them out. He turns to the floating, unconscious white-haired girl, whispering a soft apology to her. Amidst the blinding chaos of the collapsing dimension, Su Chen's eyes narrow with sharp intensity as he suppresses the agonizing pain from the exotic fruit. He realizes his current battered state is not fit for battle. Caught in the middle of the shattering space, Su Chen lunges forward, catching the white-haired girl and holding her firmly. After successfully teleporting away, Su Chen scans his quiet purple cubic domain, realizing his personal pocket dimension is a much safer place. He gently lays the unconscious girl down, wiping sweat from his brow as he struggles to speak to her. He tells her to stay safe inside for now, promising to lead her out later, then clutches his chest in pain. The side effects of the fruit are growing unbearable. Looking down, Su Chen sees his body glowing with chaotic energy. He needs to find a way to evade the giant python and escape this place. But suddenly, right behind him, a heavy black mist materializes, taking the terrifying shape of a massive predator with glowing predatory eyes. Before he can even turn around, the motionless white-haired girl suddenly springs up from behind, lunging directly at him. She wraps her arms around him and bites down hard. Looking up, her cheeks are flush red as she pants. Chen looks down in utter shock, demanding to know how she is already able to move like this. She snaps her jaw open again. Chen turns to face her, his eyes filled with confusion and growing wariness. He demands to know what she is doing but gets no answer except her glowing, wild, beastly eyes. Baring her sharp fangs, she lunges forward in a frenzy. Chen is caught off guard and pinned down. Driven by pure, untamed instinct, the girl lets out a deafening, wild shriek that vibrates through the entire space. She attacks him like a feral cat, biting down relentlessly. Chen winces as she loses all self-control. He glares at the out-of-control girl, highly annoyed, asking why on earth she is acting like a wild animal. Her slender hands tipped with razor-sharp claws begin scratching frantically across Chen's bare back. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that she is just scratching and biting. Suddenly, the fruit's toxic energy fully ignites. A fierce crimson aura and a massive beastly phantom erupt from him, wrapping completely around his bleeding, scratched back. With his patience completely gone, Chen's voice drops into a dark, dominant whisper, telling her that is enough. In one swift motion, he locks his arms around her waist from behind, growling the word woman under his breath. The quiet air shattered by his dominant lightning-fast hold. Locked tightly in his powerful grip, she glances back in absolute panic. Chen stares down at her, coldly warning that she has officially angered him. Pushed flat, her face tilts upward, her eyes going completely blurry as the intense energy takes full control of her. She lets out a high-pitched panic cry, swept up in the wild, chaotic energy of the exotic fruit. Chen tells himself he would be a fool to let her go, now commanding her to stay still. Reaching down, his large hand firmly grabs her fluffy, twitching tail as he frowns, muttering that this extra limb is getting in the way. Without any hesitation, he roughly pulls her tail straight back. Triggering the ultimate weakness of her demi-human body, she arches in pain, her eyes wide with shock. She screams out in absolute agony. Seeing her incredibly intense reaction, Chen suddenly freezes in place. Sweating nervously, he realizes the truth. This tale is actually real. Tears pool in her eyes as her gaze grows dazed from both the pain and the burning heat. She weakly begs him to let her go. Pinning her trembling body to the floor, he stares at her like prey, hoarsely muttering that she looks like a helpless kitten. But suddenly, another agonizing wave of conflicting energy hits him. Chen winces, clutching his temples, drenched in sweat. The side effects are back. Knowing he cannot afford to waste any more time, he releases her and turns to leave, forcing himself to stay conscious so he can find Duanye's group. Before he can take another step, a slender hand with razor-sharp claws reaches out, grabbing his wrist tightly. She refuses to let go. Using her last bit of strength, the white-haired girl pulls him close, pressing her hot, heaving chest against his back. Her face burns bright crimson as she begs him to help her escape the heat. Completely lost in a daze, the girl stares up at Chen with glassy, watery eyes, whispering if he is also suffering from the side effects. An uncontrollable rush surges through her. She squeezes her eyes shut and grits her teeth, refusing to hold back any longer. The wild cat girl pounces onto Chen, her eyes red and teary as she gasps heavily. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Yun pounds desperately on the invisible wall, complaining about how long that other woman has been gone and why this barrier still stands. Duanya is just as frustrated, cursing under her breath at this stupid wall of air. Both she and Yun are drenched in sweat, squeezed tightly together by the purple energy barrier, struggling to break free but finding it completely useless. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cavern as a blinding light detonates, shattering the ground right behind them. Out of the crumbling rubble, the massive head of a giant frostbone python rises, its glowing green eyes locked. Sensing the chill of death, Yun screams in panic. Damn it, the beast is targeting us. Find a way out. Duanya grits her teeth. This wall is suppressing my powers and I cannot grow giant at all. The python opens its fanged, blood-red jaws and lunges straight down as they cling to each other in absolute despair, certain they are about to become monster food. Just when all hope seems lost, a sudden energy blast crashes in, interrupting the beast's final strike. The powerful collision of energy unleashes a blinding green flash, violently knocking the beast's massive jaws completely to the side. Freed from the barrier, Yun uses every limb to desperately block the monster's razor-sharp fangs with her bare hands. As the heavy, suffocating pressure around them suddenly vanishes, Duanya looks around in absolute shock. She mutters that she has no idea what is happening, but the invisible wall is gone. Instantly, the beast coils back rapidly, condensing a swirling vortex of destructive purple energy directly in front of Yun. It unleashes a freezing blizzard with terrifying, destructive force roaring forward. Duanya looks back in panic, asking if she is all right. Struggling to withstand the freezing blast, Yun finds her arms completely frozen solid and smoking with frost. She curses, realizing she forgot this damn creature could use ice skills. Duanya unleashes a glowing pink aura, quickly shouting out their battle plan. She will use her mental strength to lock the monster down, giving her partner the perfect chance to strike. A powerful psychic wave hits the snake's eyes, stunning the python and freezing it in midair. Clenching her fists with eyes full of burning rage, Yunyun roars at the beast for daring to freeze her hands. She leaps high into the air, channeling frost energy into her fists to shatter its skull. Heavy crushing punches rain down like sledgehammers, striking directly into the hardened scales of the snake's head and triggering explosive sparks. The impact forces its head back as it takes the full brunt of her fury. Enraged, the giant green pupils of the frostbone python flash with extreme danger. It activates its spatial skill once again. Suddenly, a brilliant purple spatial light rains down, trapping Yunyun completely. She blinks in pure shock. Wait, what is happening to her? She looks around in confusion at the strange void around her. In the very next second, she is sealed inside an invisible spatial cube floating helplessly in the abyss. Realizing her terrible situation, she identifies it as a pocket dimension. The distorted space presses heavily against her body, forcing her to shut her eyes in pain. It is too tight, leaving her completely paralyzed and unable to breathe. Her chest tightens as she struggles to survive this deadly spatial domain. But in another corner of this dimension, Chen suddenly spots her, drifting closer. He frowns, recognizing her immediately. What on earth is she doing here? If this continues, she will die, so he has to get her out quickly. Outside, Duanya watches her teammate vanish, her sweat-slicked face turning pale with absolute fury. Cursing the beast, she unleashes her powers and demands that the monster return Yunyun immediately. Just then, Yunyun suddenly reappears. She charges forward with absolute fury, screaming at the beast for daring to trap her in its spatial domain. Telling the monster to die, she delivers a devastating blow that sends the creature crashing down. But instantly, a heavy footstep echoes in the air, and a black-booted foot slams down from above, pinning the beast's snout hard into the dirt as a familiar voice calmly praises her effort. Stepping out of a blazing red aura, a shirtless Chen appears. Flexing his rippling muscles, his cold eyes glare down as he gives the order. Now is time to wrap things up. His domineering aura bursts forth furiously, completely smothering the arrogant flames of the giant beast. Without hesitating for even a single second, Chen swings his arm, launching a devastating lightning punch straight into the beast's neck. That terrifying force pierces right through the giant python's body, triggering a blinding explosion that completely ends its life. Chen's fist detonates with raw power, right in the center of the monster's head, unleashing an overwhelming flash of light. Right after, he channels his strength to deliver a final fatal strike straight into its massive eyeball, shattering its hardened scales instantly. The frostbone giant python writhes in sheer agony, shrieking wildly as its head gets absolutely crushed. The massive beast's body completely loses its life force, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust around Duanya. Chen casually stands amidst the wreckage, holding the glittering green crystal in his hand and declaring the mission is over. The python's core is now in our hands. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the white-haired girl lies unconscious after barely escaping the alternate dimension right at the feet of Duanya. Blushing slightly with her pink rabbit ears twitching, Duanya stares down at the mysterious stranger and gasps in shock. She asks how it could possibly be her. Chen turns to Duanya calmly, explaining that the stranger actually helped him quite a bit while they were trapped inside that alternate dimension. Looking down at the exhausted, silent girl, Chen continues, explaining that he simply decided to help her escape with him. Just then, Yunyun, wearing her red wildcat outfit, drops down from above and suspiciously asks what kind of help a girl like her could actually offer. Chen scratches his head in awkward embarrassment, but keeps his voice calm, mentioning she helped deal with some side effects. This leaves Yunyun completely stunned and stammering. She asks what he just said. Meanwhile, Duanya crosses her arms, seriously glancing at the white-haired girl to warn Chen that she looks like a dangerous wild beast. Suddenly, the girl's eyes snap open, flashing a brilliant, menacing red filled with killing intent. Pure rage burns in the wildcat girl's eyes as she glares directly at her captor. The white-haired beast woman leaps to her feet as energy erupts around her. Screaming in fury, she vows to kill the human. The wildcat girl launches into a frenzied attack, but Chen nimbly dodges her strikes, asking if this is really necessary. After all, she was the one who took the initiative earlier and he was just pushed into a corner. The white-haired girl blushes furiously, baring her sharp fangs and roaring at him to shut his mouth. Seeing her aggressive attitude, Chen flexes his muscles, his expression turning icy cold. Fine, turning her back on him the moment they escape. Then he will not hold back either. Seeing the tension escalate, Duanya steps in, trying to defuse the situation. She warns Chen not to be too rough, fearing that fully provoking the beastwoman will bring major trouble. Yunyun, however, scoffingly crosses her arms, asking what there is to fear since the girl just trapped them in an air barrier earlier. Ignoring the warnings, the white-haired wildcat girl drops into a fighting stance, her eyes blazing with a desire to shred her opponent. Chen locks eyes with her, brimming with absolute confidence, asking if they really think subduing her would be difficult. Instantly, the white-haired girl channels her energy and slams the ground heavily, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the area. The two of them immediately clash in a high-speed pursuit, leaving trails of energy that weave a chaotic battlefield. Gritting her teeth, the furious wildcat girl activates her signature skill, deploying her unique air wall ability to trap her target. Chen skids to a halt as a dome of purple light surrounds him. He frowns, wondering if this is her air wall. Seizing the moment, the white-haired girl leaps high into the air, her glowing red eyes focused as she goes in for the kill. Yet Chen casually raises his hand. Emerald energy strands wrap around his fingers as he declares that her air wall is completely useless against his own unique spatial ability. A sudden burst of brilliant white light erupts right in front of her forehead, easily shutting down her aggressive assault. The intense pressure from Chen's counterattack throws the wildcat girl completely off balance. Her body is hurled backward, falling freely into a blinding white light. Chen stands with his arms crossed, looking down proudly at the defeated beastwoman. He looks down calmly, asking with a slight smirk how she feels now. Bound tightly by glowing green vines that release a highly peculiar fragrance, the white-haired girl's face turns bright red as she gasps. Breathing heavily from the strange sensation, she demands to know what kind of trick he used and what these vines are. Watching this bizarre scene play out, Duan Ya and Union are left standing behind them in absolute disbelief. Duan Ya asks in utter shock if these are actually catnip, amazed that such a plant could easily subdue a powerful beastwoman. Chen glances at the vines, secreting highly potent chemicals onto her body, replying with supreme confidence that this is no ordinary catnip but a highly mutated strain. As the wildcat girl slips further into a daze, under the drug's heavy influence, the wildcat girl's pupils contract in fear as her mind spirals. She can feel her body doing some incredibly strange things. This human is absolutely terrifying. She cannot resist as the mutated grass wraps tighter and tighter around her. The wildcat girl writhes in shameful desire, her face flushed with an uncontrollable ecstasy that she simply cannot fight off. Seeing the catnip work even better than expected, Chen grins smugly and mutters to himself that this is getting interesting. He never expected it to be this effective. But suddenly, a rough hand reaches out from the shadows and grabs the nearby rock wall. The intrusion completely ruins their private moment as a group of messy strangers crawls out from the collapsed cave ruins. Their curly-haired leader brushes off the dust and sighs in relief. That was a close one. They almost got crushed alive in there. But his eyes turn sinister the moment he spots Chen's bare back, and he smacks his lips with a scheming grin. Well, look at that, he mutters. This kid is actually still alive. He steps forward, his greedy eyes scanning the area. He chuckles coldly at the slain monsters. What crazy luck, not only did this kid kill the giant python, but he also has beauties around. Strutting over with his goons, the arrogant curly-haired leader cocks his head and delivers a demanding hostile ultimatum to Chen. Hey kid, hand over the python's beast core. If you know what's good for you, he barks. Then he points his finger. He aims his finger straight at Duan Ya and Union, his eyes dripping with pure lust, demanding both beauties as well. The leader sneers arrogantly at the girls before turning his threatening glare back towards Chen. He brags that Chen's chances of entering Liberty City depend entirely on his word, but Chen completely ignores them, completely ignoring the noisy thugs, the wildcat. These humans shouldn't think some weird grass will make her surrender. Amused, Chen waves a bunch of catnip in his hand, right in front of her nose, teasingly pointing out that she was totally enjoying it just a moment ago. He offers her an endless supply if she just calls him master. Under the overwhelming scent of the mutated catnip, the wildcat girl utterly loses her will. She drops to her knees and tearfully begs her new master for forgiveness. Smirking with satisfaction, Chen rubs his chin as he looks at his work smugly, saying things would have been easier if she had just listened from the start. But their little moment completely infuriates the curly-haired guy and his gang. Veins popping, they roar in anger, demanding to know how a bastard like him dares to completely ignore them. Unable to take the disrespect anymore, two hulking lackeys charge simultaneously right at Chen's back, practically begging for a death wish. They swing their massive fists, aiming straight for his vital spots while roaring like beasts. They scream at him for daring to look down on them, promising to send him to his grave. But Chen, the mysterious youth, stands completely motionless, his eyes flashing with a brilliant, oppressive light as he coldly calls them absolute trash. He asks how they dare cause a scene in his presence. As the lackeys rush him, a sudden shockwave of pressure erupts. The two henchmen freeze as their pupils shrink in absolute terror, caught in a sudden swirl of vibrant purple energy. The force lifts them off the ground, spinning them wildly inside a spatial rift as glowing shards of raw power erupt. Reality itself bends and distorts around them, instantly shattering their confidence. The curly-haired boss can only watch in complete horror. He stands utterly frozen, his face twisting in terror as the brutal truth hits him. This is space magic. Realizing he picked a fight with the wrong monster, he immediately drops to his knees, desperately trying to play nice. He calls it a huge misunderstanding, praising him as a rare rank 4 spatial powerhouse and begging for his life. Sobbing and shaking, he desperately offers to guide them safely into the sanctuary just to save his own skin. Join us in the city, and we can cooperate. I guarantee you will eat well, dress well, have power and women. Sue. Chen's gaze suddenly turns, razor-sharp, brimming with pure, cold, killing intent. Looking at him like a walking corpse, he smirks. Who do you think you are to think you actually have the right to bargain with me? Without a single second of hesitation, Chen instantly unleashes his slashing technique. Razor-sharp dimensional rifts tear open right across the curly-haired leader's face, leaving him only enough time to gasp out a desperate plea for mercy. The curly-haired leader freezes in absolute terror as his entire body gets violently shredded into tiny bloody pieces. Witnessing this horrifying display of power, Duanya stares blankly at Yun and mutters in utter disbelief. Did Chen level up again? Turning his back to the gore, Chen calmly asks the white-haired girl, it is time to head to Freedom City. Do you want to come along? Flustered and blushing red, the wildcat girl quickly replies that she knows the way and will lead them there. Bye. This time, they reach the forest and Yun looks around anxiously, calling out, are we leaving now? Huang Jin still hasn't caught up with us yet. Chen just shrugs and keeps walking, saying that cat is smarter than anyone and will find its own way back. No need to wait. Right as the battle on the field ends, a small blue-haired creature named Busi sits on the massive python carcass, feeling the fading warmth of the recent clash. Busi rests her chin on her hand, looking around and realizing Chen and the others must have left only moments ago. Suddenly, a hand marked with fierce tiger stripes thrusts up from the rubble, shattering the heavy debris, startling Busi. Out of the dust rises Huang Jin, now in the form of a young woman, her eyes burning with intense light as she looks down at the tiny creature. Is that you? She asks. Staring in shock at her new appearance, Busi gasps, Huang Jin, did you actually turn into a human? The wildcat girl gives a smug, satisfied purr. Huang Jin stares down at her, new hands and body feeling the raw, untamed power of her species surging through her veins as she stomps her foot. Busi casts a sharp, piercing gaze toward the distance. Wild beasts are already gathering, ready to fight for territory now that their alpha has fallen. From high above, a swarm of low-level beasts surrounds the giant python carcass to scavenge and claim land. Standing atop the giant head, Busi calls down to Huang Jin, who is waiting below. Do not just stand there, let us move. Busi's eyes flash with a deadly violet light. She grits her teeth with absolute authority. It is time to teach these beasts the rules. She channels her special ability, making the very air around them tremble and shake as she barks out a cold, commanding order. Rise for me, she yells. Instantly, the massive python corpse is lifted high into the sky, suspended by a crushing surge of violet energy. Meanwhile, standing right in front of a colossal metal fortress, the wildcat girl points her fingers straight ahead toward their next goal. Freedom City lies just ahead. Looking at the sight, Duanya and Yun gasp in awe, muttering that it truly lives up to its grand reputation. Staring at the colossal mechanical structures, Duanya tilts her head, wondering exactly which way they are supposed to enter. Just then, an honest-looking man approaches with a warm, squinty-eyed smile. You folks do not look like you are from around here, do you? He asks. Chen turns around, eyeing the stranger with deep suspicion before asking a blunt question. Is there something you need? The man waves his hands, defensively laughing. Do not worry, I just noticed you are new faces and figured you might need some help. Chen replies that they are here to hand in their city entry quest. Hearing this, the man eagerly gestures for them to follow. The reception office is tricky to find, but he knows this area inside out. Yun smiles softly, thanking him for the guidance. You are so kind, uncle, she says. What should we call you? He chuckles, telling them to just call him Old Zing. He explains he has been here since the apocalypse started, surviving purely on luck. Leaving them inside, they head straight toward the quest counter. Old Zing sighs, noting that the world needs capable people like them to bring hope, which is why he gladly helps newcomers settle in. Walking inside the sleek, modern reception lobby, Old Zing calls out a friendly greeting to the tired manager behind the desk. He points to Chen and the group standing right behind him, introducing them as newcomers, looking to submit their entry quest. Resting his chin on his palm with a bored expression, the manager asks which mission they did. Chen steps up. He calmly explains it is the beast-taming sect quest to slay the frostbone giant python, placing a bright blue crystal on the table. The glowing essence stone radiates a brilliant light. The manager's eyes bulge in absolute shock, his jaw dropping as he stares. He stammers, asking how they could possibly defeat the frostbone giant python on their own, quickly picking up the crystal to verify it. It is definitely the real deal. But then a look of worry crosses his face as he remembers the client asking where the doctor is. Su Chen replies flatly that the doctor was already dead when they found him. Old Sing gasps, his face instantly turning pale with worry. The manager closes his eyes and sighs heavily, telling Su Chen that the target they were guarding was also their sponsor for entry. He stares down at the crystal, his voice dropping into a serious warning tone as he explains the harsh rules of the city. Talk about a brutal system requirement: fail to protect the target, and you are either branded useless or a complete threat. Sensing the rising tension, Old Xing quickly steps in, waving his hands to reassure the manager that these kids do not look dangerous. He turns to them, offering a solution. If they just need a sponsor, his security team is currently short-staffed anyway. He is willing to vouch for them. Leaning in close, Old Xing whispers to Su Chen about assigning them their slots, but in return he wants Su Chen to help out at the mining zone tomorrow. Su Chen smiles, readily agreeing to the deal. Since Old Xing is being so generous, he cannot possibly refuse. Seeing the veteran step up, the manager relents and nods in agreement. With Old Xing backing them, the issue is resolved. He instructs the clerk sitting next to him to take over. The clerk is told to handle their registration while the manager steps out for a moment. The young employee quickly grabs the files. He asks the group to fill out their paperwork. But as they begin, Su Chen speaks up with a thoughtful look. "Excuse me, is there a restroom around here?" he asks. Meanwhile, tucked away in a quiet corner, the assessor holds up the crystal. He admires the sparkling core under the light, muttering to himself that the quality of this frostbone python essence is absolutely incredible. Clutching the blue crystal, the corrupt manager strolls down the street, muttering to himself that handing this over to his captain will earn him a fat reward. He is already tasting the praise and easy profit. But then a cold, familiar voice cuts through the air from right behind him, making him freeze. Su Chen asks if he is the guy from earlier. The terrified manager spins around only to see the last person he ever wanted to face. Su Chen stands tall in the empty alley with his hands in his pockets, prompting the manager to shriek out in pure terror, "It is you." Backing away, the manager stammers, asking if he was not just the kid who turned in the core and where he even came from. Su Chen demands to know where he is taking the crystal, since he risked his life fighting a giant frostbone python to get it. Sensing the lethal danger, the manager panics and tries to salvage his authority, shouting to ask what exactly Su Chen thinks he is doing. He screams that he is an officer of the law, but before he can even finish, Su Chen lunges forward with lightning-fast speed. He grips the manager by the face and lifts him off the ground, throwing the greedy fool straight into a shattered rift in space. With his target gone, the glowing green crystal falls freely through the air, catching the light as it drops toward the cobblestones. Su Chen catches it effortlessly, his eyes glowing with danger as he warns that nobody touches what belongs to him. Stashing the crystal, he realizes his spatial abilities must remain a secret. Exposing them to the rulers of Freedom City would bring endless trouble. He needs to keep a low profile. Moving on to the bustling marketplace, Old Xing guides the group around with an excited smile. He cheerfully announces that the entry registration is finally complete, so he is taking them to find a place to settle down first. Duanya points excitedly, telling Su Chen to look at the fruit vendors on the street, completely amazed by the lively scene. Old Xing boasts that Freedom City is a true apocalyptic fortress where a surprising amount of advanced technology has been successfully preserved. The white-haired girl looks around with wide, curious eyes, admitting it is her first time here, and it is much livelier than expected. Old Xing laughs and waves his hand, explaining that while the city has its sketchy areas, public security is generally well maintained. He suggests they unpack first before exploring, but suddenly a group of heavily booted guards pushes through the crowd, shouting at everyone. They yell for people to get out of the way, warning everyone that the law enforcement squad is on duty and to move. Old Xing immediately breaks into a cold sweat, muttering about the law enforcement squad before turning to Su Chen in absolute panic. He warns the young man that they only have temporary residency status, so they must avoid any conflict with these guards. With that, the old man scurries away to hide, shouting back to meet him at the mine tomorrow to secure permanent residency. Onlookers begin whispering among themselves, wondering what is happening and why on earth the enforcement squad has suddenly showed up. Someone points out that both Captain He Tu and Captain He Hu have arrived, meaning this is clearly a major situation. The two massive captains step forward with glaring, murderous eyes, growling about a missing officer from their transport division. They immediately surround Su Chen's group, aggressively accusing the newcomers of being the primary suspects in the disappearance. They claim these outsiders with unknown backgrounds are the prime suspects and must come in for a harsh interrogation. Whispers spread through the crowd that these foolish outsiders must have a death wish, which heavily irritates Duanya. But Su Chen does not flinch for a second, stepping forward to face the two captains with a completely calm expression. He coolly asks if they have a single shred of actual evidence to prove his group is linked to this. Staring directly into their eyes, he asks if they really expect him to just comply based on empty suspicion alone. The captain sneers, growling that they chose the hard way, and that simple suspicion is more than enough in this city. Since they are resisting, they should not blame the guards for playing rough, as he clenches his fists to gather energy. Clapping his hands together, he channels a massive surge of power, sending a shockwave of blinding light in all directions. The intense glare forces Yuan to shield her face, crying out because the radiant energy is simply too blinding to look at. The captain quickly shapes the brilliant light into a flaming colossal sword, preparing to unleash a devastating overhead strike. The massive blade slashes down with terrifying force, yet Chen stands completely still, showing absolutely zero fear. With an expressionless gaze, he merely tilts his body at the very last second to effortlessly dodge the incoming blade. The attack slams into the pavement, sending debris flying everywhere, but it fails to scratch even a single thread of his clothes. Seeing the miss, he too instantly closes the distance, his bloodshot eyes narrowing as he channels dark energy into both hands. With a feral roar, he unleashes his special ability, calling forth his deadly decaying hand technique to end the fight. Dark green, toxic energy erupts from his heavily bandaged hands, instantly corroding the solid ground beneath his feet. The decaying power rapidly spreads outwards, melting everything it touches into a pool of foul-smelling black sludge. Facing this highly lethal attack, Chen remains completely unfazed, his cold eyes calmly tracking the opponent's movements. His cold eyes did not show even a shred of hesitation. He too grinned smugly, seeing his opponent stand completely still, and growled. He did not expect an outsider kid to have such fast reflexes. Behind him, he who also sneered, joining in. He called out to his brother, saying it was just dumb luck. Together, one wielding a razor-sharp light sword and the other possessing hands that could corrode anything, they had never tasted defeat since teaming up. Chen tilted his head, his voice calm but absolutely chilling. He calmly warned them that they were out of luck. Today, the two brothers would not only lose, but they would also pay with their lives. The threat made Huo furious. He lunged forward, swinging his sword, mocking the young boy as a mere novice. He planned to cut off any retreat, dare him to even try dodging. Meanwhile, he too charged from the front, aiming a vicious strike. He aimed right at the kid's ribs, intending to crush his vitals and end him. But in a split second, Chen reacted. He spun around with insane speed, causing the attacks of both captains to completely miss and strike empty air. Slipping effortlessly between the two energy streams, he analyzed their moves. They were pretty underhanded, but unfortunately way too slow. Seizing the moment while Huo was completely off balance, Chen delivered a massive kick right to the middle of his back. The force sent him flying straight toward his brother. Huo screamed in sheer panic, realizing he was crashing into his teammate. Talk about an absolute backfire. In his panic, he slammed his own poisoned hand right into his brother's face. A blood-curdling shriek echoed through the street as the man's flesh dissolved, making him howl in absolute agony. Seeing his brother mutilated, the sword wielder struggled to his feet in absolute terror, his voice cracking as he screamed, for he too. In the utter chaos, he swung his sword blindly, another desperate scream tearing through the air. With one wild slash, he accidentally severed both of his partner's arms. His sheer terror instantly morphed into complete and utter madness. He stared forward, cursing in agony and screaming that his arms were gone, vowing to skin the bastard alive. Completely ignoring the useless screaming, Chen calmly walked forward, stepping over the bloody remains scattered on the cold ground. He stopped, hovering his foot directly over one of the severed, smoking, corroding hands, and spoke with a cold indifference. He noted how noisy they were, mentioning he preferred their arrogant attitude from earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a brutal, decisive stomp straight down. The sheer power of the impact sent shockwaves through the entire area. The opponent watching could only stare in horror, his jaw dropping from the sheer impact. Suddenly, a bright sword light flashed, cutting the poisoned hand away. Before the dust could even settle, a slender sword flew in, stabbing deeply into the ground right in front of Chen as a woman's voice echoed, questioning why a minor dispute required such brutal methods. The sudden arrival left the onlookers wide-eyed with shock. The two guards could only gape in disbelief. Reverent whispers rippled through the crowd as a commanding woman, clad in white and gold armor, gracefully stepped forward. It was Commander Chi Man. She was a powerful level 4 expert, and yet she had actually stepped in to intervene. Looks like we have got another waifu candidate, guys. Even facing her overwhelming aura, Chen did not back down at all. He coldly asked if she was in league with them, questioning if this was an attempt to silence him. Chin Man calmly shook her head, explaining that it was a misunderstanding and she only wanted to prevent things from getting any worse. She had witnessed everything, admitting the Ha brothers were foolish to provoke a level 4 powerhouse and deserved to die. But since they were squad captains of the city's enforcement division, she felt she had to intervene. If they were slaughtered in public, Freedom City would lose all face. She asked him to end this for her sake. Meanwhile, the injured captain begged her to save his life. Hearing all this, the young man sneered mockingly. He mocked her timing, asking why she stayed hidden when they surrounded him, only stepping in to save them now. Chen stared intensely at Chin Man, his eyes growing sharper. He pointed out that if he had been the one killed, she likely would not have even bothered to show up. The female commander did not deny it, calmly admitting the cruel reality. In this world, the strong devoured the weak, and the fate of some weaklings was never worth her intervention. Chen laughed coldly at her honesty, immediately grinding his boot down on the captain underneath him. He mocked how absurdly honest she was, showing absolutely no mercy as he twisted his heel. He completely crushed any remaining resistance from his victim, then stared directly at Chen Man to issue a challenge. He made it clear that she could not expect him to back down so easily. Facing his blunt refusal, Chen Man stepped forward as her energy erupted violently, demanding to know if he was trying to challenge the dignity of Freedom City. The suffocating pressure forced the onlookers back, with someone shouting in pure awe that this was a level 4 power. Amidst that storm of energy, Chen stands as solid as Mount Tai, calmly noting that Freedom City truly lives up to its name. Anyone can easily bump into a level 4 powerhouse here. The space trembles with each clash of their massive pressure. As he firmly states his position, he is not here to challenge anyone, but without a proper price, letting him go is impossible. To let him go won't be that easy. Chen Man tempers her oppressive aura, staring seriously at the young man standing before her. Your strength is indeed pretty good, she notes, but have you considered what happens if you fight me to the death here? She glances meaningfully toward Duan Ya and her group standing behind him. Even if you manage to win, can you actually protect the girls behind your back? Chen narrows his eyes, calculating as the sword, stabbed into the ground, is suddenly pulled up. What are you trying to say? I can use my position as the law enforcement leader to offer you protection, Chen Man states, standing tall with pride. She proudly guarantees that nobody in this city will dare to cause them trouble. At the same time, she makes her own demand. The deal is simple. You must promise that when I need your help in the future, you will not refuse me. A stack of wooden tokens is tossed towards Chen. These are residency permits. Chen Man then directs the newcomers to their lodging. If you agree, go to the residential area and find He Laowu. He will arrange a place for you. Catching the wooden cards neatly, Chen nods decisively. Fine, I agree to your terms. With the deal done, Chen Man turns around and grabs the crippled captain to drag him away. Since we have a deal, I will take my man now. Before leaving, she looks back to warn them. By the way, little brother, Freedom City has a curfew, so do not go wandering around outside for no reason, or I might not be able to protect you if something happens. Watching the law enforcement team fade into the distance, Duan Ya curiously asks Chen if he is not going to ask what she wants from him. It is just a promise. We will cross that bridge when we get there. The pink-haired girl nods, admitting she has a point since there are so many elites here. They need to quickly boost their power. Chen tosses her a glowing crystal core, instructing her to find time and absorb it. The white-haired girl, standing quietly behind them, keeps her head down, lost in her own complicated thoughts. The scene shifts to a wooden house under a gloomy gray sky, where a raspy voice calls out, asking if they are the ones sent by Captain Qin. An old man with a hollow face and a scruffy white beard appears to welcome them. It was a long journey, but your rooms are ready, he says, leading them down a narrow corridor. Follow me. Opening the door to a very basic room, the old man apologizes, explaining that housing resources are pretty tight in Freedom City, so they will have to make do. A plate of bright red fruit on the table catches their eyes, prompting an excited gasp. Wow, they actually have fresh fruit here. The werewolf girl happily grabs an apple and bites into it, saying she wanted one earlier. But after just one bite, she instantly spits it out with a disgusted look, complaining that it tastes like chewing on wax. There is absolutely no flavor. The old man sighs with a sympathetic look, explaining that all fruit in Freedom City is like this. Just having something to fill your stomach is a blessing. Honestly, if anyone has a choice, they will never eat this stuff. But why, they ask, even if it tastes terrible, why avoid it completely? The old man lowers his voice to reveal a dark truth. The soil here has long been contaminated, so while the fruit looks beautiful on the outside, it is packed with hidden toxins. Eating it long-term slowly erodes your awakened powers. Ordinary humans will not survive past 6 months. Only those at the very bottom, with absolutely nothing else to eat, will occasionally have a bite. Chen narrows his eyes, filled with deep suspicion. Toxic fruit, powerful espers, and a strict night curfew. What kind of dark secrets is Freedom City actually hiding? Duan Ya walks around the room, complaining about how run down the place is and how it has a weird smell to it. Just make do for now, safety comes first, and he will look for a place to set up a temporary lab. The old man turns to leave, leaving them with a final warning. All right, I am off now. Remember, a place like Freedom City only respects money, not people. Nobody here will ever help you out for free. Do not cause trouble, do not meddle in other people's business, and focus on staying alive. Chen suddenly calls out, stopping the old man in his tracks. Wait a second, Lao Liu. I have a few things I would like to ask you. Chen hands him a small yellowish-brown item, speaking softly, as a small token of appreciation. Taking it, the old man gasps in shock, saying the kid really knows how to play. This stuff is even rarer than crystal cores these days. Fine, for this, I will share a few more things with you. What do you want to know? Looking calmly at the old man, Chen requests a breakdown of how things work in Freedom City. The more detailed, the better. Turning back around, the old man begins to explain, carefully detailing the core rules of Freedom City. For ordinary people, there is really only one major rule: do not touch the taboos of murder and robbery, or the law enforcers will. If they catch you, you're dead on the spot. Zero chance to negotiate. Tufan repeats the words, wondering about these normal people. The old man sighs, his face full of helplessness. Yeah, for regular folks like us, working ourselves to the bone only gets us so much. We barely scrape by on mutated fruit, just glad to not starve. If you want any decent gear, you either have to join the hunters and hunt mutated beasts for bounties, or take on high-risk jobs where surviving is purely a roll of the dice. Taking advantage of the moment, Tufan shifts the conversation to the one thing he's actually looking for. Have you ever heard of exotic fruits around here? The old man strokes his beard, muttering that he's only heard rumors of them. Apparently, they only show up at the local auction house, but that is definitely not a place just anyone can wander into. You have to be a law enforcement captain or higher. The barrier to entry is absurd. Suddenly, the old man smiles slyly. He nudges him, whispering that there is a way. Doesn't Tathan have a pretty close connection with Tan Man? That woman is a ruthless power player in the enforcement squad, and even the general respects her. Win her over and you're in. Getting into the auction would be effortless. Hearing a new keyword, Tufan's eyes narrow. A general, does Liberty City have that rank? The old man eagerly breaks down the hierarchy. Of course they do. The power structure in Liberty City is incredibly strict. It starts with the city lord, then governor, general, enforcement captain, and finally the low-ranking enforcement soldiers. A general must be a late-stage, Tier 3 human. There are only 20 of them, commanding hundreds of captains. That's massive power. Tufan pats the old man's shoulder in gratitude. The elder gives him some genuine advice, telling him what to do next. If he can somehow climb up to become an enforcement captain, forget exotic fruits, he could get his hands on anything. Tufan nods. He keeps those targets locked in his mind, but as they talk, a nearby door suddenly creaks open. A few thin, gaunt-looking men peer out into the hallway. The old man looks over, surprised to see some new faces. One of them politely offers them some cornbread. Tufan politely shakes his head, thanking them but turning it down. Seeing them, the old man urges them to hurry. Don't waste time or they'll be late and lose their daily food rations. As they shuffle away, the old man mentions they've been working here since Liberty City was first built after the apocalypse. They've just stayed here ever since the world ended. Watching them go, Tufan asks what kind of work they do. The old man instantly waves his hands in warning. That's a job Tufan and his group should absolutely stay away from. Anyone without massive luck simply wouldn't survive it. Suddenly, the old man shivers, wrapping his arms around himself with a groan. Why did it get so freezing all of a sudden? This run-down place has zero heating to block out this bizarre chill. He excuses himself and heads back to work, leaving Tufan standing completely alone in the drafty, silent corridor. Tufan narrows his eyes. He senses a very familiar icy aura radiating through the air. He slowly walks toward their room. A frost anomaly is seeping out from under the door. Frowning, he realizes this bone-chilling cold is coming from inside. He reaches out, grabbing the doorknob, which is already coated in thick white frost. Something is going terribly wrong. Tufan throws the door open as freezing mist erupts around him. Inside, his worst fears are instantly confirmed. Do-Na is floating high in mid-air, completely enveloped by the terrifying phantom of a massive roaring frost skeleton python. Over in the corner, Van is sweating bullets as she frantically explains that Do-Na tried to absorb the core. She wanted to level up, but the white-haired girl warns him that the process has gone horribly wrong. The residual will of the frost python inside the core is taking her over. If this keeps up, she'll be entirely consumed. Do-Na tightly shuts her eyes, screaming in agony as she gasps that the beast is stealing her body. With her life hanging by a thread, Tufan steps right into the freezing storm, telling the others to stay calm. Suddenly, Do-Na snaps her head up, her eyes glowing with a deadly white light as the beast speaks through her. It mocks him, asking if he thinks he can stop it. Faced with this massive pressure, Tufan remains utterly calm. But the possessed girl spins wildly in mid-air, launching a devastating ice-infused kick straight at Tufan's head. She is completely under the beast's control now, her strikes carrying the force of a howling, freezing blizzard. Hovering in the air with an evil grin, glowing eyes, and spectral horns, she lunges down to finish him. Tufan doesn't flinch. He reaches out, grabbing her face as the distorted phantom of the snake writhes in agony. His gaze is rock solid. He calls out to her, telling her to focus and follow his energy instead of the beast. Without a second of hesitation, Tufan pulls her close against his chest to force the corrupt energy out. He presses his lips to hers, using the most direct, intense method possible to transfer his purifying energy straight into her. At that sudden move, the white-haired girl and the wolf-eared girl gasp in sheer shock. Bewildered, they cry out, "Chen." Is he trying to absorb the frostbone giant python's consciousness into his own body? A blinding burst of light envelops the two, who are holding each other tight. Pure energy surges wildly to suppress the evil thoughts. Under the crushing power of Chen, the beast's remaining will struggles in vain before completely shattering, turning into faint sparks that slowly vanish into thin air. Seeing the white-haired girl's hand glow as if she wants to interfere, the wolf-eared girl immediately pivots to glare at her in warning. What do you think you are doing? Chen cannot be distracted right now, so you better stop causing more trouble here, and do not play any tricks. Once the evil energy is completely destroyed, Chen lets go of Duanya with a sigh of relief. Phew, we're safe now. With a blushing face and teary eyes, Duanya looks at him tenderly and whispers, "Thank you, Chen." Once things settle down inside, the white-haired girl walks over to the rotten wooden planks covering the window. Peeking outside from a safe corner, her pupils suddenly contract. She seems to have heard a strange noise or spotted some unusual movement outside. Gasping in surprise, she presses her face against a gap in the wood, frowning deeply as she closely scans the area below. Is that the Enforcer squad? What on earth are they chasing? Chen walks over and stands right behind her to look. His eyes peer through the gap, his voice turning thoughtful. That thing as his gaze sharpens as he notices the girl's terror. He quickly asks, "What is wrong?" The white-haired girl slowly turns her head, her eyes wide with sheer panic and sweat pouring down. Her voice trembles as she whispers that there is a monster below. Outside, among the cold, gray high-rises of Freedom City, the loud shouting of the Enforcer squad echoes through the night, ordering whatever is running ahead to freeze right there. Running for its life is a pair of mutated veiny bare feet sprinting frantically while letting out a pitiful, agonizing scream. "Please do not kill me." The creature is a hideous mutant with dozens of eyes bulging out across its fleshy, spiked back. The beast struggles to escape, weeping in utter despair as it begs them to spare its life and let it go. It screams that it never wanted to turn into this thing. Now prepare yourselves for a massive shift in scenery. A mysterious black gloved hand is adjusting a sleek uniform and a long coat that flutters dramatically in the wind. A mohawk-haired lackey immediately steps up to flatter him, saying the brand-new captain uniform fits him like a glove. He then eagerly reports that Commander Chinman has already assigned a brand-new mission for them to carry out. Smoothing his shirt, Chen speaks up with the poise of a true leader, telling them that it is time for introductions. He introduces himself as Chen, their brand-new captain. But before his subordinates can even celebrate, he quickly throws cold water on them. With a completely indifferent face, he bluntly states he has absolutely zero interest in learning their actual names. To speed things up, the new captain drops a line that leaves them stunned, saying he will just call them number 1, 2, and 3. Right then, a pair of long, stunning legs and high heels walks into the room while Chen continues speaking. He offers another quick introduction, presenting their new vice captain, a smoking hot pink-haired woman in a tight outfit, named Duanya, who shows up with an incredibly dominant, powerful aura that completely takes over the room. Meanwhile, in another place, the scene shifts to a rundown neighborhood with tangled power lines stretching across a gloomy sky. On the cracked ground, a strange glowing red stone lies scattered among the debris. At this moment, the wolf-eared girl picks up a piece to examine it. She guesses it is a bone spur from last night's beast, prompting Yunu next to her to ask how she knows. With a confident smirk, the wolf girl explains that beastmen are incredibly sensitive to scents, and this thing reeks of that monster. Yunu tells her to stop showing off, put it away, and bring it back, as it might lead them to some useful clues. She mutters that only a total pervert like Chen would actually believe her, because she certainly does not trust her one bit. The other snaps back that she does not care about her trust anyway. Too busy bickering, they fail to notice two creepy men approaching. From behind with sinister grins, one thug whispers, asking if his eyes are playing tricks or if two beauties just fell from heaven. How did two gorgeous monster girls end up right here? He boasts that the two of them have hit the ultimate jackpot today. The two thugs eagerly charge forward like moths to a flame, throwing out sleazy comments about splitting the girls up. But reality is harsh. Before they can even lay a finger on them, the wolf-eared girl reacts with lightning-fast instincts, delivering a sharp sweep kick that sends both thugs flying into the air, crashing right into Union, who is standing behind. Union screams in anger, telling that smelly cat she will pay for this. Meanwhile, one of the thugs clutches his swollen cheek, cursing furious that a filthy girl actually dared to kick him. But as they keep swearing, a sudden chill runs down their spines. They feel a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes like a demon slowly rising from behind as they turn around, looming behind them, making them gasp. Humph! Her wrath erupts as Union clenches her fists, unleashing a terrifying aura into the sky, growling every single word. "You two pieces of trash, go to hell." In the quiet alley, the wolf-eared girl dusts off her hands, standing tall. Leaving the two unfortunate fools behind, she continues her walk. Suddenly, from a shop right in front of her, an angry roar echoes, tearing through the quiet air. "Damn it, how dare anyone come and cause trouble in the medicine department?" The loud voice makes the wolf-eared girl frown slightly, pausing out of curiosity. Just then, in a stroke of coincidence, a battered man gets kicked right out onto the street, his face bruised as a harsh voice yells, "Do you want to die?" It turns out to be a massive muscular thug. He aggressively threatens the unlucky victim, barking, "You want to buy medicine without money? Do you think this place is a charity?" Unable to stand by and watch the strong bully the weak, the wolf-eared girl rushes in like lightning. She reaches out and tightly grabs the giant thug's massive wrist to stop him. Startled, the muscular brute halts and looks down at her slender figure blocking his way, snapping, "Where the hell did you crawl out from?" Not even bothering to trade words, she raises her head, glaring straight into his face. She boldly declares that anyone daring to bully the weak in public deserves to die. With that, she channels her inner energy, grabs him with one hand, and swings the giant brute right off his feet. The wolf-eared girl's ridiculously powerful throw sends the giant thug soaring through the air, crashing straight into a nearby brick wall. The violent impact shatters the brickwork into pieces. The surrounding crowd stares in absolute shock, with some beginning to whisper, "Is she from the Beastman tribe?" Just then, a man in a red robe steps out to show off his authority, claiming he's the manager. He demands to know why a Beastman sneaked into Freedom City. The crowd starts buzzing with gossip once again. Some even joke that they do not have Beastman here, wondering if she is just playing a cosplay game. To diffuse the tension, Yuan quickly steps forward, holding up a beastier headband, explaining that it is just a pet. They are not here to cause any trouble, leaving the manager completely puzzled. Striding forward casually, she smiles. She adds that they are actually here to make a deal. The manager narrows his eyes, his face full of suspicion. He questions what business a pharmacy could possibly have with her. Unfazed, she pulls out a small bottle of green liquid. She confidently asks if he wants to know how she tamed a beastman, claiming it is all thanks to a secret formula. This potion can easily control any beastman, she says, casting a meaningful glance toward the two beastman girls. She leaves the rest to his imagination, which startles the wolf-eared girl, making her wonder what they are up to. Are they really playing this script all the way through? Yuan tosses the medicine toward them and calls out, "Honestly, who wouldn't be completely fooled here?" Witnessing this incredibly realistic act, the manager stands jaw-dropped. Deliberately inhaling the strange mist, the fox-eared girl Yuan suddenly gasps, her face turning quite red. That weird sensation is washing over her again. Seeing the pet submit so obediently, the manager sweats with pure excitement. He realizes she really might have the power to control beastmen. Instantly, his greedy mind starts plotting. If he can seize this new mutated substance and its formula, it will surely be a massive achievement for him. With the situation settled, Yuan turns to ask the beaten man why he came here to buy medicine. At the mention of his plight, the man sheds tears, explaining that everyone eating the food in Freedom City must buy this medicine regularly to survive. Otherwise, they will suffer a slow death from a block system. Lately, too many miners have died mysteriously, so he was too terrified to work, leaving him with no money. Hearing the keyword, Yuan frowns in deep thought, the ore mine. Instantly, the scene shifts to a rugged rocky mountain where a subordinate runs up shouting for his captain. There stands the new captain, Chen, hands folded behind his back, calmly observing the area. The subordinate reports that their target is indeed this very mine. A dark, silent entrance lies tucked away between the steep cliffs. Is the mine completely shut down now? Why is there absolutely no one around? The subordinate reports that a serious accident happened here previously. All the miners fled the area. The security chief asked for help to track down the runaway workers. The subordinate wonders why they are visiting the mine directly instead of searching for the missing workers first. Chen calmly steps forward, explaining that they must investigate the scene first to understand what really happened. Walking beside him, Duanya softly reminds him that Old Sing told them to meet up at the square. Chen nods, agreeing that this mysterious mine is likely the exact spot Old Ying was talking about. With a subtle knowing smirk on his face, Chen silently realizes that something highly unusual has definitely taken place here. Either way, it is his very first day as captain, so he has to make sure he helps them out properly. Inside the mine, two guards spot some movement. The skinny one points in a panic, whispering that the law enforcement is here. The chubby boss, Old Zing, frowns and wonders what on earth they want. Just then, Chen steps forward to lead his group inside. Old Sing gasps as he recognizes a familiar face. He stammers out Chen's name quickly, forcing a smile to start some small talk. He wonders how the kid became the captain after just one day. Chen smirks, claiming it is just pure luck. Hearing about the trouble at the mine, Chen promised to help. A flustered Old Sing quickly tries to make up an excuse. He claims a minor issue scared the miners away. Now they can only rely on the law enforcement team to find them. Chen stares straight into Old Sing's eyes, his sharp gaze cutting right through the man's nervous laughter. He drops a heavy question, asking why they ran and if the boss is hiding something secret down there. Old Sing stammers that it is impossible, but then a massive tremor shakes the entire cavern. Terrible timing. The loud rumbling sound clearly comes from deep within the mine shafts. Chen narrows his eyes with intense caution. He senses a dark, sinister energy surging out of the cave entrance. He mutters that a strange, powerful energy is radiating from deep inside the shafts. Sensing real danger, he prepares to move. The fat boss quickly waves his hands to stop him, saying Chen already did them a huge favor yesterday. He insists on handling the mine issue himself, putting on a dramatic show of sincerity to cover up the truth. He claims it is nothing major, and they can solve it, not wanting to trouble the captain to step in. Completely ignoring that ridiculous show, Chen calmly orders his guards 1, 2, and 3 to stay behind. They are told not to let anyone pass. The soldiers quickly salute and agree, waiting until Chen is out of sight. The long-haired underling quickly whispers into Old Sing's ear that the secret inside must not be seen by anyone. Old Sing tells him to relax, his face turning incredibly dark and sinister. He growls that they brought this on themselves. Even if the kids somehow became captain, they never plan on letting any of these intruders leave this place alive. With a highly malicious grin, the greedy boss glances back at the dark cavern and gives a cold instruction. He notes that mine accidents are very common, telling his lackey to go make the necessary preparations. The underling smiles slyly and obeys. Meanwhile, inside the dark and eerie mine, rotting wooden beams stand covered in cobwebs. Chen and Duanya show absolutely no fear as they venture deeper into the cold, underground depths. As they walk, Duanya scans their grim surroundings with high alert and asks if he noticed anything yet. He calmly suggests they look around first. Duanya frowns as her strong survival instincts kick in. She warns him that Old Sing was definitely acting, admitting she feels extremely uneasy about the people outside. She suggests they leave as fast as possible. But suddenly Chen freezes, his sharp gaze locking onto the darkness. He spots something strange. Through the eerie red mist, silent figures slowly begin to emerge. He whispers that there are people ahead. Duanya gasps, wondering how that is possible since they supposedly went on strike. But as the figures draw closer, her pupils instantly shrink in horror at the ghastly sight right in front of them. They stand completely frozen, with glowing blue crystals bursting from their eyes. Honestly, this scene is absolutely chilling. Chen inspects the terrifying scene very closely, wondering out loud if these poor miners are already dead. They are indeed miners, but somehow they are still breathing, their faces completely pierced by the jagged crystals. One victim barely clings to life, letting out a painful plea to just kill him and end the misery. Sensing the faint life force, Chen touches a massive crystal, realizing the stones are actually growing from within them. He examines a glowing piece in his hand, noting that it contains raw energy, though not as concentrated as a core. Still, if someone could harvest these continuously, it would add up to an absolutely massive amount of power. Realizing the dark scheme behind this, Duanya stands up straight, her face pale as she looks around. She points toward a pile of debris, showing Chen the terrifying amount of human skulls scattered among the crystals. She shudders, pointing out that areas with the highest crystal density also have the most skeletons around. In absolute shock, she asks him if they are literally using living humans as soil to cultivate these crystals. Her mind flashes back to a miner's desperate story, remembering what he told the girl in red outside the clinic. He had warned her that workers kept disappearing, but they assumed it was just the usual dangerous mine conditions. It was too dangerous to draw any attention. The beaten worker sobbed quietly, but soon his fellow miners gathered around him. Crystals were growing around his eyes and mouth. He remembered in horror how a co-worker's flesh was pierced by those sharp shards. Soon they were completely covered in crystals, unable to move, left down in the dark pit, waiting to die. The very crystals they mined were growing from human flesh. Terror gripped them, and nobody wanted to end up like that. Everyone fled the mine in panic, but agonizing screams soon shattered the night at the entrance, screaming in terror. Blocking their escape was the cruel smile of Old Sing and the cold gun barrels of his henchmen. "Get back in there," they barked. The miners hesitated, but the guards did not care about their survival. The guards knew the danger all along, yet forced them back down. Despair filled the miners' eyes. They turned back toward the deep abyss, clutching faces already starting to sprout those eerie blue crystals. Hands covered in terrifying green-blue scales, the man broke down completely, whispering that they had seen it. Tears of absolute despair filled his eyes as he muttered that it was never a mine, it was a demon. Not a mine at all. Back in the underground reality, a massive shadow loomed right behind Duanya. Dozens of glowing red eyes stared out. This was what the miner meant, they were in the demon's lair. Feeling the freezing aura behind her, Duanya slowly looked up as a giant shadow plunged toward her. Its blood-red eyes locked on her, bearing a mouthful of jagged fangs. Danger was only inches away. Chen spun around instantly and yelled a warning to watch out. But Duanya remained entirely unfazed. She calmly closed her eyes, exuding a quiet confidence as if she had already won the fight. Then she unleashed a powerful upward strike, an explosion of freezing energy shattering the mysterious shadow's attack. Watching from behind, Chen was genuinely impressed, wondering if this was the power from the frost python's core. Suddenly, Duanya stood radiant, clad in a magnificent suit of ice armor that glowed in the dark. She proudly explained that his right using frost to forge armor has finally paid off today. Behold the mystic ice armor. The monster was forced into the light, a hideous, spiky giant beetle. Dozens of red eyes squirmed on its back. Both realized this was a mutant bug lurking in the depths. Warming up, the pink-haired beauty turned to Chen with battle-ready eyes, asking him to leave this to her. Chen asked what she was up to. She wanted to test her mystic ice armor on this trash. Hearing that, Chen shrugged and agreed, telling her to be careful and stay safe. Deep down, he had to admit that with her current power, she no longer needed his protection. Her eyes turned razor-sharp. Duan stood proud and ready, eager to tear this thing apart. Looking down on the hideous beast, she mocked it, driving the mutant bug into a furious rage. It leaped into the air, jaws wide to swallow her whole. But she did not even flinch. Duan raised her hand, summoning a massive ice shield that materialized instantly in mid-air. The beast crashed headfirst into the shield, biting the ice but failing to leave even a scratch. Her mystic ice armor held strong. Lightning fast, she summoned her power once again to condense it. An icy sword formed in her other hand, radiating sheer cold. With blindingly fast strikes, she moved. She sliced the beast into a million pieces, leaving brilliant trails of blue light in the air. Dusting off her hands, she looked around the empty cave and sighed that nothing but crystals remained. But Chen thought otherwise, stepping forward as his hand glowed with bright system data. They couldn't leave empty-handed, so he used his unique system ability to start collecting everything. Taking every single crystal might prove useful later. But right as he was busy harvesting them, a sharp pickaxe flew from the shadows straight at him. Chen calmly kicked it aside. With a cold stare, he asked what they thought they were doing. It was the infected miners. The crystals had reached their brains. As they rushed him, he frowned, asking if this was over some rocks. Chen easily caught one miner by his crystal-covered face with a single hand, whispering mockingly, "They were already monsters, so why did they still need these things?" Losing his patience, he acted. Unleashing dark tentacles from his back, he coldly offered to finally put them out of their misery. Suddenly, several more zombie miners stumble in from behind. Glancing back, a dangerous smirk forms on his face as he mutters if there are really still more of them. Chen clenches his fists tight. Time to finish this all at once, he thinks. Right after, a flurry of powerful punches is unleashed. The blows pin those zombie miners right against the ceiling and stone walls, finishing them instantly. He continues walking through the dark tunnel. Passing by the hanging corpses, he frowns. These reanimated dead actually knew how to ambush him. Could someone be controlling them? He wonders if someone is pulling their strings. Meanwhile, right outside the mine entrance, a sinister hand rests directly on the blasting detonator. A malicious voice sneers, wondering if those guys will surely die inside. Back outside the mine, that fat, old bastard, Old Singh, smirks slyly. He coldly orders his lackeys to blow the place up. No more waiting, he tells them do it now. Right at the entrance, 3 guys, number 1, number 2, and number 3 are looking around. One scratches his head, saying it feels like there is some noise inside. Another eagerly chimes in, suggesting they go inside to help them out. But before they can even take a single step, an earth-shattering explosion erupts right above their heads. Talk about a disaster. Blinding light swallows everything, and the shocking blast blasts the 3 poor guys into the air, leaving them screaming in sheer panic. Earth and rocks crash down with a roar. In an instant, massive boulders completely seal the mine entrance, totally cutting off any escape for the people trapped inside. Inside the cave, Duan stands proudly on the mutant bug's carcass. She looks up and mutters that there was an explosion. Rocks are shaking and falling from the ceiling. Before she can even process this, a giant, slimy hole above begins to open. A massive snout filled with jagged teeth slowly descends, catching her off guard. Duan's eyes widen in sheer shock. She can't hide her utter disgust and confusion. What kind of monster is this? The giant snout contracts like a flower of death. It sucks in air, preparing to unleash a deadly attack. Then, in a flash, a blinding green light bursts forward, spraying a bizarre liquid straight down at her. Duan barely raises her ice shield to block it, letting out a cry. She struggles to hold her ground behind the transparent shield, grimacing at the sticky, utterly disgusting fluid. How repulsive, she thinks. Strangely, the moment the fluid hits her ice shield, it instantly freezes solid. She stares in surprise at the change. It actually turned into heavy crystal. As the weight of the crystal layer rapidly increases, Duan breaks into a sweat. This is way too heavy. If that stuff hits her directly, she is finished. But then she remembers her partner deep inside. Determination flashes in her eyes. Chen is still in there, so she cannot let this beast pass. She has to lure it away first. She immediately turns and runs for her life toward the exit, making sure to taunt the monster to keep its focus on her. The massive beast slithers closely behind its giant shadow, looming right over her. Duan runs as fast as her legs can carry her, hoping she is almost at the exit. But just like that, her hope is completely crushed as her eyes widen in sheer horror. What is this? Blocking her path is not the light of hope, but a massive pile of collapsed boulders, completely sealing the way. The exit is totally blocked. Meanwhile, deep inside the mine, Chen calmly walks up to the very end of the tunnel. Is this a dead end? He mutters to himself. Looking around, he only sees a few scattered glowing stones. The new captain shakes his head, disappointed by the lack of crystals. Suddenly, his sharp hearing picks up a massive surge of energy. He raises an eyebrow and spins around, sensing a disturbance. Something is happening over where Duan Ya went. He leaps forward, worried that something went wrong at the exit. Back at the cave-in, Duan Ya stares at the cold ruins. She grits her teeth in despair. The entrance collapsed, and there is no way out now. Cold sweat begins to bead on her forehead. Duan Ya panics, desperately searching for a way out. What should she do? Right behind her, that giant snout closes in. It looms over like a black hole of death, blocking her entire vision. With no retreat left, she has nothing to lose. Channeling all her elemental power into her hands, she decides to go all out. Time to risk everything. She unleashes a glowing ice orb packed with bone-chilling cold, firing it straight into the monster's foul, gaping snout. The ice orb lodges deep inside its throat, immediately activating its freezing power to lock the beast's insides in ice. The beast's outer skin swells and contracts abnormally, clearly suffering from the extreme pressure of the swallowed ice orb. Meanwhile, Chen suddenly halts his steps. He frowns, hearing the distant sounds of a fierce battle echoing through the tunnel. He finds himself standing before a massive mound of flesh, completely blocking his path. What is this? He wonders. This giant mass has completely sealed off the tunnel entrance. Curiously, he raises his leg to give the weird mass a kick. This flesh is completely squishy, he mutters to himself. Could this actually be some kind of bizarre living organism? As if in response, the flesh suddenly contracts sharply, forming a pitch-black hole that seems to be charging up energy. This catches Chen off guard, putting him on high alert. Instantly, a blinding beam of energy shoots straight out of the hole. Slamming down with sheer destructive force, the beast strikes. But Chen quickly leaps back, dodging the sudden strike. Ice shards spray. Chen watches in shock, completely stunned that the beast actually spat out massive crystals. Giant, jagged crystals sprout up everywhere. They cast a cold, eerie blue glow through the pitch-black mine. He stares intently. His brow furrows in deep thought, wondering what on earth this bizarre thing could be. Not wasting any more time thinking, he decisively summons his massive glowing dark scythe directly into his hand. Never mind. A dark aura suddenly explodes around his entire body, and Chen steps forward with intense, sky-high killer intent. No matter what this creature is, his eyes gleam with an incredibly cold and ruthless purple light. Since it dared block his path, he swings his blade with brutal force, unleashing a massive energy wave that tears the darkness. The devastating blow tears straight through thick flesh. The giant monster's muscles bulge as it takes the hit. Deep inside its fleshy hide, a hideous bloodshot eye snaps open. Its pupil shrinks in excruciating agony. Boom. The purplish-black sword energy completely tears the giant mining beast apart from the inside out. The blast splits its tough armor wide open, shooting straight toward the surface where Boss Sing and his goons wait. Suddenly, a massive shockwave shakes the ground, making the smug thugs jump as one stammers that something is definitely coming. Rocks erupt. The mangled body of the giant mining worm is blasted sky-high, throwing the goons into total panic. They scream in utter terror, desperately wondering how the beast got out when it supposedly hates the light. With its lower body completely shredded from a fatal wound, the colossal worm falls crashing back down. Immediately after, a flash of blade strikes follows cleanly, slicing the giant beast in half. Boss Sing barely dodges. He points a trembling finger at the smoke, stammering that Chen actually killed the giant mining worm. Alongside the beast's carcass, a giant spherical core glowing with a brilliant blue light slams heavily onto the dirt. Seeing the tables have turned, Boss Sing bolts for his life, telling his lackeys to report to the general. Chen casually leaps out from the deep mine shaft, landing effortlessly right next to the dead beast. With his cloak fluttering in the wind, he looks down and spots a giant glowing sphere rolling on the ground. He scratches his chin, wondering why on earth such a massive glowing ball is lying there in the dirt. Just then, the massive pile of frozen crystals completely shatters, and Duan Ya struggles to break free. Chen looks up, completely surprised to see her, and remarks that he had no idea she was trapped in there. Sweating and catching her breath, the pink-haired beauty gasps that she was almost swallowed, thanking him for the rescue. Looking around at the messy ruins surrounding the crushed carcass, she can't help but marvel at the crystals. The giant beast was packed with them. Chen nods in agreement as a sudden realization hits him. No wonder the mine was so empty. This giant bug had been eating every single crystal in the area. Watch this. With his inner hoarder fully activated, Chen's hand glows as his collection system activates. Smirking with satisfaction, he happily declares that he is taking everything. Meanwhile, in another corner of the ruined mine, 3 of Chen's loyal guards crawl out from the heavy rubble, covered in dirt and looking absolutely miserable. They tearfully apologize to their captain, making Chen frown. Didn't he tell them to stay outside? Clinging to his clothes in sheer panic, the guard stammers that the mining crew must have bombed the entrance shut. He insists he knows exactly where those scoundrels fled and offers to lead the way to hunt them down. The scene shifts to the medicine department where a slender hand is holding up a strange green vial. Wondering if this drug can really control the beastskin, the arrogant manager struts over trying to sweet-talk her. He promises that if she joins their department, she will easily become their second-in-command and nobody will dare touch her. Completely ignoring his empty promises, Yuan turns toward the battered miner and hands him a small bag of silver. The grateful man bows deeply with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, the fierce beastskin girl grabs a thug by his throat. She pins him against the wall, demanding to know if there are any other beastskin left in Liberty City. The thug trembles in terror, stammering that there are indeed more. Instantly, she drags him away. She demands he lead her to them immediately, leaving Yuan panicking as she runs to catch up. Completely ignored, the greedy manager watches them walk away with a highly devious, calculating look in his eyes. He sneers, thinking that a mere girl is far too weak to guard such a valuable formula. Full of malice and cruelty, Shen Qingji, the medicinal department manager, brought out the beast, smirking as he spoke. Letting you die by your own medicine is a worthy death, he sneered while the giant beastman opened his massive jaws. His eyes glowed a manic red as he held the green pill, roaring in delight to go. But then things backfired. Right after swallowing the pill, the beastman flew into a frenzy, instantly stuffing the unlucky manager into his mouth and chewing. His lackeys watched their boss's legs dangling helplessly in the air, utterly terrified as they screamed in absolute horror. They cried out that the head manager was finished and eaten alive. Meanwhile, under the shadows of towering high-rises, a miner's voice broke the quiet, explaining that only a tiny population of the beastman tribe lived in this free city. Walking right beside him, Yuan was curious, asking where the rest of the beastman tribe could possibly be hiding. The miner sighed, explaining that aside from a few struggling to survive at the very bottom of the city, the weary older man let out a long sigh, adding that the vast majority of the beastman tribe faced a different fate. They fought on the edge of life and death every day. The wolf-eared girl looked up at the massive building ahead. Her eyes widened in pure shock as she took it in, her pupils shrinking with dread as she finally realized. She was standing right in front of the beast arena, a massive ancient Roman-style coliseum looming right before her. Its high stone walls locked away bloody secrets, while the golden sands inside buzzed with a suffocating wild energy. Thousands of crazed spectators cheered for pure violence, while up in the most luxurious VIP seating, a bizarre young man watched. Sucking on a pacifier, he stretched and yawned, complaining to himself about how incredibly boring the whole show was. He smacked his lips, muttering perverted complaints that watching these male beastmen beat each other up was getting old. He wondered when they would get some female beastmen for entertainment, wishing to watch them tear each other apart. That would easily skyrocket their ratings. But while the lunatic was fantasizing, a massive battle was unfolding below. A muscular bear beastman charged forward, roaring wildly at his opponent. But in complete contrast to that brute force, the white-haired wolf warrior dodged the clumsy attack with a masterfully slick sidestep, easily evading his giant opponent. He quickly swept the bear man off his feet, coldly declaring the fight was over. But his stubborn opponent refused to yield. The bear told him to stop talking trash and finish it if he had the guts. The wolf warrior frowned. His eyes flashed with cold determination as he warned him not to complain about what was coming next. Raising his razor-sharp sword, the wolf offered a cheesy parting promise, telling the bear he would remember his name. But before he could look cool for even 3 seconds, another sword flew in, blocking his fatal strike. The white-haired wolf gasped in shock, his pupils trembling as he wondered what on earth was going on. The intruder who blocked his blade was none other than the reckless wolf-eared girl who had just rushed in. He growled furiously, demanding to know who she was, why she was there, and what she was doing. She ignored his anger completely, lowering her head as a wave of deep frustration washed over her face. She quietly asked why they were slaughtering each other when they all belonged to the same beastman tribe. The bear man caught his breath behind her, advising the girl that life and death were just arena rules. He warned her that she should not interfere, but she quickly spun around and snapped right back at him. She called him a fool, stating these arbitrary rules were just made up by humans to control them. Why should proud beastmen degrade themselves into mere tools for human amusement? She yelled out with fierce passion. If they still had any pride left, she urged them to grab their weapons and fight beside her. She wanted to carve out a bloody path together, but her heroic speech only left the wolf warrior panicking. He broke into a cold sweat, demanding to know if she realized how insane she sounded right now. He urged her to run before things escalated, but she had already caught the eye of the VIP lunatic. Up in the stands, the pacifier-sucking creep stared down at her with pure, greedy excitement in his eyes. Seeing how gorgeous she was, he instantly wanted to capture her, unable to control his creepy dark desires. Turning to the massive, imposing shadow behind him, he whined to his father, demanding to have the girl. The dark, massive father slowly opened his glowing red eyes, chuckling warmly at his spoiled, troublesome son. He asked if his precious boy truly wanted her, promising to immediately have her captured as a new toy. Hearing this, the pacifier creep grinned widely and flattered his dad, praising him as the absolute best. As they strike down, the guards instantly hurl a spiked crescent-shaped weapon, shouting for them to behave. Just cooperate and grab that wolf beast girl for the young master's room. Seeing the weapon flying their way, the buff bear guy widens his eyes in absolute panic, realizing he cannot dodge in time. The white-haired wolf youth breaks into a cold sweat, muttering, "What now?" In this split second of life and death, the bear guy makes a bold move, stepping forward to block the attack like a hero. He yells for the girl to run while he risks his life to hold them back. But despite their frantic panic, the wolf-eared girl remains completely calm, her face deadpan as she asks if they still do not understand the situation. This leaves the wolf youth utterly confused, wondering what she means. Before he can react, she kicks the bear guy right aside, proudly declaring that she is the one here to rescue them. The two beastmen stare at each other, their jaws dropping. They cannot believe how fierce this girl is. But watch this, two giant hands suddenly reach from behind, grabbing both the bear and the wolf by their necks instantly. In a flash, both beastmen are pinned flat to the ground. Hearing their desperate screams, the wolf girl turns back in shock, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. As she looks around, another massive spiked claw flies toward her at lightning speed. And, just like that, the feisty girl suffers the exact same fate, caught tightly around her waist. A heavy surge of electricity zaps through her body, making her scream in agony. Watching the drama from the stands, a female spectator covers her mouth in pity. Meanwhile, Yun observes, sighing for the girl. Any woman targeted by that young master is finished. Once he gets bored, she will inevitably be thrown into the arena and tortured to death. Watching her teammate get bullied like this, Yun stands on the high platform, rubbing her temples. She sighs, thinking that even though Chen told her not to cause trouble, she cannot just stand by and watch. After all, Chen was the one who brought her back. Suddenly, Yun's eyes flash crimson, unleashing a massive wave of killing intent. She mutters that no outsider is allowed to bully their people. Meanwhile, the pacifier-sucking brat proudly leans over the railing, laughing. He boasts loudly that no matter how wild a beast is, they can never escape his personal territory, especially these weaklings. But mid-laugh, he suddenly freezes in place, his eyes widening in pure horror as cold sweat pours down. Right before his very eyes, the arena completely disappears, replaced by a colossal shadow that blocks out the entire sky. Shaking with intense fear, he stammers and looks back, calling out to his father for help. "Dad, what on earth is that?" But his perverted nature quickly overrides his terror. Pointing a trembling finger at the sky, he screams in absolute excitement. He yells out that he wants this giant woman. The entire arena explodes in shock as the crowd starts cheering wildly. They cannot believe there is a giantess here urging them to fight. Ignoring everything else, the crazy young master declares, "This woman will be mine no matter what." Without hesitation, he leaps off the high balcony, diving straight into the arena. Sailing through the air with his arms wide open, he targets her massive, slender thighs, squealing with absolute delight. He laughs like a maniac, shouting how huge and amazing she is as he clings to Yun's leg like a leech. His creepy laughter echoes through the stadium. While Yun is busy channeling her bloodlust, she suddenly feels a tickle on her leg. She frowns, looking down. What is that? Without hesitation, she slams her giant hand down to crush him. She slaps her thigh like swatting a tiny fly. But when she lifts her hand, her glowing red eyes narrow in confusion. Somehow, she missed. The nimble dwarf had quickly dodged, clinging tightly to the inner thigh of the giant Yun with a smirk. Being suddenly groped completely catches Yun off guard. She squeezes her thighs together in shock, frantically covering herself. She shrieks, asking where he thinks he is crawling. With a loud crack, the perverted young master gets pinned solid between her thighs. He screams out in agony, begging her to let him go because he is completely stuck. Watching from the ground, the bound wolf girl watches this absurd scene in total disbelief, snapping at her, calling her an idiot and asking what she is doing. Blushing red, Yun covers her legs and argues back, stammering that she only did it to save her. But the wolf girl remains incredibly cold, her eyes flashing sharply as she snaps back that she did not ask for help. Suddenly, she activates her air wall ability, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sends the nearby guard flying away screaming. Another muscular gladiator charges forward in a frenzy, only to crash headfirst into the invisible barrier, completely dazed. His tough face gets squashed flat against the air wall, making him look absolutely ridiculous and pitiful at the same time. With his massive frame trapped inside an invisible box, he cannot move, leaving the nearby bear guard staring in shock. The guard stammers. What is happening? Meanwhile, the rest of the armed guards charge with tridents, shouting to capture them. Sweating bullets, the white-haired wolf reminds everyone that this is no time to relax. Instantly, the buff bear guy swings his fists. A heavy fist flies forward. The white-haired wolf youth doesn't hesitate for a second, swinging his razor-sharp claws as he charges straight into the guards. The two beastmen, one wolf and one bear, fight in perfect sync. High above, Yun clicks her tongue and looks down, grumbling in annoyance. Talk about an ungrateful woman. Already highly irritated, she grabs the young master by his collar with just 2 fingers and pulls him off her lap, lifting him up despite his struggles. He screams to let him down, but Union is completely done with him, throws him straight down, sending him hurtling toward the ground as he screams at the top of his lungs. Falling at breakneck speed, the short brat can only cry and wail toward a massive dark shadow, begging his father to save him. Meanwhile, with an incredibly calm demeanor, the Dark Father uses his special power to gently catch his precious son in midair, telling him to be a good boy and not to rush because once they capture the troublemakers, he can play with them. Right in the heat of battle, 3 mine guards crawl up to report. They tell the general they have urgent news. The old boss frowns in anger, asking if he didn't order them to watch the mines. Why are they here? The subordinates kneel on the ground, sweating profusely as they confess repeatedly, apologizing, because the mine has been completely destroyed. An explosion of rage hits the general as he gnashes his teeth, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and roaring, asking what they just said and calling them useless trash who couldn't even guard a single mine. Still fuming, he unleashes a massive shockwave, blasting the useless soldiers completely out of sight. Suddenly, from the entrance of the sunlit arena, the figures of Chen and Ya casually stroll into the light. Chen nonchalantly speaks up, asking if it is quite lively here and if they arrive late. Walking beside him, Ya glances at the chaotic scene and coldly adds that they probably didn't miss any of the good shows. Hearing the familiar voice, the giant Union turns around in delight, surprised to see Chen and the others have arrived. Chen walks forward with his hands in his pockets, stopping near the wolf-eared girl with a faint smirk. He remarks that they are all here. Seeing the handsome guy appear especially, with all the girls calling his name, the young master with the pacifier instantly gets jealous. He angrily wonders who this guy is and why. Every girl is crowding around him. Refusing to back down, he points at Chen and demands that his father kill him, but the general tells him to be patient. The imposing father stands up loudly, ordering the law enforcement squad that they arrive just in time. These people are causing trouble in the arena, and they must arrest them immediately. Without any hesitation, Chen calmly delivers a sharp comeback, stating that they must speak with reason and he doesn't see anyone causing trouble at all. Backed by Chen, Union confidently raises her massive leg, preparing to crush the entire spectator stands. That country bumpkin actually wanted the law enforcement to arrest them without even bothering to see who her man really was. Despite the massive shadow descending, the general sits as solid as a mountain, a terrifying aura of power swirling around him. His eyes gleam with pure murderous intent as he coldly activates his restriction ability, triggering level 1 immediately. Union's massive body freezes mid-air, surrounded by countless bizarre disruptive energy waves that force her to back away. Her body is quickly compressed back to its normal size, and she stares at her hands in utter confusion, wondering what is happening. Her ability seems to be vanishing. Observing this strange phenomenon, Chen frowns and analyzes the situation, realizing that the enemy can restrict powers. Behind him, Ya breaks a sweat, reporting that her ability also seems to be fading. While Chen's group is flustered, the general slowly rests his hand on his throne, radiating the aura of a ruler. He delivers a sarcastic sneer, calling a minor law enforcement captain nothing but an insignificant ant trying to defy him. The heavy energy barrier continues to press down on Union, making her grimace in severe pain as a cold voice seals their absolute suppression, declaring the restriction is set to level 1. Witnessing this trick, Chen curiously asks who this man is and how he can limit their abilities. This leaves the bear beastman speechless, slapping his forehead, remind them that as law enforcement they should know the owner of this arena is General Li Taoshan. Looking up at the high stage, the bear shudders and explains that indeed this man is a level 5 human, who is rumored to be able to permanently strip someone of their powers. Despite hearing this, Chen remains remarkably calm, though his eyes darken. He asks if there is truly no way to break this restriction. The wolf-eared girl, completely drenched in sweat, gasps that unless one's own power is exceptionally strong, no one can break it. Suddenly, white-haired wolf interjects, suggesting another way, absorbing a massive amount of energy to shatter the seal with crystals. Suddenly, the mine guards from earlier recognize their targets, frantically pointing them out to their boss and weeping. They cry that these are the ones who destroyed the mine. Hearing this news, Li Taoshan stands tall and proud, declaring with majestic authority that it was indeed them all along, the members of the law enforcement squad. The enforcers sure have a long reach, but did they really think this old man wouldn't dare touch them? Burning with rage, he raises his veiny hand towards Chen's group, snarling that since they destroyed his mine, he will show them exactly what it means to wish they were dead. Without another word, he channels his energy, releasing a crimson aura and roaring to activate a level 2 ability restriction. Seeing his father go all out, the pacifier sucking young master claps like a creep. He chuckles, telling his dad to keep the girls alive. Feeling the crushing pressure, someone screams in pure panic. They are doomed because while level 1 restricts powers under level 2, they are all weaker than ordinary humans. Right in that critical moment, Chen steps forward with flashing eyes, his domineering aura flaring as he commands them to get behind him. He backs up his words instantly. Chen fires off rapid, powerful punches, striking the empty air with sheer force. Hiding behind him, Duanya gasps in shock, wondering what he is doing since that level 2 restriction does not affect him. The wolf boy stands frozen, completely speechless. Did this guy actually block the general's restriction while everyone else is collapsing? With their bodies completely drained of strength, up on his throne, Li Taoxian narrows his eyes with growing amusement. How interesting. This kid concentrated his energy into his fists to build a defensive barrier. The old man sneers with pure arrogance, mocking his struggle. He admits he has never seen this before, but wonders how long a level 4 like him can actually hold out. But right in the middle of his gloating, a massive shadow looms directly behind him, accompanied by a booming authoritative voice. The voice demands to know what Li Taoxian is doing to their enforcers. It is General Wang Qinghai arriving with a gorgeous ally. He boldly declares that anyone trying to bully his subordinates has to check with him first to see if he even agrees. The two powerhouses square off, their massive auras clashing like raging fire. Li Taoxian snaps, demanding to know if Wang Qinghai wants to turn against him over a mere low-ranking squad leader. The general just smirks, firing back with a quick retort. Since the kid is one of his enforcers, he is obviously going to protect him. With his boss backing him up, the pressure vanishes. Chen dusts himself off and stands straight. The restriction has lifted, but that pressure was insane. As they stare blankly at their boss, the wolf boy silently grumbles in disbelief. Are they even real enforcers if they cannot recognize their own legendary boss, General Wang Qinghai? Chen rubs his chin in deep thought. He has heard rumors about Wang Qinghai and how both leaders are constantly clashing. These two do not just hold a deep grudge, they are constantly eyeing each other's territories. Furious at the interruption, Li Taoxian points a finger right at his rival's face, accusing him of deliberately sending people to destroy his mine. But Wang Qinghai just snorts calmly, explaining that a murder happened there, so his squad was simply investigating. As he speaks, he flashes a highly provocative, mocking smile. Besides, what does he mean by his mine? The general's sharp gaze locks onto him. Talk about getting called out in public. Li Taoxian is absolutely furious after being exposed right in front of everyone. He flies into a total rage. He wonders aloud why his rival suddenly showed up to cause trouble, realizing he wants the mine. Wang Qinghai slowly draws his weapon, a cold, murderous intent gradually filling the room. He calmly suggests that if there is no objection, facing a potentially disastrous fight, Li Taoxian lowers his tone to negotiate, warning Wang Qinghai that a real clash would only leave them both ruined while others benefit. He proposes they make a bet instead to settle things cleanly. He lays out a very straightforward deal, stating that if Wang Qinghai wins, the entire mine is his as desired. But if he loses, he gets to take a massive bite out of the enforcer's territory. Wang Qinghai crosses his arms, completely unfazed. He asks about the rules. Li Taoxian tilts his chin, pointing proudly toward his massive beast-fighting arena. Rules are rules. Suddenly, a blood-red warning flashes on the screen, declaring a one-on-one death match. Without blinking, Wang Qinghai locks in the deal. His burning aura proves his absolute confidence. High up, Li Taoxian looks down, using his commanding boss energy to scream at the prisoners below, asking if they have cleaned out their ears. He continues boasting with absolute authority, raising his hand to promise that as long as they defeat his chosen warrior, he will let them walk out of this place alive. Surrounded by hostile forces, Chen looks up with razor-sharp eyes, asking why they should even agree to a death match. Li Taoxian just smirks mockingly, trying to bait him into a corner. He sneers that if they cannot win, they should just crawl on their knees and beg for mercy. Right then, General? Wang Qinghai steps in with a massive offer, confirming his name and mentioning the rumor that he is looking for sacred fruit. He promises that if Chen wins this round, he will personally give him some highly valuable intelligence on those rare fruits. A worried subordinate whispers that their powers are still completely sealed, but Wang Qinghai stays cold, dismissive of the risk. He bluntly states that if they cannot overcome a minor struggle like this, then that squad leader's seat is pointless. Even the chief of law enforcement has no right to sit. Hearing her boss's blunt words, the secretary remains utterly speechless. Meanwhile, down on the arena floor, Duanya stares at Chen's back, calculating her options. If they get clues about the mutated fruit, they will no longer have to wander aimlessly like headless flies in Freedom City. Even though her powers are currently temporarily sealed, this risky gamble is absolutely worth going all in. Beside her, Yun is also bursting with fighting spirit, loudly declaring, "Exactly. At worst, we just have a good fight. Ever since the apocalypse began, I've never known what fear is." Seeing the girls suddenly get so fired up, Chen smiles knowingly. It seems the sudden appearance of those two Tier 5 powerhouses has triggered their reckless streaks. After all, they say the weak fear war, but the strong crave the fight. With a surge of spirit, Chen steps forward, declaring he accepts the match. The announcer instantly screams into his microphone to pump up the crowd, declaring the grand life or death match has officially begun. The bloodthirsty audience goes wild, screaming to kill them all and demanding a ruthless fight to the very end. Facing the danger, Chen steps forward to take the first round, but Yuan quickly blocks him. She tells him to be careful. Meanwhile, the host shouts for both sides to choose weapons and enter. The life or death slaughter is about to begin. Right then, a massive giant carrying 2 huge axes steps forward. Keeping her tough attitude, Yuan boldly strides out, telling him to bring it on. The giant stares at her. He smirks in sheer mockery, asking how a tiny brat like her could possibly hope to be his opponent. He demands she swap out for Chen, sneering that she is not even enough to fill his teeth. Glaring back with absolute fury, she snaps that a small fry like him is not worth Chen's time. Meanwhile, sensational news explodes across every street corner outside. It is a rare historic event for the city, as a powerful Tier 4 human expert is personally entering the arena alongside a beautiful lady from the law enforcement team who is single-handedly challenging the violent butcher. Down the alleyways, men are running wild, shouting for everyone to hurry. They want to witness the blood, the bone-crushing action, and the pure carnage. Everyone is rushing to buy tickets before they sell out. A Tier 4 powerhouse in the arena is something you absolutely cannot miss. Some faint-hearted people even shudder at the thought of a beauty fighting that monster. That butcher is a literal meat grinder who has slaughtered countless strong warriors. Others agree, saying, the madman used to eat his own kind alive, turning into a complete monster that only craves blood. One lustful guy gulps, lamenting that it is such a waste of the girl's gorgeous, perfect body. He wishes he could have had one night with her first. His friend immediately slaps him, cursing him to stop dreaming and hurry up. A legendary peak clash like this only happens once in a lifetime. Watching the frantic crowd rush toward the arena, a few girls hiding in an alley whisper in deep concern, wondering if those fighters will even make it out alive. Up on the VIP balcony, the secretary reports that the news has been successfully spread and soon the entire Freedom City will know about it. Gu-hee grins proudly, adding that everyone is rushing to the Colosseum and the crowd is absolutely wild. The general nods in satisfaction. It seems the lowlifes at the bottom love watching powerhouses tear each other apart. The bloodier and more brutal the fight, the more the popularity skyrockets. Li Taoshan is indeed a mastermind marketer, utilizing hype even in the apocalypse. He wants to use this battle to manipulate the crowd and gather maximum viewership. The general plans to use this very match to test the arena's strength and run a brutal evaluation on Chen. The general's gaze turns incredibly cold and ruthless. He notes that only by winning will Chen earn the right to stand and fight by his side. If the kid dies on the arena floor, he only has his own lack of strength to blame. Staring intently down at the arena, the general hopes Chen will not disappoint him. Right then, the sultry secretary sighs in pity for the 3 girls below who will likely die there. Down below, a chained wolf youth indifferently looks at a wolf-eared girl, thanking her for risking her life. He whispers that they likely stand no chance of ever walking out of this cage alive. The mood grows heavy. She hangs her head in sorrow, only praying that they can somehow survive. The mood suddenly drops as the wolf-eared girl hangs her head, her voice laced with pain, only hoping they can all survive and make it out of this absolute hellhole of an arena. Her shoulders trembled, drowning in her own sheer helplessness. She felt utterly powerless, sobbing as tears spilled. She could only watch everyone march straight toward death, all because of her. And yet she was powerless, no strength, absolutely nothing to change their fate. She couldn't protect a single soul. Yet she stubbornly tried to rescue her people, only to drag them all down into an early grave. Bitter tears stained her cheeks. She braced herself for the absolute worst-case scenario. What if they all ended up buried right here in this Colosseum today? But right in that dark moment, a strong hand gripped her waist. Chen's deep, reassuring voice broke through her despair. "What kind of ridiculous nonsense are you muttering over there?" he asked. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yuan stood ready for battle. She stared down the giant butcher with pure, fearless intensity. The massive beast swung his brutal axe straight at the ground. It left a massive gaping crater, but Yuan leaped backward, dodging the strike as gracefully as a professional dancer. Frustrated, the butcher threw his axe over his shoulder and sneered at her, mocking her for stepping onto the stage completely empty-handed. "Are you here to die?" he roared, mocking her. But Yuan didn't care. She ignored his trash talk completely. Instead, she pulled out a green vial. Her lips curled into a dangerous smirk. Who said she had no weapon? No hesitation. She slammed the heavy syringe straight into her arm, muttering to herself with a grin of absolute confidence. This crazy enhancement serum has been fully upgraded by me, she thought. Its stability and raw power are going to explode. The drug hit her veins. Immediately, a purple aura enveloped her body. She roared, activating her true potential. Grow bigger, she commanded. The butcher watched in disbelief as her body expanded rapidly right before his eyes. What is this? He shrieked in panic. Union stretched, testing her new strength. It actually broke her ability block. It wasn't quite perfect yet, but to crush a completely pathetic loser like him, this power was still more than enough. Watching the wild drama unfold from afar, the stunning secretary leaned in and whispered to Wang Qinghai in utter disbelief. She broke the block with a single syringe. Incredible. The girls around that kid are definitely not to be underestimated at all. Down in the stands, the wolf-eared girl, still held tightly by Chen, stared in shock at her giant friend. Did she really break the seal? The wolf-eared girl gasped. How on earth did she pull off something so miraculous? Chen smirked, analyzing the battlefield. It turns out using external items is the perfect loophole to bypass the seal. Stop staring. Instead of worrying about her, you should get ready for your own upcoming brutal fight right now. The wolf-eared girl blushed furiously, stammering that she would definitely give it everything she had. But then she noticed a loophole. She whirled around, mocking him. Wait, passing the buck like this just means you can't break the seal yourself, right? She pouted in frustration. Then she let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. As expected, he was the most unreliable guy ever. Fine, let me help you. Despite her blatant disrespect, Chen remained completely unbothered, silently calculating his next move. Actually, it was simple. Force a massive surge of raw energy into her system and easily shatter this restrictive barrier. Although he did not have any special energy fruits on hand, he secretly gathered glowing power directly into his palm. Fortunately, he had successfully harvested a massive pile of spirit crystals from that giant underground mining worm earlier. He fed them into his system, space absorbed the energy, and funneled the pure essence into his hand. Simple as that. To transfer the power, direct skin contact was key. Chen pressed his glowing hand against her slender, sensitive waist. He quietly pumped his energy straight into her. Stunned by the sudden sensation in that sensitive spot, she gasped. She jumped. A soft, embarrassed squeak escaped her throat as her entire face flushed a bright burning red. Back on stage, Union smirked. Keep your eyes open, trash. If my abilities were not sealed, I would not even look at you. Pinned to the ground, the stubborn butcher refused to back down, admitting her strength but desperately trying to save face. I admit you got stronger, kid, but do not look down on me. I have not even used my real trump cards yet. Driven straight into a corner, he gripped his axe tightly and roared like a completely wild beast, ready for anything. He pointed to his heavy steel helmet, shouting that it was not for protection, but to seal the demonic power raging inside him. He unlocked the metal clasps. Instantly, a blinding wave of dark, menacing energy erupted from the steel helmet. Chen watched from a distance, narrowing his eyes. He tracked this dark new threat with intense focus. Another strange trick, he wondered, watching closely. Let us see if your real power actually matches that loud, arrogant mouth. The helmet fell away. His entire head mutated into a horrifying mass of slimy tentacles covered in glowing red eyes. He roared, revealing his true form. Up in the high stands, the secretary watched, her breath caught in her throat. Shaking in pure terror, her eyes go wide as she stammers. Oh my god, isn't that the Shredder's hand? This absolute beast actually kept such a sickening trump card hidden away. Wait, it all comes back to her now. Back in the arena's prison cages, there was a massive bloody riot. Shivering as terrifying memories rush back, she recalls that chaotic bloodbath. The sole survivor who walked out alive was none other than the Shredder himself, and behind those cell doors, not a single intact body remained. But in stark contrast to everyone's utter panic, the pacifier-sucking young master hangs off the railing, cackling in pure delight. Ha ha ha, so it turns out, you've been holding back your real strength this entire time. Epic, go wild, but you better not shred any of my gorgeous girls. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the stands, the wolf-eared girl is losing herself in the overwhelming surge of power coursing into her body. Letting out a soft gasp, she wonders how this energy can be so incredibly aggressive. She feels her master's energy flowing from his hands deep into her core. With her teary eyes half closed, she clearly feels the barrier shattering. Her master is pouring his power in to smash right through this cursed seal for her. But their current position is so incredibly suggestive, her face turns completely red. She stammers in a tiny voice, holding me from behind like this is way too weird. What if someone sees and gets the wrong idea? Chen instantly leans close to her ear, whispering with absolute seriousness, stop getting distracted and act natural or they will catch on right now. But despite his warning, he notices that breaking the seal is moving at a snail's pace. Frowning in frustration, Chen realizes this gentle method is too slow. Without hesitation, he decides to trigger a direct shock, biting down on the beast girl's tongue. That sudden contact sends a massive jolt through her entire body, causing her to arch like a ribbon as a numbing sensation spreads. She gasps out, too much energy is flowing, and my body is getting way too sensitive. There's no way anyone could act natural when you do something like this. Right then, The crowd goes dead silent before exploding into pure chaos. Oh my god, that was the Shredder, the most brutal beast in the entire city. And yet he got blown away with a single hit. Is this even real? Just a moment ago he was boasting his ultimate trump card only to eat dirt in a single move. Just who on earth is that smoking hot girl anyway? Being this strong is basically like putting the opponent on a leash, sending absolute shockwaves throughout the entire arena. Union stands amid the wreckage staring blankly at her own hand and murmuring that loudmouth butcher sure talked a big game. Turns out, his actual combat power is way more pathetic than I thought. Wait, could it be because of this premium enhancement serum? Am I officially a superhero delivering one-shot kills? Standing nearby with folded arms, Captain from Wang Qinghai's faction nods in approval. These newcomers are definitely not ordinary at all. None of the people around Su Chen are average. Meanwhile, over in a corner of the stands, a voice speaks up, noticing that while a life-and-death battle is tearing the arena apart over there, he actually has the nerve to stand here and flirt so intimately. Seeing Su Chen holding that gorgeous beauty, the pacifier-sucking young master glamps in jealousy, his eyes popping out as he yells in frustration. What the hell makes him so lucky, does he think? He is the only guy in the world with girls chasing him. He waves over the hot dancer next to him, commanding her to get over here. The young master orders her with a sleazy grin, telling her to serve him well. But seeing his spoiled son fool around at the wrong time, Li Chiochin frowns and snaps, "Stop messing around thee. Next round is your turn to fight." The dancer clings to him, sweet-talking him, telling him to go up confidently, and that she will cheer him on with all her heart. Sweating buckets, the short young master quickly waves her off. "No thanks, I will manage on my own." Ignoring all the drama, Duan Ya steps forward with folded arms and coldly calls out to the flirting couple, "You two keep doing your thing, I will go out and buy some time for you." Hearing her tease hit the mark, the wolf-eared girl's face turns bright red as she stammers in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the perverted young master's eyes light up like searchlights upon seeing Duan Ya drooling. Thinking what luck to get such a top-tier beauty as an opponent, he leaps into the air, spreading his arms and lunging at her. Howling creepily, "Let this young master show you a good time." But reality is a harsh mistress, and Duan Ya keeps a completely straight face, stepping back slightly before launching a devastating spin kick straight up. This ferocious kick carries unbelievable force, slamming her heel directly into the young master's perverted face with a loud crash. The short guy is sent flying backwards, clutching his bleeding nose and crying in pain. Without giving the lunatic a single second to breathe, Duan Ya channels all her strength into her legs, unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks that creates fierce, whistling windstorms. Despite taking a brutal beating, his sleazy nature never changes. He barely dodges her blows while trying to stare at her backside. He keeps praising her curves and smooth kicks. She is a top-tier beauty now being shamelessly teased. Right on the deadly stage, Duan Ya turns red with rage, hissing through her teeth that this punk is dead. Bending low, she leaps high. She channels all her power into her long legs and dives down like a heavy battle axe, straight at her opponent's head. Flat on the ground, blocking the strike, the young master still talks trash, mocking that her special ability is completely locked away. No matter how sharp her actual combat skills are, she does not stand a single chance of beating a level 4 powerhouse like him. Instantly shifting his attitude, his face twists into a sickening grin as he snarls, telling her to open her eyes and witness his true power. Suddenly, a terrifying, demonic head with a wide, drooling mouth slowly rises from the ground, aiming to swallow Duan Ya from right behind her. Feeling the chilling murder intent, Duan Ya reacts, instantly dodging to the side. However, the sheer shockwave force is so terrifying it blasts her backwards, sliding across the sand, while the pressure tears her clothes into absolute shreds, revealing patches of her pale, smooth skin. Watching from the stands, Yunyun grits her teeth in anger, cursing the guy. That bastard targeted her clothes on purpose, clearly trying to humiliate her. On the stage, Duan Ya carefully backs away to keep her distance while the creepy dwarf crawls low, like a giant spider wildly rushing forward to close the gap. Duan Ya frowns, brushing back her hair. She stands on high alert, prepared for whatever dirty move he throws next. Licks his lips, laughing like a madman, as he makes a sickening promise he is going to rip off all her clothes and strip her completely naked right here on the arena stage. He then glares down at Su Chen, taunting him to watch exactly how he plays with her. He laughs, but his disgusting behavior is simply too much to bear. Yunyun screams in fury, yelling at the ugly monster to not you dare touch a single hair on her head. Ignoring the yells, the young master chuckles evilly and summons a massive pitch-black monster arm from above, with sharp, dangerous claws lunging downward. As the claws close in like an inescapable trap, Duan Ya snaps back, telling him to get lost. But with his superior ability, the beastly arm easily grabs her slender body, The madman shoves his hideous face close, sniffing her greedily, gloating that he has finally caught her. He sneers that she cannot escape him, admiring how incredibly seductive her body looks close up. The young master grows completely bloodshot with lust, growling that he cannot wait any longer and must have her right now. Just as he attempts his move, he suddenly freezes in utter confusion. Too late. Her deadly counterattack has already begun. Out from Duan Ye's hair burrowing directly into his skull, he screams in terror, wondering where these bugs came from. He begs them to stop drilling into his brain, clutching his head as the swarm devours him from within. He shrieks in agony. The pain is unbearable. Suddenly, he freezes in panic as he realizes he cannot move. Up in the stands, the blonde secretary observes the twist, realizing Duan Ya was merely pretending to be weak. She was waiting for the perfect moment when he let his guard down. Turns out Duan Ya does not even need her ability to control these brain bugs, but where on earth did she hide them all? Standing below, the wolf guy explains that she used to hide them in the grass, but now she keeps them in her hair. Now holding the upper hand, Duan Ya coldly looks down on him, declaring she hates arrogant, lustful trash like him. She commands her bugs to devour his brain. Scared out of his mind, the young master instantly begs her to spare him. He promises to reveal all the darkest secrets of this arena if she only spares his pathetic life. In a total state of panic, he screams out the truth to expose the entire arena operation. He confesses that this entire coliseum is actually a massive secret laboratory for live human experimentation. Every single match here is monitored to collect data, aiming to develop a drug that can boost special abilities. He admits he is not even General Li's biological son, but rather just an ordinary test subject. His power only comes from taking dangerous, unstable booster drugs, and he was simply lucky enough to survive the side effects. That is why Li Taoxian wanted to keep using him. But before he can even finish his sentence, Li Taoxian sneers coldly. He mocks his so-called son, saying he now has a natural level 4 specimen, and has absolutely no use for useless trash anymore. Down below, a woman holding a loaded syringe smiles wickedly. She mockingly tells him to rest easy before plunging the sharp needle straight into the unlucky young master's head. He lets out one last desperate cry, but evil energy instantly erupts as his face begins to swell horribly. Swelling up like a balloon about to pop, blood vessels twitching violently, the massive energy reaches its absolute limit and detonates. The earth-shattering blast sweeps everything away. Blown back by the shockwave, Duan Ya cannot react in time and gasps. She cries out in pain. Standing at the edge of the arena, Union watches in absolute horror. What is even exploding? Luckily, she acts fast, conjuring a massive wind wall to completely block the brutal shockwave rushing toward her. Sweating bullets, Union rushes to the barrier and screams to help Duan Ya. Without a single moment of hesitation, Chen charges straight into the epicenter like a god, tearing through the thick smoke. In a surprisingly heroic moment, Chen scoops Duan Ya into his arms and calmly reassures them she is fine, just temporarily knocked out. He then glares toward the monstrosity in the arena with a cold snort, pointing out that the young master is the real problem now. The guy has morphed into a hideous dark beast, sending the terrified crowd into a panic over this bizarre mutation. Pitch-black energy flows out like a river, flooding the entire arena and turning the place into absolute chaos. Terrified spectators run for their lives, trampling one another and screaming in pure panic, while others fall and beg for help. Meanwhile, watching safely from the VIP box, the leader asks his men what that strange black substance actually is. His subordinate explains that it is the core ability of young Master Li forcefully unleashed by that extreme booster drug. The potion forced all his latent power to detonate. The subordinate goes on to analyze the young master's current state. The overloaded energy ripped apart his defense, completely dissolving the muscle fibers right off his decaying body. But he reassures the general that this raw energy will quickly evaporate into the air. That is when Chen glares furiously up at the VIP stand and growls, asking if the Li family is really this cheap. A smug woman on the balcony retorts, claiming she only injected a standard fully legal booster into their fighter. It is just a routine pre-match enhancement, fully compliant with all the arena rules. If his team had the guts, they could have used boosters too, so they should stop whining and accept their defeat. Sensing the extreme tension, Wang Qinghai steps in to play peacemaker and speaks to Brother Fengtai. He tells everyone to cool down, pointing out that arguing achieves nothing and they must let the rules decide. He then loudly announces the verdict, noting that the primary fighters from both sides are now completely out of commission. Yet young Master Li is somehow still standing, while Duan Ya collapsed and passed out a while ago. By the arena rules, this round goes to Li Kaoqian. Hearing this, their hot secretary quickly pivots. She urges Chen to focus on saving Duan Ya, first reminding him the score is tied at 1-1 for now. They can easily clutch the final round to win it all. Meanwhile, Yunyon rushes over to her fallen comrade. She frantically screams out Duan Ya's name. Seeing her friend down, Yunyon quickly pulls out a syringe. She mutters that she will inject a recovery serum right away to quickly patch her up and stabilize her wounds. The glowing needle plunges straight into Duan Ye's abdomen, delivering the life-saving medicine just in the nick of time. Across the field, the ruined shell of the young master weakly reaches out a desperate hand begging for help. He gasps that he does not want to die yet, but compassion is nowhere to be found here. The green-haired assassin on the stand raises her weapon and aims, speaking in a chilling, cold-blooded tone. She tells him not to worry because she is sending him off right now. She ruthlessly finishes him off. Flicking the blood off her blade, she smiles arrogantly and declares the round officially over, calling for the next match. Highly annoyed by their arrogant attitude, the brave wolf-eared girl proudly steps forward to take her stand. She tells her team to let her handle this next fight, but the arena suddenly turns cold. The pile of shredded flesh on the ground begins to squirm and fuse together, emitting a haunting groan. The wolf girl freezes in her tracks, eyes wide with horror, as cold sweat drips down her face. It is a grotesque sight that defies all natural logic, sending the entire audience into a screaming panic. People point and scream in disgust, wondering what kind of hideous abomination is forming right in front of them. Chen narrows his eyes watching the dark mass take shape and coldly wonders if those two corpses are merging. Sure enough, two heads suddenly emerge from the dark bubbling swamp, revealing the twin brothers of the He family. They laugh maniacally, mocking Chen and asking if he truly thought the two of them were gone for good. Thanks to the advanced gene technology of Liberty City, their combat power is now on a whole new level. We have boosted our strength. 100 times over, they roar, mixed with agonizing screams of their dying humanity. Please just kill us, grotesque. Monstrous. The contorting chimera smirks mockingly at the shivering wolf girl. Well, look at that. Do you feel pity for us? Do you hesitate to kill your own kind? Then just submit and merge with us to become one. But before the mockery even ends, the girl strikes, slicing them in half. How is this level of strength even possible? Regaining her composure, the wolf girl brushes her face, her eyes flashing. A burning, murderous intent. Rest easy and close your eyes because I will personally send you He brothers to hell. Hearing her challenge, the two grotesque heads burst into arrogant laughter. How hilarious, they mock, slapping their own faces. Do you really think those petty tricks can take our lives? Daydreaming. You are way too green, little girl. The wolf-eared girl doesn't waste another breath. She coldly forms hand seals to end this. Slicing failed. Then she will use pure pressure to crush them into a pile of minced meat right now. Instantly, a massive transparent cage of air slams down, trapping the monster and causing the two heads to scream in panic. We are trapped, let us out. Without even a shred of mercy, the invisible cage begins its work. It shrinks with terrifying, crushing pressure, flattening the bloated mass of flesh. It surely seems like it's over, but the slimy mound stubbornly regenerates, forming a body covered in dark blood. A bulging eye glares and laughs wildly. Even if you turn us into minced meat, so what? We are completely immortal, indestructible, and we survive anything. Taking advantage of the exhausted wolf girl's heavy breathing, countless slimy tentacles shoot out, tightly binding her body. The monster roars in triumph, mocking her to show whatever petty tricks she has left to resist them now. Up in the stands, spectators watch with dropped jaws, sweating profusely as they shout in disbelief. Immortal and indestructible. How can anyone beat this plague of a creature? It gets sliced in half and simply fuses back together. This thing is honestly like a completely broken, unbeatable boss. Observing with his hands behind his back, General Wang Qinghai frowns thoughtfully, analyzing the situation with his secretary. Has the genetic modification and ability serum from the medicine department truly advanced to such a horrific level? He wonders about the terrifying price paid to become such an abomination. Meanwhile, in another corner of the room, a blue-haired secretary actively reports their achievement data to General Li Taoqian. This is our latest genuine mutation serum, General. Besides doubling cell capacity to bypass normal limits, it also grants the beast's passive healing and shape-shifting abilities, basically offering functional immortality, but the side effect heavily drains their lifespan. However, after swallowing that mutant earlier, this beast seems to have stolen some life force to slow the rotting process. That makes today's live combat a golden opportunity for us to break through the current limits on our serum development technology. Hearing this, Li Taoqian's eyes gleam with a wild and greedy ambition, praising her for the excellent work. Keep recording and compiling all the data carefully. I am absolutely itching to test this new mutation serum myself. Back down in the arena, the monster expands its tentacles, wrapping tightly around its victim while laughing mockingly. Now we will swallow you whole, leaving absolutely nothing behind to officially ascend to our ultimate form. The beast's grip tightens, ready to crush its small prey while its highly arrogant roar echoes everywhere. By then, absolutely no one in this free city will have the power to stop us. But then a sudden twist occurs. Just as the wolf girl closes her eyes in a desperate moment, a powerful dark shadow tears through the air. That dark figure charges directly into the center of the fierce battle at absolute lightning speed, executing a swift slash. The grotesque tentacles binding the girl are sliced completely apart, falling to the ground and dissolving into fizzing foam. She opens her eyes and looks around in absolute confusion, wondering where that filthy hybridized monster went. Did it just evaporate? Looking up with wide eyes at the object that just blocked the attack, she blinks in surprise. Recognizing the incredibly familiar cool black coat fluttering right in front of her, she cries out, deeply moved. Is that her master's cloak? Up in the high stand, seeing their ultimate trump card suddenly vanish like that, the enemy secretary stomps her feet in absolute rage, screaming, "Where on earth did our experimental beast go? If it has evaporated, all their endless efforts on the booster serum and research data will be completely ruined." Furious enough to make his hair stand on end, Li Taoxiang glares and points down at the arena, roaring loudly. "You damn brat, what cheap trick did you use to hide the He brothers? Spit them out right now." Completely ignoring the furious barking, Su Chen calmly puts his hands in his pockets and slowly steps forward. Su Chen smirks, firing back with pure attitude. That disgusting, vile piece of trash has already been sent straight to hell. He feels a quiet spark of pride. Luckily, he used his cloak to block their view and dumped that monster. Sending it to his pocket dimension saved everyone from disaster. But Li Taoxian is already screaming about rules. The boss accuses Su Chen of cheating right in his face, claiming he broke the rules. Su Chen does not care. There is zero interest in arguing with a sore loser. Su Chen leaps, shattering the ground below him. A massive shockwave ripples outward as he blurs like a phantom, heading straight for the coward hiding above. Su Chen swings a fist to shut the old man up, telling him to stop his annoying barking. His explosive punch rattles the protective barrier, nearly shattering it. Glaring at his target, he drops a cold challenge. "Get down here and face me in a real fight to the death." Right then, his gaze turns razor sharp. He locks onto his target, but the secretary suddenly steps in, turning her wing into a massive shield. She blocks the hit instantly, morphing her other arm into a blade. She glares at him, completely shocked. His insane attack speed leaves her breathless. Su Chen has zero mercy, immediately delivering a brutal heavy kick. The blow sends her flying backward. Her body slams into the reinforced glass, spiderwebbing the surface with cracks. It shatters right in front of Li Taoxian. With the obstacle cleared, Su Chen sticks a perfect smooth landing. But the old man is not done showing off. His eyes glow red, trying to act superior. He calls Su Chen a dying ant, asking how he dares to repeatedly insult a general of his status. He claims Su Chen is not worthy of a fight. Su Chen just mutters a curse, incredibly annoyed. Stripping that old head off is now top priority, but Li Taoxian just smirks, pointing to the shadows. A massive figure steps out from the darkness. Behind the door is a hulking giant covered in wires. The old villain sneers, challenging Su Chen to show his true strength and survive this beast. Below, the crowd gasps in sheer terror. It is the arena's ultimate, most dangerous warrior. But when Su Chen gets a clear look at his opponent, he freezes in absolute shock. He yells out to Wang Song, asking where the vice commander went. There's no reply. Instead, a strange green liquid is pumped directly into Wang Song's veins through thick tubes. The empty tubes detach and clatter to the floor. Wang Song's eyes flare a terrifying bloody red. He lets out a wild feral roar. Forgetting all past ties, he charges forward with insane fury. Violent, thunderous punches rain down. Su Chen is forced onto the defensive, barely blocking the onslaught. Every hit is dizzying. Su Chen struggles to hold his ground, screaming for his friend to wake up. He begs him to stop, but it is useless. Meanwhile, Duan Ye slowly stirs from her unconscious state. Looking around the chaotic arena, she gasps, recognizing the mutated giant standing right in front of her. Beside her, the wolf-eared girl sighs in relief. Up above, the old mastermind watches the drama unfold. He chuckles darkly, thoroughly amused that Su Chen actually knows his precious mutated test subject. The twisted tyrant boasts that soon Su Chen will also end up on his operating table. He promises to turn him into a mindless puppet next. Hearing this, Su Chen's blood boils. That disgusting scumbag actually turned his old friend into a mindless tool. Su Chen draws his weapon. He remembers the legendary Wang Song of his past life, a fierce warrior who dominated the apocalypse. Did his own regression accidentally steal Wang Song's destiny, locking him in Freedom City as a slave? Seeing his former ally's back butchered with heavy steel valves, Su Chen feels a wave of guilt. It is a truly tragic sight. He steels his resolve, preparing to strike back at full power. He promises his friend not to blame him, swearing he will free him from this vegetative nightmare. Instantly, he stores his weapon away, choosing to face this charging human bulldozer with bare hands. He channels a burning purple energy straight into his right fist. If they want to fight, he yells, "Let's go." He flips high into the air, using the momentum to deliver a thunderous, earth-shaking punch. The impact blows Wang Song backward, shattering the stone arena floor. Su Chen's eyes burn with killer intent. He roars with absolute fury, swearing that he will smash this entire goddamn cage to pieces. Even the brainwashed Tai stares up with his mouth wide open, completely dazed by the terrifying destruction that just rained down. From the observation deck, The secretary senses a dark premonition, wondering what on earth he is planning next. Standing tall right inside the massive crater Chen looks at his out-of-control brother and speaks in a low-pained voice, warning him that they want to use him as a lab puppet. Then, turning to run with the speed of wind, he drops a cold vow. Prepare. I will level this entire arena. Drag out that lab completely, deleting all their data. Instant panic. The terrified crowd now stampedes, trampling each other. They scream, fleeing for their lives. Mad. He is completely mad. Who actually dares to destroy an entire arena like this? Run, everyone. Get out before we get crushed to death. Actions match words as a massive wave of dark purple energy bursts from the ground, tearing into the sky and shattering every barrier. Watching his precious arena get utterly trashed, Li Taoxian nearly spits blood in pure rage, screaming at the top of his lungs about how this arrogant brat dares ruin his prized arena. The old man glares, veins popping on his face as he roars in fury. Do you even know you are offending the entire Liberty City? With those words, he sweeps his sleeves and leaps down with a fierce kick, unleashing his full power to crush this insolent kid. Yet just a second into his grand entrance, he freezes. Watch closely, his eyes widen in complete shock behind his glasses. He gasps, realizing those are spatial fluctuations, meaning this brat actually possesses the incredibly rare space ability. Watching Chen's swirling energy, General Wang breaks into a cold sweat as memories of the past flood his mind. The truth is, the City Lord had once hunted down a similar spatial user, stealing his origin source and treasures to secure his supreme rule over this city. Now an intense wave of greed instantly flares up inside the old man's heart, completely overshadowing his initial anger as a wild plan forms. The old man slowly regains his arrogant smirk amidst the ruins while General Wang quietly worries to himself. Wait, think about it. Once Chen exposes his spatial powers, the entire city will hunt him down like prey. This kid will become the ultimate prize for everyone in Liberty City. Suddenly, the old man throws his head back, laughing hysterically. This is his lucky day, first come, first served, and it seems he has just hit the absolute jackpot. His face twists with pure unadulterated greed. He growls that such a heavenly opportunity falling right into his lap is a sign. He will chop the kid to pieces, steal all his spatial treasures, and finally rise to become the absolute ruler of Liberty City. Not even bothering to look at the delusional old fool, Chen stands with folded arms, releasing a terrifying, suffocating aura. He coldly issues a sharp, merciless warning: if you want my life, come and try to take it. Meanwhile, down in the ruined basement, prisoners locked in iron cages are reaching out their hands, screaming desperately for someone to save them. Peering down into the deep crevice, the wolf girl gasps as she recognizes her fellow beastmen, shouting out in panic. Without a single second thought, she leaps straight down into the dark abyss, readying her sharp claws while shouting down comforting words. Just hang in there a little longer, she calls out. I will break these cages and get you out. Meanwhile, near the basement entrance, terrified researchers in white lab coats are running for their lives, screaming that the lab is about to collapse and crush them all. Yuan, who is currently supporting a weak Duanya, suddenly freezes as her eyes light up with sudden interest. A lab, she thinks. Smiling, she turns to her companion and tells Duanya to rest up because she is going to tear this place apart. Duanya weakly reminds her to be careful. Stepping through the entrance, the long-legged girl easily blocks the path of the fleeing staff, teasingly telling them to make sure they grab all the valuable research data instead of just running like mindless cowards. Cornered and pale as a ghost, a terrified doctor breaks out in cold sweat, stammering about something else that is still inside. Before he can even finish babbling, she slams her sharp heel down, pinning the unfortunate man to the cracked floor. Since Chen has already gone through the trouble of destroying this facility, she coldly mutters that there is really no reason to spare their lives. The terrified researchers in their white lab coats immediately drop to their knees beneath her long legs, weeping and begging for mercy. They clasp their hands, sobbing and pleading for this powerful woman to spare their miserable lives. Meanwhile, back up on the surface, Li Taoxian's smug voice echoes. Oh, he is so confident, reminding Chen that he is facing a highly advanced killing machine. On top of that, he claims a level 5 powerhouse like him is right here, leaving the kid with absolutely zero chance of winning. The tall-hatted old man sneers with a cold, threatening glare, acting like a superior being who holds all the cards. If you are smart, you will cooperate, he tells him, promising to have the researchers go easy and only extract his spatial origin. He smirks, offering to let the kid survive as a crippled nobody otherwise. His body will be torn to shreds right here. Facing the growling killing machine, Wang Song's Chen remains completely unbothered, his sharp gaze unchanging in the face of the threats. Refusing to waste a single word on the talkative old man, he throws a devastating punch, charging straight at the beast. Stop yapping, old man. But right at that moment, Wang Song's eyes suddenly flash and he instantly lunges forward to grab Chen. He tells him not to get in the way. Feeling completely ignored, Li Taoxian flies into a rage, channeling his bright pink energy. It gathers in his hands as he chuckles, asking if a simple space ability makes Su Chen think he is completely invincible. The old man's face contorts with extreme excitement. He sneers that in front of him, no matter how broken that space ability is, he will completely nullify it. Li Taoxin releases a massive glowing pressure from both hands enveloping the entire arena, fully activating his ability-suppressing field. With overwhelming momentum, he swoops down like an angry god, roaring in self-satisfaction. He boasts that he will show Su Chen the massive power gap between level 4 and level 5. With that, he launches an earth-shattering punch loaded with destructive energy straight at Su Chen. Dust erupts everywhere, but the next scene completely shatters everyone's reality. Su Chen casually raises one hand, catching the devastating blow like a toy. Standing at the very center of the energy vortex, Su Chen remains terrifyingly calm, looking up at his enemy with absolute indifference. Li Taoxin's bloodshot eyes widen in complete panic as he stammers out a confused cry of disbelief. This is completely impossible. He stares at the kid in front of him, drenching in cold sweat. The old man demands to know how a mere level 4 can possibly withstand his full level 5 suppression. Su Chen simply smirks, tossing back a sharp mocking reply asking if this is supposed to be hard. He comments that anyone with hands could do it. Clenching his fist, Su Chen unleashes his own power, declaring it is his turn now. Like a flash of lightning, Su Chen retaliates with a brutal punch, shattering every layer of defense. He completely crushes the old man, casually dusting off his hands. Su Chen shakes his head, eyes flashing with cold disgust. Those who hide in the shadows are truly nothing but trash. Up in the stands, the long-legged secretary gasps. She and General Wang stare in utter shock. How could a level 5 powerhouse like Li Taoxin be instantly erased like that? Did Su Chen really just kill him in a single blow? Drenched in cold sweat, the assistant stammers out a question. She asks the general if her eyes are playing tricks on her, while the secretary gulps, admitting she saw it clearly too. Regaining his composure, General Wang analyzes the situation grimly. Su Chen's level 4 is the product of brutal experience. He fought through countless life and death battles in the apocalyptic wasteland. That is genuine, hardened combat strength. Looking down at the corpse in disgust, he notes that Li Taoxin's level 5 was purely bought with drugs and resources. He was just a fragile greenhouse flower. Frowning, the general worries that almost all the top fighters in Liberty City are also drug-boosted products. Su Chen's actual combat power has far exceeded his expectations, making this partnership highly risky. At the same time, down below, Su Chen lifts Wang Song by his collar, silently evaluating the dead old man. He admits the old guy was not entirely useless. That ability-sealing skill was actually quite formidable, but his physical strength was barely above a level 3. While holding down his thrashing friend, Su Chen wonders if the ability-suppressing field on his body has finally deactivated now that the old man is dead. Just then, Wang Song seizes the chance to bite Su Chen's arm, snarling like a rabid beast. Su Chen's gaze turns cold. He warns him to let go or he will break both of his arms. As they struggle, a pair of long legs approaches. A familiar voice tells him to hand him over. It is Duanya, her eyes glowing with an eerie energy. She confidently claims she can send parasitic worms into his brain to forcibly wake up his consciousness. Dozens of wriggling energy worms slide into Wang Song's mouth, making him scream in absolute agony. The treatment works instantly. Wang Song's eyes turn green and regain focus as he weakly calls out Su Chen's name. With a shred of sanity back, Wang Song desperately begs for help, telling him to go and save the others. Seeing his friend's terrible condition, Su Chen sighs, muttering about the hassle, and decides to bring him back first. Up on the platform, an officer leans heavily on his desk with a grim face, noting Li Taoxin's death ruins everything. The secretary wonders how the Lord's mansion will react. Soon night falls, hiding the dark conspiracies under its cover. A sharp high heel steps onto a wall ledge. Yuan skillfully uses her wind ability as a cushion, softly landing from above. She walks into the dark, dense forest, muttering that this spot should be far enough. Under the moonlight, she holds a syringe filled with glowing gold liquid, admiring its resemblance to liquid gold. The surviving doctor, trailing behind her, eagerly explains that this is divine substance and even a tiny amount. He explains with fanatical excitement that this is divine substance. Despite its small volume, this is a top-tier treasure capable of incredible feats. It was extracted right from that mutated test subject's body. In this Liberty City, any expert who wants to level up and defy their fate depends entirely on this stuff. Yuan shivered in shock. Divine substance. Looking closely at the liquid, she carefully stored it away. This raw energy is way too bizarre and dangerous. A complete double-edged sword. Before figuring out its true purpose, she cannot just tell Su Chen about it. Staring intensely at the syringe, Yuan realized the energy she needs to level up is massive. This tiny bit of divine substance probably isn't going to be enough. So she made a bold decision. Why not slip out of the city alone to try absorbing it? Once she confirms it is safe, it won't be too late to share it with him. Suddenly her eyes flashed, with a strange golden glow. She tried to make excuses to herself, telling her own heart that this absolutely wasn't about secretly getting stronger just to surprise him. But the moment she absorbed the liquid, her body mutated violently. Union expanded rapidly, growing into a towering giant that literally pierced through the clouds. Looking down at her form, wrapped in a mysterious glowing light, she murmured in absolute shock, "Is this the true power of divine substance?" Feeling the energy surging within, she was stunned. This is insane. Way too unreal to believe. No wonder that General could suppress Chen just by using this stuff. Still, Union noticed something strange. She could feel her physical body expanding out of control, but her mind remained perfectly sharp and fully conscious. Touching her forehead in sheer confusion, she discovered a bizarre alteration. Wait, is that a horn growing on her head? Could this divine substance actually be extracted from the beast race? Worry flashed in her massive glowing eyes. She realized how critical this situation was getting. She had to stop growing. This state was completely unstable, and she could lose control at any second. Looking up at the vast night sky, she chuckled at her bizarre predicament. It felt like she was about to faceplant right into the Milky Way. But there is a huge problem. At this ridiculous altitude, there is absolutely zero oxygen. If this keeps up, she will suffocate to death right here. Desperately clutching her chest, she gasped for breath in pure agony. She just wanted to breathe some fresh air. Meanwhile, down on the ground, a pair of giant blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the night sky. They looked like two massive blood moons cutting through the dark. This horrific phenomenon unleashed a terrifying pressure. The soldiers below panicked, screaming as wild winds began to howl out of nowhere. What is going on? The intense pressure made it almost impossible to breathe. This was no ordinary storm, but a supernatural anomaly. The crowd looked up with a mix of terror and fanatical awe, whispering in confusion about what it could be. Is that a massive eye staring down at us? This terrifying gaze sent shivers straight down everyone's spines. Don't speak nonsense, some muttered. This is a miracle. It is the gaze of a divine god looking upon us. Believing Liberty City was truly humanity's last hope, the crowd completely lost their minds and fell to their knees. Kneel down, they cried. Do not look directly at the deity or we will face divine punishment. But the deity in question, Union, couldn't care less about them. Her massive eyes were drawn to another light. Squinting through the blinding glare, she froze in absolute astonishment. Rising right before her was a giant tree. It glowed as if cast in pure solid gold. She gasped, the golden tree. Could this be it? Is this the mythical fruit tree Chen has been searching for? But her excitement was cut incredibly short. A strange shift occurred in her body. The massive golden canopy suddenly unleashed an overwhelming magnetic pull. She panicked. Was this golden tree actually draining the divine substance right out of her? Her massive form rapidly began to shrink as her power was siphoned away. Union gritted her teeth in pure fury. All that power she worked so hard to get completely stolen by a stupid tree. Stripped of her energy, she shrank back to her normal self and began free-falling from an unbelievable height. Plunging down, she panicked, flailing her limbs wildly with absolutely nothing to grab onto. Wind whipped violently against her face as she shut her eyes. She screamed in terror, realizing she was about to splat on the ground. She hurtled toward the rooftops. Like a falling star, her desperate cries echoing through the night. Just as her fate seemed completely sealed, a streak of blue spatial energy suddenly shot up from the ground below. A firm, solid hand reached out, catching the falling girl perfectly in the dark. Eyes wide and jaw dropped, Union found herself cradled safely, staring up at her familiar savior in complete disbelief. Chen, how in the world are you even here? To her utter shock, he looked down with a totally speechless expression, sneaking out of the city in the dead of night instead of sleeping, to cause trouble and make such a massive scene. Holding her tight, Chen immediately activated his space manipulation ability to create a counterforce. This canceled out their fall, and he coldly warned her, "If I had not shown up, you would have been splattered on the ground. Now come back with me." Feeling the absolute warmth and safety radiating from the man in front of her, Union's face immediately flushed bright red. She gently lowered her head obediently, muttering a soft "oh." Finally, Chen landed smoothly while holding this troublesome girl tight, ending her secret breakthrough attempt that had almost cost Union her entire life. But the moment they touched down safely, a sound reached Chen's ears, fanatical shouting echoing from afar. They chanted, "Long live the Holy Maiden and long live Divine Grace," which instantly caught his attention. Himph. Far away in front of a grand white cathedral, a massive crowd of people was kneeling on the ground. Chen watched with pure curiosity, wondering what on earth they were doing. High above them, a man was screaming at the top of his lungs to restore order. "Silence, everyone, please welcome the Holy Maiden to speak." Amidst the solemn atmosphere, a pair of slender legs and bright golden heels slowly stepped down, accompanied by a highly mesmerizing voice. "Hear me, citizens of Freedom City. A miracle just descended from the heavens. The gods have looked upon our Freedom City, and this is their ultimate validation. Dressed in a gorgeous white gown and holding a glowing scepter, the Holy Maiden continued to masterfully manipulate the crowd's minds. The gods have favored us, and from this moment on, we must prove our worth to them through our very actions. Freedom City is fully worthy of this divine grace. The second she finished speaking, the crowd below erupted into fanatical cheers. They roared, "Long live the Holy Maiden and long live Freedom City." Right at this sacred moment, the frantic sound of running footsteps echoed through the air. A revealingly dressed woman stumbled and frantically shouting for the Holy Maiden and completely ruining the solemn vibe. She cried out that General Li had been murdered. Falling to her knees with an incredibly pained expression, she begged the Holy Maiden to give them justice. Seeing this, two hooded men standing nearby immediately seized the opportunity to act righteous. Who dares to kill a general of Freedom City? This is pure lawlessness. General Li protected this city with endless sweat and blood. Anyone who dares to butcher such a hero can never be forgiven. As if waiting for this exact cue, the woman instantly pointed right at Chen and Yuan in the distance, screaming through her teeth, "Holy Maiden, it was those two. Please order their execution and bring justice for General Li." Right on cue, the crowd parted, exposing them to everyone. Leaning on her scepter, the Holy Maiden looked down with deep, cold eyes, asking if they were the ones who killed General Li. Meanwhile, holding the troublesome Yuan by the waist, Chen showed zero emotion as he calmly admitted it was him. The Holy Maiden stared intensely, her voice remaining perfectly flat. "So you are Chen. I have heard of you, but I never expected you to be this incredibly bold, daring to murder a high-ranking general of Freedom City." Thinking she now had the ultimate backing, the dramatic woman let out a smug, mocking laugh. "Did you really think you could just walk freely around this city after killing General Li? Even heaven cannot save you two today. You are both absolutely dead meat." At that very moment, a massive guard, carrying a giant sword, stepped forward, growling a threat that they had absolutely no idea how terrifying the Holy Maiden truly was. But in the blink of an eye, a razor-sharp sword wave sliced through the dark night sky. Before her smug smile could even fade, the woman's head was instantly severed. Her eyes widened in absolute shock as she gasped out her final confused words. "Why?" This sudden and completely insane plot twist left even Chen and Yuan utterly stunned with their eyes wide open. After that incredibly decisive strike, the guard loudly announced Li Taoxin's crimes of secretly conducting horrific human experiments on innocent people, brutally torturing citizens and committing all kinds of filthy deeds that the Holy Maiden was previously completely unaware of. Hearing this, the two hooded guys who were demanding justice just seconds ago instantly flipped their attitudes, sweating bullets as they agreed. Oh, is that how it truly was? Li Taoxin really deserved to die. Having cleared out the noisy complainers, the Holy Maiden put on a saintly, benevolent expression, praising Chen for removing a cancerous tumor from Freedom City. She added that tonight's heavenly miracle was likely related to this. And then she threw out a tempting piece of bait. "Since Li Taoxin paid for his crimes, the general position is now vacant. Since you have both the power and the talent to crush evil, this vacant role is yours for the taking." Narrowing his eyes to size up the beautiful woman, Chen quietly calculated. Is she really trying to recruit me? Who is this Holy Maiden anyway? And yet, his completely indifferent attitude instantly provoked the other side. The giant guard quickly lunged forward to shield the Holy Maiden, glaring fiercely at him. He barked that being personally promoted by the Holy Maiden herself was an immense honor. Brandishing his giant sword, he continued to rage at Chen for maintaining a cold, disrespectful expression from start to finish without even kneeling down. He saw this as utter disrespect. Just as the guard stepped up to teach the young brat a lesson, the saintess stopped him. Telling him to wait, she ignored Chen's silent rejection. She simply smiled, ready to deliver her final verdict. Starting today, Chen is the city's new general. He holds full authority over the entire Beast Division. His face remained stone cold. Unbothered, she added that the official announcement of his appointment would spread quickly. She hoped General Su would assume office soon. With her decree delivered, she gracefully turned away. Heading back inside, she announced it was finally time for everyone to receive their god's blessing. The guard glared back. He muttered that the saintess was incredibly merciful, or else Chen would be dead. Anyone else would have been torn to shreds. Below them, the brainwashed crowd continued chanting praises with devotion. They yelled that their merciful saintess was the true god. With her guiding them, they had absolutely nothing to fear. No apocalypse could ever harm them, for her protection was eternal. Leaving behind those fanatical cries, she walked away. Under the brilliant glow of the full moon, her elegant figure faded. Watching her walk away, Yuan leaned in. She whispered that the saintess seemed incredibly gentle and pure, yet she somehow commanded so much respect. Chen watched quietly. He calmly noted that anyone who could trigger such blind fanaticism had to be highly dangerous. Her methods were definitely no joke. Right then, a highly familiar voice echoed from directly behind them. The voice teased Chen. He had only been in town a few days and already became a general. Su Chen spun around, raising an eyebrow. He immediately recognized General Wang and Qin Man standing right there. Qin Man smiled warmly. She explained that the divine anomaly had naturally drawn the attention of the entire city. Of course they had to come see. Deciding to use their inside knowledge, Su Chen quietly asked about the Sanctus. General Wang put on a serious face. Since the city lord was currently in seclusion, things were highly complicated. The city's affairs fell to two powerful governors, but one of them always remained completely missing throughout the year. That left Sanctus Zhende as the sole active governor, making her the undisputed ruler of Freedom City. Beside them, Yuan widened her eyes in sheer shock, and honestly, who wouldn't be surprised by that massive reveal? No wonder she had an army of followers. General Wang then gave Su Chen a highly meaningful look. Her promoting him to general in front of everyone meant the city's elite had now officially accepted his presence. He added they had been worried his space abilities would make him a target, but this new rank changed everything. With an official status acting as a shield, he could finally secure a solid, open foothold in the city. Qin Man quickly advised him. Now that he held real power in the Beast Division, it was time to build allies. Quickly establishing his foothold was absolutely crucial, especially since ruthless rivals were already eyeing the division's territory. Seeing that they had warned him enough, General Wang patted Su Chen's shoulder to stop Qin Man. He wrapped up his advice, telling Su Chen that the rest was entirely up to him before they departed. Once the two finally walked away, Su Chen turned around and gave his companion a very stern, questioning look. With everyone else finally gone, he demanded she confess what kind of crazy stunt she had actually pulled tonight. Clasping her hands in embarrassment, she admitted she accidentally absorbed some divine substance, making Su Chen frown. She nodded eagerly, explaining it was incredibly powerful, but a strange golden tree on that tall building sucked it dry. That was how she ended up falling down. Then she quickly remembered another crucial detail to share with him. Though the tree had no fruit yet, she guessed it was the exotic plant he had been searching for. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes sharpened with cold determination. He had finally located it. Excitedly, Yuan spoke up. She eagerly suggested they go steal the tree right away, forcing him to sigh at her absolute lack of logic. They weren't common thieves. Since the tree had no fruit yet, they wouldn't even know where to plant it. Refusing to back down, she put her hands behind her back, whispering a new plan to delay the heist. She suggested finding a safe base first before making their move. Su Chen rubbed his chin, quite liking that idea. The next day, they arrived at a worn-down blacksmith shop, its old wooden sign barely hanging over the door. Inside, Su Chen examined the blades, tracing his fingers over the metal while carefully analyzing the distinct forging patterns. Every weapon shared the exact same flawless craftsmanship, leaving no doubt that old Fu had personally forged these himself. As he stood there, deeply lost in thought, Yun's energetic voice suddenly shattered the silence, calling his name. Looking over, he finds that both Yun and Duan Ya have changed into tight leather uniforms, hugging every single curve. Yun asks if this is their new gear. He casually nods in approval, calling it pretty. But then he immediately ruins the moment with a cold bucket of reality. He tells them flat out no uniforms. These are just cheap adult cosplay outfits bought online before the apocalypse. Ignoring their speechless faces, Su Chen gets straight to business. According to Yun, the golden tree needs divine substance to grow. He orders them to visit the medicine department, scout for clues about the substance, and steal as much as possible for backup. He adds a warning with the attitude of a highly protective boss who always shields his people from any outside trouble. Remember, you are both under my command now. Do not act timidly when you go outside. Just do your job proudly. Sensing that violence is officially permitted, Yun excitedly asks if that means they can just fight. Su Chen gives a short, decisive reply, absolutely. The two girls salute like soldiers and confidently march out to obey. Meanwhile, down in the basement, Su Chen slams a severely beaten, bloody soldier onto the ground and stares him down coldly. He asks if they have squeezed out the location of the old deputy yet, but the stubborn soldier just grunts defiantly. The soldier demands to know who they are, questioning how they dare cause trouble at a workshop run by the weapon department. Wang Song steps up, explaining that he and the old deputy were previously locked in this very basement before things went south. He recalls being sold to the Beast Arena as a test subject and how Su Chen saved him. Wang Song always pays his debts. He turns to Su Chen, offering his absolute loyalty. But mid-sentence, a strange rough hand reaches out to steal from Su Chen. Su Chen reacts instantly, grabbing the thief's wrist in a death grip and staring him down with icy, ruthless eyes. You have a lot of guts trying to steal from me, Su Chen thinks. Seeing his savior targeted, Wang Song instantly loses his mind. He roars like a wild beast and lunges forward, screaming at the old thief for daring to steal from his savior. The terrified old thief scrambles backward, running for his life while yelling back a clumsy apology as he flees the scene. He yells, sorry, claiming he just had a moment of confusion, which only makes the furious Wang Song chase him even faster. Wang Song shouts threats, telling the thief to freeze because there is absolutely no way he is letting him escape today. He demands the old man face him instead of stealing and running like a coward, but the thief vanishes into thin air. Chen stands there completely baffled. Did the old man actually manage to escape? He is truly a bizarre character. Now here's the crazy part. Instead of letting it go, the stubborn Wang Song leaps directly down into a deep, dark chasm. He lands safely in a massive garbage dump shrouded in heavy gray mist, immediately holding his breath in pure disgust. Pinching his nose, he wonders what kind of trash heap this is, just as the old thief finally crawls out of hiding. With a hollow, exhausted face, the old man pleads, saying he is just a useless cripple, begging him to stop. Sighing heavily, with deep sadness in his eyes, the old man explains that they are currently standing in the sewer street. He points to the skeletal, ragged people soaking in the muddy, polluted water, his voice cracking with pure sorrow. He says everyone here is cast aside, forbidden from working outside, and unable to secure even a scrap of food. He truly had no other options left but to steal, he explains, running over to wrap his arms around his granddaughter. Tears stream down his face as he admits he just does not want little Niu growing up like them. Scared little Niu clings tightly to his neck, whispering Grandpa, a heartbreaking sight that makes even muscular Wang Song soften. The old man continues his grim story, explaining they survive off horrific corpse beetles, forcing him to steal for survival. Desperate to survive, he had to take the risk. He bows deeply, his entire body trembling as he begs. He begs for forgiveness, pleading with Wang Song to show mercy and not punish poor wretched souls like them. Hearing about those bizarre beetles, Wang Song glances down at the murky black water, his skin crawling with instant dread. He gasps in absolute horror as he realizes the filthy, stagnant waste is actually crawling with swarms of giant beetles. The creatures are utterly grotesque, swimming through the toxic sludge, explaining why the old man called them corpse beetles. Watching them squirm in the trash is enough to make anyone gag, but the heavy silence is suddenly shattered. A muscular, ridiculously dressed woman barges into the area, screaming at the cowering crowd to get out and line up. Hands on her hips, she shrieks that they are still short 3 young workers for this month's brutal quota. She demands they hand the youth over quietly to avoid any violence, sending the terrified crowd into a total panic. People scramble for cover, screaming at each other to run and hide before they get dragged away by force. Unable to stand by and watch as people get taken, the old man summons his courage and steps forward in anger. He asks the young men they took from Water Canal Street were not enough, saying the strong youths of the entire street were already rounded up long ago. They took every single one, so how could there be any left now? Ignoring his desperate pleas, the woman merely smirks. She shows a twisted smile, asking if there are really none left. Brandishing her whip, the cruel woman orders that if there are none left, they will just take the old folks to fill the quota instead. Lightning fast, the whip flies forward, tightly wrapping around the skinny body of the pitiful old man. The wicked woman pulls hard, effortlessly hoisting him high into the air. But just as she is smugly gloating, she spots a tall, unfamiliar figure looming in the back out of the corner of her eye. Glancing toward the street corner, she sneers triumphantly and points at Chen, calling the old man a liar for claiming there were no young men left. She sees him as a lost lamb, pointing directly at the young man and shrilly ordering her thugs to take action. She commands her henchmen to surround him immediately. The thugs rush forward, completely trapping Chen and his companion Wang Song. They smack their lips greedily, noting it has been a long time since they found such a high-quality test subject. Seeing his incredible physical condition, they feel they have struck gold today. Oh, they have no idea what they are dealing with. She commands them to tear down the rundown houses on both sides, convinced that the locals are still hiding more young men. She demands they dig 3 feet deep if they have to, dragging out everyone hiding inside. The brutal henchmen immediately carry out her cruel orders. They smash houses and scream to intimidate the poor residents, yelling to break everything and drag everyone out while laughing like maniacs. They drag little Niu out. Desperate, the old man tightly clings to a thug's leg, begging them not to touch the girl. He offers himself up if they will just spare Niu, but the angry thug merely kicks him straight in the face. The thug snaps, asking if the old man is tired of living. Annoyed that this useless old man is actually resisting, the wicked woman swings her hand to deliver another vicious whip, calling him a useless cripple who dares interfere in their business. Under the merciless whipping, the old man cries out in agony as the strikes tear his skin, begging them to stop. She grabs his neck and drags him away, leaving little Niu crying in utter despair as she calls out for her grandpa. At the same time, another thug grabs Niu. He deceptively promises a better life if she behaves. She cries and actively resists, calling him a liar and refusing to believe his false promises of a better life. She yells that everyone who went with them before was never seen again. Hearing this, the wicked woman raises her whip threateningly. She grits her teeth, threatening that if the girl refuses to behave, she will beat the old man to death first. She threatens to beat the old man to death first, but right as she raises her hand, things are about to shift. From afar, Chen calmly walks forward with his hands in his pockets, stepping right through the dirty water without a care. He casually remarks to the old thief that he has been looking for him this whole time. He stops, He glances at the old man's miserable state, noting that he was hiding here. Chen's sudden appearance completely breaks the tense atmosphere. Instead, it makes the wicked woman burst into crazed laughter, boasting that she knew there would be a fish slipping through the net. She swiftly throws her whip to bind Chen, cheering triumphantly that they have captured another high-quality test subject. Seeing a stranger get dragged into this, the old thief ignores his own pain and grabs the whip, trying to protect him. He screams that Chen does not belong to Water Canal Street, using his last bit of strength to protect him. He tells them the boy is just an outsider who has nothing to do with this. Meanwhile, Chen simply stands there calmly. He silently assesses the old man in surprise, noting that despite looking weak, he actually possesses a level 4 rank. It is a shame that his ability has been completely depleted. Meanwhile, the heavy pressure of the whip's grip forces the old man to cough up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Losing all patience with him, the angry woman shouts at him to get lost. She yanks her whip hard, intending to fling the poor old man into the dirty water. But right then, a firm hand reaches out. It catches the flying whip in midair. Chen tears the whip apart like paper, his cold eyes staring straight at her as he tells her to get lost. Her eyes widen in pure terror. She stammers, unable to believe how easily he freed himself. Annoyed by her loud screeching, Chen calls her incredibly noisy and violently yanks the whip back toward himself. The terrifying pulling force causes her massive body to lose balance, sending her flying forward like a broken kite. She lands face first straight into the thick, filthy wastewater, sending a foul splash of dirty water everywhere. Emerging from the smelly water, she roars in fury, demanding to know how he dares to strike a member of the medicine department. Before she can even finish her threat, a heavy stomp crashes down from above, pinning her face back into the muddy water. Safely. Chen stands there casually, pinning an enemy's head underwater with one foot while cleaning his ear, mockingly asking what she just said. "Speak up, I cannot hear you," he sneers, leaving her to choke and struggle beneath the surface. Suddenly, from deep under the water, a swarm of giant, grotesque bugs crawls out. Taking advantage of the helpless prey soaking in the water, the flesh-eating beetles instantly dive in and cover her completely, biting and tearing at her flesh. Screaming in pure agony, she shrieks, "Get away from me, you filthy bugs, get away."